and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
Have you ever experienced the Kohl's Memorial Day sale effect? You get $10 off 25 spent and Kohl's cash. Then something shifts. You go in for one thing, you leave with 6, high-fiving a person that's actually a mannequin and feeling pretty good about it. Someone needs to study this. See for yourself at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora. Offer ends May 25th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Thinking about getting in shape for summer? Then stop trying to do it on your own and call the experts. DIY weight loss is not the answer. At Jumpstart MD, you'll work with real clinicians right here in the Bay Area and get access to GLP-1 medications at our most affordable rates. And for a limited time, mention radio and save up to 70% this May. Don't wait until summer. Start now and lock in your results early. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing. What comes next? Who you trust? Have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Ballard has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Ballard is yours. Ballard.com. That's BAILARD.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, Spruce, Spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees when used as directed. Spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
San Francisco weather, partly cloudy, high of 61.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Right.
What is going on here? Oh, hello there. And good morning to everybody out there. It is the Morning Roast on this fabulous Friday, May 22nd. No, it's not Joe Spadoni. We got no Joes on this show this morning. Sam Lubman here, usually I'm the producer, but today I will be your host. And again, good morning to everybody. Good morning to Carter and Ken in the back. And well, isn't this just fine and dandy? I get to do the show today with Mark Grandy. What's going on today, bud?
You stripped that out? That was nice.
No, I thought about that last night when Matt texted me and said, hey, you got Grandy in with you this morning. I'm like, oh, well, I should think of something fun to say.
This is the first time we've ever done the morning roast together. First time we've been on the air. It's 6 a.m.
It's that's true. First time we've done a show in studio together. Usually we're at Freeman's Appliances doing shows together. Oh, I thought Carter would have our...
Hey, I'm Lutman. I'm going to be at Freeman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
That's what I was waiting for. I didn't even tell Carter to do that. We were just...
You're on the same wavelength.
We're just on the same wavelength there. That's,
way to go, Carter.
Yeah. That's what happens when you're stuck in a room with a guy for 4 hours a day, every day like I am.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah, I get used to it.
Who? Well, both of you, probably.
We both make each other suffer enough that it cancels it out, so it makes it a good time. So, and we're going to have a good time on this show this morning as well. I should have printed my reads out. That's a bad one on my end. I can pull that up in just a second. But yeah, there was no Giants game last night, Mark, mercifully. So we
Did they win or lose the off days, Sam?
They didn't draw any walks on the off day.
Well, they don't draw walks on game days either.
There you go. So they're staying on brand with that one here as we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco, and also the Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who likes to be treated like one. Yeah, so it was a good night for the YouTube TV multi-view last night, Mark. I had, some Knicks basketball on. Shout out to them. They're up 2-0 in that one. Our producer today, New York Kenny, he is jumping off the walls here in excitement of the Knicks' impending 4-game sweep of the Cavs. Right, Ken?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
That's the
one game at a time.
That is the correct answer. I'm curious, what was your night like, Mark? Because, I asked you, what are you watching tonight when there's no Giants games? And you had a quick turnaround today.
I was here doing the afternoon show yesterday, Willard and Dibs, and then, I'm here till 7, don't get home until 7:30 or so, watch the end of Knicks Cavs. It was kind of over almost by the time I got home. I'd flipped on Montreal, Carolina in the NHL semifinals on one side of the bracket. That was a dominant win by Montreal, but other than that, it's just eat a quick dinner and get ready for bed because got to wake up at 4 a.m. to get in here at 5. So quick turnaround. Didn't get to do a whole lot after work yesterday.
Oh, wow. You got to sleep in. Woke up at 4. Yeah, I'm usually up at 3:30 every day. Not that it's a contest. But, yeah, no, that Hobbs Carolina game, and Carolina coming in 8-0 in these playoffs, just get absolutely blown off the ice 6-2 there. So Canadians up 1-0 in that series. Knicks up 2-0 in theirs, and that was like first half, it seemed like Knicks just kind of dancing around with them, and they just took off in the second half. Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson really just shutting it down, though, in that fourth quarter there. So Knicks up 2-0 there. And then, hey, the Valkyries, they got a win yesterday, too.
They were really good.
Mm-hmm.
They dominated.
87-70 over the New York Liberty. Gabby Williams drops 16. Veronica Burton drops another 13 there. Valkyries 3-1, and again, just a great win over the Liberty, though Sabrina Ionescu was not playing for the Liberty yesterday.
But they still got a lot of really good players on that team. Oh, no. Really good players. I mean, they got Brandon Stewart, you got Satu Sabali, you got Jonquel Jones. They're one of the best teams in the league. Yeah. And down Sabrina, Sabrina's obviously amazing, but even down Sabrina, that's a really good team. So to win like they did, they controlled it the whole way on the road. That's impressive.
Yeah, no, again, they go on a 21-12, run. They won the third quarter 21-12 and just completely shutting them down in that third quarter. And that's how you know it's a kind of a Joe Lacob team, or maybe not Joe Lacob team, but one of the things I love about the Warriors during their run is just their ability to turn things on in the third quarter and just blow their competition away then. I love when you see the Valkyries doing kind of something similar there, but you love the defensive intensity. Gabby Williams just fitting into this team like
she's
a
awesome.
glove there. So shout out to the Valkyries there. But let's get into some Giants talk a little bit, Mark, because we get to talk Giants so rarely when you and I are on the shows together in those 2 times at Friedman's. Got the White Sox in town this weekend, and it's kind of a funny one for us, Mark, here on the Morning Roast, because a couple of years ago, you can remember the White Sox were going through that miserable 121-loss season. And when the White Sox were in town, Bonte Hill dropped the now classic line of,
I would rather be the White Sox.
And now here we are 2 years later, and by God, it's as crazy as he was then. Bonte did have a point. The White Sox come in, I think they're 25-24.
They are.
It's just a far better situation than the Giants. And holy hell, how did it get to this point where we're actually looking at the White Sox saying, wow, they're doing it right, and the Giants are just tripping all over themselves?
I mean, look, it's easy to look at it now and be like, well, Giants 20-30, White Sox 25-24. Bonte was right. You'd rather be the White Sox. And look, yeah, if you were to ask, like, in this specific moment, who's the better baseball team right now and maybe who has the brighter future, and I don't think the White Sox future is, like, insanely bright. And if there's any White Sox fans out there, apologies. I just think it's when you compare it to the Giants. The Giants not only have a bad present, they're 20-30, but it feels like they're going to have a relatively difficult future because of the major contracts that they have to Chapman, Adames, and Devers, all guys who over the course of their Giants tenure have pretty severely underperformed, and specifically this year, less so of late, of course, for Devers and Adames, but still have underperformed by quite a wide margin this year. So I get it. Like, if you're looking at it, if today is the cutoff point, is Bonte right? Would you rather be the White Sox? Yeah, probably. But, I mean, we're being really short-sighted. The White Sox lost 100 or more games 3 straight years. Like, you know how bad it was for a long time? And you could say, well, it's been pretty bad for the Giants as well. And look, maybe the worst thing you could be is mediocre. Like, that's absolutely true. Like, if you're around 80 wins every single year, that is terribly frustrating. And I'm not here to say that the Giants fans haven't had it poorly recently, because absolutely they have. But you know how many 100-loss seasons the Giants have in their franchise's history? And this goes all the way back to New York.
Yeah, since 1883, the Giants have lost 100 games or more exactly once, Mark, in 1985.
Yeah, they were 62-100. That's the only time they lost 100 games in a season. The White Sox have done it 3 consecutive years.
Yeah.
So, like, are the White Sox in a better spot now? Sure. Is it worth going through what they got through to be 25-24? No, it's not worth that at all.
No, and honestly, if you're looking, the White Sox as an organization, you look at their history, Mark. I remember years ago, 4th of July weekend, I flew out to Chicago with my friend Kevin, and we did White Sox Tigers on 4th of July.
What year was this? Sorry?
This is 2019.
Okay.
So this was about, 15 years ago, if you factor in that pandemic that happened. And so we got to go to Guaranteed Rate Field, and it might be one of the worst ballparks I've ever been in.
I have heard that.
It is.
I've never been, but
it's like, it's not awful in the same way that like Sun Life Stadium was when the Marlins played there, or it isn't kind of like falling apart and decrepit like the Coliseum was. It's just, there's just nothing special about it. It's like a Safeway brand ballpark. There's nothing about it that says this is where the White Sox play. It's Levi Stadium kind of is in that same realm as it. And I was where they had their unique feature, Mark, is they have this shower out in left field that you can
shower?
They have a shower in left field, and they have a little plaque that says, this was installed in 1974 or whatever year, because it gets so hot on the south side of Chicago. So they installed that shower out there for you to like cool yourself off and wash the stench that is Chicago White Sox baseball off of you. And I just walk around this ballpark, like, what a miserable place to watch baseball. Like, what a miserable place in a miserable neighborhood with a miserable franchise. And you look at the side of the stadium wall where, like, you know how like outside Oracle Park, they have like that wall of all like the Giants, you know, division titles, playoff appearances, and stuff like that. Yeah. You see the White Sox one, there's like 5 flags that represent over 120 years of competing in the American League. Like 5 little, like you made the postseason flags, whether it be a pennant or a division title. It's just, there's just so little success for the White Sox in their history. And that is one thing I guess the Giants fans do have is they have a history that they can look back on and feel proud of with this organization.
I don't know. I mean, it's like the whole idea of like rebuild, tear down. Like the White Sox, they went beyond that. And if you ask like a White Sox fan who's locked in, they'll probably say like, you know, some of that was intentional. You don't go out there and try to lose 121 games, but you're fully resetting the franchise and you're slowly building up. But they lost 101, they lost 121, they lost 102, and now this season. So like I understand the general thought process, but when you are in it, when you're mired in the depths of that completely bottoming out, like it's the worst thing you could possibly do for a franchise. Like it's so difficult to get the fan base back from something like that. And those years seem so incredibly long. And it's easier, by the way, for a team like the White Sox to pull that off. Everything you're talking about, the White Sox standing as a franchise in Major League Baseball, it's not high, not good. You talk about the number of times they've been to the playoffs, they've won the World Series. Of course, they won it back in 2005 over the Astros. And then you got to go all the way back to the early 1900s, the last time they won the World Series before that. Like their standing in Major League Baseball makes it easier and more understandable for them to be like, you know what, the best thing we can do is bottom out. We're not going to try to lose 100 games, but let's lose 100 games and let's build ourselves up for a couple of years from now. The Giants are a franchise that just, we can be honest about it, they live and they live on a different sphere of Major League Baseball than the White Sox do. Yeah. Generally, that's a blessing. You want to be the haves, not the have-nots. The Giants are absolutely a have. Sometimes they act like maybe they're a have-not, but they absolutely are a have. And when you are a have, it becomes 10 times more difficult for you to be able to tank completely and just say, you know what, we're going to be terrible for 3 years, and we're going to hope we make some good draft picks, we develop in our farm system, and given time, we'll be good again. It's so much more difficult to do that when you are one of the flag-bearing franchises for a league.
Absolutely. And then the White Sox, I mean, they're one of the OG teams too, Mark. I mean, they are one of the teams, they were founded in 1901. They're an OG American League team.
Yeah, but you go through like the proudest franchises in baseball and you do not get to the White Sox for a long time.
No, and that's the difference between the Giants and the White Sox. Even though the Giants, again, they date back to the 1800s, White Sox in 1901. They're both OG teams in their respective leagues. The difference is the Giants have created a standard of excellence over the years, whether it be the excellence they had in New York, the run they had in the 60s. We don't need to talk about the 70s. The success of the late 80s and the late 90s, and, of course, the dynastic run from 10, 12, and 14. There has become such an expectation level amongst Giants fans that...
Do you think that's true? Like a crazy high expectation level?
Oh, absolutely.
They've been to the playoffs once since 2016.
Well, I think when you win a lot, not in the last 10 years, but when you win a lot, there becomes an expectation that you should be competing every year.
Even when they were winning World Series, it's not like they were in the playoffs every year. They didn't make it. They made the playoffs. They won the World Series. It happened 3 years out of 5, but they missed the playoffs in 2011. They missed in 2013. They missed in 2015. Like, it's not like there was this 10-year run where they made the playoffs 9 years out of 10. Like, for me, it's less about like the standard of excellence, because I don't think there has been much of a standard of excellence for the Giants. It's more about the market that you're in, the ballpark that you have, and the fact that you are one of the franchises that's been around for the entirety of Major League Baseball. That's where it comes from for me.
Yeah, I would push back a little bit on that. I do think, again, before 10, it was a little bit different because they hadn't won a World Series, but there was still an expectation of you're going out there and you're trying to compete and win games every day. If you're a Giants fan, you're expecting that from your baseball
team. That's
team.
A really low bar to clear, though. Expect to go out and compete? Like, that's what every team should do.
Well, not a lot of teams do that, though, Mark. I mean,
every team should do.
I'm not talking about what should be happening. I'm talking about the expectation the Giants fans have of their organization, which is that, I think those late 80s teams, I think, captured it the best. Those hum babies teams, those teams are just rat asses. They just came in, we're going to beat you up. We don't care what happens after that. We're just here to try and kick your ass and win, no matter what the standings tell you. I think that kind of set a tone for what you want your Giants teams to be like. And the fan base has a set expectation for this team. And then when you win World Series, and then when you watch your rivals to the South, you'll basically one-up you with the run that they're on right now. I do think the Giants fans have an expectation of you should be spending money like the Dodgers. You should be winning, maybe not like the Dodgers, but winning enough to compete with the Padres and the Dodgers. And you should be back in the postseason competing for a World Series championship. And Mark, for the last 10 years, the Giants have just fallen woefully short of meeting that expectation in any way, shape, or form, other than a year in 2021 that we just refuse to talk about ever happening.
Well, yeah, that's completely different than just going out there and trying to win games. Like, any team can go out and say, I'm trying to win games.
Yeah.
And I also think Giants fans might not like it, but you can't spend like the Dodgers. The Dodgers spend like no one else, and they have the uniquest and most rich television deal that allows them to do what they do. Can the Giants be spending more? Yeah, but you can't spend what the Dodgers spend. Like, you're just simply not going to do that. I will say, I agree, like, in general, what this team's goals should be, but I think we're also getting quite a ways ahead of ourselves. Like, if you were to ask, I think Giants fans, majority of them, what was your realistic expectation or hope for this season? And the 80s are the 80s, whatever. I don't know what impact that really has on right now, for me at least. But if you were to ask Giants fans realistic expectations for this team right now, coming into this season, it was compete for a playoff spot. For me, it wasn't go to the NLCS. It wasn't even win a playoff round. It was compete for a playoff spot.
Oh, yeah, no, obviously. And again, you do baby steps to get there. I wasn't expecting the Giants to be absent from the playoffs and then do what they did in 2010 and just immediately run to the World Series. Honestly, coming into the season, I still felt like the playoffs was a major ask for this team.
My line was, in September, be alive and have a chance to get there in the last couple of weeks. That seems unlikely.
The old Larry Bear, play competitive games in September. No, my line has always been the playoffs are a big ask for this team because you had a flawed roster coming into the season. Part of that is the lack of bullpen upgrades. Part of that is the lack of starting pitching upgrades. Part of that is the fact you had a lineup built on streaky hitters. The main part of it, though, is you're breaking in a lot of guys with inexperience. Buster Posey has a lot of inexperience, and Buster's going to be a big topic in this show today because he said some things on the radio yesterday that really, I think, got Giants fans a little shook. We'll get to that in a minute. But also, you got a new manager in Tony Vitello who has never been in Major League Baseball before. The number one goal for me this year, Mark, is I just need Tony to be locked in and comfortable managing this team at the end of the year. When that happens this year, we'll see. I don't know if he's there yet, but I never really looked at this team as this is going to make the playoffs team. I think they're trying to build into that direction right now. There's still a lot of rot, I think, from the Farhan era they need to clear out. Of course, that was, 50 games ago when they were 0-0 and anything seemed possible. Here they are now at 20-30, and, we're saying crazy things like, hey, remember that 19-31 Nationals team in 2019? Like, those are the kind of things that we're clinging to right now.
Diamondbacks a few years ago.
Yeah, so, it's theoretically possible that they could turn things around. The line I always love to quote that Mark Willard uses, it's allowed to happen. I have very much enjoyed that line.
To.
It's, again, legally the Giants are allowed to turn this around. And, it could start maybe this weekend even against the White Sox. But, again, just they haven't done a whole lot to be inspiring confidence, even though guys are hitting better of late. Let's pick this conversation up on the other side because, again, Buster did say some stuff yesterday that has Giants fans a little bit rattled. And I'll just say it, Giants fans, we kind of had this conversation yesterday, Spadoni and I, who's on the hottest of seats, Dunleavy, Lynch, and Buster. Buster won that unofficial YouTube poll by a landslide there. But are we already starting to lose faith in Buster Posey a year and a half in? Are we really getting to this point? 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. Mark Randy in for, I guess you're in for Joe Shasky because I'm in for Joe Spadoni. What's coming up? The game is sponsored by the San Mateo County Fair.
It's time for the San Mateo County Fair, powered by tradition, inspired by innovation, blue ribbon moments, fun, and bottle cake! And where experiences bloom everywhere you go. San Mateo County Fair.
For 75 years, San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been doing things differently ever since it was founded in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And the best part is, anyone can join.
So if you want a top-rated mobile banking app, ATM access worldwide, and a credit union that's built around people, it's definitely worth a look.
They're local, not-for-profit, and they put money back into their members and the community.
Visit sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That was
my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ILoveJacks.com.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows honors our community with a tradition of quality you can trust. Save 25% on your entire project, plus receive a special token of appreciation, a free Sun Matrix package upgrade. We've installed over 1 million windows, and most jobs take just 1 day. Hurry, this Memorial Day offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
For decades, FIFA had promised Africa a World Cup. Sepp Blatter finally delivered. South Africa, 16 years out of apartheid, hosted the tournament. And the soundtrack, whether broadcasters liked it or not, was the Vuvuzela, that long plastic horn, droning like a swarm of bees through every match. Some players hated it. Networks tried to filter it out. Mostly, they failed. So Piwe Chabalala scored the opening goal of the tournament for the host nation against Mexico. A screamer into the top corner. The whole country on its feet. South Africa wouldn't make it out of the group. Ghana would carry African hopes deepest. But the cup had finally come home, and home was loud.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more Stories from the Pitch.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We're Joe-less this morning on the morning roast. Sam Lubman in for Joe Spadoni. Mark Grandy in for Joe Shasky.
What's up?
Ken Luttrell in for Sam Lubman. Carter Chickering in for Carter Chickering. That's the one guy who's actually doing the correct job this morning is Carter. And someone who's not doing the correct job right now is Buster Posey.
Hell no.
Unfortunately. And, Mark, again, as I said, he did some radio talk yesterday, and he was asked a lot of different questions, a lot of questions about Bryce Eldridge, some questions about Tony Vitello, about some of the moves that he did or did not make in the offseason. And the phrase that kept popping up the most, Mark, is I like to jot stuff down sometimes during interviews, things that stick out to me. I think they're called notes in some sectors. The word day-to-day was written down a lot for me. I think 4 or 5 times he said day-to-day. And that was mainly in regards to the usage of one Bryce Eldridge here. And our big theme for the show today, again, is 888-957-9570. Are we already losing faith in Buster Posey? Less than a year and a half into his tenure. And the amount of day-to-day talk, some of the things he said about the bullpen upgrades yesterday, I think Giants fans were a little bit shook by this interview here that Buster had yesterday. I'm just curious, Mark, just again, a year and a half in, where are you on your faith level when it comes to Buster right now?
I'm careful because I don't want to overreact. Look, there's no doubt that the big moves that Buster has made, and the big moves, I mean specifically Chapman, Adames, and then trading for Devers. You could throw Jung-Hoo Lee in there, but I think really and that wasn't even a move Buster made, but that is a big move and a large contract. It's getting closer towards the end for Jung-Hoo Lee, but I think it's specifically those 3, Chapman, Adames, Devers. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that those 3 moves have worked well. None of them have. Chapman, frankly, looks like kind of a disaster right now. He's got a no-trade clause. He's got, this year and 4 more years on his deal.
3 more years. 3 more years after this, I believe.
It might be 4. I'll double-check that for you. But the point is, and he's also the oldest of that group of 3, so and he has a no-trade clause. No trade clause as well for Willy Adames. And I think most people expected when that contract was signed that it was going to be negative value by the time it came close to expiring. And by the way, it is 4 more years for Chapman after this year. So he signed through his age 37 season when he'll be making over $25 million. So it's not going to look good at the end. It's not looking good right now.
So pumped for that.
Just imagine what it will look like 3-4 years from now. Same thing you could say for Adames, and you can say the same thing for Devers. So look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's all sunshine and rainbows. Like the major moves that he have made where he has put his name on the line, his reputation on the line. And you might say, what reputation? As a president of baseball operations, there's not much of a reputation there. But as Buster Posey, there's a reputation there. The moves that he has put his name on, his stamp on, they have failed miserably so far. So I'm not going to say that it's all been great and that I have the utmost confidence that he's the right guy for the job. What I will say, though, is those moves bother me a whole lot less than, say, the way that they're handling Bryce Eldridge or the way that they went into this season without a closer. And it has bit them on the backside over and over and over again. The bullpen as a whole hasn't been terrible, but in the big moments, in the 9th inning, when games they're up by 1 or 2, it has not been good. It's been bad. They had to option their closer down to AAA. Like, it has not been good. Those bother me a whole lot more than those signings, those trades that Buster has made. I have always wanted the teams that I'm a fan of, I want them to be willing to take risks, to be willing to put themselves out there, to be willing to maybe take on some money that eventually would turn out to not be great. But you have to do those things at times to get some talent on your roster. And again, it has not been good with Chapman. It has not been good with Adames. It has not been good with Devers. But this is also the exact opposite of what the Farhan era was. The Farhan, it seemed to me, Farhan was so scared to take a risk, a major risk, to go and spend big money, to try to bring somebody in here on more than a 1-year deal worth a lot of money because it felt like he was protecting his job. He felt like he was terrified that if he signed Chapman and it turned out to be terrible, he was getting fired the next offseason. That's what it felt like to me. I like that Buster is willing to take those risks. Now, eventually, the risks are going to have to work. Otherwise, he's not going to be long for this job. But I'm not going to sit here and say just because the 3 risks he's taken have so far not worked out that I'm done with them and it's time for him to go. I like a guy that's willing to take risks and is comfortable enough to take risks. I think the question that is important going forward is, well, how does ownership feel about it now? And does this change the way that Buster's strategy is going forward? But no, I'm not done with Buster. I'm not close to done with Buster.
Yeah, so in our little experiment we did yesterday, we had, fans rank hot seats, Lynch, Dunleavy, Buster. And I had Buster at the bottom of mine. I am in no way, shape, or form firing Buster Posey right now for a couple reasons. One is I do think he is turning the farm system around.
He is.
I think that should be the bigger focus there. I think adding guys like Chapman, Adames, and Devers, that was, to your point, I think that was just giving the fans what they wanted. I think that was also giving him what he wanted. He's a guy, I think, he came up...
It's him trying to win baseball games.
He came up under Brian Sabian. Brian Sabian was a consummate I'm trying to win right now guy, other than those 4 years where they were doing kind of a low-key rebuild. Buster thought, I think, that he could come in, throw a little bit of money around, and turn a team that was 80 and 82 into a 90 and 72 team with a couple moves. And it was kind of working out for a minute, and then it didn't. So a couple things, though, that stuck out to me from that interview yesterday. He was asked about the bullpen a lot, Mark. And there's 2 things I kind of want to dispel, though, when it comes to the bullpen rhetoric. One was that they didn't do anything to improve the bullpen. It's not totally true. I mean, they did make some additions. Jason Foley, Sam Hentges, those were both offseason signings. They didn't do absolutely nothing. Foley, we'll see when he comes along later in the year. He's a guy who's apparently able to throw some gas. We're seeing some early stuff from Hentges. Jury's still out on whether or not he's good or not. This bullpen isn't awful, but it's not great either. I think it's a middle-tier bullpen. There's guys in it that you can like from it. But he was asked at one point, do you regret not doing more for the bullpen? And the concept of Edwin Diaz was brought up. And he kind of got a little, he pushed back a little bit on that one. He was like, would you want me to go and sign Edwin Diaz? These are what Buster said. And he's like, if I signed Edwin Diaz, then you'd all be pissed at me that I signed Edwin Diaz because he's hurt and engaging in not great activities on the side. I think that completely misses the point. I don't think anyone wanted you to go out and get like some top tier closer. Just get some.
Giants fans would have been very happy if they signed Edwin Diaz, by the way.
Not right now.
When he was signed, just like they were happy when they traded for Devers and like they were happy when they signed Adames. This is what Buster's saying.
Personally, I am out on signing free agent closers. I don't think it works out very often enough. I think the closer is a position. Just me personally, my belief is you got to develop the closer internally. I call this the...
You might be right, but do they have a closer internally?
Well, they have to figure that out.
They don't have a closer internally.
No,
they clearly don't.
No, they got to figure that out. That was, I think, part of the problem. Part of the plan this year was figuring this out. I don't think Ryan Walker was ever really legitimate long-term option at closer.
So if your plan coming into the season was to figure it out, then what? How are you trying to fool yourself that you're trying to win this year? Like, I think the issue with the Giants...
They weren't trying... Like, the idea of...
Well, then if they weren't trying to win this year, then what the hell are you doing with Adames, Devers, and Chapman on your roster right now?
I think you're signing those guys because you want to have fun players on this team that are going to help this team win however many games they're capable of. But more importantly, you got legitimate veteran guys who your young guys can grow up into. But the most important part, Mark, is those are guys whose jerseys you can wear. And that is what ownership was looking for, was players that you can believe in. Let's pick this conversation up on the other side. Chris in San Jose, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side as well. But before we hit the break, though, it is time for the teamwork play of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. This is Flight of the Valkyries here for this one, Carter. There we go. And again, we do this after every Valkyries game. They won 87-70 last night. And last night, it was Gabby Williams who was leading the Valks over the Liberty, dropping 16 points, punctuated by this 3 in the fourth quarter.
Veronica Burton fakes the step back. Salon attacks from the left baseline. Out to Williams. Open right wing 3. It's good to beat the shot clock horn. Gabby with 14, her first 3 points of the second half.
And that was Kevin Dana on the call, again, on 95.7 The Game. And the Odyssey app, Valkyries play the Fever tonight. I believe that is a 4:30 p.m. start. And you can listen to that right here on the Odyssey app, the free Odyssey app. Again, that was the teamwork play of the game brought to you by El Camino Health. El Camino Health, where togethering heals. Maybe the Valkyries can heal us this summer by being the more fun product here. That is
they've been way more fun so far.
No,
They've only played 4 games.
My biggest sin as a Bay Area sports fan right now, Mark, is I have yet to get to a Valkyries game.
Oh, you have to go.
I know. It's too many of them have coincided with Giants games, which that's kind of the problem there.
Go to a Valkyrie game. Giants don't deserve us to go to those games right now.
Mark, you got to remember, I have kind of a sickness here, so it's
then
hard.
You don't get to complain about not going to a Valkyrie game.
No, I'm gonna complain. I'm gonna dig my hole and I'm gonna make my bed. I'm gonna line it and then I'm gonna complain about it.
Well, much like the Giants, it is a self-made hole, Sam.
There you go. And I'm gonna point right at the guy who's responsible for all those problems. This guy right here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna complain about him.
And you're pointing to yourself.
I am pointing myself on this auditory medium here. So I will be making sure to do that. You know what else I'm gonna make sure to do, Mark?
What's that?
That's to make sure that you are signing up to become a Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. You can get access to private AMAs like the one that Joe Shasky did. Hear what all the fun things he said about me in that AMA. He probably didn't mention me at all. Fun AMAs with the host, exclusive content from events, and in-depth insights from the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro. Chris, again, we'll get you on their side. What's coming up? The game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrance must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
You know your outdoor space isn't just a backyard. It's where everything happens. And if you're thinking about upgrading your deck, Ashby Lumber is the place to start. At Ashby Lumber in Berkeley and Concord, you'll find fiber-on decking built for durability, style, and low maintenance. So you can spend more time enjoying your space and less time working on it. Fiberon's Concordia line, including the Aster collection, features a rugged take on classic wood grain with nature-inspired multi-tonal colors. It's backed by a lifetime performance warranty and a 50-year stain and fade warranty. Fiberon Sanctuary decking brings a warm, inviting look with rich tones like espresso and latte, perfect for creating a relaxing outdoor space. And for dependable, budget-friendly performance, Fiberon Good Life decking offers warranties up to 30 years. And when you shop at Ashby Lumber, you're getting great products and a knowledgeable local team that understands your project and helps you get it done right. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord today or online at ashbylumber.com. Fiberon, built for life outdoors.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Looking for a place where your kids can learn, play, and grow this summer? At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, camps are more than just fun. They're a chance for kids to build confidence, make new friends, and try something new every day. From sports, outdoor adventures, arts, STEM, and team building activities to unforgettable overnight camp options in the beautiful Santa Cruz Mountain Redwoods. Every day is packed with discovery. With programs for ages 4 to 17 and trained staff creating a safe, supportive environment, your child can thrive all summer long. Give your kids a summer they'll never forget. Visit YMCASF.org/camp to learn more and register today.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-535-1301. 800-535-1301. 800-535-1301.
Hey, it's Sarah from Alice. Welcome back to the JoJo Show, the morning roast at the game.
Yeah. What's up, Sarah, of the Sarah Vinny show on our sister station, Alice, right down the hall. Heard them there talking about Memorial Day travel this weekend when I was out in the kitchen doing whatever it is I do in the kitchen. I guess I heard Vinny say 45 million people are expected to travel this Memorial Day weekend, which...
How do you define travel? Like if I'm just like going over a bridge, is that considered travel?
Like I guess you have to leave your region. Like I think if you like, because you live here, you live here in the city, right?
Yeah.
Like
what's leaving the region? If my region is San Francisco,
if you went to visit Ken this weekend in his nice home in Lafayette, I don't consider that traveling for Memorial Day.
What if I go up to Sonoma County where my parents are, which I am doing?
Okay, so is
that considered travel?
That sounds like a travel.
It's like a little more than an hour drive.
Like I think James Harden would agree that's a bit of a travel.
I don't know if your mic's on, Carter.
It's not, but leaving your bedroom is considered travel, Grandy.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm doing that.
Well, then I guess everybody's going to be traveling then. I mean,
that's why the number's so high, Vinny.
This isn't the pandemic where none of us are leaving our bedrooms. Like, we're all allowed to do that these days. So, wow, 2 pandemic mentions in this show already. But okay, so you're going to Sonoma for the weekend to see mom and dad?
I am.
Nice.
It's actually a birthday weekend for... I didn't mean this to be like a bloop, but for me and my mom.
Oh, it's your birthday this weekend?
It's Monday, technically.
Oh, well, happy birthday early.
So it's not like a Memorial Day thing. It's just a birthday thing.
Oh, nice.
To see family.
Do you cook for the parents up there? They cook for you, or?
My sisters are also coming over, and I think my sisters are taking care of the cooking because it's my mom and my birthday. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Are
you going to lounge around and drink all weekend?
Oh,
that'd be great.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. Are you a good cook?
Yeah. I like cooking.
All right, there you go. Yeah, I mean, you kind of, because you don't live you got roommates, right?
Yeah, I got roommates.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But I like cooking.
Yeah, no, that's good to know. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, that is, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Does the White Sox come into San Francisco count as Memorial Day travel?
For the White Sox, sure.
I guess so. I mean, if it's a business trip, I don't know, maybe it's different if you're traveling for work versus traveling for pleasure. I don't know. I'm not going anywhere this weekend. I'm going to Giants games. That's my form of travel because I just make horrible decisions like that. You know who doesn't make horrible decisions?
Who's that?
It's Chris in San Jose. Chris, how you doing this morning, man?
I will judge his call, and we'll see if he makes terrible decisions.
Well, I need to know when Chris is going to be back on the court because he's still healing from that. Was it ACL or Achilles, Chris? I'm forgetting this morning.
Achilles injury, but no, we're all good. We're getting better. Morning, gentlemen.
No.
I don't always make the best decisions, but here's my kind of view on this. The Buster thing, and I'll bring up Farhan a little bit, even though I know we got to stop talking about him. But, my perspective is, and the big difference is, yes, Buster has married himself to these three guys, and unfortunately, we're going to judge, they go how those three guys go unless Posey pivots, moves off of them. We'll see if he can get some prospects back, whatever. But there was something, Grandy said about Farhan not signing the big guy. And I just always kind of think, I don't know, that's a tough one for me because he did try to sign Correa, right? That, this guy, and that's a guy who we pulled out of the contract because of the ankle MRI or whatever, right? And now he's out for an extended period of time because he hurt himself swinging during batting practice in one of those ankles. So, the Judge and Ohtani thing, I don't think those guys ever really wanted to come here. Maybe you can talk about Bryce Harper, but, for all the people who are saying Farhan couldn't develop, Farhan, couldn't get talent, whatever, I just pause the brakes. The guy had 5 drafts where he drafted maybe a total of 105 players. Now you're fast forwarding and you're like, okay, all of our quality prospects in the minors are Farhan guys. You got Schmidt looking like an all-star, Kyle Harrison looking like an all-star, albeit not here. It takes time for, these draft picks and these guys to truly develop. Eldridge, he was took 4 drafts ago in 2022. So it just takes time for all of these guys to pan out. The 2 international signings we had, I knew about those guys for a few years. Those guys were done deals when Farhan was still here. So we ran Farhan out of town. I don't, although these contracts are terrible, let's hold on. Don't run Buster out of town. Let's see what he can kind of continue to do with the minors. See if he can, make some trades to get some prospects back. We'll see how he does. It hasn't been good so far in free agency for him, but we'll see how he does in the future. So, I'm as frustrated as every other Giants fan right now. But, we ran a guy out of town, and that guy we ran out of town, his draft, Trevor McDonald, Landon Rook, these are guys that he drafted. And they're turning in, again, Schmidt and Harrison look like all-stars. So we ran a guy out of town where now all of a sudden we're looking back and we're like, oh, whoa, those drafts actually might not have been as horrible as we all thought. So, I'm trying to be optimistic. I do think I don't think they're going to make the playoffs this year. So let's try to move one of these contracts. Let's try to, see what we have in the minors. I like them bringing up Barracoto. Just try to remain somewhat optimistic. So y'all have a fantastic Friday, and I'll listen to your takes off the air. Have a good one, gentlemen.
Thanks for the call there, Chris. Again, I'd always try to be optimistic with this team, too. Right now is probably the most pessimistic I've been in a while, but I still hold out hope that something will turn around. Chris does make good points. A lot of guys under Farhan did actually turn into be pretty solid baseball players. Casey Schmidt kind of leading that charge, but I do agree with the patience part of it, and that's why I am still in on Buster Posey, Mark, because I do think he has done a great job of beefing up the farm system. Again, a lot of that talent's at the lower level, but again, last year, he did make a couple really good trades that I really like, bringing in guys like, moving off Camilo Duvall and Tyler Rogers to bring in guys like Drew Gilbert, Blade Tidwell, Jose Budo, who I really liked a lot as a potential closer option before his arm went kablooey. Julio Rodriguez, Parks Harbor, saw some stuff from him yesterday.
Rodriguez.
Yeah. What did I say?
Julio Rodriguez.
I said Julio Rodriguez. Sorry.
That'd be great if they could get Julio Rodriguez.
Yeah, that would be nice. But, I remember watching Jesus Rodriguez down spring training and really want to see more of him. I'm glad that he's on the big league roster now. There's some development.
Much. There's some development. Have a place to play him in the field, which is the case for almost everybody on the roster right now, it seems like.
Well, the usage of the bench of this team is... It's so befuddling how they use this bench. And when I say use this bench, I mean how they don't use this bench. It's so wild how all the things we complained about in the Farhan era, the over platooning, what they called it, the line change late in games, the inability to get big names, the lack of development, it feels like those are all Buster's kind of gone in the opposite direction of a lot of those things, where we do have a consistent lineup every day, where we are going after big names. We're getting what we wanted, but we don't like it. And this is another reason why I have a hard time really getting on Buster Posey, because he has done literally everything that Giants fans and ownership have wanted him to do. And now here we are angry about it. Mark, it comes out today. Mandalorian Grogu, the new movie comes out today. And I had a chance to go see it on Monday night. Our promotions guy, Jesse, here, he hooked me up some tickets, and I took Mom for as a Mother's Day present. And because she's a big fan of the show. I'm obviously a big Star Wars fan, too. And in the Mandalorian Grogu, there's a lot of characters from other Star Wars shows.
You can't spoil any
I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to say anything specific.
You're spoiling it.
But, there's characters from other shows, whether it be, Rebels or Clone Wars or whoever. And there's a lot of online chatter complaining about, there's too many characters from other shows in this. It's like, well, okay, I thought this is what we wanted, was to see some of this crossover here. So it's just another situation of you're getting what you want and you still don't like it. That's where I feel like where Giants fans are at. We got exactly what we wanted, a baseball guy who makes big moves, who's focusing on the farm system, and yet we're still not happy about it.
Well, because they're 20-30. What we want is them to win baseball games.
Yes, yeah.
I don't really care how they get there. I want them to win baseball games. Mm-hmm. If I could have my cake and eat it too, then yeah, you have a lineup full of all-stars that you play every single game, and you win 100 games a season. But, saying fans wanted above everything else a consistent lineup, that I don't think that was the case at all. Fans saw the failures of the Farhan era, and as you're talking about platooning, and saw them consistently win 80 games, 81 games, and said, man, it would really be nice if we had more talent on the roster and therefore wouldn't have to platoon, and as a result of the more talent on the roster, and we would win baseball games. And now you have what you think is more talent. I mean, this is a more talented offense, absolutely, than past years, but they're not performing and you're not winning games. The bottom line always is just going to be, do you win baseball games? I don't really care how you get there. So I hear what you're saying, and I think we would equate being 500 with platooning, and then we equate having a consistent lineup with winning, but it doesn't always work that way. I just want to win. I don't care how you get there. It's better to have a bunch of guys that you wrap your arms around and are happy about being Giants for years to come. But 2021 was amazing. Mm-hmm. So much fun. And there was a lot of platooning there as well for some of the positions at that stage of the season. 2021 is an outlier and probably ultimately was a bad thing for the franchise because it forced them to hold on to guys that should not have been held on to, and it really hurt them for years into the future, and they're still feeling that now. But I don't equate platooning with 500 and consistent lineups with winning, because we're seeing it right now. Just because you have a consistent lineup does not mean you win. You have to have good players that perform good in order to win, and Buster Posey hasn't done that yet. To the caller's point, he's right that a lot of the better, I think, players, the better stories so far this season have been Farhan guys. He also was talking about how the farm system is getting better, and he's absolutely right about that. And some of those draft picks, a big chunk of them are Farhan picks. I think the part that we also overlook is it's not just what guys do you pick, and they will automatically, no matter where they got picked and what franchise they're in, they will automatically become whoever they're destined to become. It's about development. And if you're not good at developing as a franchise, as an organization, you could make a great pick. You can make a great pick, but your development could fail you. And I think that's where the major sin of the Farhan era rests. It was the development of the farm system. Buster Posey's come in, and I think he's done a better job in terms of getting a development system on track that has helped develop this farm system into a better group. Now, you're right, it is relatively low level of the minors where you see the best talent for this Giants team, but I do think Posey deserves credit for helping turn around the farm system. But the point still stands that his three major moves are Chapman, Adames, and Devers, and they've all fell flat on their face so far.
Yeah. Of those three, I'm still willing to hold out hope of the Devers thing working out. I mean, he's hitting a lot better lately. The pitch that was flummoxing a lot the first month of the year, that high fastball, he's doing a lot better with it now. He's starting to look like the Rafi Devers we expected him to be. That being said, unfortunately, it's just they've fallen so out of the picture here, Mark, that this season has kind of become lost, and it's now Memorial Day weekend. And so it doesn't really matter how well Rafi Devers hits the rest of the year. Mark, they have to go, they're 20-30 today. They have to go 61-51 just to break even and hit 81 and 81
at the end of the year.
If they want to make the playoffs, you're probably going to need maybe 90 wins this year in the National League because the National League is that deep. In order to do that, you got to go, quick math here, 70 and 42, I believe, to get to that point. That'll get you to 90 and 72. Math. Yes, I mathed that correctly. That's basically winning at a 100-win pace for the next 4 months after playing like a 96-loss team for the previous 2. So
right now, the third wild card spot is pacing at a 92-plus win pace.
Oh, okay. So
which is crazy. So now, I don't think it'll hold.
Yeah.
It'll probably be closer to like 88 would be my guess, maybe 87 even. But right now, it's pacing at 92.5 wins. That's the pace the Cardinals are at, and they own the third wild card in the NL right now.
And
that's not good.
It's just it almost gets to the point where it's like, I mean, how do you make a best case scenario for this season at this point? Because I think there's the one hand of maybe you can turn this around, put together a respectable season. Maybe they do fight back to 500, and maybe they do get more wins than losses. What that does for them in the grand scheme of things, though, I don't know what. And I think the number one goal now this year is you got to figure out a way to get yourself more roster flexibility. And Buster Posey said yesterday that he's not expecting any major moves or any major additions, which obviously they're not playing well enough for that to happen. So now we're kind of thinking about like, well, what's the sell-off going to look like? Obviously, Luis Arias and Robbie Ray, you're going to be in the crosshairs there for that one. If Buster can find a way, though, to move one of Adames or Chapman this summer, then I think this year starts to feel a lot more successful because that opens things up roster-wise, flexibility to get Bryce Eldridge in the lineup. Maybe call some other guys up from the minor leagues and get them in the lineup because at the end of the day, Chapman, Adames, and Devers, those guys have to play every day. They are going to play every day. They are paid to play every day. And right now, for better or worse, they're Chapman not so much, though Chapman has turned it on the last week. They're playing at a level that just like you kind of can't take him out of the lineup right now, which is crazy to say considering how much of an anchor they were in the first month of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like no matter how they play, no matter how they perform, they're going to have to be in the lineup almost every day going forward. Chapman's been the one guy that's gotten a couple of days off in order to get Eldridge in the lineup of late. Within the last couple of weeks, he's the only guy that they've given like days off to specifically because of poor performance and in order to get Eldridge in. The Ramos injury, Arias missed a couple of games that also allowed Eldridge to get in, and now Ramos is hurt, so they're playing Schmidt in left, and that allows Eldridge to DH in both those bats in the lineup without giving Adames, Chapman, or Devers a day off. So there are ways you can get around it for now. But yeah, I mean, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Chapman might have some value. I can share with you a text thread I had with a friend who's a big Seattle Mariner fan, and I'll do that for you in a second because I think it's pretty fun.
Yeah, while you're pulling up that text thread, I'd like to let everybody know that you, the listener, are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Giants fans are already losing faith in Buster Posey here, less than a year and a half into the job again. We're reacting to an interview he had yesterday that did not really sound all that great. He was asked a lot about what's going to be happening with Bryce Eldridge, what's going to be happening with the veterans too. And a lot of it was said there was a lot of day-to-day. Everything is day-to-day right now. Tony Vitello's called it a daily puzzle that you have to put together. And there was one line that stuck out. This was asked about, when it came to resting the veterans to find a way to get Bryce Eldridge into the lineup. And Buster basically said, the guys, we don't have this mapped out for the next 4 months. Like, they literally are just taking this day by day. Every day, let's try and figure out how we can get through this, and then we'll do it all again tomorrow. That's just not a great way to operate a baseball team. Like, you do kind of have to have this mapped out a little bit. Like, I don't know what time these guys are getting to the ballpark, but they're at the office every day. They're in these meetings. You have to be sitting down and trying to map this out. And Tim Kawakami, our friend here at 95.7 The Game, frequent guest on Willard and Dibs with you guys, Mark. He wrote a piece for the SF Standard yesterday that if you are a subscriber, definitely go check it out. He wrote about again, it was in response to Buster's interview. And when it came to getting regular time for Bryce Eldridge in the lineup, Tim proposed the idea of you can sit Chapman once or twice a week with Casey Schmidt at third, Devers once a week with Eldridge or Schmidt at first base. Elliot Ramos, once he's healthy, he can sit for a day or two with Schmidt in left field. Or they can, try Schmidt out at shortstop, which not his best defensive position. I think I'd rather see him at third or at second. You give Luis Arias the occasional day off every, week or two as well. There are avenues for this team to get Bryce Eldridge in the lineup consistently. You don't have to be, bending over backwards to think of a 4-month plan. The options are right there. You guys just aren't utilizing them.
I have an easier solution. You want to hear it?
What is your easier solution, Mark?
Send him to Sacramento. This is ridiculous what we're doing here. I do think he's going to go back down to Sacramento at some point. You're talking about the comments that Buster made earlier this week. He was asked if maybe it would be more beneficial for him to play every day in Sacramento, and he said, it's the quote that you've been referencing, that's something we're going to evaluate day to day. That to me is a tell that they don't believe that it's set in stone that he's going to be up here for the long haul, which goes against everything they have ever said about Bryce Eldridge. The two things they've said consistently, more than anything else about Bryce, before he got called up this year was he's got to work on his K rate. He's got to strike out less, right? That's the biggest thing standing between him and being ready to compete at the big league level, his K rate. He strikes out too much. Get that number down, Bryce. You'll be ready to help the big league squad. All right, that's number one that they've said about Bryce. Number two that they've said about Bryce. They said other things, but these are the most consistent things that they've said. Number two is when he gets called up, the plan is for him to never get sent back down. When he's up here for good, and he's going to be a Giant for a decade plus. That's what they've been saying over and over and over again. They've already lied about number one because Bryce Eldridge's K rate worse this year in AAA than it was last year. They said that was the one thing standing in the way of him not being ready. Also, the defense. But by the way, he's also not playing first base even when he plays right now in the field. And yeah, I know that he's working with Ron Washington, but he's not playing first base. He's not getting in-game reps at first base. And the second thing is, again, that they said that he would not be sent back down when he gets called up. I think he's going to be sent back down. I think it's the only way to solve this.
Yeah.
When Ramos is going to be out for a few weeks, maybe he's here through the Ramos injury. Maybe something else changes. Maybe there's a trade. But to me, if Buster is asked about Bryce Eldridge and Sacramento, and he just can't flatly say, no, he's here for good, it means they are considering it might be better to send him back down. And it absolutely is. They should be considering that. It should have been done a while ago. He shouldn't have even been called up in the first place.
Yeah.
If he cannot play at least 5 days a week and be playing in the field at first base the majority of those 5 games, what the hell is he doing here? He needs to develop. He needs to play. So that's my solution. Otherwise, you're dealing with this game of musical chairs every single game. And yeah, your 3 veterans haven't played well enough to warrant, playing every single day. But now everybody on your roster has to wonder coming into the game every single day, am I playing today? Or are they giving me a day off because Bryce needs an at-bat? Bryce needs a game. That's just not a way that you can run a team. And oh, by the way, it's not fair to ask Tony Vitello to do that every single day.
Well, let's hold up here. So again, when it comes to sending Bryce back to Sacramento, there's a part of me that thinks just do that and just rip the Band-Aid off and get it over with. But then here's Dave Fleming here when he joined us on the Morning Roast a couple days ago, and he's pushing back on this whole notion of basically everything you just said here, Mark.
Bryce is going to get there, but it is a problem right now. And so I get the frustration of Giants fans, but I guess here's my main pushback. My main pushback is the idea that they're ruining his future by not playing him every day. That's baloney. And I want to stop hearing that. That is not what's going on. This guy's got a long future ahead, tons of development, lots of reps, getting great coaching, great support. Ask Bryce if he wants to go back down and fly southwest to Las Vegas and be in AAA and wake up at 4 a.m. for a flight to your next town, or whether he'd rather be here working with these guys, learning from Chapman and Devers and all the Giants hitting people and whatnot. Like, the idea that this is ruining Bryce Eldridge is just stupid.
Again, so that was Dave Fleming the other day, and it almost kind of feels like, Mark, when you base it off of that kind of thinking, it's starting to feel like this is a red shirting of sorts for Bryce Eldridge. He's getting the Nick Martin treatment, like what the Niners did with their linebacker they drafted a couple of years ago. I will say this: it is still early in this whole Bryce Eldridge, conundrum here. The Eldridge emergency, as we're kind of sort of calling it here on the Morning Roast. He's been up for barely 2.5 weeks. He hasn't even been up for 3 weeks yet. My guess is right now, if I'm trying to look at it a little bit more optimistically, is at some point there will be an avenue to make it easier to get him in the lineup. Part one of this avenue is let's just get Casey Schmidt out in left field every day right now. Like, I don't need to see Will Brennan in left field. I don't need to see Jesus Rodriguez out in left field. Put Casey Schmidt in left field for the time being. I don't want to hear any of this nonsense of, oh, well, that might compromise you defensively. It might cost you a game. Right now, just doing what we're doing is costing us baseball games. So, like, don't not make a move because you're worried about the ability to win a game because of it. Because you're already not winning games. So set that aside. Get Casey in left. Get Bryce in the lineup. See where things go from there. But at some point, you're going to have to make a larger roster move. And I'm saying a trade at some point this summer. Most likely it's going to be Luis Arias. That's going to really, really suck. Maybe it's Matt Chapman. I think that's your next best candidate to move on this team in terms of like the big veteran players. So there could become opportunities to get Bryce in the lineup. Right now, Mark, I don't think they're going to be sending him down right now. I think they're going to try and just keep him on this roster, having him work with Wash on his defense, having him work with the hitting coaches. And as far as the strikeout thing, that's a sum that in time is going to go down. It's not going to go down fast enough for Giants fans' liking. I get that.
They go down faster if he's playing.
Again, it will go down, though. He's 21 years old. There's a lot of time here on this. But again, the frustration is valid. We're going to talk to Rob Parker in the 8 o'clock hour of MLB Network, MLB Bro. You can also catch him on The Odd Couple on Fox Sports Radio. Last time I talked to Rob was right after opening day. He was there with the Giants-Yankees when they were on Netflix, and he wasn't really big on the Tony V hire. I'm curious where he's at on this Giants team right now. It can't be a better opinion now than he had then. So we'll talk to Rob at 8:20. Let's keep this Buster Posey conversation going. Another thing Buster said yesterday, something about a soft rebuild. Ooh, what do you mean by soft rebuild, Sam? I'll tell you on the other side. What's Coming Up game is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Value's employee pricing event is happening right now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
This Memorial Day, New Vodka invites you to please drink financially responsibly. Yes, financially responsibly. There are a lot of vodkas out there for you to choose for your Memorial Day, but New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's a 92 rated award-winning vodka that's made in America, gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. New Vodka has a smooth, clean flavor at a price that won't break your bank. So make the smart choice. Show up at the party with a bottle of New Vodka and show everyone that you don't follow the trends, you set them. Cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper and his Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on September 22nd. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Here we go. Morning. How you doing?
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
What's up, Zooch? You pronounced it wrong, though. It's actually Sam Lubman and Mark Grandy, not Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. But, well, maybe you'll do better next time.
What's up, Zucci, man?
But, it is the morning roast still. Just because there's no Joes doesn't mean the show's any different. We're talking some Giants today, specifically Buster Posey, because Buster did an interview yesterday on one of these stations somewhere here in the Bay Area. And he said a lot of things that concern Giants fans. And I know Twitter is not real life, as the noted philosopher Tony Vitello would have you know. But, there is a lot of Giants fans I follow on Twitter, Giants fans whose opinions I put stock into because of how much they follow the team, how passionate they are about the team. There is a lot of, oh man, Buster Posey, I am losing faith in you. And that is our question today.
Because of an interview?
Among other reasons. It was not, you did listen to it though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't come away thinking like, ooh, Buster, yikes.
I mean, the moves speak for themselves. I don't know. I mean, it sounded to me like Buster is a guy who's dealing with pretty widespread criticism of himself personally for the first time.
And this is Gotta be, yeah. Oh, no, this has to be very, very new for him. 888-957-9570.
The interview doesn't change much for me. Like, what is he supposed to say?
I mean, I think you're supposed to say day-to-day a lot less. I think you don't want to admit that you don't have...
For a team in their spot?
I think you need to be in a situation where things are not day-to-day. That's what you need to be doing. I don't think it's that complicated here. I don't think it's a complicated day-to-day situation. It
is incredibly complicated. Are you kidding?
No, you can rest guys. You have a bench. You can use it.
Yeah, let's go ask our rookie manager to play musical chairs with a bunch of high-priced veterans that have been starters in this league for their entire careers.
They're not performing
well,
Tony. Well, you know what? Starting is a privilege, and to be honest,
it is. But it's also not fair to ask your rookie manager, who you hand-selected, to do that every single day.
This is part of his job.
Yeah, part of his job, but it's not. It's not an easy job.
I didn't say it was an easy job.
You are making it so much more difficult on him just by having Bryce up here. There's such an easy solution to this. You called Bryce up not because you thought he was ready, but because you thought it would jumpstart your offense. And guess what? It kind of did, because Devers is hitting better. Okay, job accomplished. Send him back down to AAA. You do not have to have this musical chairs problem facing the team every single day. If it was Bruce Bochy managing the team, it would be a different story, because Bruce Bochy has the gravity, he has the respect, way more than Vitello does. Not that Vitello can't earn it or that he's the wrong guy for the job, but I will say this. Vitello is the wrong guy for this job. What Buster Posey is asking Tony Vitello to do, he is absolutely the wrong guy for this. You cannot ask a rookie manager who has never coached at the professional ranks to say, all right, Willie, your turn for a day off. All right, Matt, your time for a day off. Rafi, we need you to take a day off today because guess what? We have Bryce Eldridge, who probably isn't ready to be at the big league level yet. We have to get him at bats. Otherwise, we're going to get killed by the fan base. Sorry, take one for the team. Take a day off. We have to get Bryce in here. If that's what Buster Posey and the Giants have determined is their best strategy going forward for this season, then absolutely Tony Vitello is not the right guy for that job. You cannot ask a rookie manager to do that every single day. It's a recipe for disaster.
I mean, this is a situation the Giants have created for themselves, and they have no choice, but they're going to have to figure out a way to get themselves. Again, I think right now it seems like their plan is, not that I like this plan, they're really just trying to slow play this thing with Bryce on this roster right now because they truly feel like working with the big league coaching staff is the best move for him. There's nothing really left for him to prove at the AAA level. The strikeout rate, that's just something that's going to have to come down with time, regardless of the level we're at. We played this before you hit the break, though. It's Dave Fleming joining us on the Morning Roast the other day, pushing back on the notion that the Giants are ruining Bryce's development.
Bryce is going to get there, but it is a problem right now. And so I get the frustration of Giants fans, but I guess here's my main pushback. My main pushback is the idea that they're ruining his future by not playing him every day. That's baloney. And I want to stop hearing that. That is not what's going on. This guy's got a long future ahead, tons of development, lots of reps, getting great coaching, great support. Ask Bryce if he wants to go back down and fly southwest to Las Vegas and be in AAA and wake up at 4 a.m. for a flight to your next town, or whether he'd rather be here working with these guys, learning from Chapman and Devers and all the Giants hitting people and whatnot. Like, the idea that this is ruining Bryce Eldridge is just stupid.
So that was Dave Fleming there. And again, Mark, you talked about, does Tony Vitello have the, respect and ability to kind of make a call to sit a guy on the bench? I do think he's getting to that point. Like, I will say this, Tim Kawakami is in his Standard article here. He says he doesn't know if he's seen the best of Tony Vitello so far. I just don't sense that he's gelled with this coaching staff, and the coaching staff definitely hasn't gelled with the players. I will say this, I do think Tony's gelling with these players. I think these players have fallen in behind Tony. We had Chris Rose on yesterday with Spadoni and I. He had a sit-down dugout discussions with Tony Vitello last week, and Chris said he went around after the interview and talked with a lot of players, and the players all love Tony. I do think the players like Tony. I think the players are buying in on Tony Vitello, and they see the support that he has from this front office and Buster Posey, who Buster Posey carries a lot of weight and gravitas in that clubhouse. The players do respect Buster, so when Buster puts his respect and faith behind Tony Vitello, I do think the guys in that clubhouse are reacting to that and putting their respect and faith into Tony Vitello as their manager as well. When Bryce got called up, Buster was not the one that addressed the team. Tony Vitello was the one who addressed the team about it.
I would hope so. He's the manager.
Exactly. That's his job.
Yeah.
And Buster's having him do his job. Part of his job is having the tough conversations. Sometimes they go up to say, hey, Matt, you're on the bench today. Sometimes they go up and say, you know what, Willie? You know, you're not hitting well right now. I mean, right now he's hitting well. He's hitting 317 over the last 16 games here. So he is turning things around a little bit at the plate. But it's like, you know what? You got to take a day off. I've said this. We talked about this with him a couple weeks ago. This notion of you have to play 160 games, like, I don't buy into that. Playing 160 plus games is a privilege, which I think none of these players have earned. But two, it's like the numbers I always point to, Mark. Brandon Crawford in his 2 best years with the Giants played 148 and 135 games respectively. I'm talking about the 2016 and 2021 seasons. That's the best shortstop in the franchise's 140-year history in the 2 best years of his career. And he did not even play 150 games in those seasons. So this notion that Willie Adames, because of a contract he has to be in the lineup every day. No, Willie, there are bigger forces at work here. And I'm sorry, like, if the greatest shortstop ever in franchise history wasn't always a 160-game-a-year player, then you don't have a leg to stand on in making your case that you should be playing 160 games. Like, it's that simple. If you're playing better, you're playing more. Right now, yeah, it's hard to take you out of the lineup. You're going to slump again. And when that happens, you're going to be on the bench every now and then. Right now, 1 off day every 2 weeks, I don't think that's a big ask. I really don't. That should be something that Tony Vitello should have no problem going up and telling Willie Adames about. And if Willie has a problem with that, I'm sorry, Willie, that's not why you were brought in here. You're brought in here to be a culture carrier, set the tone for this clubhouse, be a team player, keep things light and upbeat, and also go win baseball games. That's your first priority, as obviously on this team. You got to fall in line with the culture here. You got to know, like, we're winning together. And so if you're going to make a stink about it, I think that just makes it easier for Buster to start making moves with you. So yeah, this notion that Tony doesn't have that ability, like, this is where you get that ability. It starts now. You got to put your foot down and say, you know what? We're even making some lineup changes, and Bryce is going to be in the lineup now. Again, it's easier right now with Ramos out. It should not be a difficult puzzle right now. It should not be day-to-day right now. And that's the frustration I have with what Buster said yesterday about the day-to-day stuff, is that you're overcomplicating a not that complicated situation right now.
It is incredibly complicated.
It's not. You don't have Ramos. You don't have Ramos in the lineup right now.
It's so complicated, and it's because Bryce Eldridge is up here.
You literally just put Casey Schmidt left.
It is so complicated, and you're making it so
complicated?
Unnecessarily complicated by having Bryce up here.
I'm literally, all you have to do is put Casey Schmidt left, and you can put Bryce in the lineup.
Right now, it is less complicated because Ramos is hurt. But
yeah, and you have probably 3 to 4 weeks to figure this out.
Hold on a second. Bryce has been up here for 3 weeks. He's been up here for 3 weeks. How many times has Bryce been in the lineup because Tony Vitello benched one of the infield guys? It's happened twice. That is it. Over 3 weeks. It's happened twice. He started more than that, but the other time he started was because Arise was out hurt with a minor injury. He missed a couple of games. Bryce started those games. And of late, with Ramos out, and then you have different people playing in left field, that has allowed Eldridge to play as well. It's been twice in 3 weeks that a Giants infielder, a veteran infielder, has been benched to make way for Eldridge, and it has been Chapman both times. So if you're sitting here and telling me that it is easy and that Vitello can bench Devers, can bench Adames, can consistently bench Chapman to make way for Eldridge, I will just flat out say I don't believe you, because over the course of 3 weeks, it's happened twice, and it hasn't happened to Adames or Devers.
Let's not focus on the last 3 weeks. Let's focus on the right now, and the right now is that you have an opening. You have a clear opening to get Bryce in the lineup every day. You don't have Elliot Ramos in the lineup right now. He's going to be out for probably the next 2, 3, maybe even 4 weeks. That quad injury is going to keep him out for a while. You've bought yourself some time. So this notion that right now things are day-to-day, things that right now the notion is complicated, I'll say you're making things more complicated when you put Eric Haas out in left field instead of Casey Schmidt.
Well, I agree with you there, but
that's making it more complicated.
The less complicated thing that we're talking about is playing an infielder in the outfield. Like, that's still terrible.
I mean, you weren't getting that much great defense from Ramos and left to begin with.
I feel you there.
Like, if that's the concern there, you're making a lateral move.
I just do not understand why Bryce is here. And let me respond to Dave Fleming, because I absolutely love Dave. He's the best, and I tune in every time he's on with you guys in the morning, every week on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Okay, there's a couple things about what Dave said. Thanks. Yeah. Number one, I don't think anybody, well, maybe not anybody, there's crazy people out there. I am not saying that Bryce being up here and playing the amount that he's playing is ruining him, okay? I'm not saying that. And that's what Dave said. You're ruining his future is what Dave said. No, you're not ruining his future. If he's talented, he'll make it. Like that's as simple as that. At this stage of his career, if he's talented enough, he will make it. But I do think you are severely delaying his development and delaying his ability to help you in a big way, to help you more than just as a spot starter here and there and as a bat off the bench. I think you are delaying his development. You are definitely delaying his development as a first baseman. He just needs reps at first base. That's number one. You're not ruining him. I've never said, I don't think many people on this station have said you're ruining him. I think the bigger thing is that you are delaying him. And for a team that is stuck right now with 3 anchor contracts, the best thing you can do is get Bryce on the fast track to being able to help this team. And me personally, I don't think that means playing 2-3 times at most a week at the big league level. I think the fast track is playing him 7 days a week in AAA in Sacramento. The other thing that Dave Fleming said is, ask Bryce, what would he want to do? Of course the 21-year-old would say, I want to be in the show.
No, Bryce wanting
Of course he wants to be in the show.
Yeah, I will agree. Where Bryce wants to be is irrelevant in this conversation.
That is not what you factor into this at all. If you ask Bryce, would you rather play once a week with the Giants or be in Sacramento playing every day? He would say, I'd rather be with the Giants at the high level, in the major league level. So, look, I love Dave, and obviously he knows these guys way more than I do, and he's way more plugged in than I do. He's in that locker room, in that clubhouse every single day. I get it. I just disagree on a couple of points from Flem.
That's fair.
I don't think you're ruining him. I think you're delaying him, and that is the worst thing you could do as the franchise right now, as you try to hope and pray that Bryce Eldridge is your guy going forward. And to what Bryce wants, I mean, it sounds brutal, but that's not important, what Bryce wants. What you do is what is best for Bryce. 99% of the time, when you are running a Major League Baseball team, you do what's best for the team. 99% of the time. You do what helps you win the most baseball games. The 1%, the exception to the rule, is when it deals with your top prospect that you expect to be a franchise centerpiece for a decade. You do what's best for him. And you say, would Bryce, being an off-the-bat bench, start a couple of times a week, would that make the big league team better right now? Yeah, maybe. Well, hold on. I could hear that. But it's not best for him, in my opinion. And that is when you're dealing with him, the best prospect, the guy that should be your centerpiece for a decade to come, you do what's best for him, not the team, in my opinion.
Well, let me ask you this again. It seems like they seem to have this belief, and I'm curious, and I kind of agree with this belief, is that just by getting him up here, working with the hitting coach, especially working with Ron Washington, is more beneficial than him being with the minor league club. And this is where I kind of look at him just like this is a redshirt period for Bryce. It's not ideal for the roster and the overall health of the team right now. Later, I don't know. We'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. But I do think there is something said about...
It's not ideal right now? Is that what you just said?
It's not ideal right now, no. It's not. It's a rough...
So is it worth it, the not ideal now for this magical thing in the future? Like I
just 20 and 30 mark. I don't know like what you're trying to like what you're trying to salvage from this season though. Like if you're trying to win games,
I'm trying to get Bryce ready ASAP,
and I think that's what they're trying to do. They're just doing it in a way that's pissing us all off right now.
We just have a very fundamental disagreement in terms of how you develop players.
Again,
did you hear what Hunter Pence said yesterday on with Willard and Dibbs?
Oh, was it this thing right here?
He's a very intelligent kid. Every time I talk to him, he understands, the situation. But for me, I think you got to play. You got to play to get better. And sitting on the bench can really wreck your confidence because your timing gets off. You start missing a pitch here and there just because it could be the smallest calibration, and then you start questioning yourself. And that's the last thing you want is him to not be able to get in rhythm. And it's the same in AAA, whether you're in the big leagues. Like there is a step to learn, but every day at bats. And you're going to have to learn to adjust on that failure, but you need to get another day after an offer. You need to get another day after, if you're never going to allow a kid to hit a lefty if he never faces a lefty. You got to give him the chance, and they'll solve it if you trust your scouts, you trust the talent of the player. You got to have confidence in him, believe in him, and give him the everyday at bats.
Yeah, my bad. That was the right.
That was right. Okay, yeah.
I got pump faked initially, but yeah, I mean
that was my goal.
That's Hunter Pence.
Yeah,
and Hunter Pence. I love Hunter, but he will give you the glass half full on the Giants 100% of the time. And if Hunter is willing to say, and I think why I was confused is he started off the answer by saying, I don't like it, as in I don't like Bryce not playing every single day with the big league level. If you have Hunter Pence saying that, I think that speaks volumes, because rarely do you hear Hunter disagree with the Giants organization.
No, I hear you.
Hunter is.
I hear you on that, and I'll counter with Dave Fleming here again. He's saying the fans need to chill out on all this.
There are counterpoints to that. If you think this is killing his development, that would be a negative. That would maybe motivate you to make a move in the other direction. He's been here for 2 weeks. This is not killing his development. Everybody needs to chill out. Like, he's working with the best coaches this organization has every day, grinding it out, studying video, taking extra batting practice. That is, I'm not saying that's as important as playing in games at AAA, but you could make an argument that it is.
So again, this is where I kind of like, it's still barely even been 3 weeks. It's less complicated right now. Right now, you have a window where it is less complicated, at least on the surface. And Ken doing some great producing in the back threw this at me. 888-957-9570. Giants fans, call in. How complicated is this situation right now for the Giants? In your own words, I want to hear what Giants fans have to say. The Giants seem, I think, to be overcomplicating it. That's my opinion of it. I think it's as simple right now as you put Casey Schmidt in left, you put Bryce Eldridge at DH, and then you say, all right, let's ride. It's not going to be pretty. There's going to be moments where you're going to pull your hair out. Not me. I'm not going to pull my hair out. But you're going to be banging your head against the wall. But you're in a lost season. Like, this season's going nowhere. You're on pace to lose 96 games. You're 20-30. So this notion of we can't put Casey on left because the defense might hurt, or we don't want to give Bryce at-bats every day because we want to win games, or we need these veterans players in the lineup to win games. You're not winning games. You're not. You're not going to turn the season. I mean, you could turn the season around, but you've done nothing so far this year to convince me that even if everybody plays to their expectation level the rest of the year, Mark, you're still barely going to scratch 81 wins. You're just so far behind the 8 ball right now that even your best effort probably isn't going to be enough. I'm not saying don't exert your best effort, but let's not sit here and think that there is a salvageable season here. You salvaged the season by basically setting yourself up for next season, which kind of goes into the next kind of part of this conversation here, which is another thing that was brought up with this interview with Buster, is he's basically asked, are you in a soft rebuild? And he really kind of bristled at that one. And that's where I really want to challenge the Giants organization that, you know what? I have always been kind of like, I don't want to go through a massive rebuild, a massive tear down and build it back up, rebuild, something like what the White Sox, who were playing this weekend, did over the last few years. I don't think you need to get that dire with it. I don't think you need to lose 100 games for 3 straight years. But I do think you need to look at yourself in the mirror if you're the Giants, be like, this group is not working. You're going to have to make some moves this summer. When I say make some moves, I do mean moving off some of these big contracts. And as someone who's always been anti-rebuild, I want you to just figure out a way to keep competing year to year to year. I've always been on that mantra, Mark. I'm abandoning it, that mantra now. I am very much on team. I'm like Joe Shass. You got to blow it up. You got to blow it up, and that's how you make room. Blow it up! Thank you there, Joe. You're starting with Chapman. You're trying to figure out with Adames. It might have to happen this offseason with Adames, which that'll be frustrating at the same time. I don't know what you do at shortstop if you do move off of Adames. But the whole notion of Buster brushing off the notion that they're in a soft rebuild here, which I have a hard time believing that that's the case when you traded, relief help last year. Those were sell-off moves. Those are quiet rebuild moves. What do you make of Buster kind of brushing that off a little bit?
I agree with Buster. They're not in a soft rebuild. They're not even close to a soft rebuild. You kidding me? You have gigantic contracts everywhere on your infield. Chapman, Adames, Devers. You cannot possibly be in any kind of rebuild with that.
Well, I mean, if you trade off those contracts.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck trading them off.
Oh, I think you can absolutely do it. I mean,
you're going to have to pay off the majority of the contracts to get anybody to take them.
Well, it's a good thing this team, they have 35 people.
And they got no trade clauses.
They have 35 billionaires who run this team. I'm sure they can come up with the money.
I know you have a ton of faith in this ownership's willingness to spend a ton of money, right? We've never questioned that before.
Well, I mean, they're spending enough to say they're spending. They could always spend more, and I'm always going to push them to spend more. There's 35 people on this group, Mark. They can always spend more.
You always want to push them to spend more, so I don't get confidence that they'd be willing to pay off bad contracts.
They have the ability to.
They've always had the ability to.
And they're going to have to exercise. They're going to have to exercise that ability. It's simple as that.
I don't get where you're getting the faith and the ownership from.
No, they're being forced into a situation that they're going to have to, where they have to take this road. They have no other choice, because here's the thing, this whole notion that Giants fans won't accept a rebuild or that ownership's afraid of a rebuild. You know what? I want to set this up. Here's what Keith Law had to say about this the other day.
I think that's an ownership question. Like, I don't actually have an answer. I don't think there's ever been a point since that. What did they win that 1 year under Kapler? 107 or something.
Yeah, 107.
Yeah, that was close. In some sense, having that and then, of course, getting nothing out of it in the playoffs, right, was almost the worst thing that could happen, because it has felt, just an outsider perspective, like they've been trying to replicate that for a while now, as opposed to just saying that's not coming back. I mean, that's clearly not coming back at this point, and saying, okay, we have to actually tear this down a bit more and try to rebuild. Instead, it's been sort of patch. And I think that's top down. I think that's come from ownership. And it might be now ownership through Posey to the rest of the baseball staff. But that is very much the sense that I've gotten, that there's not a sense of we're able to rebuild.
Yeah, so they're going to have a massive pivot on their philosophy on that one. This notion that, we can't rebuild because fans might not show up to the ballpark. I want to 888-957-9570. If you're a Giants fan who doesn't want to see this team just execute a rebuild, call in and explain why. Because I'm honestly at this point where ownership trying to hang this whole thing on, like, fans won't show up if we rebuild. I think that's insulting. I think fans will show up if you do a rebuild, because they're going to see a future for this team. For the last 10 years, Mark, one playoff appearance in the last 10 years. This is a level of ineptitude we have not seen since the 1970s, when that ownership group under Horace Stoneham was completely falling apart. Bob Lurie bought the team, and they still didn't make the playoffs until 1987. That was one of the darkest times in Giants history. That is what we're in right now. People didn't go to the games then. At some point, if you keep trotting out this mediocre product year after year after year and trying to, give us crap and tell us it's caviar, eventually Giants fans are going to stop showing up, even when you're trying to, quote unquote, compete year after year. This whole patchwork thing, Band-Aids on bullet holes, trying to spend your way out of it, it's just not working anymore. At some point, you have to look reality in the face and say, you know what? We got to make a shift here. And Greg Johnson, this whole notion that you got to get this ballpark filled up, you got TV deals to worry about, what you're doing right now is going to be more damaging to the product and fan morale than any sort of rebuild. I think fans, right now, Giants fans, are ready to just bite the bullet and say, you know what? We're not going to be able to cash the Dodgers this year, next year. We got to take the step back, get off these contracts any way you can, play the younger guys, give us a future that we can kind of buy into and get excited for. At least then we'll have a direction. Like when Bonte said a couple of years ago that he would rather be the White Sox, part of that joke was that the White Sox have a direction. That direction was up because you had nowhere to go when you hit, rock bottom at 121 losses. Give this team a future direction that fans can be excited for, at least pine for, because the present isn't doing anything for us right now. And the present's making it very hard for us to even give a damn about the future.
I can never get behind like a full teardown and rebuild. Like, you're the San Francisco freaking Giants. Are you kidding me? You're going to sit here and trade off all. So does that mean you're trading Logan Webb?
I would not go that far. I think
then it's not a teardown. It's not a rebuild.
I'm not saying you have to strip it down to the studs, do 100 losses, multiple years. Mark,
they've lost 80
they went through
80 games the last few years. What's the difference?
They went through a rebuild from 05 to 08, and they never lost more than 92 games. Like, you don't have to just bottom out for 3 to 4 years to be a rebuild. All I'm saying is you got to get rid of some of these bigger name contracts that are blocking guys like Chapman and Adames.
I just don't see the point in trading away Chapman, Adames, Devers, Arise, Robbie Ray, and also not doing it with Logan Webb.
I mean,
what do you hold on to Logan Webb for if you're not going to do all that?
Let me back up a little bit here. Let me back up a little bit then. Because, yes, objectively, Logan probably would have to be a part of that. I wouldn't like to see that, but yes, objectively, you're right. Logan would probably have to be a part about that.
If you're talking about choosing a direction and being okay with being not just mediocre, but bad for at least the next 2 years, that means trading Logan Webb.
Well, Robbie,
we always do this thing, and it's what drives me crazy about fans, is you will look at the White Sox right now and say, man, what a great idea what the White Sox did. They lost 121 games. They lost 100-plus games 3 straight years. Easy to say now because they're on the other side of it. But if you're talking about going into a rebuild, my God, get ready for dark days for years. For years. If you thought
it doesn't have to be for years. Look at the Cardinals. The Cardinals went on a rebuild. Took them a year or two to turn things around. It doesn't have to be absolutely miserable for years and years and years to come. But you know what has been miserable for years and years, Mark? Whatever the poop we've been dealing with in the last couple years.
It's not been fun. I'm not saying it hasn't. But I'm just saying, if we're talking about rebuilding, just put it in the right terms. It means you're okay with being bad.
We've
for
already
a couple
been bad.
years.
We've already
been
been bad.
mediocre.
It's still been bad.
They've been mediocre.
If there's good or there's bad.
So many teams that have had it way worse than the Giants during this stretch.
But still, the Giants seem to have no future right now. They have no direction in their future right now.
I'm not telling you it's good. I'm not telling you it's pretty. I'm just telling you, if you're talking about a rebuild, which I don't think this ownership and this team should frankly ever consider a rebuild. You're the San Francisco Giants.
Mark, again, I used to hold this exact same belief, but again, it's at a point where it's just, you can't hold yourself up to a standard that you're incapable of living up to.
Well, okay, the issue in my mind is you're talking about the contracts. Number one, I agree. You cannot do a rebuild, whether it's soft, whether it's hard, whether it's whatever, with the contracts of Chapman, Devers, and Adames on the roster, on the books. You cannot do a rebuild with that. My issue with the Giants isn't necessarily the fact that they gave those contracts up or they gave those contracts to those guys. It's, I feel like they're kind of splitting hairs. On one hand, you have, all right, we're going for it, right? We're signing Adames. We're extending Chapman. We're trading for Devers. And a couple of the pieces in that Devers deal look like they're going to turn out to be really good pieces. Kyle Harrison might be an all-star this year for the Milwaukee Brewers, by the way. That's how good he's been. He was great the other day. But on one hand, you have win-now moves, right? You have moves to help the team right now. That's probably going to hurt you in the future, even if it helps you now. But that's for right now. So that's on one hand of it. On the other hand, you have, well, we're going into this season without a closer, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. You know, we got some guys that are pitching well. We'll figure it out. That's already cost you, 3, 4, 5 wins this year, your lack of a good closer this season. And then you also hire a rookie manager. I don't have a lot of negative things to say about Tony Vitello, but if you are convinced that you are trying to win right now, and I'm getting that from them by the Adames, Chapman, and Devers moves. But then on the other hand, you say we don't need a closer coming into this season, and we're going with a rookie manager. I feel you're pulling in two different directions.
Well, what you have is you have no direction
as
here.
A result, I agree.
Yeah, and so this is where you have to chart a direction. There's the words. Again, Keith Law joined us on the Morning Roast the other day, which is a great interview. I encourage everyone to go back and listen to it on the free Odyssey app, or just go watch it on YouTube. He doesn't think the Giants really have to look that far down the road.
The Giants don't have to be looking 5 years down the road. I don't think they're necessarily that far away from contention. That depends on how much they trade off the major league roster. But if they just trade off the periphery, there's a chance they could contend again in 2027. If they trade Logan Webb, if they trade Landon Roop, if they start looking at trading younger players with far more years of control, then it might be a longer term rebuild. And I don't know that they have any interest in doing that. All I would say is be open. Just make sure other teams are aware that you're willing to consider offers on everybody. You always have the option to say no.
Mark, am I crazy if I say there's a world where if you could pivot off of Chapman, which I do think, I know he has a no trade clause. There are teams that I think would A, take Matt Chapman, and B, Matt Chapman would waive that no trade clause for. You move off Matt Chapman, you move off Robbie Ray. I'd rather not, but you're probably going to have to move off Luis Arias, who is, I think Keith Law also suggested Keaton Wynn as an option to move off of at this deadline, which I didn't think of that at all, but I think that could be a very sneaky good piece to move off of. He's 28 years old, and he's actually pitched pretty well out of the bullpen. You could bring in enough pieces from those trades alone, maybe even some sour relief if you package Robbie Ray and Chapman together or Arias and Chapman together. You could beef your farm system enough that you could have guys ready to come up next year and help the club as early as next year, as early as 2028. You don't have to completely nuke this thing down to the, just completely flatten it and tear it all down and then rebuild it. You got pieces you could keep right now and still be successful with in the future. There's pieces you can move off of right now to bring in other pieces to add to your success in the future. I don't think you need to completely bottom out. You can still rebuild this team enough to where you're not gutting the entire infrastructure.
Well, you're talking about trading Adames, Devers, and Chapman, right?
You're going to have to move at least one of those. And I think Chapman's the easiest of those three. I think Adames, it depends on what they get back in the other deals. Let's say you move off Luis Arias and you get insert, big league ready shortstop here from Team X from their minor league system. Maybe that makes it easier to move off Adames in the offseason when, trades are also allowed to happen.
They're getting a big league ready shortstop for Chapman?
No, for like a Luis Arias deal or a Keaton Winn deal or something like that. I'm throwing out hypotheticals here. If you can make the right move at the trade deadline, move off a guy, bring in a AAA shortstop who you can then plug into your lineup next year, then that gives you the ability to move off Willy Adames. Or maybe you say, screw it, you move off Willy Adames this year, eat whatever money, you throw Casey Schmidt at shortstop and let him handle things there, and then maybe you recalibrate the shortstop position in the offseason. I would say, again, of those three, Chapman, I think, is the most movable of those three, then Adames, then Devers. I think Devers, we're just got to suck that one up. I have no solution for that one.
Well, I don't have interest in trading Devers. I mean, he's your best player.
No, and he's actually hitting well. That's the other reason why I would not.
I'm not
even including Devers in any conversation. I mean, he's one of the big three contracts, which means he's going to be in those crosshairs. But I'm in agreement with you. I'm not moving off of Rafi Devers.
The 925 is coming down my road on the text line. I'd appreciate you chiming in. And 925 writes, Grandy, how are those, quote, win now moves working out? LOL, delusional. Yeah, I'm not saying they've been working out.
No, they completely flopped on their moves. And Chris Rose had a great line yesterday. It was just one of those things where they made decisions. This was in regards to kind of Tony Vitello's managing decisions, but I think it goes for the bigger picture here is that they made a lot of moves that honestly you couldn't really shake a stick at.
No,
they just didn't work out.
My point is, in the 925, I appreciate it. I want to respond. I'm not saying that the win now moves are working out. They've been absolutely terrible. My confusion and my frustration comes when you have a grouping of win now moves, as they absolutely have with Chapman, Adames, Devers, but you're not willing to go all the way and sign a closer or beef up the bullpen in a major way, more than Henches, right?
And Jason Foley.
And Foley, who, yeah, great. Well, wake me up when we see him with the major league roster.
Yeah.
When you have that on one hand, and then you have the complete just refusal to clear or to fill a hole on your roster, like those two things are completely diametrically opposed to me, and I can't make sense of it. 925. I'm not saying the win now moves have been great, and Buster Posey deserves blame for it. On the other hand, I also respect Buster Posey and his willingness to make moves and to take risks and to put his name on the line, because his name is absolutely on the line. How do they get out of it? I think it becomes an ownership question. What you're talking about, Sam, of potentially selling off some of those bad contracts, at least one, maybe two. Chapman, in your estimation, is the one that maybe is most likely to get moved. We'll see how it all works out. My question becomes, okay, if you're going to do that, is ownership willing to eat a bunch of the money that it will take that will make it necessary to move off of them, because no one's taking on that contract?
No, not going to take the whole one.
You're going to have to pay off a lot of that money in order to get it done.
Which, again, I think this is another reason why the Chapman deal is the easiest to move, because that's the one they're going to eat the less money on, the least amount of money on, simply because of the three contracts, it is the smallest of the three.
We have frustrations with ownership in terms of their willingness to spend with the big boys across baseball, right? I've listened to your guys' show, and you guys have thrown out the idea that the Giants ownership is spending just enough
to say that
to make us feel like they're trying, but that's not maybe their main goal. So I'm just trying to make sense of why we believe that ownership would be willing to, one, hand out the contracts that they did, recognize them as a flat-out failure, pay more money to send the guy away, and then turn around and be willing to commit to spending more money again. That just seems against what this ownership is willing to do. You're giving money, having it fail spectacularly, pay that guy money to leave, and then say, quickly, we're turning around, and guess what? We're going to be right back in the market, and we're going to spend money again.
No, I never said they're going to be immediately right back in the market. No, if you're doing this, first off, ownership needs to accept reality. And the reality is you're going to have to rebuild. This notion that fans won't tolerate it or fans would be upset by it. Like, yeah, we're all upset by
fans are fed up and they're probably ready for it.
Yeah,
but
so
I don't think they're ever going to do it.
Don't ever ownership can't hide behind the fan base on this one anymore. The notion of, well, they're going to move off these contracts and then start spending again. No, they're not. They're not going to jump back into the free agent market in a significant way for a few years. The same way that the Barry Zito contract kind of scared them from jumping into big name deals or big money deals for a few years after that. It's going to be the same thing here. They're not going to be jumping into the big free agency market for a few years, in part because, again, if they just move off Chapman, they'll still have Adames and Devers, so they're still going to be spending big on those guys. You're still going to have Devers in your lineup for the foreseeable future. He's a bat that you can, believe in for the next 3 to 4 years. But no, Mark, they're not going to, if they pivot off of Matt Chapman, they'd have to eat that for the next 3 to 4 years. I doubt that they're going to be getting into the major free agent market during that time because, again, they're going to be in a rebuild. You're not going to be adding major free agents in the middle of a rebuild. The reason they added the 3 guys they got now is because they had this delusion that they were closer than they actually were. And that is the reason why the Giants are in the situation that they're in right now, is they're just refusing to accept the reality that for the last 10 years, they needed to hit a reset at some point, and they just refused to do it year in and year out. And that's why you're in the situation you're in right now. The cows have come home. The chickens are in the chicken house, ready to roost. That's not the phrase. Reality is here. You got to accept it. The refusal to accept it and just go with the status quo, that is going to be more damaging, and that is going to be more frustrating for this fan base, drive more fans away than a rebuild would. You cannot do status quo anymore. That is just the reality.
Well, I think maybe we have a different definition of what a rebuild is. I feel like the most successful rebuilds and what makes a rebuild worth it is, maybe that's not the right way to put it, but like rebuild to me means like you're bottoming out. Like you're going to be terrible.
Oh, that's fair. Again, my definition is like, again, what they went through from 05 to 08, like that was a rebuild.
I don't believe in this idea of a soft rebuild. That just means you're an baseball team. Like that to me feels like you're trying to be a good baseball team and you just suck at it. Like that's what a soft rebuild means to me. Like if we're looking at the connotation of a word or a phrase as opposed to the denotation of it, right? Like when you look in the dictionary, what it says, like what it actually means though, and how it makes you feel. Soft rebuild feels like an oxymoron. It just means you're trying to be a good baseball team, but you suck at it. But an actual full-on rebuild to me means you're getting rid of your best talent on the big league roster because you know that it can help you replenish your farm system, and in 2 years, 3 years from now, you will be reaping the rewards from that. And you add to that with smart moves in free agency, right? Maybe not a bunch of gigantic money deals, not until you feel like your homegrown talent is ready to help you produce, and you complement that with some free agents. But, you do some smaller things on the margins for a couple of years until your farm system is ready. But I guess we probably just have a different definition of what a rebuild is. Well, rebuild to me means like you're tearing it down and you're trading Logan Webb and you're trading as much as you can from the big league roster that you don't feel like can be part of a good team 3 years from now. That's how I view it.
2 things on that. The first thing is that this hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And number 2 is, I think we do have different definitions. I think you can execute a rebuild without bottoming out. And again, that's why I point out the mid-2000s. Those teams never lost more than 92 games. That was in 2007. We also had the Barry Bonds sideshow distracting us from the rebuild that was going on. And that rebuild came together pretty quickly with some big draft picks they made. Obviously, Lincecum, Kane was already around, but Lincecum, Bumgarner, Posey in successive years. Like, they got through it pretty quickly in part because they hit on the draft, which is what you're going to have to start doing a hell of a lot better than you've been doing for the last 15 years. That's part 1. So we'll figure out, in July when the draft happens, they got the number 4 pick, who they get there. That's going to beef up their farm system a little bit as well. This notion you have to completely tear it down, I mean, I guess you could. They're not. I don't think they're going to trade Logan Webb in a rebuild. He's 30 years old. He's the face of this franchise. They're going to keep him around for better or for worse. But part of a rebuild, I think, is selling off certain assets to beef up your farm system for the future. They're not going to bottom out and lose 100 games. This organization's too proud to do that, whether it's the right move or not. Hold on, whether it's the right move or not. But the idea of just taking an admitted step back to replenish your system a little bit more and give you the runway to get more of your younger guys into the lineup on a regular basis, develop them more and see what you got, they absolutely have that option this year. We also have the option, Carter, right now, to go to the injury report, which we'll play now. Hey, the Valkyries, they're back on the court tonight, and they're taking on the Indiana Fever. But will they go against Caitlin Clark? She is listed as probable with a lingering back injury that has kept her out of the Fever's game against the Portland Fire on Wednesday. Fever head coach Stephanie White described the injury as more of back soreness and does not expect the injury to linger long term. So all indications are the Valkyries will have to deal with Caitlin Clark tonight, maybe, probably. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And don't forget, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station on the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And don't you forget that the Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you losing faith in Buster Posey already, less than a year and a half into the job? And, this is kind of surprising, Mark. We have a YouTube poll up right now. That's not the surprising part. The surprising part is No is in the lead at 53-47, which is very interesting because this same group yesterday had Buster on the hottest of seats amongst the three GMs. So
the question is, do you want to rebuild?
No, the question is, are you already losing faith in Buster Posey?
You're losing faith in Buster Posey.
Yeah. We were just discussing the rebuild. The overarching question today is, are you already losing faith in Buster Posey as the Giants president of baseball operations? No is in the lead at 54% to 46%.
It's interesting.
Keep in mind, this is the YouTube chat, so keep in mind
it's a small sample.
Just keep in mind the source of these thoughts.
Don't be mean to the YouTubers.
I love our YouTubers. I just like to poke fun at them.
I think my issue with the idea of a rebuild, one is you are the San Francisco Giants. You have assets that so many other teams have. You're a team like the White Sox, and it's the tanking conversation in the NBA. You are a team like the Utah Jazz. You're a team like the Memphis Grizzlies. You're a team like the Sacramento Kings. You're a team like the Washington Wizards, right? You're a team like the Chicago White Sox. Your best course of action sometimes is to tank, to lose, to bottom out purposefully, to help your team 3 years from now. That's your reality. That's not the Giants' reality, or it shouldn't be the Giants' reality. And I don't want this organization to accept that is their reality. And maybe I'm living in a fantasy world where the Giants are this bigger, better, badder franchise in my mind than they actually are in reality. But that's how I view the Giants. And the other half of it is if you are saying, well, no, look, the Giants are a great franchise. They're a historic franchise. They're one of the more historic teams in all of baseball. But still, in this moment, unique circumstances, it calls for a rebuild. Okay, I'm not going to just immediately flatly say that's a bad idea. What I will say, though, is if you're going to do it, no half measures. To me, if you're willing to trade Arise and Robbie Ray and one of your veteran infielders, or maybe two of them, or whatever it is, but you're not willing to go all the way and do it for Logan Webb. It feels half-assed to me.
So your notion is
pick a lane.
You want to go
commit one way or the other.
You want to go all in on the all-in winning or all in on the all-in teardown, basically.
If you're going to sign Adames, if you're going to trade for Devers, get me a closer. Beef up the bullpen. Get me a legit leadoff hitter. Don't put Harrison Bader in center field, right? Actually do something fully that shows me you're trying to win. But if you're going to sign a rookie manager and you're not going to beef up the bullpen, don't go give gigantic money to veteran infielders that you're not going to like 3 years from now. It feels like they're just splitting it right down the middle. And to me, that's the worst thing you can do. It feels kind of half-assed. And if you're doing a rebuild that does not include trading Logan Webb, I don't want to trade Logan Webb. But I'm saying if you're doing a rebuild, if that is your goal, if you're trying to reset this thing here, to me, that has to include trading Logan Webb. Otherwise, it's half-assed.
I don't think it's that black and white. But I will say this on the terms of picking a lane. This is, I think, my biggest frustration with Buster is that I don't think it's so much that he's trying to go in two directions at once or two timelines, as some people like to call it. I think he just can't. He wants to go in one direction, but then he pivots in another. But then he tries to pivot back to that first direction. And by that, I mean, when he took over this job, he signed Willie Adames. He wanted to go in a direction of, I'm going to try and spend this team into contention. Then he adds Rafi Devers, and it's all going well. But then you traded away Doval and Rogers last year, which Doval, but Tyler Rogers is absolutely a dynamic piece of that bullpen. And I kind of like the fact that he was able to move off Rogers when he did, because you did get some good pieces for him in Gilbert and Tidwell and Buto there. That was a rebuilding move, though. That's the kind of move you make when you're selling off and trying to do a quote-unquote, soft rebuild or just rebuild in general. Then you go into the offseason and, you add veteran starting pitchers and guarantee them a spot in your rotation, which is what teams that are trying to win now do. But you didn't upgrade your bullpen because you want to try and figure out your bullpen with the pieces you have internally. That just reeks of indecision. I will agree on that. That is my biggest frustration on Buster Posey is he needs to just pick a direction and go in it. And right now, you're kind of being forced into the you have to rebuild direction because what you're doing right now just is not working. We can keep trying to do the same thing and see if something different happens. But as I've always been told, that is the literal definition of insanity, which makes sense because that is what this Giants team is doing to me, is driving me insane. It's driving us all insane. I don't think you and I have ever yelled at each other like we have in the last hour, which has been kind of fun. I'm not going to lie.
No, it's all love.
Drew in Sunnyvale. Oh, man, you should have heard Spadoni and I yesterday on John Lynch. Drew in Sunnyvale. What do you want, Drew?
Hey, Sam. Hey, Grandy. How's it going?
What's up?
Yeah. Hey. I've been thinking about this a lot, and going through what are the possible options. Grandy, this is where I agree that the Giants are a brand, and they are the San Francisco Giants. But if it doesn't materialize in getting free agents, in showing off your team to I believe, frankly, that the Giants are we're taking a 10,000 foot overview for a second. They are like a small market. They operate like a small market team, and they have operated like that for a while. Like if you go back to the World Series years, most of their pieces that they had on the team were homegrown. And I say that because I think the Giants need to go back to that. Their farm system has struck out multiple times over the past couple of years, like Luciano, Matos. These are guys who were supposed to be the golden jewels of your farm system, and you just plain struck out on them, and Kyle Harrison as well. So I think the onus is on the Giants to try and rebuild the depth of the organization. I would put Logan Webb on the block. I think it's time for him to go to a team where he can actually compete and play in playoff games. I think he has earned that right. And I think when you trade some of your most important pieces, this is a question I have for you, Loveman. If you were to combine an Arias with a Chapman, would that mean the prospect return that would come back would be lesser? Because I don't think I would want that. I would rather just keep the Chapman, Adames, Devers contracts for now and try to improve the farm as best I can around that. Because if you just by getting rid of those contracts, it doesn't mean ownership is necessarily going to spend, right?
Yes and no. To answer the question, if you package up Luis Arias with Matt Chapman, and thanks for your call there, Drew. One option is that you maybe are able to convince the other team to take a little bit more money on because they're also getting the benefit of adding Luis Arias, and maybe that gives you an opportunity to either, I guess let me rephrase that. If you package Arias with Chapman together, you can either convince the other team to A, take on a little bit more money, which is good, or B, you still take on more money, but you maybe get a better prospect back in return in that situation. Same can be said for packaging up Robbie Ray with somebody else as well. But by moving off Arias and Chapman, I agree. Ideally, I'd like to keep Luis Arias, but unfortunately,
For what?
What do you mean? Like keep Luis Arias?
Yeah. Why?
Well, I mean, he's been pretty good at baseball this year, and I think that's something that's going to stick around.
That's why you trade him.
Well, no, that's why I'd also like to keep him. But the
you're
reality
talking
is
about a rebuild. What point does Luis Arias have on your roster?
Let me finish my statement here, and maybe I'll answer your question. Ideally, like to keep Luis Arias, but that's just not the reality. Unfortunately, that's a privilege the Giants don't get to enjoy. By moving off Arias and Chapman, though, whatever money you might still have to hold on to, you open up 2 spots on your infield to get more guys into the lineup from your minor leagues.
Yeah, they should trade Arias.
Yeah, no, yes, objectively they should. If there is a permutation of moves out there they can make that allows Arias to stay on the roster, though, I'm all for that. Really quick, well, we're getting up against it here. I do want to ask you about Luis Arias since we're on this conversation, because you were very much on the I don't like Luis Arias team in this station. There was other guys on this team.
I wasn't a huge fan of the signing.
Yeah, just how are you feeling about, what's your thought on Arias so far this year?
Absolutely stunned me defensively. Yeah. He was the worst. He hadn't played second base consistently in multiple years, and now he's the best defensive second baseman in baseball. Like, it makes no sense. And yeah, Carter and I have a friendly off-air bet about this, so he's nodding out there in the back.
I mean, this is why I think
Ron Washington is a miracle worker.
He's a wizard.
It's as simple as that.
I'd rather have him work with Bryce Ellis.
His bat hasn't terribly surprised me. It's been better than it was the last couple of years. He was honestly down as a hitter the last couple of years with San Diego.
Still led the league in hits, though.
Not terribly surprised by his offense. I do think in general, he is an overrated offensive player in today's baseball. But the main reason why I wasn't a fan of the signing was because I thought he was going to be the worst defender at second base in the league, and he's clearly not that.
Yeah.
So, I'm through the first 2 months of the year, I'm absolutely taking the L on Luis Arraez by a mile.
No, he's just been such a breath of fresh air this year. I love watching him play. I love the simplicity of his hitting style of just base hit, base hit, base hit, base hit. It is what I've always said. Like some guys, I think are just they play baseball in the wrong era. Like, you remember Jack Cuss when he was on the A's? He was the original 3 true outcomes hitter. They call it the Jack Cuss cycle: a strikeout, a walk, and a home run. He would be making so much money if he played in today's game of the 3 true outcomes. Unfortunately, he played in 2006, so he ended up getting sent to the minors at the start of the 07 season, and we never saw him again. If Luis Arraez played from like 08 to 15, like, he would have lived like a king.
Oh, yeah,
with the
he would have
amount
been
of
one
money.
of the highest paid second basemen and be batting second in everybody's order for his whole career.
He would have been the most sought-after second baseman in baseball during that era. He just came around the wrong era. That's why it's such a refreshing change of pace seeing him out there, a guy who just consistently keeps the conga line moving. And for a team that just struggles to string 3 hits together, it has just been a godsend to have here. And you know what? Ideally, if you could just trade Arraez on his own to another team and net a prospect back that way, that's probably the best way to get value for him the rest of the way. And then maybe you pair up Robbie Ray with Matt Chapman there. But
I know we got a break, but my point really quickly is just if you're sold that this team is going nowhere this year, and I know that you're feeling that way, you don't like that you're feeling that way, but you are feeling that way, then there's absolutely no reason to keep Luis Arraez.
Yeah. Did you know he's only 28, though? For some reason, I thought he was older.
I would have guessed 29 or 30, but 28.
I mean, the whole point I bring that up is that if there was that move, like, he's a guy you could kind of build around of the next couple of years. But again, Giants might not really have.
If you want to rebuild,
privilege.
What's the point in building around
that's
a
why
player
I said,
that's 28 years old for the next couple of years?
Again, that's why I said the Giants might not have that privilege, unfortunately. If they played well this year, you know what? Play well, you get to keep your Luis Arraez. If you don't play well, unfortunately, you got to send your Luis Arraez elsewhere.
And maybe Robbie Ray, too.
Yeah, we'll see what Rob Parker has to say on the other side of MLB Network, MLB Bro, and Fox Sports 1's Radio, The Odd Couple with Kelvin Washington. We'll chat to him on the other side. But before we do that, though, got to make sure that you're signing up to become a Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with the hosts, exclusive content from events, and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro. What's Coming Up The Game is sponsored by Fairmont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, We're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Let me ask you, are you still trying to figure this out on your own? Because when it comes to weight loss, DIY can only take you so far. At Jumpstart MD, we do it differently. Local clinicians, personalized care, real results. Plus, you'll get access to GLP-1 medications at some of the lowest prices in the Bay Area. And here's the best part. Mention radio and save up to 70% this May. Summer is almost here. Don't wait to get started. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Why should you pick up a bottle of new vodka for this Memorial Day weekend? Simple. It's an incredible vodka. New vodka is 7 times distilled for a smooth, clean flavor that has won awards, but more importantly, is enjoyed every day by those who love great vodka. New vodka is made in America, is gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. What's better is that even though new vodka is 7 times distilled, it's not 7 times the price. So at a time where everything costs more, new vodka continues to be a great value. Grab a bottle of new vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's nuevodka.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This Memorial Day, make your home the one neighbors notice. At Lowe's, when you have a budget, we have extra big deals. For a very limited time, get 50% off all Holland pavers to reinvent your outdoor space. Plus, keep it fresh around the house with your choice of a select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower kit for just $169. This Memorial Day, our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/25. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
It's the Hello Summer Sale at Target. Now through Monday, say hello to 30% off select shorts and sandals. Women's dresses and skirts too. Say hello to 30% off select Threshold bedding and bath. Oh, and hello 20% off sunscreen. Spray, stick, lotion, or mist. It keeps the sun fun. The Hello Summer Sale ends Monday, and it's only at Target, where getting summer ready is just one quick stop away. Restrictions apply.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
It's science. Bay Area, what's going on? It's your boy Chewy from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7 p.m. But right now, let's get right back to the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game. You fired up, Shasky?
Yeah. Hey, it's Lubman. I'm going to be on the morning roast with Mark Grandy this Friday from 6 to 10 a.m.
I think Shasky is fired up because he's off.
Oh, he's absolutely fired up. I hope he's not listening right now.
Oh, there's zero chance.
He should be in bed asleep right now, but unfortunately I learned yesterday that small children don't allow that. So
no, I'm sure he's up.
Yeah, he's probably, that's what he's saying at the tee right now.
You don't wake up at like 3:30, 3:45, whatever time he wakes up every day, and then be able to sleep in past 9 o'clock.
You'd be surprised, Mark, how at least for me personally, I can sleep in like a tank on weekends when I don't have to get up. You know what I am going to get up for? It's our next guest. We got him, right? Rob's ready to go? All right, let's go to our guy, Rob Parker. He joins us on the River Islands guest line. You'll see him on MLB Network, part of MLB Bro. You've also probably heard him on The Odd Couple with his co-host, Kelvin Washington. Rob, so glad to have you on here and talking Giants baseball with us. And the last time you and I talked was on opening day during that just awful drubbing that the Yankees put on the Giants. And here we are 50 games later, Mark. They're 20-30. I think we all expected, I'm not going to say I think, I know we all expected more from this Giants team. How shocked are you to see 50 games into the season that they're 10 games below 500?
I'm not, good morning, guys. I'm not really shocked. I just had low expectations. I'm just not sure what the game plan is. Novice manager, going outside the box, sloppy play. There's nothing I like about the Giants. Terrible, non-intimidating lineup. What is there to like? I just couldn't figure out what they're trying to accomplish. I get the Devers thing. He was great in Boston. You know, you couldn't lure Judge or a big star to come, so you make this trade. You give him $300 million, take his contract. That part I get. I don't think I expected him to be this bad. But I don't know what else is happening here. They trade their catcher, Bailey. It's just a mess. It's a mess.
It is a mess, Rob. And you talk about, some of the big contracts that they've given out with Adames and Devers, the trade to take on that contract, and even Chapman as well. The thing that we've been talking about is Buster Posey and the moves that he's made. And my main frustration is I think kind of what you're getting at, where you have some moves that suggest you're trying to win baseball games right now and be good this year, but you go into this season without a set-in-stone closer and with serious questions there. You got serious questions up and down your pitching staff, and you hand it over to a rookie manager with no professional baseball experience. So my main frustration is pick a lane. It feels like you're kind of trying to do two things at once, both try to win and also maybe set the stage for winning in the future, and that feels like the worst place you can be as a major league club.
I agree. You're like in no man's land. If he made a plea to the fans, said, you know what? I know we've enjoyed a lot of success here. We're going to strip this down. We got a rookie manager. We're going to grow this team with some young players. It's going to be bumpy over the next couple of years, but I promise you, we have a plan. We have the players, and this manager will grow with them, and we'll do that. Then fans can decide whether they want to show up to the park for it or not, rather than this middle-of-the-road team not going anywhere, doing anything. And the other part is, I just don't think you could do that in the division with the Dodgers and the Padres. The Padres are right on the Dodgers' heels, and they haven't even played well. I mean, go look at Machado and Tatis. Like, those guys are going to play better. They'll be in the mix, and they're already up there. So, and the Dodgers haven't run away and hid from anybody, but in this division, it's ridiculous. I mean, Buster Posey, I've said this before, and I get it. When you're a hometown hero, and I mean, you've won championships and people love Buster Posey and all he's contributed to the organization. But at some point, when you're not getting the job done, fans don't care about that after a while. And I saw this in Detroit when I worked there. The Tigers hired Alan Trammell. 20 years, he played shortstop. Everybody loved Tram. And guess what? As manager, he lost 300 games in 3 years, and they ran him out of town. And that could happen to Buster Posey if this continues. Because to me, this has been a disaster, and I don't know if the Giants need to be exactly where they are. And Buster Posey, more than anybody, deserves the blame.
Yeah, this voice you're hearing on the River Islands guest line is Rob Parker joining us on the Morning Roast. Sam Loman alongside Mark Grandy. Rob, the thing that's really kind of irking Giants fans the most right now, and my partner and I spent a better part of the last hour yelling at each other about, is the usage of number one prospect Bryce Eldridge. Called him up about 2.5, just under 3 weeks ago. He's gotten in the lineup a handful of times. He was supposed to be used as a pinch hitter at times. That's not been the case. What do you make of just everything that's gone on here in terms of how the Giants have been utilizing Bryce Eldridge here in the last few weeks?
If you're going to bring the kid up, put him in the lineup and let him play. Just let him play. You're not winning the division. What's the holdup? And if he's not going to get at bats every day, send him back to the minor leagues. I don't even understand it. The idea just to be in the big leagues, to sit on the bench, makes no sense. So play the kid, see if he can play, and let him play every day. I know there was one circumstance, I think, and obviously, I'm not watching every Giants game, where he had a couple of knocks, and then the next day he's not even playing. I don't. Why would you not play the next day as a young player, getting a couple of knocks the night before, and then you're not playing? I just, what are you holding on for? Who are you putting in that has to play? Why did you bring the kid up at all if you're not going to play him? None of it makes sense.
Rob, they've kind of described it as like a complicated situation. Tony Vitello has said it's kind of like a puzzle every day. Buster was saying yesterday how it's all day-to-day right now in terms of how they're handling it. Just in your opinion, you're looking at this team. What, in your opinion, would be your solution to get Bryce in the lineup on an everyday basis?
I just play him. I would just play him. You know what? Come trade deadline or whatever, if you can move some of these guys that you have big contracts with, or whatever, and have to pay some of the money up on it or whatever, and just go young and strip this whole team down. That's what I would do. You're not winning anything in this division with the Dodgers, and then you even have the Padres. So if you're not going to win and this team doesn't look like it's capable, then why don't you start the process? I know it's hard for top 5 or 10 teams to do it because they always feel like they need to be in the mix, and fans aren't going to understand, and fans don't want it. But I don't know what fan in San Francisco wants to see what they're watching. And I'm going to tell you, as somebody who goes to 20, 25 baseball stadiums every year, and take in games and do coverage and stuff from my website or my podcast. I come to San Francisco every year, and I have friends there in the Bay. Always go to a game, always enjoy going to a Giants game. But I got to admit, this year it doesn't seem like I'm not as thrilled. I'll still wind up coming because of my friends and whatnot. But boys, the Giants are off the map.
They really are. Rob, you mentioned like being a top 5, top 10 franchise in baseball. I think most people around here absolutely feel that way. It sounds like you do as well. Is the perception nationally still that the Giants are this proud franchise, one of the flag bearers for the entire league, and as a result kind of makes it harder to maybe go through a full rebuild? Or is the reality that the Giants may need to face that the way that you build a winner in San Francisco for whatever reason going to always have to be through your farm system and then supplementing it with some other moves in free agency, but you're never going to be able to build a winner like the way the Dodgers do, which is go out and sign free agents all the time. What is the national perception of the best way for the Giants to build a winner?
I think they've won a lot. A lot of franchises would take 3 World Series in recent times. You know what I mean? And I know it's been a little bit. They haven't made the playoffs in 4 years? Or
yeah, not since 21.
Like yes, since 21. And I get that and whatnot. But in this case, I think that's the right approach. But be upfront with the fans and let them know that rebuilding can be, sometimes you just have to rebuild and you have to figure out what's going on. Here's what I look at as a top 5 franchise and money wise and where they are. They haven't been able to lure free agents. Aaron Judge is from the Bay Area. They offered him a ton of money and he wanted to stay with the Yankees, which I understand. But until you can start getting a player of that caliber to build around, and I know they've signed other people and they brought Devers in on a trade and he has a big contract, but they haven't been able to lure anybody to come. And that's and that's what the Dodgers can do. So if that's not the case and you really believe you have a farm system, now if they don't think they have anything in the farm to really have a core 3 or 4 pieces to build around, then it's different. You know what I mean? If you don't feel you don't have those people in the farm system, then you can't build that way. So they have to be honest with themselves, pull the curtain back. Do we have 4 guys in the minor league system that we can build around? When the Yankees started winning in the late 90s and 2000s, they had 4 or 5 core players: Jeter, Posada, Mariano Rivera, Bernie Williams, Andy Pettitte. Those were their guys. People can talk about, oh, the Yankees spent money. No, those 5 guys were guys who came from their minor league system, and then they added players around that. Now, do the Giants have that? Do they have 3 or 4 guys of that ilk that you could put together and then add pieces? If they do, they need to rebuild.
We got Rob Parker here joining us on the River Islands guest line. Rob, I remember when you and I were chatting at the start of the season, you said you were not in on the Tony Vitello hire. Again, 50 games into the season, I imagine the record's not going to change your opinion too much, but a lot of the conversation out here the Giants fans are having, at least with here at the station, is they're pointing a lot of fingers at everybody on this team, but not so much at Tony Vitello right now. He's pretty low on the list of issues for the Giants, at least the way we're viewing it out here. Do you agree with that? Is Tony low on the list of issues for the Giants, or is he higher up still on the list of issues for the Giants?
He's higher up, and here's my point. I don't know why fans or people are like this. So they don't want to blame the manager, and they'll say, oh, well, they don't have these players, and they don't have this or that. Well, if the Giants were 30-20, people would be running around talking about how Tony Vitello, wow, what a out-of-the-box move. He's invigorated the franchise and the team, right? Even though he doesn't hit or play the field, you would give him credit for the team winning. Am I right or wrong?
No, that is true.
And so now he's not winning, and the team doesn't play great baseball. There are errors, mental errors. One day I read where he called out to the bullpen he needed a pitcher, but didn't say whether it was a right-hander or a left-hander. People didn't know what to do. It was chaos. So it hasn't been a smooth transition. Now, the only way that this thing works is if you win. You can't tell me that if 3 years of bad baseball and they don't win, people are going to say, oh, yeah, that Tony Vitello hire was great. No. Sports has a short menu, wins and losses. There's nothing else. And when you're not winning, you can be replaced. I think it was a bad hire from Jump Street, and I'm on the record. If he wins the division, wins the World Series, I'll be the first to tell you I was wrong. I don't think I'm going to be wrong.
Do you think there's a risk that he's a one and done with this team?
Could be, depending on which way they go. If they rebuild with young people, then no, you keep the young manager with no experience with those young players. If you decide, no, San Francisco's not going to accept a rebuild and we need to get some stars and spend some money and make some moves, for some players, then maybe he's not that guy to do that. So it just depends on where this franchise is headed.
Rob, you're talking about a team that's 20-30. You know how this works. When you are struggling like that, everything is under a microscope, and every little thing that maybe, pushes you the wrong way gets magnified. And of late for the Giants, that's been Willy Adames, and how friendly he is to competition. I'm sure you saw the play that he got doubled off in LA last week where he's fraternizing with Mookie Betts before the pitch, and maybe as a result, he says not as a result, he just lost track of the outs, but on a lazy fly ball to left center, he starts jogging home and easily gets doubled off to end the inning and end the threat for the Giants. What's your thought on a player like Willy Adames being himself? He's always been that way, but being buddy, being friendly with competitors when your team is struggling. Does that irk you at all, or is it just the way that some guys are?
That's who he is, but guess what? When you're not winning and things like that happen, people are going to point to them and wonder where your focus is, and are you having too much fun and not concentrating on winning? So that's a fair criticism no matter what. And this, winning erases everything. It's the ultimate makeup. You can be doing all kinds of bad stuff and whatnot, but if you win, that's the bottom line. That's why I always talk about it's about winning and losing. Winning covers everything. When you lose, you look at everything and say, why are we losing? How do we make this dumb play Why did this happen? We're not focused. The manager doesn't have the guys concentrated. That's what happens, and that's why people lose their jobs.
Rob, I remember, they're 20-30 in a situation everyone loves to point at is the 2019 Nationals. They were 19-31, 50 games into their season. They ended up winning the World Series that year. I'm not going to hold my breath for that kind of a run from this Giants team, but just looking at these last 112 games, what's the best case scenario for this year's Giants team?
I wanted to say they'll lose 100 games, but maybe that's too. Maybe 90 losses. I don't see it. I mean, it's going to be a miracle turnaround, and in that division, remember, it's not just you; it's the division you're in. Really, I don't see it. I see a bad year where they have to make some real. If I'm going to look at my crystal ball, I'm going to say that the Giants will not NOT do a full-blown rebuild. Tony Vitello will be let go at the end of the year, and they will. This will be on Buster Posey, and he'll either have to fix it or Buster will be gone as well. Like I don't see a full rebuild, and they're going to have to do something to pacify the Giants fans. They deserve better. You know that in the Bay Area, they packed the stadium. I love going to that place. I just don't understand how that franchise could be in this spot where they've basically said, well, we'll just see what happens, kind of, rather than the game plan. And I don't see the game plan.
So is Buster Posey already on a hot seat, in your opinion, a year and a half in?
In my opinion, I know that he's a fan favorite and a loved one there. So, maybe ownership is going to look the other way and blame Vitello and blame some of the players and not Buster. But at some point, he's gone out and he's trying to do stuff differently. And I'm not mad at people for bucking the system a little bit, but it has to work. It just has to work. Otherwise, if it works, you're a genius. If it doesn't work, then you're a novice and you don't know what you're doing.
Rob, I have an idea of what your answer might be to this, but I want to hear you say it. I know you're probably on board trading someone like Luis Arias and Robbie Ray, who are on the final year of their deals. If you're doing that, maybe you try to look to trade some of the veterans on big contracts as well. If you can get a taker to take on a big chunk of that contract, would you also recommend, if you were in charge, the Giants trading Logan Webb, or is that a step too far?
Just depends on what I could get. If this thing turns into an ultimate disaster and they're going to rebuild and you know what I mean, and they need to replenish it wouldn't be against. You hate to give up a star ace on your rotation and stuff like that, but you're not going to just hold on to somebody just to hold on to them. If you can replenish your minor league system with some talent and you're going to go the other way. If this is going to be about rebuild and Tony Vitello, then Logan Webb has to be in play.
Rob, we'd love to get you out here sometime soon. When are you going to be in the Bay Area next?
So I'm hoping to be out there in, I don't know, maybe July. I'm still not sure, but probably after the All-Star game in Philadelphia.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
Bring a jacket. It's pretty cold out that time of year. And, yeah, we'd love to get you in studio sometimes.
I already know, yes.
Exactly. And we'll take in a game together. Rob, I love having you on, man. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on the Morning Roast.
I appreciate it, guys. My pleasure. I wish the Giants were playing better, but right now, you see this? They are stinky.
You're not wrong, Rob.
Thank you so much, Rob. Very much appreciate your time. That was Rob Parker on the River Islands guest line. See him on MLB Network, MLB Bro, also Fox Sports is The Odd Couple, alongside Kelvin Washington. Before we do anything else, Mark, I do want to let everybody know that the Valkyries do have a game tonight, again, against the Indiana Fever. That's going to be at 4:30. And make sure you got that Odyssey app on your phone. If you don't, I suggest you should download it. It's free, like FREE, free. And you can listen to the Valkyries take on Caitlin Clark, who is probable to play tonight, and the Indiana Fever. So, again, tip-off 4:30, Valkyries, Fever. Listen to that game and every game on the Odyssey app.
That's one hell of a back-to-back. You
Yeah,
go,
Liberty and
you go
Fever.
from Liberty to Fever on the road, back to back.
I mean,
Tough.
if Caitlin Clark doesn't play tonight, though, then you play Liberty and Fever, and you miss Sabrina Ionescu and Caitlin Clark.
Still
in
good
back-to-back
teams,
nights,
but
so,
yeah, without their best player.
Very beneficial there for the Valkyries there. A lot of takeaway there from Rob. So he is just very down on where the Giants are at right now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Which is understandable.
That kind of seems the way that Rob goes, and Rob's great.
Yeah.
I know he likes to. He'll say it's playfully poke fun at a lot of Bay Area teams. I know he's pretty famous around here, maybe infamous for his takes on Steph and the Warriors.
He's the GMOT, right?
The greatest mirage of all time is what he called Steph Curry. Yeah. So Rob's a great guy, but his takes out here have often been met with boos. I don't think there's a lot of Giants fans, though, who listen to what Rob Parker had to say and just vehemently disagree, because I think Rob is hitting it pretty much down the fairway.
There was a lot of facts in what he said. The Tony V thing, though, because that's one, because again, I have a hard time. The reason I have a hard time pointing at Tony Vitello is because I think Buster Posey just gave him a flawed roster. Like, I don't think a lot of managers are having a lot of success with the roster that Buster gave him. That is why I don't put a lot of the blame on Tony. I do, but obviously, again, if they were winning, Tony's a genius. So I guess that's just how sports works, though. But
it probably comes down to how you value managing in today's game.
Well, yeah,
it feels like the days of a manager being the reason why you won 100 games versus 90 games is kind of gone.
Yeah, like
the role of a manager has severely been depreciating for a bit now.
And with the lineup frustrations, I'll be honest, I don't know how much say Tony Vitello has on a lineup day to day. I do think that Buster is making the lineup alongside Tony Vitello, and I don't know who has final say. Like, if Tony's saying, I want Bader to lead off, and Buster's saying, I want Will Brennan to lead off, or was it the other way around? I don't know what those conversations are like. But let me get in this on the other side a little bit, though, Mark, because Rob kind of spoke to one of my bigger concerns, which is Tony being a one-and-done manager. I want to get your thoughts on that on the other side, because he thinks it's very much a possibility that if this thing does not right, if the ship does not right itself, that he could be a victim. But he also said that if they decide to do a rebuild, then you keep Tony. And I do think that would be the better option for this team and for Tony Vitello to go through a rebuild. I want to get your thoughts on that on the other side. What's coming up? The game is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock, right off of 280 in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here
to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day,
know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper and his Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on September 22nd. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area, it's Gabby Williams. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game. Valhalla, we can't hear you.
What up, Gabby? You're killing it last night against the Liberty. Dropping 16 points, couple boards. Just excellent on defense.
Just what she does.
She has, you talk about great free agent signings that just fit. Willie Adamas, not so much, maybe.
I thought that you were going to pass it off as a great free agent signing. I was like, whoa.
Gabby Williams absolutely does.
Oh, she's the kind of player that takes a good team, and the Valkyries were a good team last year, but she turns you into a really good team. Like they are up a level from last year, and Gabby is probably the biggest reason.
Yeah, Valkyries win 87-70 last night over the Liberty in New York, and they take on the Indiana Fever today at 4:30. Make sure you're listening to that game on the free Odyssey app. Valkyries 3-1, and Mark, it's last year for the Valkyries. It was such a dream first season. Even though they did get the 8th seed, they did get knocked out by the Lynx 2-0. Unfortunately, they had to play the one game at SAP Center. They didn't get to dress Chase Center up, Valhalla up in its for its playoff best. But this year, though, and we had Matt Lively on last week talking about what the expectations are. They've really leaned into the expectations that Joe Lacob sets for all of his teams, which is we're trying to win championships. Like, it's not just show up and let's just have a fun time. Like, there's a serious commitment down there to win a championship as soon as possible. And again, we're 4 games in, but they just look so stifling on defense. And I love how they've built on the defensive identity that Natalie Nakase established last year, and they're taking it to the next level in part because of Gabby Williams.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, best defense in the W last year, and they only got better this year with Gabby. And Joe Lacob's expectations are crazy. He's backed, like, them up, obviously. But before there was even a roster, I think before there was even maybe a mascot, before you even had the team named, he said that we're winning a championship in the first 5 years. So, like, that's all you need to know about Joe Lacob and his confidence.
I mean, this is the guy who turned the Warriors from a doormat into one of the premier franchises in North American sports. Like, if there's a reason why I say Joe Lacob's the best owner in all of sports, Mark, because I truly believe that he is. And when people criticize Lacob, he's going to be Jerry Jones 2.0, I flat out refuse to accept that reality.
The Lacob conversation is one where he's suffering from the incredibly high standard that he's set for himself. And the other part is, like, we can be upset with maybe certain things Lacob has done, but he as an owner is just on a different level. And he's in a stratosphere that few other owners are in. Like, for example, the Giants ownership, the Johnson family. I probably hear more frustration specifically about Joe Lacob than I do the Johnson family, but it's because of Joe Lacob's expectations. And we could be upset at maybe Joe Lacob's too involved in the drafting process, but as a baseline, Joe Lacob as an owner, I mean, he's 100 times better than the Johnson family as the owners of the Giants. Like, it's not even close. We're talking about, we're unsure if the Giants would be, I mean, they have, do you know where they are in payroll, total payroll allocations this year, the Giants?
They're usually in that 8 to 12 range. Carter just spoiled it for me and said 7. So
total payroll allocations, they're 11. I guess it might depend.
That was my guess.
Oh, okay. I saw Carter hold up a 7. I thought he was looking at it. So that's the last time I ever listened to Carter.
11th most dollars allocated to everybody on the payroll this year,
which is just enough money to say that you're a high spender. But not enough money to say that you're a great spender.
And look, has it worked for Joe Lacob lately? No, but you know where he is? Always in like the top 3 of spending money. So there are levels to the owner conversation, and Joe Lacob will forever be on top of it. We can have qualms with some other things, but yeah, I'm with you.
I don't think I've ever asked you, what did you make of the Valkyries pivoting off of the Flaugier Johnson pick? Or I guess they didn't pivot off the pick. They made the pick for the Storm, but that irritated me. It still kind of irritates me.
It was confusing. I think it was about money, and it was about salary cap. And what I heard was that there was a potential that they thought for them to late in the game in free agency to sign another relatively big name.
Yeah, I heard something similar.
So they needed cap space to keep that possible. And as a result, you don't want to make a first-round pick, even if you think the player's good, because first-round picks are guaranteed deals, and it's bigger money, and a second-round pick is not guaranteed, so you can waive that player and not have any monetary restrictions. So that's how I understood it, but the PR on the optics of it was just absolutely terrible. But
I think that's where a lot of that goes south, is when Ohema Nianen says, I'm too exhausted to talk about it afterwards. That's kind of a cop-out. I think if that was John Lynch or Mike Dunleavy saying something like that, they're getting raked over the coals for a long, long time after that. I looked at it, the whole Valkyries draft night stuff, like, and all the fact that there was anger about it, I actually kind of liked it, because it's just fans are caring. You know, what I said that day, it's like, congratulations, Valkyries. You have your first angry fan base after a draft situation. You're finally a big league franchise now. So it's just the normal growing pains that every team goes through. But
welcome. Isn't it fun?
Isn't it fun to be a big boy team or a big girl team now, since we're talking about women's sports here? But that's kind of, I'm not going to say fire anybody over it, but congratulations. You got your first draft night controversy. So welcome.
It happens.
Welcome to the W. Before we went to the break, though, we were talking a little bit about Tony Vitello, and I asked Rob Parker if Tony could be a one and done, which that is a big concern I have, Mark, because I think if that does happen, a disastrous season just gets punctuated by an absolute nightmare where Buster Posey again has to go look for a new manager to hire this team after firing a very accomplished manager, even though it wasn't a good time in Bob Melvin, and pivoting to the inexperienced Tony Vitello when Buster himself is so inexperienced. That's why I feel like my number one goal this year is I just need to know that Tony is feeling comfortable managing this team going forward. Rob Parker said it is possible he could be a one and done if they decide to not rebuild and keep going with these veteran guys, and they just think that Tony's not the right option for that. What did you make of that?
It's probably the thing that I disagreed with Rob Parker the most. I don't see a world where the Giants fire Tony Vitello. Things could go horrible. Hell, they could even lose 100 games, and I think Tony's back. It would have to be disastrous. It would probably have to be a combination of like 100 losses and then maybe some big drama from behind the scenes in the clubhouse that would force that to happen.
I agree.
The only realistic way that I could see Tony not returning next year is if he is like, you know what, this actually isn't for me. I'm leaving.
That is my biggest concern.
That's the only way I could see it happen. I don't see that happening either. Look, as far as Buster Posey and the Giants are concerned, you don't hire Tony Vitello, a young manager with zero major league, minor league, professional baseball experience, and overreact to 1 year. You hire, and this is why it was confusing, the Adames, Devers, Chapman stuff, because on one hand, you're trying your best to win, and you're spending a good chunk of money, 11th overall in payroll allocations, but specifically to those three players, a ton of money. To Chapman, Adames, and Devers, a ton of money to those three. You don't do that, but then also look at the reality of your manager situation and say, he's getting another year almost no matter what. He's probably getting at least 2 more years beyond this almost no matter what, at least is the way that I see it. So there's confusion there in terms of, I think, the view and the foresight of what this is. But no, I would be absolutely stunned if Buster Posey were to fire Tony Vitello after one season, unless there's some kind of crazy drama scandal behind the scenes that we learn about.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's just no way.
It would just be such a nightmare situation for this organization. Like, if we think that this team doesn't have a clear direction right now, if they did do that after this offseason, it would just look like complete chaos and anarchy down at Third and King.
You could pick a more clear direction. Like, Adames, Chapman, Devers makes more sense with a proven veteran manager. Now, Is there a proven veteran manager you could get? Like, I don't know what their options were last year.
Bring Bruce Boccia to retire.
Well, that's not happening.
that's not going to happen either.
I don't know. You commit to Tony Vitello for this season, you're committing to him for at least 2 years and probably at least 3 years. We had Rob Parker on, and Alan Trammell, right? Who legendary player, and it's different because he's a manager and Posey is a Pobo, president of baseball operations. He got 3 years. He lost 100 games all 3 years. And he got a third year, and he lasted the whole season the third year. I know Tiger is a different level in terms of the quality of franchise at the Giants. Tiger is also a pretty historic franchise, but
OG team.
Yeah, you get where I'm coming from. The Giants, I think, are a better franchise just in the general sense of the word. But no, you don't hire Tony Vitello as Buster did and say this is he has to prove it in the first year. No, that's just not what you do. And he could have a terrible, terrible year, Tony. I still think he would get a second year. I don't think he's had a terrible, terrible year. The team hasn't been good. They've been absolutely terrible, but this is where I disagree with Rob. I don't think a lot of it is on Tony. Almost none of it is on Tony. There's been a couple of decisions here and there where you're like, ooh, I probably would have went to the bullpen a little earlier there. Oh, I don't know if I would have changed.
I would have gone a little...
But that happens with every single manager in every single team. Now, I don't blame the 20-30 Giants record. I go 4 or 5 different players first, and then I go Buster Posey, and then I go Tony Vitello. If I'm limiting it to players, manager, and president of baseball operations, Vitello's at the bottom of my list.
Yeah, I agree with you there. My biggest concern, again, if they did fire him, that would just be the ultimate, you guys have no clue what you're doing kind of look. And then it becomes very hard, or harder. I mean, it's hard enough as it is to believe in Buster. Again, right now, our YouTube poll, are you already losing faith in Buster Posey as the Giants president of baseball operations? 53 of respondents are still saying no. So there's still faith in Buster Posey right now, which is good.
Pretty close to 50-50, though.
Yeah, if they pivoted off of Tony, that's going to be massively shaking a massive shake to that belief. I'm in agreement with you, Mark. I don't think Buster fires Tony. The bigger concern I have is Tony going after a year and being like, you know what? This actually is not for me. Because remember, this is a guy who he was not actively looking to become a manager. Like when you look at the other guys who were hired in the offseason, like the name I'll point up is Craig Albernaz, who took the job with the Orioles. When Bob Melvin got dismissed, if I were to make a list of guys who I wanted to manage the Giants, I had Craig Albernaz at the top of my list. He was their bullpen coach in 2021, or their catching coach 2021. He's worked with Buster before. He's a former catcher as well. So there's familiarity with Buster there. That seemed like a match, in my opinion, as a guy who had also been in the major leagues for a long time. But there's a lot of other candidates out there who had been around the big leagues for a long time.
The Orioles basically have the same record as the Giants.
Yeah, I know. So it shows how good I am at picking the right manager. But that's where I would have gone to, because that was one of the candidates you would normally think about. Tony was not on the radar of anybody, and I don't think managing a Major League Baseball team was on Tony's radar in the same way that Craig Albernaz was maybe trying to manage a Major League Baseball team. So the Giants approached Tony and said, hey, we had this idea. Are you down for it? And he said in his introductory press conference, it's a dream. It's a new dream, but it is a dream. So this is something that kind of, fell into Tony's lap, and he's decided, you know what, I'm going to run with this opportunity that I wasn't really intending to pursue. My concern is after a year of this, he's just like, you know what, do I really want to do this? Or do I want to go back to the SEC where any one of those programs would jettison their coach into the sun to make Tony their head coach, and he could get paid more money in the SEC, have more power in the SEC, and live like a god in some small town like Baton Rouge or Starksville or whatever program he goes to. Like, Tony is absolutely a guy who has options that he could pivot to if he decides to not be here. Whereas, maybe other managers like, again, a Craig Albernaz, he's not going to go run to the college ranks. If he doesn't make it work with the Orioles, he's going to go be a bench coach somewhere for the next few years before he gets another opportunity. Tony has options. And my concern is that after a year of this, he's like, you know what? I'm going to find a better life in Austin, Texas than I am going to be finding here. Before you say anything, I do want you to know that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I think there's something to be said for patience as well, and it becomes way more difficult to be patient when you are a franchise like the Giants that has a certain level of pride and expectation. Obviously, like Yankees, Dodgers are top of the list, even Red Sox, and it's why the Red Sox fired Alex Cora, right? Like, when you are a team that has crazy expectations and has a fan base that holds you to those, you're forced to pivot and make changes sooner than others. There is that pressure. And I want to bring this up. This might fall flat because I don't know how many of our listeners are soccer fans and watch the Premier League. But this, I think it's a perfect example. So in the Premier League, the way it generally works is the highest spending teams almost always win. And the highest spending teams are the same teams year in and year out, right? It's both Manchester teams, Manchester City and Manchester United. It's Liverpool, it's Arsenal, it's Chelsea, it's Tottenham. Tottenham sucks, which is great, but that's a story for a different day. But what happens there is when a team just has an average season, say they finish 8th in the Premier League, but you are one of those top teams, and there's 20 teams in the Premier League. Say you finish around the middle, but you're one of those top teams that almost no matter what, you expect to be top 4, no matter what, because that's what you are. You spend that kind of money. Those teams will fire coaches multiple times a season, because they just can't stand being average for even a year.
That's wild.
And then you have the team that I happen to support, which is why it's fresh on my mind, Arsenal, who was in a really bad way for a long time. And they're a proud club in England. And they hired a manager a number of years ago. His name is Mikel Arteta. And it wasn't good early, but you stuck with him. And now they won the Premier League this year for the first time in 22 years. There's something to be said for being willing to just be patient and let someone work through troubles. It's why some of the Chelsea sacked 4 different managers this year. It's crazy the way that it works for some of those teams. And it's not the same exact way in baseball. It's not that reactive. But when you are a team like the Giants, that does feel that pressure. And again, the Yankees and Dodgers are the better example. Like if the Dodgers went 70 and 90 a year. Like, they're firing whoever their manager is. Doesn't matter. They could be the best manager in the history of baseball. That manager's not surviving that. It's why Aaron Boone, despite making the playoffs every single year in New York, always has fans calling for his head because the expectations are just different. The Giants aren't quite at the Yankees or the Dodgers level, in my mind, in terms of those expectations and the insane amount of pressure that fans would put on a front office. But there is that sense here. And it's why we just got a text that came in. The 415, it starts with the manager. Come on, it's more than X's and O's. They don't respect him. It was a terrible hire. That's why there are opinions like that, because there are expectations, and we will not accept, an average to below average, right now, a terrible baseball team. But I do think patience is a virtue, and he deserves more than just a year to prove if he's right for the job or not, because I haven't seen enough that shows me that he isn't.
I agree with you on that. And I disagree with the texter there that the players don't respect him. I think the players are falling in line behind Tony. I think you could feel that energy in spring training. I brought this up yesterday, but when Tony got his first ejection, Adames and Devers were seen in the dugout giving him the old love pat on the backside afterwards as a show of support. And I always believe that if you speak the game of baseball, like Mark, you walk into the Giants clubhouse, there's guys who speak Korean in there. There's guys who are Hispanic in there. You had a guy last year who was speaking Vietnamese and Kai Wei Tang. Like, you got guys who speak all sorts of different languages in that clubhouse, but they all speak the same language of baseball. Baseball is a universal language. And I do believe Tony speaks the language. He knows the game. He knows ball. And another thing I think Tony knows, what I think gives me faith that he wouldn't jump ship here, is he knows what it takes to build up a program. He built up Tennessee, a program that never had any sort of success in the SEC in college baseball, and he turned Tennessee into a juggernaut in a 3-4 year stretch in a conference where they pour all sorts of money and resources into making their programs good. So not only did he have to turn a doormat into a juggernaut, he had to do it while wading through the rough waters that is the SEC.
You know this, though, but that's way different than this. Like, it is an entirely different challenge.
Yes, it's an entirely different challenge, but it's still kind of the same concept of sometimes you got to build it up.
Well, sure, you got to build it up, but the way you build it up at the college level is incredibly different than the way you build it up here.
Yeah, but more just the overall process, though, of like, I think Tony understands that just because it's not good right now, he understands that there's work that needs to be put in to build it up. You guys had Hunter Pence on yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, and he was asked if Vitello is equipped to handle this. I
definitely think Vitello is equipped to handle this situation. He's got so many great minds around him that are there and supporting as well. You got Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy there on a daily basis. Tony Vitello is extremely, extremely smart, impressive conversations. There's a lot of depth to him. And it's not just short-term, it's long-term as well. And obviously he's competitive and he wants the short-term to win now. It's the human element. It's getting guys on the same page. It's backing people up. It's taking, pressure off of the players. They are pros. These are professional players, and it's a very veteran team. And, and when you have these rookies coming up, it's just part of the blend. It's part of the kind of cycle of baseball, and it's tough to get at bats when you're really pushing to get wins for a young prospect.
And I do think Tony has been very good at, connecting with these guys on a human level. When he was talking with Chris Rose and dugout discussions last week, he did talk about how it is first about getting to know the person first, then the player. And again, this is a guy, you talk about the difference between college and baseball. A big part of college is going out and recruiting, getting guys to buy into your vision. Why should I commit my next few years of baseball life to playing for you when I can go and commit elsewhere? You have to sit down and convince someone that I'm someone you can believe in. And Tony's been able to do that at a high level with college kids or high school kids who are about to become college kids. I do believe, though, those same skill sets, sitting down, looking someone in the eye, connecting with them as a person and saying, hey, these are the reasons why you should trust your baseball career to me. Those same traits I do think can be applied at the big league level. Slightly different circumstances here when you're talking to a multimillionaire in Willie Adames who's been in the league for a long time. But the basic principles of how you establish that connection, Tony has those skills. And I think he has a clubhouse that is very receptive to those skills. So right now, I don't get a sense that this clubhouse is rejecting Tony Vitello right now. Again, if things truly go off the rails later this year, that could always change. But I'm not really worried about him getting these guys to buy in. I do think that they are.
Well, I think there's levels to this, right? Like a clubhouse rejecting a manager is on one extreme. Like that is so far to one end that I think it's relatively rare that it happens. It happens.
No, I think we kind of saw it a couple years ago with Gabe Kapler.
Probably, but it happens. But I still think it's relatively rare, and that is like an extreme scenario of it. Tony Vitello is nowhere near that. But I think even if we admit that it's not that, and I don't think it is, clearly it's not that, there is like a number of steps down the ladder, like down the rung of, well, they don't dislike the guy. They like the guy. They appreciate him. He's a good guy. They like playing for him. But there's also a question of, well, how does a guy react if he comes up to you and says, Chappie, we're sitting you today? Like, how does that sit with Chapman? I would not be shocked if the initial thought is, what? No. Like, who are you to sit me down? Like just because Tony Vitello has a good working relationship with these guys does not mean that they will all universally accept everything that this guy decides or says. And it's what we were talking about earlier. I say talking, more like yelling at each other about earlier.
We're peacefully conversing.
I don't blame this on Vitello. This is, I think Buster Posey and the Giants have handed Tony Vitello a terrible hand. And with Bryce Eldridge up here, they've made it 10 times more difficult. Has the Ramos injury made it easier? Yeah, it has. The easy solution is play Casey Schmidt in left every day and get Bryce in at DH every day. Like, that makes it easier. But if you're fully healthy and Bryce is up here, you're giving Tony Vitello a challenge that I don't think any rookie manager can do well. Like, maybe he's doing it as best as he can, but I don't think he can handle it that well, because you're asking him just on a rotating basis, give your high-paid veterans days off. That is really, really challenging, even if he has the respect of the clubhouse. Because these are veterans that have been in the bigs for a decade, some of them plus, and they're like, you're sitting me down, really, because your boss got Bryce Eldridge here in town? Like, that makes no sense to me. I guarantee you there is at least some internal frustration with that, if it were to happen consistently.
Oh, frustration for sure. See if Tony be able to handle it. I think Tony's built like a baller. You know who else might be built like a baller?
Who?
Every Friday, we let you know who on the Valkyries was built like a baller. Brought to you by Ballard Wealth Management for the Bay, built on doing what's right. This week, Veronica Burton. She's built like a baller.
Hi, Veronica.
After she dropped 13 on the Liberty last night, including this sweet drive to the basket.
Kyler Charles to Veronica Burton. Crossover dribble. Here's Burton driving to the hoop. Takes the contact off the glass. VB for a potential three-point play. 75-53 GSV.
Oh, I love those calls from Kevin Danada. And that was Ballard Presents Built Like a Baller. Discipline and integrity paying off. That's Ballard. And that's how they manage the wealth you've built. Ballard.com/baller. On the other side, Mark, you guys also had Mark Spears on your show. There's a lot of Marks on your show. Good Lord.
Yeah.
And he
Too
said,
many,
and he said something that definitely is not going to sit well with Warrior fans. Shocker. Something to piss off Warrior fans? Oh, that's so unlike Warrior fans these days.
I'm already pissed.
Oh, we're going to go, yes, because you already know what he said. We're going to get into that on the other side. We're also going to hear from Anthony Slater, because the reason Spears said the thing that'll piss us off is because of something that Anthony Slater said before that.
Oh, that's a whole story here.
Oh, it's all connected here. Also, don't forget, Steiny Guru. Doing a crossover today, Mark.
Oh, that's right. It's Friday.
Sturu, as I like to call them.
Sturu.
Yeah, Steiny plus Guru combined. Anyway.
I got it.
Yeah, Shasta didn't like that name. You stop it, Carter. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Being built like a baller takes years of doing the right things. So does building real wealth. Ballard has been in the Bay since 1969. Independently owned, no corporate parent. They work with founders, executives, and families whose financial lives are anything but simple. From liquidity events and concentrated positions to decisions that span generations. The kind of experienced people who do right by what you've built. See if they're yours at Ballard.com/baller. That's SportsGrid.com/baller.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the newly opened Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Bull.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Memorial Day sale is on now. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 full years free financing, plus we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Looking for a place where your kids can learn, play, and grow this summer? At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, camps are more than just fun. They're a chance for kids to build confidence, make new friends, and try something new every day. From sports, outdoor adventures, arts, STEM, and team building activities to unforgettable overnight camp options in the beautiful Santa Cruz Mountain Redwoods. Every day is packed with discovery. With programs for ages 4 to 17 and trained staff creating a safe, supportive environment, your child can thrive all summer long. Give your kids a summer they'll never forget. Visit ymcasf.org/camp to learn more and register today.
This Memorial Day, New Vodka invites you to please drink financially responsibly. Yes, financially responsibly. There are a lot of vodkas out there for you to choose for your Memorial Day, but New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's a 92 rated award-winning vodka that's made in America, gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. New Vodka has a smooth, clean flavor at a price that won't break your bank. So make the smart choice. Show up at the party with a bottle of New Vodka and show everyone that you don't follow the trends, you set them. Cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. with same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin value packs for just $5.99 per pound. Don't forget to clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
Well,
I want to apologize about someone on the YouTube chat calling me out here. Kai Wei Ting was from Taiwan, not Vietnam. I think I got that one wrong. So thank you, YouTube chat, for correcting me on that one. We'll correct the record there. It is the Morning Roast. Sam Lubman alongside Mark Grandy here as we wrap things up on this edition of the show. And we're going to talk a little bit of Warriors here before we get to our morning crossover with Sturu, as I like to call them. That's going to catch on at some point. Carter loves it, actually. He loves the Sturu name. But...
what was that, Trump?
That was Keith Law the other day. So
hard to tell. I couldn't even tell.
It is. I had to pump it up.
It was a laugh at first. I don't even.
I had to pump up the volume a little bit to even get there.
Shout out Keith Law.
But in the afternoon show, Grandy, on Willard and Dibs, the show that you're usually producing and board opping for, among other things. You guys had a couple good guests this week. One, we had Anthony Slater on Wednesday. Yesterday, you had another Mark in Mark Spears. And talk about the Warriors offseason here. And it's just another summer of what star are they going to land to supplement Steph Curry and help him get whatever goal it is that we're trying to accomplish here, which not quite sure what the actual goal is for this team, but that's neither here nor there right now. It might be. But Slater said that the Warriors might be less interested in big game hunting now than they were in past years. Let me see if I can get. I've been horrible about hitting the soundboard today. I swear my fingers work. We're gonna let's see here.
If a can't miss Kawhi Leonard type deal is on their doorstep, I think that's something they certainly should and would take a look at. But I just don't think I don't sense a level of thirst that there maybe previously was. That there doesn't feel like that much level of thirst from the Warriors as maybe there was in the last 18 months.
So not a big thirst right now to go big game hunting. And again, I think when you look at the options presented to them, whether it is Giannis, which Slater also mentioned that the Warriors probably don't have a good enough offer to get Giannis, which that's not really hard for me to believe. Or LeBron James, which I think unless he takes a massive pay cut, I don't see that happening. And I don't see him taking the massive pay cut. Or Kawhi Leonard, which again, there's massive pay cuts involved or crazy trades that would have to be happening with a division rival. I just feel like part of it, the big game hunting, is just the three options available to them just aren't very practical right now, it seems.
Yeah, I agree. Like, even if they wanted all three of those desperately, it takes two to tango. And I don't think there's the interest on the other side. If you remember at the trade deadline, the Giannis part specifically, the Warriors, they will deny it. But, they'll deny at least shopping Draymond Green in that trade. But it happened. There was, at least the framework of an offer put forth by the Warriors to the Bucks, which included Draymond, included other pieces to get the salary up, and it included 4 first-round picks and multiple first-round pick swaps. And essentially the response from the Bucks was crickets. So... And some of that is also just strategic. I don't think it made sense for the Bucks to trade Giannis at the deadline. I think it made more sense for them to see how the lottery played out and then make a trade here before the draft next month. So I don't really read that much into it, but you read more and more about some of the other options that the Bucks have. And it's one, I think they can put together a better package of young players that the Bucks would be interested in. And also, the worst kept secret in the league is even if it's a trade where a player doesn't have a no trade clause, Giannis does not, the player has to want to go there because you're not trading Giannis to a team that he's not willing to commit to, and that team is still willing to then give up all those assets to do it.
And then he just walks.
Giannis essentially has to approve the deal. He has to, a handshake agreement, we got a contract extension in place for wherever I'm going. And I think the Warriors would be relatively far down his list because at this stage of his career, I think he's only interested in trying to win another championship or 2 more championships. And even if you add him to the roster with Steph, I don't think it puts them near being over the top of OKC or San Antonio. I can say the same exact thing for LeBron. I can say the same exact thing for Kawhi. So I think you're right that the reality of those deals even happening doesn't really make any sense. The other half of it is I just don't think it also makes a lot of sense from the Warriors' perspective because I think they're at a stage where the reality is no matter what they do, they're not going to be good enough to compete legitimately this year, next year, 2 years from now. So why would you mortgage your future for helping the present that maybe gets you, to the second round?
Which I feel
it doesn't seem worth it.
I feel like that's their ceiling here. And 888-957-9570. What do you make of the Warriors not big game hunting this upcoming summer? With Giannis, let's go into Giannis first. I used to be in on Giannis. Now I'm like, you know what? I don't really want to go down that road. The price tag to get him is part of it. The other part of it is, he's 31 going in his age 32 season, I believe, next year. And he's having calf issues. And we've seen what happens to players who have calf issues. A lot of times those calf issues, they become Achilles issues. And when an Achilles goes out, that is absolutely devastating, especially for a basketball player. Now, you can work your way back, as Jason Tatum has shown, as Tyrese Halliburton is working on showing. By the way, yesterday was 1 year from to the day of the Halla bounce in Game 1 of the East Finals. I won't say anything more because Ken's back there.
Ken's fine. They're up to it.
So he's working his way back. Obviously, we saw Kevin Durant work his way back. For a guy like Giannis at his age, with as big as he is, like bigs in their 30s really worry me, Mark. That's a lot of body that he has to move around. That's a lot of body that those legs, those calves, those Achilles have to support. And he plays an explosive brand of basketball. I honestly feel like the rest of Giannis's career, we're going to be looking at it with just like, holding our breath. I hope his legs don't explode. No, explode is a, bigger term, but like he feels like a massive injury risk right now, Giannis. And if I'm going to commit massive amounts of assets to acquire a guy and money to a guy who, because if you're bringing Giannis in, if the Warriors are bringing Giannis in, then you're pairing him up with Steph, but then you're also making him the centerpiece of your team post Steph. I don't know how trustworthy of a pillar that is to build around right now when it comes to Giannis's health.
Yeah, like I don't really think much of the post Steph. Like that's not on my mind, only to the extent of I'm not giving away all the draft picks post Steph because there's a chance that those are going to be really valuable picks. And what it would take to get Giannis in here is, if you believe the reporting, 4 first-round picks, including this year's 11th overall pick, and then pick swaps in the other years, which means over the course of like the next 7 seasons, 7 years, you're either not going to have a first-round pick or you're going to get the worst of the Warriors and Bucks first-round pick. And maybe both those picks are going to be good, and maybe it's not terrible, those pick swaps, but you're severely handicapping yourself and your ability to get better. I think the Giannis injury concern is absolutely valid. For me, I don't even get far enough down the road to where I consider the risk-reward of the injury stuff, because I just get, one, I don't think Giannis wants to come here. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think the Warriors have the assets to make it happen, even if he did want to come here, that the Bucks would agree to. And number 3, if somehow the Warriors have the assets, Giannis wanted to come here, and the Bucks agreed, I don't think it changes the Warriors' fortunes enough in the short term that it makes the thing that you're putting off in the future worth it.
I agree.
I just don't. So I think it's literally like strike 3, swing and a miss, swing and a miss, swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. All 3 don't work in the Warriors' favor in my mind.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think Giannis, if Giannis and Steph together, that accomplishes your goal of, hey, can we get to the second round? If that is the goal, which I feel like that's kind of like the ceiling for the Warriors right now. Like the year they had last year, where they lost to the Timberwolves in 5 games, and it's a shame that Jimmy and Steph were battling health issues during that series. I think if Jimmy and Steph were healthy, maybe they could have pushed the Timberwolves, and maybe they could have eked out a miracle series win in that second round before getting absolutely wiped off the floor by the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I don't think anyone would have been shaking a stick at that kind of a season. I think Giannis helps in that goal maybe, but
he makes you better for sure.
He makes you better, but again, if I'm getting a guy like Giannis, or if I'm getting a young player to play alongside Steph, younger player to play alongside Steph, they're supposed to help out the goal now while also being the centerpiece going forward. So if you're going to make a trade like that, I don't want anybody over the age of 30 to be on the other side of that deal.
Look, Giannis is an amazing, amazing player. You are right that there is an injury concern, and I don't want this to come across like I've always been anti this. This changed for me this past season. The Warriors for ages, it feels like, have been interested in this big game hunting market. Like, it seems like they've been into this for a really, really long time. And I've been in every single time. I got the receipts. I can show you. I've been in. Do it. Trade 4 first. Trade 3 first. Do whatever it takes. Trade away your young players. Trade away Kuminga, right? Trade away Moody. Trade away Pods. Just get it done. Get Giannis in here, right? Get Kawhi in here. Get whoever it was. I was willing to part with a bunch of players for Lowry freaking Markkanen, right? Like, and that's not nowhere near the same level of a Giannis. But what makes a move like that worth it when you're giving up on so many future assets is the promise of the present. And the present was pretty darn, I think, excited. You were excited about it when it was a 33 or 34-year-old Steph and a 26-year-old Lowry Markkanen or whoever it was at the time. But when you're looking at it now with a 38-year-old Steph and a 32 and 33-year-old Giannis, like the time, in order to make a Giannis trade work or anything of that magnitude work, the present has to be so good in order to make up for what the future is going to be. Because you're emptying your cabinet. You're getting rid of all your future assets to help the present. I don't think the limited runway that Steph has left, and who knows how effective he's going to be going forward. He's been great. I would not doubt if he still is great, but who knows how many games he's going to play, talking about his knee and his new normal. The moment of opportunity that makes it worth it to put up with the poor play, the poor team you're going to be in the future as a result of trading away all your first-round picks has come and gone, because you no longer have that much time where Steph and whoever his new running mate can be at the peak of their powers together, because you waited this long and Steph's about to be 38 years old next year.
Really quick, I know, Carter, you've been in on this. You kind of brought it up in one of our show calls a couple weeks ago. You're just exhausted by the star chasing of this team. Elaborate on that a little bit for us, please.
I just think you can only do it so many times before it just falls on deaf ears. And I think we saw it with the Lakers for a while, and then obviously they pulled off just the unimaginable trade. But I just think eventually you got to count your chickens, and you are where you are, and it's time to move on. And I think Grandy said it perfectly. We're past that time now where if you did even move for a big piece, it's probably not enough. And if you're doing that, then to mortgage the future, that doesn't make sense to me.
Do you want to get pissed off even more than you already are?
Piss me off,
Did you hear what Mark Spears said yesterday?
Beat me to it. Speaking of, again, you mentioned that Lakers in-season trade. Oh, hey, Mark Spears, why do you think Slater said the Warriors are less interested in big game hunting?
Remember, the season's long, too, right? So maybe the thing to do is kind of wait to the trade deadline, see how Jimmy looks, see how Draymond looks, when Draymond stays, and maybe probably Moody's back by then. And if the team healthy looks intriguing, as it did healthy last season, then you still have the trade deadline to try to, do something interesting. And I think a lot of times we get so caught up in free agency, and we got to have somebody in before camp. Not that he's playing amazingly well right now, but the Cavs made a move at the trade deadline. It was quite stunning to get James Harden, and they're in the conference finals. We've seen teams do stuff at the trade deadline to improve their team, and maybe that's the mentality the Warriors should have, is let's just slow walk, get this good draft pick, kind of see where we are before the trade deadline, and if things are more positive than expected, and there certainly is potential for it to be positive once guys get healthy, maybe they figure out a way to add somebody at that time.
Reality is often disappointing, as they like to say. And the reality is, Mark, that actually probably is the most rational move the Warriors can make right now, is wait till the trade deadline. No one wants to hear it, but that might be, unfortunately, if you do get Jimmy Butler back in a period of time that allows you to basically maybe shop him a little bit. I mean, what other option is there that you can really go to other than just it's not the fun, sexy option, but sometimes that's just what you're stuck with.
Look, this is nothing against Mark Spears, and he's not saying this is what they should do, and he's not reporting that this is what they're going to do.
He's giving a take.
He's given a thought. The Warriors, for years, when the offseason comes around, talk about the idea of making a big move and going and acquiring a superstar. And this is going back like 3-4 off seasons now. And then ultimately it doesn't work out for any number of reasons. It could be the Warriors' fault. It could not be the Warriors' fault. And then they say, well, we retained our optionality. We'll keep this up, come the trade deadline. And then February comes and goes, and the same thing happens. There are all these rumors, right? All these, we have all of our first-round picks. We can go any direction we want. We're interested in Giannis. We're interested in Kawhi. We're interested in LeBron, right? And then guess what? It doesn't happen. We're interested in KD. It doesn't happen. But guess what? The trade deadline passed. We still have all our first-round picks. And you know what? We'll resume these conversations in the summer. And then it's just the same cycle over and over and over and over.
It's Groundhog Day again.
I frankly am just tired of it. No, you're done. You're done in the big game market. You are done. There's no more optionality left. It's just make your picks and move on. That's how I feel. I'm sick of it.
I mean, I think you nailed it, Grandy. To me, it was the Jimmy Butler trade was the Hail Mary. So now you're doing
right.
Hail Marys are supposed to be impossible, and it didn't work out. And that's like now you're stuck. He tore his ACL, and that's the way it is. So to then double down and try to run back a second Hail Mary to me is so foolish.
I'm out.
No, it's it's the big tease, the constant big tease of just dangling that little carrot at the end of the stick to think, maybe it's just, I don't know. Then at that point, it comes to the point, it's just like, what is even the objective here? Like, if you're the Warriors, like they're admitting that they're not, going for a championship. They want to set a good foundation, which, again, if you're making an in-season trade, you're still probably pivoting off of future draft picks. Like, I kind of like, what is the best case scenario for this Warriors offseason?
You make a really good pick at number 11. Maybe you sign an younger upside player to your mid-level exception, and they turn out to be better than expected.
Or do you think they use the mid-level exception? Because I think that they use that mid-level. So they're $22 million under the first apron. But if they use that mid-level, I believe that caps them. That hard caps them at the first apron.
Yeah,
Is that
but
correct?
not like you can go and sign any free agents anyway. You're over the cap, so you can't just go out and sign anybody. You're either using the mid-level or you're not. There's no way for you to get over that apron anyway, because you can't just go out and sign anybody.
If Kristaps just walks for nothing, that doesn't really do a whole lot to free up their money for next year. I'm not very fluent in NBA CBA talk, so that's why I asked the question.
You're over the cap, so you can't sign free agents. The only way you use the Porzingis slot, if he's not coming back, is signing and trading him.
Yeah.
It's the only way it works. So they don't have a ton of options on the free agent market other than their mid-level exception.
Gotcha.
So I think, me personally, the best case scenario for the Warriors offseason is you make a hell of a pick at number 11 and you use that mid-level exception contract wisely, and those both become big contributors to your team this year. And then, you hope that you make the playoffs. But I think the Warriors are telling you what their plan is. Their plan is to, this is the first time. Steve Kerr said it like 4 different times last week, a week ago, after he got announced officially and that he was coming back as the Warriors head coach. He said, this is the first time that we're sitting here and not saying, like, we can win a championship this year. They talked about a new foundation. Steph talked about right after their season ended, this isn't about championship anymore. Like, I think they're telling you what their new goal is. And their new goal is, not to tank, not to do a complete rebuild and tear down like we were talking about with the Giants. Not to do that. You can't do that with Steph on your roster. You're never going to do that with Steph on your roster. But it's, get some younger players in here, namely with the 11th overall pick, and develop them. And hopefully in 2-3 years of that guy playing alongside and under Stephen Curry, when Steph hangs it up, that player can help lead you into the next era. It means you're probably not going to have a ton of postseason series in the next couple of years, but it also, I think, means you're not going to win just like 20 games for the next season. Steph's here, and you hope you make a good pick at 11, and there is an okay foundation that is starting to build. That's how I view it.
What I view is final thoughts.
Oh.
this was a fun 3.5-ish hours of radio, Mark.
It flew by.
It really did. What's your final thought today?
I don't know if you guys saw this. Dylan Brooks. If I just say Dylan Brooks, do you know what I'm talking about?
Dylan the villain.
Not popular around here.
Yeah.
I've always had a soft spot in my heart for him because we were at Oregon together, and I got to cover him when he was on those
teams. You guys
teams.
had a class together?
I don't think we had any classes together, but I talked to him just in a media way quite often.
That's pretty cool.
Anyway, he is a villain around here, but I think he may be winning some Warrior fans back. He was promoting with Underdog this Operation style game. You know, Operation where you're trying to
grab the guy and he's like awake and feeling pain.
You're trying to like grab the bones out of the guy's the patient's body, but if you touch like the metal edges or whatever, like you get buzzed.
Ooh.
Thanks, Carter. Anyway, he's promoting this Operation style game, except instead of like a patient on like a medical table, it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and his flops. So he's like the character on this game board, and where you had like the bones that you're trying to get out of the patient, it's, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's head snap. It's don't reach. It's phantom contact. It's a leg kick. It's a rip through, a lean in, push off, and shoulder bump. And if you, when you're trying to rip the basketball out of those various areas on Shai's body, if you touch the edges, the ref blows the whistle and you get called for a foul.
That's great.
That's
Honestly,
my final thought. Dylan Brooks maybe slightly winning over a couple of Warrior fans and maybe basketball fans in general.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks, it's kind of twofold for me in how he's turning things around. When he said that he wanted to beat the Warriors because of Steve Kerr and Steph and Draymond, it's like I leaned in on that. It's like, yeah, you're a hater. But for me, him sitting under the hoop all iced out,
was great.
laughing at LeBron James as he got swept out of the playoffs, that was next level
generational
evil
hating.
Villain.
Yeah.
My final thought is, can I make a request for the Warriors for their draft pick? Let's learn some lessons from our past mistakes in the lottery. Don't draft a raw prospect like they did with James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga, I think, had been played basketball for like a couple of years since like middle school age or something like that. And Wiseman had 3 games at Memphis before he had to be on ice for a long period after that. Moses Moody, he was a 4-year player at Arkansas, if I recall, right?
He was a 1-year player.
He was a 1-year player? Oh, still, he was less raw. Yeah, just don't get someone raw. Get someone with a little bit more playing experience, and I don't know, maybe listen to Steve Kerr a little bit more. Carter, what's your final thought?
I want to say rest in peace to Kyle Busch, who passed away yesterday tragically at the age of 41.
Came out of nowhere.
I'm not a NASCAR fan. I want to make that clear, but I did know who Kyle Busch was because he was a legend in the sport. So rest in peace, and I'm thinking of your family and friends today.
Well said, Carter.
Yeah, he was a pesky racer back in the day, not afraid to run guys off the road, and very, very sad one there. Kenneth, what do you got?
Yeah, honestly, first of all, great show, guys. Loved the Giants talk for the first 2 hours. Awesome stuff. Also, Rob Parker did a great job coming on, just telling us how the Giants aren't going to do anything for the next couple of years. So that was great. I want to get into the Valkyries again. I mean, again, it's a very small sample size, 3-1, but awesome start. I mean, I'm looking at the stats now, the leaders so far. Veronica Burton's 3rd in assists per game, 7.3. Gabby Williams, is tied first overall in 3-pointers made per game.
Hell yeah.
And Kia Stokes leading with 2.3 blocks per game, just slightly above Asia Wilson.
Let's go.
So let's go, Valkyries. Come on.
Keep it going, Val. Seriously, those ladies, man, they might have to save the summer for us if the Giants keep gianting all over the place.
They saved last year for sure.
Those were our final thoughts. We got the crossover with Steiny and Guru, Sturu, coming up next. That's brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That was
my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-6000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-6000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful...
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. You're listening to Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steve? I saw you on the hallway a little while ago. We said good morning to each other. It was a pretty cool moment. It is the morning crossover on the Morning Roast. Sam Loeb and Mark Grandy, and joined by greatness here, Steiny, Guru. How's it going, guys?
Well, how you guys doing?
Happy Friday.
Yeah, payday Friday.
Payday Friday.
You got paid yesterday.
Well, I did
Friday.
too. Yeah.
No, you did, not me. You.
Yeah,
You're the
I get the
special
early
one.
deposit. It's just allocated, you know?
There you go. It's allocated.
Yeah.
Allocation sensation, as some like to call it. Yeah, you guys got anything excited going on this weekend? You going anywhere, or are you just...
Steiny's the guy
You going
of
to
the
Bottle
show
Rock?
that gets out.
Steiny, what are you doing? What's your plan? Wearing a sweet Tulane sweatshirt
It is
today.
sweet.
I'll be in the Bay playing some golf. That's about it.
That's a pretty good weekend right there.
Sticking close to home.
So no Bottle Rock for you at all?
No.
That's off the...
Didn't work out?
No.
No, that's too bad.
Either that or he's just lying to us. He just doesn't want us to know that
He's
going.
not lying.
No, I'm not going.
Oh, okay, I'll go with that then.
It better be better weather than this. What's going on out there?
Well,
It's been hot all week.
as long as the weather isn't as bad as the Giants right now. I mean, good Lord, first time since 2019 that they are 10 games under 500. Not even through all the awful Farhan, or I guess that was a Farhan year, but all those Kapler years, they were never this bad. And the Bob Melvin, 2 years, it was never this bad. They're just reaching new lows. And our poll question on YouTube this morning was, are you losing faith already in Buster Posey as the Giants president of baseball operations? So far, 54% are saying no, though. So some fans out there are still keeping the faith that Buster can lead this team forward in a positive direction. Goo, do you agree with that sentiment?
Well, the math is still there, one of my slogans. So if that's what they're basing that off of, I can't rob them of that. But, I'm sitting back looking at, Bailey hit a home run when he's not in the Giant uniform, and then Kyle Harrison, and just where this Giant team is, Grandy. So I'm not going to rob them, and I do expect them to play better baseball. But, I mean, unless he's got tricks up his sleeve, Buster Posey, are they going to add? We'll see, and maybe the performance of the team up into the deadline
they better not
will
add.
dedicate that.
They better not add.
Determine that.
I'd be terrified if they were to add.
Why?
That feels like just putting more bad money into a bad investment. At this point, you just got to cut bait and move on, right?
What's the worst investment? I'm still in on Devers and Adames. I'm sorry.
Chapman is going to be really, really bad because he's got 4 more years beyond this, but it is a lesser AAV than the others. Yeah. But
see, that's why I think the Chapman deal is...
He's already 32. He's going to be signed through his age 36, 37 season.
The Chapman deal, I think, is the easiest to move right now of those 3. I don't want to give up on Adames. I'm still holding out faith on Devers, though.
Yeah, I just don't see a lot of reason to think this is going to turn around. They were 41-29 at one point last year. So since that point, they haven't even been close to a 500 team. And to my way of thinking, they just didn't do much in the offseason. I think their starting pitching got worse, and their everyday lineup changed by a guy or two with the Rayas, and now we got Eldridge. We got to figure him out. And I think even if we live with Eldridge right now, we got to be prepared for some growing pains. So, yeah, no, I don't anticipate this team winning, 35 of 50 to get back into things. But it might also be too early to, pull the plug altogether.
I mean, I do think eventually it's going to come to a point they're going to have to pull the plug later this summer. And the reality is no one is really on the trading market right now looking for help. They're teams like to wait as long as they possibly can. Buster jumping on Rafi Devers when he did last year, that's kind of an outlier. You don't usually see deals like that. So, I mean, if the goal is to find a way to get Bryce Eldridge in the lineup, and I mean, right now it's pretty cut and dry how they do it. Grant and I were having this conversation earlier. I think you just bite the bullet, put Casey Schmidt in left field, and accept what other defense you're getting there, and that at least buys you some time until Elliot Ramos gets back to figure something out. But did you hear the interview that Buster did yesterday on local radio. I don't know if you guys had a chance to listen to it.
I heard some of it for sure.
A lot of talk about the day-to-day it's taking it day-to-day. They don't have things mapped out. I mean, it was not a great look for Buster on that one. It came off as a guy who just, they don't really have a plan to figure out how they're going to get through this Eldridge situation.
Well, I don't know how it can't just be day-to-day. Like, you're 20 and 30. Mm-hmm. You don't know how you're going to get your prize prospect in the lineup every day. I think everything is day-to-day.
But it sounds like you're winging it when you say it like that. Like you could have finessed it and said something better. It looks like they don't have a plan for Eldridge. And when I hear day-to-day, it's like I'm just throwing something up against the wall.
They clearly don't have a plan for Eldridge.
Yeah, but that's bad.
Yeah, it is bad. I'm not saying it's good, but him saying it's day-to-day is absolutely right.
I thought Buster was testy.
He was getting testy.
Yeah. Edwin Diaz, one of them. Like, damn, Buster.
I didn't think that he was getting grilled all that hard. I thought the questioning was incredibly fair. I thought they were even kind of soft questions, but he was getting testy with. Like, the Edwin Diaz thing is just like, Buster, that's kind of missing the point. No one really was banging on the table for Edwin Diaz, but just... You got to do more.
I was banging on the table for a closer.
Man.
You went into the season with Ryan Walker, and we all expected that was going to go poorly.
But if we all take a step back, just Giant fans, and I asked, just give a survey, how many people were screaming, oh, Ryan Walker's the closer? I didn't hear a lot of that. You didn't have the closer, but... now it's easy to throw rocks at that, but where a lot of people just, oh, my God, that's the worst decision, and I'm saying the Steiny 90 wins. God, I don't know what
It was probably less about the closer specifically and more just help the bullpen. Yeah. The bullpen hasn't been terrible, I guess, as a whole, but in the big moments, it's been really bad. I mean, this cost you, what, 4 games?
They have a couple guys in that bullpen worth kind of believing in long-term, but you need more than 4 guys, and none of these 4 arms that you're believing in. I look at Matt Gage, Caleb Killian. I like Joel Peguero, Keaton Wynn. They're solid relievers, but I don't think any of them are face of a bullpen kind of guys. And I don't know, maybe Joel Peguero is kind of the guy who I want to see be the closer at some point, but I don't think we're anywhere there yet. It just comes down to the fact, and this is why I think it's so hard to really get angry at Tony Vitello this season. The reality is Buster's didn't put a good enough roster together. I think that's just the reality that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I'm kind of detecting, and this doesn't really matter, but it feels like it's kind of the game within a game. They've got some broadcasters on NBC Sports Bay Area, Kruk and Kipe, and I feel like you can tell that they are in a really tough decision or tough, situation. Like, they love the organization. They clearly have a personal bias for Buster Posey. Yeah. They don't want to throw him under the bus, but everybody is beyond perplexed, and they're trying to walk this fine line of being supportive, but they can't be supportive of what they're seeing, and you just see, I don't know, I think you're seeing a lot of awkwardness kind of within, those guys who are probably more known than 80% of the players. And they don't know what to make of it. They don't want to throw the whole team under the bus. But clearly, if you've been watching the games and listening to Kruk and Kipe and Flem and John Miller, they are really disappointed about what's going on. And I can tell that they're just trying to figure out how to say it.
Man.
The Marte walk-off home run the other day is example number 1,
Silence.
Right? Doesn't say anything for 30 seconds, then says unbelievable.
I mean, what can you say?
Then before Kruk hops in, Kipe says, well, I know you got nothing to say, Mike, and neither do I. So final score, see you later.
Man, we're out. Evan texted Steiny and I yesterday with this phrase, doom and gloom, just here in the Bay in regard to the sport teams. And if I were to ask you, I'm like, man, that has been the theme, not on purpose, but where do you go if you're a Bay Area sports fan for some positivity? Because I damn sure, for me personally, can't go to the Warriors. The Niners had a great season with the injury, so maybe it's that, but football's a couple months away. The Valkyries.
It's got to be the Valkyries.
Right now, right? They beat the Liberty, got the fever tonight, but other than that, what positive stories are popping in the Bay right now? Because the Giants aren't it. Sharks? Yeah, well, they didn't make the playoffs.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're about to make a massive leap forward. They got the number 2 pick in the draft this year in a very deep draft, and if they get this kid, Ivar Stenberg, at number 2, offensively, they're going to be incredibly scary to look at.
Right.
Or maybe they go defense. The Sharks, I think, they're poised to make a massive leap into the playoffs this year. And I don't know if you guys have been watching the Stanley Cup playoffs at all, but the Montreal Canadiens, they're at the bottom of the league a couple of years ago. They jumped up pretty quickly. Now they're up 1-0 on the Hurricanes. So, the Sharks with the right off season, they could vault right into the top of the hierarchy of the Western Conference. So, time to get in hockey, Gil.
I got you.
But in terms of our big three, Niners, Giants, Warriors, you're right.
The Niners right now.
Niners had a great season, but it was also a really frustrating season with all the injuries.
Gotcha.
Giants and Warriors, man.
To me, the question is, if and when the 49ers don't make the playoffs this year, then where does each team go and how realistically are they looking at themselves?
Well, we didn't talk about this at all today. I don't know how much you guys have. Niners' schedule, it looked a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to.
Well, they made the offs, and Steiny made a big deal about how soft it was last year.
They
and
finished
that helped
third
them.
in the division, and still, the back half of their schedule, I'm terrified.
Yeah.
Like, if you put a gun to my head right now and said pick higher or lower 10.5, I'm going under for sure.
Well, how
10
much?
and a half?
Yeah.
I think I'd have to go under, too.
Yeah, it's 9 or 10, I feel.
Well, how much of that is how they looked in 8 quarters against Seattle, who they're not playing every game? But if that's more indicative of who they are and you're playing tougher opponents, does that have anything to do with it?
Probably. Yeah. I'm probably reacting to the last football I saw them play.
Those 2 games.
Oh, my God.
Man.
See, I think the middle of the 49ers schedule is pretty favorable for this team. You got, after that Seahawks game, you got the Commanders, Falcons, bye week, Raiders, Cowboys, Vikings, Seahawks again, then Giants.
Man.
There's absolutely a runway there where you could get things going, though. Especially into that Seahawks game. Cowboys and Vikings, those are going to be tough games, but I think the Niners are capable of winning both of those games. You say 10.5. I think an 11-win season's absolutely on the table for this Niners team.
No doubt.
I'd go the other
robbed
way,
them
but-
of nothing. That season last year shocked me.
That's
man.
fair.
Really quick, though, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Grandy, you mentioned that 10.5 there. I did a little Googling of overs and unders, and 49ers, Rams, and Seahawks all have equal 10.5 over-unders there. So are we really looking at those 3 teams as being that equal, that they all have the same over-under for their win totals?
I don't have the Niners in that group with the Rams, and that's just me in Seattle. And obviously, I just talked about the 8 quarters. I don't think it's close. I could be wrong. Reset. We'll see. But, man, wasn't too keen on the Niner draft in regard to holes going up against those 2 teams. But, I don't have them in the class of the Rams in Seattle.
No, I wonder how much of that, if any, is schedule related.
Probably.
Because I got to believe who had the number 1 schedule, the Rams or the Seahawks? With
Seahawks won the
number
division.
1 team in the division.
Yep.
So maybe it's a matter of the schedule they're giving, or they're taking away 1 win from each of those other 2 teams because the schedule's more difficult than the Niners is.
It's also probably just an insane amount of respect for Kyle, what he did this past year with all the injuries, and they still made the playoffs and won a playoff game. But I don't know. Kyle was great, and the way that they fought through it was amazing. I just don't have faith that there's another similar kind of season in them, even if they are healthier.
You're going to have to do it without George Kittle, and they really seem to believe that Kittle is going to play meaningful football this year.
He might. Who knows?
Unless he's getting the super juice injected into his foot that CMC got in Germany, which I guess is possible, but
not to get all scientific, but the Achilles tear was higher up in the Achilles, which makes it easier and quicker to heal, but still, that's a major question mark, and he's up there in age now.
What about Bosa?
That's the one for week 1. I don't know.
I assume he's going to be ready for the season. He suffered his ACL injury early enough in the year last year to kind of give him enough time to get healthy. And ACLs, they do heal faster these days than they used to. Shout out medical science. But what was 3 or 4 now ACLs?
Man,
3, I think. Yeah, 3 ACLs for Bosa. That's kind of a question mark too. And I still don't know if they've really solved the edge rusher on the opposite side conundrum there. So
if I could fast forward my Niner, I want to know now how many touches combined, receptions and totes for McCaffrey. Is he gonna is he gonna last, or is Kyle man, it's gonna be the same level? That's what I want to know. Are they gonna, after the load he carried and held up last year, Are you going to just try to do the same thing with them?
Maybe that's where my like relative pessimism on the Niners comes from, just because I'm expecting McCaffrey to get hurt. Maybe that's why they had so many injuries last year, and I'm not going to sit here and say that Bosa and Warner aren't important, but McCaffrey was the engine to the offense, and he stayed healthy the whole year. If he goes down instead of, say, Bosa, they're worse last year, right? McCaffrey more valuable than Bosa last year. I mean, the defense was bad, specifically rushing the quarterback.
I'm with you.
McCaffrey's impact is, I mean, it's just the quarterback and McCaffrey.
He's the Steph Curry right now,
right? If he goes down this year, they're in trouble.
Why is the word rebuild such a dirty word in the Bay Area?
Well, I don't think fans like the idea of purposely losing.
Well, I don't associate a rebuild with purposely losing. I associate a rebuild with our older players aren't good enough, and we need to start replacing some of the older players with younger players with more potential to see if they can surpass what the guys are now in 3 or 4 years when they become, seasoned veterans.
I feel like, Grant and I, we had a very civil conversation about this earlier where I think he and I we kind of came to the realization we might have different definitions of a rebuild. You, Mark, you were kind of more of a rebuild is tear it all down to the studs. Everything must go bottom out for a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're going to trade Arise and Ray and try your best to get rid of your infield, the veterans, maybe 1 or 2 of them, like you might as well do Logan Webb too.
Yeah.
Like I don't see a point in keeping Logan Webb around if you're getting rid of all your other better players. Like just get rid of it all. If you're going to do a rebuild, as you're talking about, Stein, I just don't want a half-assed rebuild. Is the point I was trying to make.
Whereas my take of a rebuild is you got to move off some of your big contracts. One of Adames or Chapman, I think, have to go in this situation. Arias, Robbie Ray, I think, is in there too. Keith Law suggested Keaton win the other day, which I'd hate to see Keaton go. I think he's become a very good reliever, but he will get you a pretty prospect or two on the trade market. I do think rebuilding is you're taking a step back. As I think you said, Steiny, you got to get rid of some of your older players and get some of your newer players in. I do think it is possible, though, to go through a rebuild without completely stripping it down to the studs. And I kind of think
I do too.
Yeah, I think about what the Giants went through from 05 to 08. They never bottomed out in any of those years. I mean, they had the Barry Bonds sideshow going on at the same time to kind of distract us from the rebuild that they were kind of quietly going through there. But 2008 was the year where they didn't really come in with any sort of older star player or anything like that. And the last 2 months of that year, you saw the development from that team really kind of take a step forward, and that set them up for 2009 and the run that came afterwards. So I do think it is capable to, in baseball at least, to rebuild a team without ripping everything out and throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak.
Yeah, but you look at the last 10 years of the Giants, and I'm the sucker that bites every time thinking just for the third wild card, they're going to get hot. I would prefer somebody to tell me we're rebuilding and you're watching a young team. But when you look at a payroll, follow the money, almost $200 million, and what I think of Devers and Adames and Chapman, and then you look around like, what WTF? Like that hurts more than if you were to say a rebuild. You understand what you're watching. The expectations low, but this is just nobody had this on. I don't believe that Steiny, the giant chessboard with Devers and Adames. Adding Arias like that, I thought that was perfect for where I thought this team was at. And now 81-81 looks like they won 100 games.
Yeah. I think to answer your question, Steiny, where it comes from for me, I'm not like just across the board anti-rebuild, but I think for an area like this and for a franchise like the Giants specifically, because I think that's the main topic right now, although we can extend it to the Warriors. I think it also fits the Warriors, but for a franchise like the Giants, that is one of the big boys and is definitely one of the haves, I just don't want to ever admit that is that team's best strategy. And it might be, but I don't know. I'm a proud Giants fan, and I feel like they're an organization that should be able to compete without having to go through a full rebuild like that.
Yeah, I don't know if it has to be a full rebuild. I'm kind of with Goo. It's like you don't have to trade Adames. You don't have to trade Devers. So let's go down the list. Chapman, I would absolutely move. Why? Because it'll open up something for one of your younger players. Arias, he's got to go at some point too because he's not signed after this year.
Robbie Ray.
And I would probably look to trade Robbie Ray too. So what can you get for those guys? And it's kind of, it's not a full rebuild because you're not looking to tear it all down. but it's also a little more than just a tinker and keeping kind of doing what you've always been doing. And, then over the course of the next year or two, see if any of the guys you acquired or any of the guys in the farm system now are going to be ready to come up. And then kind of one by one, you hope you bring them up and 2 out of 3 hit. And then the next thing you know, Adames and Devers are just the, older guys on a team that's starting to emerge. That to me would be a great way to do it. Obviously, it's easier said than done. But I don't know. I'm not a fan of going down the same road over and over again, knowing that, things haven't changed and probably aren't going to change.
A little bit of a developing story here just now. The Giants are making a little bit of a roster move. Victor Barracoto has been called up from AAA, and it looks like Jung-Hoo Lee, who's been dealing with a back issue of late, is going to be going on the injured list. So I haven't seen the official move announced yet, but it looks like we're just waiting for the official announcement to come out. So for those who remember in spring training, Victor Barracoto hit .419 in spring training, had a 1.120 OPS, 3 home runs, 14 RBIs, and he was one of the more fun guys to watch in spring training when I was down there. So,
are you excited? Seriously,
I'm curious to see what this kid looks like. Right. I'm curious to see what he looks like at the big league level. Again, I with Jung-Hoo Lee out, with Elliot Ramos out, it makes it so much easier to just stick Casey Schmidt in the outfield and keep Bryce Eldridge in the lineup. Grant and I, we were talking about this earlier about how complicated it is to do that. It is as simple as it possibly can be right now for this team to get Bryce Eldridge in the lineup. You have no excuse at this point. That's where I'm at with that right now. So,
yeah, and Victor Barracoto,
cool name.
Yeah, so a guy got hurt and he's coming up.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Hey, you know what?
That's fine.
Nothing to see here besides that.
But no, I mean, look,
David Lee got hurt and Draymond Green came up.
It can happen any way possible. If this guy's good, then keep him up.
They need an injury on the infield, not more injuries in the outfield.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for on that one there. Good stuff today, guys. What are you guys talking about today? Are you guys talking rebuild? What's going on here?
We want to get into some of this Kirk Lacob sound from a couple days ago. We didn't get to play it yesterday, just kind of where the Warriors are. We talked a lot about LeBron yesterday. He had some quotes in ESPN, depending on how you look at them. I don't know if you're more optimistic or less optimistic. But Bobby Marks did say some things that were encouraging if you're a Warrior fan. So maybe we'll get into some positivity about some of these teams today if we can find some.
Did you guys hear Draymond Green yell at the Cavs?
I thought it was incredible audio, man.
He's defending
goosebumps.
James Harden.
No doubt, man. And he used Steph Curry like they would not allow Steph, like teams would go at him like that.
I can't wait to hear you guys react to that.
He was awesome.
All right, that's Steiny and Goo for Granny and I.
Happy Friday. Happy Memorial Day.
Bye, everybody.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. We're done.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Long weekend coming up for everybody. Everybody should be in a good mood.
Yeah.
Other than talking about our sports teams here in the Bay. But hey, they can turn things around.
There you go.
The Giants and the Warriors. It's going to be tougher for the Warriors to turn it around when they're not playing, but what do you got going today, Goo?
I don't know. I just woke up, Steiny. I was sick. I took a couple of days off, as you know, and now I wake up this morning. I hadn't been drinking. It's none of that. The food don't taste good. I got that blah feeling in my gut. You ever wake just blah?
Yeah, that's the way I feel about the Warriors.
Well,
and the Giants.
Oh, what's the remedy then? Pepto-Bismol.
The remedy is...
Help me out.
Change of direction. Change of direction, that's all.
What direction do you think would you call where they're headed now? because I'm irritated.
Why?
Because I drive home. We do the show yesterday. I drive home. And now, again, you told me, and I get it, stay off social media, Goo. And now there are reports flying everywhere like bats. Oh, Warriors aren't going to be a player to add a big guy, a big-time free agent or whatnot via Giannis, LeBron, or Kawhi. And for 2 months, that was and again, they didn't say it, guys that work for the Warriors, but I'm just like, if it is true, Stoney, what changed?
They don't have any assets that...
So reality set in?
I mean,
we don't know that to be true if that's their mindset, but I know we got some Kirk Lakeup sound to play, but I just thought to myself, how do you bow out?
Well, I mean, I think, anybody who saw what the Warriors have asset-wise have to be smart enough to know that it's not going to be easy. We did that exercise yesterday about if you take Steph Curry out of the equation, what Warrior do you really want?
I think there were two.
Yes, but, who, again, who's calling the Warriors for any of the players? I mean, think about that for a sec. I'll bet you the ratio of calls that Mike Dunleavy makes to other teams as opposed to the number of calls that he's receiving, it got to be 5 or 10 to 1, I would think.
Might be 15 to 1.
And it just shows you that the Warriors right now are, in a spot where they've got to try anything and everything under the sun and see if something sticks, quite frankly.
Well, I got to give you credit, and I'm going to give you credit for being consistent. And over the years working with you, man, I mean this. You've been saying it does matter what these big-time free agents or players – how they view your team. And if I'm down right now and Dub Nation's kind of down until, something pops off, I am concerned the more I think about why would Giannis want to come plant his flag here? And that's predicated on what he looks at this roster like. And LeBron, for that matter, or Kawhi. That's what scares me about getting anything done from a Warrior standpoint is, are those guys looking at the Warriors like Pam Grier?
No.
And that's a big problem.
It's funny.
Ugly guy goes to ask the girl out. If she doesn't like how you look, that's a problem.
So, it's funny. This actually, I don't think I'm telling another tale out of school, but that's one of the conversations I had with Bob Myers last week.
My man.
Is, San Francisco and the Warriors and what kind of destination are they? And, I was asking him about, free agents coming to the Bay, maybe after Steph leaves, are they a destination? And he said, not really.
Yikes.
And here's what he wasn't saying they'll never sign a free agent. But he said, he goes, let me ask you a question. How many times have you ever been out and about in San Francisco and seen an NBA player other than the Warriors? And I was like, never. And he goes, there's just other cities that a lot of NBA players like to go to. L.A., obviously. New York, obviously. They love going to Vegas.
Wow.
Houston, they like going to. Atlanta, even. And I told him, I was like, well, actually, come to think of it, I've seen more NBA players at Bandon Dunes golf course in Oregon than I have in the Bay Area. Now, that's not the reason why nobody's going to come, because I don't necessarily think they're going to have that problem.
But I just I went through my mind trying to see who I saw.
But nobody's coming to the Warriors if they don't have something to offer. Let's put it that way. They're just, they're an NBA team. Nice. Scratching and clawing like every other NBA team.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're necessarily thought of, in a way that puts them, in a top 5 destination type spot.
It was kind of funny. I was just your answer to Grandy and Lubman about the word rebuild, or however you want to word it. I guess I'm getting to the point, Steiny, of it's obvious, and this. I was very, and I'm not by myself, disappointed at the end of the season, the whole season for the Warriors, and a lot of that is predicated on not even making it to the playoffs. But what could you sell or give me or inject in a Warriors fan's veins to say, you know, Goo, enjoy this team, enjoy Steph Curry, even if it means they don't make the playoffs. I just can't buckle my seatbelt for that. What would that look like now if we had some youngsters like Jordan Poole, as we watched him come up, the good version of Jordan Poole? I could hitch my wagon to that. Steiny, what, tell me how I need to go about it to where it's not depressing watching the end of Steph and Dre. Because if I look past Steph and Dre, the cupboards are bare in regard to the young up-and-coming guys. We don't have those yet. I don't believe.
No, I mean, I think too many people Too many people get bogged down in the term rebuild. Okay, so look, you're the Golden State Warriors and you're not going to trade Steph Curry. Fair. I don't have a problem with that. I don't want to get into whether you will or not. Let's say you're not going to, which is probably 99% of what's going to happen. All right. So whatever you do, it's not going to include getting rid of Steph Curry.
And I get it.
Fine. There's 11 other guys on the team. And as far as I'm concerned, all of them can be replaced. Every single one of them. And so now I got to ask Steph Curry can we figure out a way, Steph, to move forward with you and change the pieces around you so that when you retire, we are in a significantly better position than we are now, knowing that in the next 2 years, your role hopefully will diminish a little bit more and more and allow some of the younger guys to get better and better. I mean, if Steph Curry's going to be, on this team for the next couple years or 3 years, then I think you owe it to the fan base to find players to put around him in the next couple years that fit a certain criteria for wanting to be on the team after Steph is gone.
The future.
Yeah. So I'm kind of over let's get guys in here who can help for the next year or two. What would be when we know that we know how that's probably going to end. So would Steph really be upset if you made a move and got a 28-year-old guy in here that people like? I don't think so. I think he'd welcome that. So, I don't know. Is getting rid of Steph Curry the difference in the definition between they move Steph Curry, they're rebuilding, or they keep Steph Curry, they're not rebuilding? Fine. Then I want to do something in the middle where if we're going to keep Steph Curry, we keep Steph Curry, but that doesn't mean that the next 1 or 2 years is all about Steph Curry and trying to force feed something that's not there.
Wow.
It's like, okay, Steph, you're going to be here for the next couple years. Let's get a little bit younger. Let's try to get some mid-prime players, as Anthony Slater said. And then when you do eventually leave, we'll have something here in the cupboard that we don't have now.
Wow, interesting. And, you've brought this up. I heard Willard and Dibbs this week talk about it, but, I'll never like a player. I don't care who he is, Steph Curry, more than the organization. So that's just not how I roll. But Steph Curry is so and has been so damn incredible for so long. He's my favorite Warrior right now, and he's your best Warrior. But I never in a million years thought, with ketchup still in his bottle, with where he's at when he's available, that we would not be part of the playoffs. So how can I, as a grown-ass man, 56 years old, get mad, and this is where I'm going, with Dre, and you got to take people at their word, saying he is thinking about where the Warriors are after him. And what cut me in the middle of my heart is when Steph said, and I took it different than others, we need to stop saying or using the word championship. I bring all that up to say, well, does that sound to you, Stoney, like those two guys who I'm worried about not winning or playing meaningful basketball, if they've accepted this is what it's going to be, then this is what it's going to be, even if it doesn't culminate in the offs? That's okay?
Well, it has been okay. That's the bottom line. The reality is, I saw this sentence today in The Athletic.
Give it to me.
Steph Curry had the worst assist-to-turnover ratio among guards last season. The Warriors have missed the playoffs 2 of the last 3 years, and they've been a 5 seed or better. I'm sorry, they've been better than a 5 seed once in the last 7 years.
Wow.
One time.
So it started.
So again, of course it started. Of course it started. So that's why
does it hurt so much for the fan base?
When did they win it? In 2022, and they were a 3rd seed. And now it's 5 years later, and they're a 10 seed, and we're saying, well, maybe they can get a guy to bump them up into the 4th or 5th seed. That's the kind of talk that I don't know how to answer that. I mean, they were a 3 seed 5 years ago when Steph was Steph and Wiggins was Wiggins and Poole was a factor.
Yeah.
Steph is 5 years removed from that. Draymond's 5 years removed from that. You don't have any young players on your team.
And that's the other part.
And so if you guys want to go down the road of bringing a 38-year-old in here to jump up to the 6 or 7 to make the playoffs next year, then I understand that.
Could it be
but I don't think it's
fifth?
how? Okay, if you think one guy can get in here and get to 4th or 5th, if you think LeBron James coming here gets you over Minnesota or over whoever 5 was, the LA Lakers, then by all means go ahead and do it. I'm kind of not there anymore. But I would understand if they do it. It's hard to get rid of.
Right.
It's hard to get rid of the thoughts of what. Yeah, but see, that's the other thing. And that's kind of where I'm out with everybody else. I'm not about kicking the face of the franchise out of here. I'm not about that at all. I'm just about being realistic about trying to convince people that if we got Steph Curry some help, one guy, an older guy, we could.
So you're saying it's not worth it?
I don't think it is. No.
And I guess I'm telling you, I'm such in denial. Forget denial. Stoney, I would want to see it, though. I think they deserve, Curry and Dre, they've earned that part, even Kerr for that matter, to go see if it manifests into something, as opposed to what we experienced this last year, didn't even make it.
Well, and the other thing is you can dream all you want about Kawhi, Giannis, and LeBron. I give the Warriors less chance of getting any one of those 3 than jumping up into 4 in the lottery. Because
you saw how that worked.
Because somebody's just going to have to say, you know what, I'll go to the Warriors. What the hell? Because they don't have the means to compete for these guys. What's coming up on the game? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This segment is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Value's employee pricing event is happening right now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock right off 280 in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. For 40 years, Memorial Day has been our biggest sale of the year, and we're making this one count. Up to 50% off every product store-wide. That's carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. 0% financing for 2 full years. Plus, we pay your sales tax on everything. The Floor Store's Memorial Day sale. There's just one thing. It ends Tuesday. Visit floorstores.com to find your nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows honors our community with a tradition of quality you can trust. Save 25% on your entire project, plus receive a special token of appreciation, a free Sun Matrix package upgrade. We've installed over 1 million windows, and most jobs take just 1 day. Hurry, this Memorial Day offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Bay Area, it's Veronica Burton. You're listening to Steiny and Guru coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Roni!
All righty.
That's my favorite. She is.
Hey, lock in today at 4:30 as the Valkyries, who are 3-1, by the way, they head to Indiana to take on Caitlin Clark and the Fever. Download the Odyssey app and search Valkyries to listen to today's game and every game of the 2026 season. That's 4:30 today. Valkyries against Indiana and Caitlin Clark. And Valkyries with another impressive win against the Liberty last night.
87-70, kicked their tail.
They are looking like they are building on
our
what
girl's
happened last
probable
season.
tonight, Caitlin Clark's not. And you think it's died down, her Remember, she was supposed to be Steph, but she's been so damn injured.
She's still pretty good.
No,
she just set a record for assists or something like that. Most consecutive 10 assist games.
With some amount of points, I think you're right.
Yeah. Anyway, we're, I was talking a little to Willard yesterday on the crossover with Goo and Dibbs, and we're just talking about the word rebuild, and it just feels like it's a frightening word for some people, or they just don't want to talk about a rebuild. And first thing we got to do is talk about what that means. And the second thing is,
got to get it right.
When I say rebuild as it pertains to the Warriors, do you assume that if I say Warriors need to rebuild, it means we've got to move along from Steph Curry? I don't equate those two. I'm willing to have Steph Curry on this team till he wants to stop playing, but we can still start to rebuild it, or we can start to relay some foundation. There's a million different words you can use from rebuild that I think we all could say accomplish the same things. So I do believe the Warriors, even if they want Steph Curry to retire here, and even if Steph Curry is going to be on this team for the next 2 or 3 years, I am still pushing for, okay, let's try to get better next year over this year, the year after that over the previous year, and then 3 years from now better than 2 years from now. But I feel like sometimes the argument is, let's not worry about 2 or 3 years from now. Let's get Steph some help right now, and maybe we can make the playoffs next year.
Yeah, and I'm flustered. And the reason I'm flustered is Steph Curry is the one component. So to me, to where you can't do a rebuild when you have a star. When I hear rebuild, I feel like you got 11 guys all on the same page, young, trying to figure it out, growing pains. So I just feel like it's a basketball oxymoron to say rebuild, but yet you still got a star. So this is where I feel like I went wrong personally. I thought to hell and high water, Steph and Dre would not be okay with a rebuild. And if you are rebuilding, then those OGs that we mentioned, LeBron, Kawhi, Giannis, they don't fit in a traditional rebuild. So those guys would be off limits. And maybe these, I don't want to call them erroneous reports of now the Warriors are not going big game hunting. That would lead me to think, Stoney, okay, they've looked themselves in the mirror, even with Steph and Dre, and said, yeah, that's not the route to go. We're not going to use future capital. But this is where I'm hurt. I'm all in for don't rebuild, give it the old college try. But already, what did you mention? 2 out of the last 3 years, this team has not made the playoffs with Steph and Dre.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm so up here flabbergasted and perplexed and hurt, because the pain is I never thought that would happen where we don't even qualify with Steph and Dre.
Well, it's happened 2 out of 3 years.
Just, wow.
And now they're older than they've ever been.
Enough for me to pour a drink, man.
Right. So do you acknowledge it could happen next year?
I do.
Okay.
And another caveat to that, I acknowledge Steph could get hurt again with this new normal.
Yeah, that's why I don't know if I'd want to double down on the next year or two. But do you think, I mean, here's again, just to pose something that I would absolutely consider. It's okay, you have the number 11 pick in the draft, you use it. You get a player. I think next year is going to be a slog. I just do. I see it coming, and I think they're in trouble. And you do the best you can, and maybe you can make a trade next year. But I think you're going to have another good draft pick next year, and so you'll get another young player, and maybe you can bring a young player on with a trade for one of your, other players this upcoming season. Then next year you're going to have cap space, and I feel like, okay, do you really think Steph Curry would have trouble if you said, Steph, we're going to use the 11th pick, we're going to take some swings in free agency this year, it may work or may not. I think you know what it's most likely to do. Next year, we're going to come back. I mean, the chips and the hand is dealt against us. We don't have Jimmy or Moody, so we'll try to do the best we can. Maybe we'll try to move one of our guys to get you some more help. But if we don't make the playoffs next year, we'll have cap space. We're going to go after a mid-prime type player. We'll have another pick. Is that going to be good enough for you for the next 2 years? And you know what? I think he'll say, that's fine. And so that's why I would absolutely go down that road. And my goal would be that at the end of next offseason, we have at least three players on this team that are younger than 24 who we believe may have a future with the team. And Steph's still on the team.
Well, I'll say this to that, and I mean what I'm about to say. We had the great Bob Fitzgerald come on my birthday, wish me happy birthday. That was love. And he talked about, and he had his metrics of what this Warrior team currently, without any ads, any additions, he had the Raymond Ritter model of when we're healthy, when this and that, we're da-da-da. So you could be totally right. And if it filters down to the players and management to where when Jimmy Butler is upright and Moses Moody is healthy when that day does come, without any additions, they feel like they're a competitive team and those numbers bear that out. And I bring that up to say, who's to say Steph doesn't believe that? And who's to say the Lake Cubs and Mike Dunleavy don't believe that? Because my point is, if they do, then Steiny, there's nothing to see here. They get healthy, use the 11th pick. They feel like that might, they're a player. I don't like it, but if that's how they're looking at it, what you just laid out might be enough for Steph and Dre to feel like, okay, let's go. There is no added pressure to go get one of those. I mean, you talked about it. Could be a mid player too, but they'll try. But if they don't get it, they feel like they're better than. Because we are hearing that from Raymond Ritter and Bob Fitzgerald.
If the more I think about it, if they actually really believe that, we were this team with Butler, and when Butler gets back and Moody gets back, we're going to be that team. You know what? Do me a favor. Go for it, because we'll accomplish the same goals as I'm trying to do.
Because
you're not going to make the playoffs, and you're going to end up back in the lottery, and then Butler can walk off into the sunset, and we can still move ahead. So, to me, if you actually want to believe that Jimmy Butler is going to come back from a catastrophic injury at 37 and a half years old in January, and all of a sudden the Warriors are going to take off to the team they were and make the playoffs, you know what? I'm not being a jerk. That's fine. Go down that route.
Because you're not messing with the draft capital, and you said next year's going to be a slog anyway.
But also don't try to convince me that you actually really believe that's going to happen. And come on now.
When you say happen, make the playoffs.
What's the Warriors' record going to be when Butler and Moody come back?
Right. And we don't know when they're if. I don't want to be negative. I'm just telling you, who's to say it's not just Bob and Raymond thinking that?
Bob who?
Fitzgerald. If they're feeling
it's probably just those two. But,
I think we're going to find out.
Yeah. Well, we may have to find out, too, because they don't have anything they can do with Jimmy Butler other than wait till he comes back.
My guy on the text line, Chris Steiny, saying, Goo, you still think the Warriors are winning the championship? Hell no. What are you hearing?
I guess the championship is to be a 6 seed.
I'm hoping to get to that's my new championship.
Okay. As you know, we are live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to the new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Bull.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Sell-a-thon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Sell-a-thon absolutely ends May 26th. Sell-a-thon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
Why should you pick up a bottle of new vodka for this Memorial Day weekend? Simple. It's an incredible vodka. New vodka is 7 times distilled for a smooth, clean flavor that has won awards, but more importantly, is enjoyed every day by those who love great vodka. New vodka is made in America, is gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. What's better is that even though new vodka is 7 times distilled, it's not 7 times the price. So at a time where everything costs more, new vodka continues to be a great value. Grab a bottle of new vodka at your local liquor store today, and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. Beginning, middle, or end of the year, it's always a great time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. Your questions make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare there and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-535-1301. 800-535-1301. 800-535-1301.
Hey, social media, kiss my ass.
Your take's not a hot take.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thanks, Pods. Appreciate it. It was a week ago that Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr met the media, and then midweek this week, Kirk Lacob, the executive vice president, did a podcast with Kawakami and Marcus, the Plus Minus podcast. And all right, let me put this disclaimer on it. I understand why they're doing it. I understand why they're talking like they're talking. But pretty much all we've gotten from the Warriors in the last week has been gobbledygook. All right?
Say that one more time.
Gobbledygook. It's been they've said everything without saying anything, quite frankly. They've said things that have contradicted themselves. They've brought up things that they'd like to do that we don't know if they're going to even be able to do. And I understand why they're doing it, because they don't know what avenue they're going down. And a lot of it, they may be at the mercy of other players, other teams in the league. And so they got to keep all their options open. But nobody can sit here today after hearing those three guys talk and say, we know what they're doing, because we still don't. But here's where I'm going to start today. This is Kirk Lacob on the Plus Minus podcast. And he was asked, is the goal still a championship? And here's what Kirk Lacob said.
That should be your goal as a basketball team. Now, I think you can also be realistic. How good a chance do you have in a given year? And that changes over time. I think when we won our first championship, we thought we could be really good and have a chance to win a championship. But if you talk to anybody, they would have said you don't really have a chance to win a championship. So you never really know until you're there. And then obviously once you win, you know more what a championship team looks like. But again, we get to 16 and 17, you win those. We knew we had a really good chance to win a championship. 18, we don't win. We thought we had a really good chance to win a championship. You get to 22, that was a different feeling. I don't think we knew we wanted to chase it. So you ask today, the goal is still to win a championship.
When?
Yeah. Wow. Now, again, that's our guy, Kirk. That leads me to believe everything I just told you a few minutes ago. Just scratch that. And they'll be trying to get or recruit LeBron James, Giannis, or Kawhi, and might come up empty. But that seems to be the business model, is even if they're older, go get them to try to put a Band-Aid or a stopgap on this and give us what we deem our best chance to get into the offs and be a player.
So, Warrior fans, is acquiring LeBron James, does that put them in the running for a championship? Do you guys think?
Seriously, Sonny, I think they can win a round or two.
Okay, so no.
Oh, well, damn.
No, then.
But what if it's a no
I didn't
/ I'm excited?
But I didn't hear the goal is to win 2 rounds in the playoffs. I heard the goal is to win a championship. Now, this is the semantics part, and I don't want to.
How do you do that?
I don't want to criticize Kirk Lacob for what he said, but okay, if the goal is to win a championship, my thought process is that's probably off the table next year. So we're probably going to have to build toward that over the next couple years. That's the way I would read into, we're trying to win a championship every year. Okay, we'll try next year, but we're not going to throw some crap against the wall that we know is not going to get us all the way there and set us back down the line. To me, it's, what did we win last year, 37?
Yikes.
Let's see if we can win more and get back to the playoffs. And then maybe once we get to the playoffs and get our ass kicked in the first round, we'll have at least a better idea of what we have to go up against to win a championship. But the idea that a LeBron gets the Warriors from a 10 seed to a championship is preposterous. Now, does it get them from a 10 seed to a 6 seed? Let's say it does give them that. All right. So now they're in the game. But
at what
are
price,
they going to be any closer the following year to winning a championship? So I guess it's a long way for me to say, I'm for building something over the next few years without the unrealistic thought that we can catch lightning in a bottle next season. I would be on the slow and steady pace right now, especially if Steph Curry wants to, to me, if Steph Curry is eligible for a 2-year extension and he gets a 2-year extension, I really need him to be on board with us trying to get better over the next 3 years in a responsible way. Then, all right, Steph is now here for 3 more years, which means we're going to continue making moves just for him to get him, maybe as many playoff games as possible. To me, I think that, okay, would this be disrespect? Steph wants 2 more years. You give him 2 more years, but you ask him, look, we're going to try to rebuild this the right way. So you know what that means. Can you live with that if you're going to be here for the next 3 years? For the people that don't know in the back, Stoney, what does that mean? What it means is we're not going to try to convince everybody that we're a player away. Over the next 3 years, Steph, our goal would be to acquire 5 players who are either young or two of them are in their prime. And so that when you leave, we've got something here. But, if Steph, this is where I do trust Steph. I don't think Steph's going to say, look, guys, I want 2 more years, and then I want everything done for me. To me, if Steph wants 2 more years, that's fine. But I'd like him to be on board with a responsible approach to the next few years and not continuing to try to put Band-Aids on this thing, which hasn't worked for 2 out of the last 3 years. Well, listen, you broke that down, but I'm asking you, what does that mean in regard to expenditure? Are the Warriors saying, no, we are not using future picks to bring in a guy that's past a certain age? Where does it stop? Because that's where it would stop for me. I'm not giving up future assets to bring in a player that I don't believe will be here 2 years from now. I am so past that at this point, but maybe Warrior fans aren't. Well, I'll say this too about Steph Curry and his reaction, because again, if you just look at it, and I'm being sometimey with last year, I know that cut him, it hurt him, it cut the organization and the fans. We want to see Steph play. He couldn't. But I do believe now the fact that his new normal is his reality. What if I told you, Stoney, the Warriors could do that, and I could see Curry being okay with it if he was told, we're going to go so far, but this is the goal, to work or start on the project of life without you. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. And the reason I say that is I think he would be consumed with his new mortality on this new normal, to where he can't, he can want it, not get, he's going to bust his tail to try to be out there. But Stoney, the realization that this could happen again and he not be able to play a full season, there's got to be collateral damage mentally in regard to him knowing, okay, I got this extension coming, bam, I'm getting my bread there, but I can't expect this team with what I can't control from my physical being. He can't throw a hissy fit. Not saying he would, but I think he would understand it now. You would think. Yeah, I would think. Because that's what's scary. I know you got it all itemized over there with where they're at and this draft and number 11 pick. But the bejesus is scared out of me when it comes to Steph Curry and this runner's knee. If that were to happen again, on top of waiting for Jimmy and Moses, my Lord. Well, I wouldn't put it out of your mind. No, you're saying it's a possibility. Of course it's a possibility. And that's what I can't shake. Well,
and they got to know that.
Right. You know what else is a possibility is you sign Steph for 2 more years, and he's got 240 games remaining to play for the Warriors, but he can only play 115. That to me is the worst case scenario that you could possibly have in the next few years.
How does that? Just real quick, how does that? I guess not be brought up when they do have that conversation about the extension.
It has to.
It just has to.
Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland.
Our man.
Hey, Smoothie, how you doing, man?
Man, I'm good, but just bear with me on this. Steiny, I love you, man, but you. This is it seems to me like if it's not the way you want it to be done, it is wrong, and I disagree with that. We're talking about okay, they didn't go to the playoffs last year. We know good and doggone well that if Jimmy Butler doesn't get hurt, they're in the playoffs, man. We know it. You guys know it. The year before that, they get to the playoffs, and then they win, and unexpected. Most people didn't think they would beat Houston. Some did, and that's what happened. Let's stop acting like the playoffs are a far-fetched dream because we know it's not. And I think you just need to look no further than the Phoenix Suns. Nobody had on their bingo card for them to do as well as they did. They didn't have an outstanding roster. Some may have criticized the roster construction, as we tend to do. But look, they just played. They had some veterans. They played well, and they stacked up wins. And they ended up. I think we've gotten to the point where we don't care if we're second seed or the sixth seed. I think we've proven over the years.
Well, you're neither. You haven't been either.
The playoffs. But I'm saying you just get. Listen, I'm just saying, man. We're acting as if making the playoffs is a hard task.
I think it is for this team right now.
Who's going to get hurt? Listen, if you get this 11th pick, Steiny, you get the 11th pick. You get a guy who you're probably going to take 3 or 4 years to develop anyway.
Okay.
I don't know why we're so fixated on this 11th pick. I mean, if we can get somebody good, if that's your future, okay, there you go. We got a guy who might be able to play 3 years from now. Wow, we're excited. No, a lot of Warriors fans, we just want a competitive
Okay, well, you haven't had one for 2 out of the last 3 years, and you want to go down this same route.
It was injury, Steiny.
Okay.
Steiny, you keep throwing that in the face of fans. Nobody can expect somebody to get hurt.
Smoothie.
You're acting like...
Are you on planet Earth? Butler's missing half the season next year, and Moody is missing the whole season.
Are you on planet Earth?
They are already hurt next year.
Yes, but we go into the season without our pieces whole. We get that.
Okay.
But who's to say Paz doesn't improve expeditiously? Who's to say that Will Richard doesn't? I mean, we act as if we remember those guys on the team too. Remember, they could get better and make improvements.
Sure.
We're just looking at Moody and we're just looking at Jimmy Butler. There are other people on the team who could contribute more next year than they did this year. It's the whole package.
I think it's very interesting, Smoothie, that you say unequivocally that if Jimmy Butler doesn't get hurt next year, we know and I know and everybody knows they're a playoff team. But he's going to miss 40 games next year. So what? So how are we a playoff team?
In real time, you saw we were dead in the water before we got Jimmy. You saw that team improve, man. Don't act like you didn't see that.
So the bottom line is you don't think it's a big deal that he's going to miss 40 or 50 games next year.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so how do you win next year?
Act like let's stop acting as if the playoffs are some hard task. It's not. We would have been in Jimmy doesn't get hurt, we compete.
Okay, so how are you making the playoffs next year without Butler for half the season?
We don't even know the moves yet.
Okay.
Do you know what they're going to do next year? You don't know the moves yet.
Okay.
But here's one thing I do know, and you can hopefully agree with me on this. Joe Lacob is not the type of dude that's going to sit there and watch his team flounder. If nothing else, we can agree upon that. Joe Lacob is as competitive as an owner that there is in this league.
Okay, great.
Nothing else, we can trust that he's going to put the best team forward that he can under these conditions with the apron and all this. I think I trust in Joe. Why not? We had steps before he came. I trust in Joe.
He's a believer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting for the Laughing Monk Studios. I don't give a rat's ass how competitive Lacob is.
Was smooth. I was Michael Jackson.
Joe Lacob's competitiveness isn't in this discussion. Yes, he's competitive. So are 25 other owners. It's like Joe Lacob being competitive can't change the rules of the game. Like, and again, like, okay, I get it.
There are moves to be had, though, Steiny. He did. Well,
tell me some of them.
No, you know them all.
Yeah, draft the 11th guy. Draft the 11th guy.
Or bring in a big boy.
How? You notice how the conversation always stops when I say how.
Well, LeBron were to take the mid-level.
Did you see LeBron's quotes?
Yeah, well,
did you hear what LeBron said?
I did hear him.
You really think after LeBron said...
Yeah.
Let's, Evan's got this LeBron sound for us, and you tell me what you think of it.
All right, it's from the Mind the Game podcast with LeBron James and Steve Nash.
I have the passion and the admiration to host the Larry O'Brien Trophy up every single year, but I also have a realization of, what particular team I have been a part of in that particular year. And, understanding this year, we fought and we played it to the maximum ability of our team. But ultimately, if we're being completely honest, we were out-talented. We were not outworked. We were not, they didn't out-physical us. They didn't outsmart us. I feel like we were just out-talent, by OKC. They just possessed so much more talent.
Yeah.
And they might have had a couple more possessions where some IQ could kick in, but that happens throughout the course of the game. That goes for both teams. I feel like there's times where we had moments where we out-Q'd them, but IQ'd them. So, but at the end of the day, we failed in talent, okay.
Does that sound like a guy who wants to come to a team with less talent than the one he was on that got out-talented?
I can see you thinking that. Again, I get that. I get that. Because that team had more talent than this roster. But you could call this dream world, Stoney, if there's something. And I remember I thought they didn't like each other. LeBron was jealous of Curry early on when he came out of nowhere. But, if there's just something in Bron's being a person that wants to play with Steph, that's how we get him. But as far as that soundbite and what I brought up earlier in regard to these guys, these older guys, looking at the Warriors like, even if I go there, we're still not enough. Just hearing that would take the Warriors off the table. Like, why would he stop here?
Yeah. Was there another piece, or that was it, E? That was it. Let's go to Steel Toe in San Mateo. What's up, Steel Toe? How you doing?
All right. Thank you for taking my call, fellas.
Hey.
Really appreciate your show. I want to say I really love 95.7 The Game and all the hosts, because I appreciate you trying to teach me how to be more positive and be more respectful with my opinions. Thank you. Okay. So, I just want to. I think there's a little bit more positivity about the Warriors if they didn't go after the maybe like they said, that not go for the big game veterans. But what if they trade future draft picks for the number one pick this year? And keep the 11th pick. I did hear yesterday Mark Spears said maybe the Wizards might be interested in trading their number one pick.
No, they're not.
And if we can able to do that,
all right.
And maybe not the number one pick for any of the top five.
Yeah, well, I got you, baby. Go ahead.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Future picks for this year picks, and we keep the 11th. And maybe those two picks this year might attract LeBron James. It's just a thought.
No, I got you. I got you. No, and you know what? And
we're here for you.
I'll tell you this, Steel Toe. I've actually heard the Warriors are making inquiries about that. Could they give a team, and it wouldn't be the Wizards, and it wouldn't. Who's got two? It would be Memphis would be one of those teams, but yeah, to jump, like the Warriors are calling the teams in the top four and saying, we'll give you 11 and a future unprotected first for 4.
Oh.
Nobody's going to do that.
Oh,
it's Utah.
Utah's that team.
Right.
I think that's a long shot.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I think that's a long shot. But in a crazy way, I would rather give up a future first for a move up into the top 4
in this draft,
LeBron or Giannis.
Well, I'm
that's just me.
That's like we did well with all. You know where I was at. That's like winning the lottery, Steiny. Damn near to me. I would have been just so satisfied that we finished top 4. But if that were the way you could get there, but Utah wouldn't do that. Like this is the draft, man. You got 2 picks.
You know, it's like here's the other thing, and we're having fun.
Yeah,
but. You know, people that say, oh, Steiny, you're all doom and gloom. No, I'm not.
Well, where's give us some joy.
You have the 11th pick in the best draft in the last decade. Utilize it and get a player in here, for Christ's sake. You know what I mean? Get a player in here at 11.
You got to get it right.
Then make a move in the offseason. If you can get your mid-level exception, non-taxpayer, that's $15 million. Find a useful player at $15 million that's already in the league. You can do that, period. All right, next year, you're damn right I'm looking at it realistically. Moody may not play, and who knows if Butler will even come back. So you're already behind a monster 8-ball next year, and it sucks, but Steph Curry's still on the team, and it might not be pleasant for him. But I see a lottery pick coming next year. Okay, let's get another young player. But you know what we also have next year? Cap room, where we might be able to sign 2 legitimate players. Not max level guys, but good, solid $25 million players. But you know what? That's not good enough, it feels like, for 90% of the Warriors fans. They look at cap space and all these draft picks as a way to utilize some kind of quick fix. And that's where I'm done with that.
Okay. I hear you. We hear you. But Steiny, you can't just leave it at the doorstep of the fans, because if there is a courtship of one of these older players and they go that route to spend future draft capital on a quick fix in the OGs, that's not the fans. That's Lake Up and Mike Dunleavy choosing to do that.
No, but it's Smoothie. It's Big Smoothie. It's you.
No, yeah, but we don't have the power to go to do that. We could want that, but if they decide to do that ain't on us.
Most Warrior fans, I got to believe, or a lot of them, want to go big game hunting.
I do.
Okay, well, that will cost you future first-round draft picks. Right. I don't want to do that.
And now on Friday, Payday Friday, I'm so down in the dumps that I don't think the big game huntees look at us as a destination to where they can win.
Okay. So let's get a player with 11.
All right.
Let's utilize our non-taxpayer mid-level at $15 million that you can build off
What
of.
am I doing with Horford and Porzingis?
I don't get rid of them. Who cares?
What about Melton?
Gone. Like these guys aren't even worth a discussion in terms of where we're at right now as a team.
Wow, man. So
you know what I try to do?
I
would try to move somebody to get another pick in the first round, maybe in the 20s this year. If you could do that, like that's what I'm looking at, as opposed to, a so-called quick fix or somebody that's in Butler or Steph Curry's age bracket. Is what I'm suggesting, does that sound so awful? Seriously, I'm just asking.
No, it's depressing. It's depressing.
Is?
Yeah, no, because
you're 1 year away from cap space.
Yeah, Stoney,
space.
What's Maul saying? I'm being real with. I'm not saying that's wrong, but I would get it. I only can get excited, and this is how I live my life. I can only get excited when you tell me the calendar flips and we're facing that. We got a whole 82 games and an offseason, to Smoothie's point, to see if they're aligned to FO with you, or are they going to go down the same road? And I know Willard's kind of out on it, and some Warrior fans are out on it, but I am curious, and I'm a lover, not a fighter, Steiny, and I bring that up because I just can't, after this treacherous season of heartbreak, you're just simulating 82 games, and you could be right. that it's going to be rough seas ahead for a whole nother year.
Well, they're missing their second best player.
But I got you. I'm in denial.
Okay. Well, don't be.
I'm in a jail cell right now. Like, I hear that, but just what if they do go try to swing and for some crazy reason Kawhi's wearing a Warrior jersey or LeBron or Giannis?
Okay. Well, I show me how. Show me what it costs. And I'll assess it.
I can't argue how bad it looks.
I don't think it's I'm taking a different side.
I don't think you're doing too much on that.
I don't think it's as dire. It's dire. Here's when it gets dire, and we got to get out of here. It's dire when people need some results in a year. That's dire. If you're looking for results in a few years, there is cause for optimism. That's going to be my new stand. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Now through May 24th at Big O Tires, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Book your appointment online today. Disposal fees extra, not covered with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek Magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS
month of May is AAPI Heritage Month. That's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. If you're wondering how you can participate in the festivities, visit apasf.org for access to San Francisco's AAPI Heritage Month celebration guide. There are over 100 cultural events, including art exhibits, movies, book talks, music, comedy shows, and more. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Check out the celebration guide at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful. Can we stop at a bathroom? Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You listen to me. We got witnesses here. We got a lot of witnesses. Here's the deal. If I get another job and you pass an IQ test at 143, I will hire you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Bob, he called me on my B-Day, Steiny, after you had everybody call in.
Nice.
I thought Steph was calling. I thought Steph was going to be on the line one time.
Go Warriors.
Let's go, baby.
Here's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'm starting to realize you keep looking at the Warriors through a 1 or 2 year prism. It is depressing. It's super depressing. That's why I'm not depressed.
What about Steph and Dre?
What? They'll deal with it.
The time's winding down.
Okay.
1 or 2 years for them is 3 or 4 is crucial.
Okay, so what? Okay, are they going to quit basketball?
No.
Like, what? Sorry. And you know what? As much as I hate it, in Bobby Marks' story today, he claims that if they keep Draymond for an extra year by spreading out his money, that they theoretically could open up the non-taxpayer mid-level. This is the exact type of really difficult decision that they may have to make. But I'll tell you what, I want Draymond off this team as fast as possible. But you know what? I might do that if I could get a guy like Rui Hachimura.
Man.
Okay?
Love me some Rui. Man.
Okay. So, again, if we take out everything for next year, why is this not enough? You draft Kareem Lopez at 11. Looks like he's got a lot of upside. You do what you have to do to exercise, to acquire your non-taxpayer minimum. You're not going to get a star, but you could get a Hachimura maybe. Huh? What about a Connor Gillespie? Would you have any interest in that?
I like him.
What about Anthony Simons? Would you have any interest in that? People laugh at this name, but Evan knows. Mamakushavavili. You know, you could get him.
What team is he on?
I don't know, but he scored 30 points in 4 minutes one game.
Just call him Mamu.
Mamu.
All right, Mamu, okay.
So next year, you have a rookie and a young player on the team.
I like those names.
And you know what? Play them. Why are we going to play them? We're going to play them because we have to play the first 50 games without Butler and without Moody. So let's do the best we can. See what happens when they come back. I don't have high expectations, but whatever. Give it the old college try. You don't make the playoffs. Okay, you don't make the playoffs. Guess what? You're in the lottery again, and you're in the lottery the same year you have cap space. I'm not asking people to wait 6 years. I'm telling you, you could have 4 or 5 new players on the team by the end of next off season, and you might even like the players a little bit. But again, like, it does feel like that's too long for a lot of, like, am I crazy for that?
No, I feel like you're ignoring what a lot of people are clamoring to or attached to, and I understand it rightfully so, and it's part of being a fan. I didn't see the latter Steph Curry years. If you're right and next year's a stinker, I didn't see that coming, and it's painful. And I get what you're saying about the rebuild, but I just don't think you can do it with a superstar, winding down.
You think did that sound like a rebuild? Drafting 11, using your mid-level on Hachimura,
going through another,
getting a lottery pick next year if you don't make the playoffs, and then going out and get a guy in their prime through free agency. Does that sound like a rebuild?
No. But it's another year older for the chef.
Yeah, it is.
Andre.
Nick and Clayton. What's going on, Nick? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I think people are kind of thinking about this pretty short-sighted as well, Steiny. And I think I think it's insightful when you brought Mullen on for Guru's birthday, and he was talking about how as a player he was willing to change his mindset for the team. And I don't think that's completely magnanimous on his part. I think that was an older, really, really talented Hall of Fame player realizing that the best way to be able to contribute and to get another contract and to help the team is by doing things other than just on the court. His mind is probably more valuable than anything else, his experience. So I think that you could still continue with Steph and Dre, and it's kind of the Warrior Dojo, where it's like they're going to bring in the new guys, the new blood, the younger guys, and show them, the culture aspect of that. And I think I would go even further with that is if you look, and this might be a little too far, but if you look at the way the Valkyries have been operated, I think Lakeup is kind of in that mindset of, hey, we can do things where, it's against convention and kind of, do things their own way, so to speak, and that's the way that they're going to get back on it like they did the first time.
Yeah. I hear you, Nick. Appreciate it. 408 says, I've lost all credibility bringing up Rui Hachimura onto the team. He's inconsistent and a completely forgettable player. Fine, then pick another guy out of a hat. You like Anthony Simons?
Hachimura would be.
You like Gillespie?
Oh, stop.
Just pick a guy then. Quentin Grimes?
Again, this boils down to me to where the Warriors might not even have to make a decision if they go big game hunting and that report is true that they change their mind or they're not. Because, again, those guys may not look at the Dubs, and you played the LeBron sound on the podcast with Steve Nash, but those guys may really, truly, I know I would, man. It hurts to say it. Those guys may look at us like they're not me away from winning or competing.
All right.
So that could somebody thinking like you, Steiny, would get their wish because the Warriors couldn't close the deal if they wanted to.
This is Kirk Lakeup from the Plus Minus podcast with Tim Kawakami and Marcus Thompson on his dad's role and what it is when the Warriors make a decision.
It's always worked the same way. At the end of the day, Joe is the one who has to make final decisions. He's at the top, and he, since the very beginning through the middle to today, has treated it the same way. He asks people for their opinions. He has certain people who he has hired to make very important decisions, and he lets them make the decision. They usually bring it to him as a strong recommendation. I don't know if I can really ever think of a scenario where he has overridden somebody who he has put in a key management spot. So that's the GM or the head coach specifically.
Okay. So there you go, Mike Dunleavy. You're under no mandate, apparently. Bring Lacob a plan and see if he goes for it. Yeah. Apparently he's never said no. So take him Kareem Lopez. Take him a mid-level exception guy. Play up the cap space at the end of next year. Tell him to get realistic about what next year looks like. But we'll do the best we can. And
I'm petrified.
We come out of next summer, feel a lot better about who we are.
Yeah. And you've not even convinced yourself you've got the patience to wait to that juncture. I'm just
1 year.
Yeah, but I'm petrified of how that year might be 3 years. It might age just 3 years. This upcoming one.
Well, then
with
protect Steph this year. Protect him. Protect him, knowing that it's not going to be a great year. You know, that's the other thing. I mean, stop telling me, Steph can play for 3 or 4 more years and then say next year is the be-all and end-all. If he's going to play 3 more years, then he can hang with us this year. Cassius in San Francisco. What's going on, Cassius? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to let you guys know. I think we should try to go big fish hunting and try to get Steph some help, because once Steph retires in the next 2 or 3 years, I feel like we're going to go back to the dark ages for at least a good while. And I'd be happy if maybe in like 2030, 2031, we could have another We Believe team and try to revamp that. But over the next 2 or 3 years, I think we need to maximize Steph Curry, and he's gonna be shooting like crazy and doing what Steph does for the next 2 or 3 years. He might be getting a little older, but he still pumps out 30 points a game every single night. And I think if we got him some help, that runner's knee wouldn't be such a problem because he wouldn't be getting double teamed all the time.
Well, I hope the dark ages aren't here on his watch, because Stoney mentioned it, 2 out of the last 3 years, no playoffs. I hear you, man. But, man, it's rough having Steph and no playoffs, and that's already started.
Season, we won 37 games, but, Steph missed 25 of them. But, if he would, a lot of those, like 10, maybe like 5 or 10 of those games were we just lost by like 2 or 3 points. We just lost because we couldn't close out the game. If Steph was there instead of missing 25 games, if he missed maybe like 15 games, we would have been right there. We would have had 44 wins, 45 wins. We could have been a 5th or 6th seed easily. So it's like, if we could just get him some help, I like that tandem between Steph and Porzingis. I think we need to re-sign Porzingis, because I think he could be a good addition if him and Steph had a full season together. I think it would work well. And if we get Steph some help, I think he'll play next season. He'll play 65 games plus.
Thanks, Cassius.
Yeah. What did you say Aaron Gordon's situation is, Stoney?
I'm pretty sure he's under contract, but Denver's a team that may be looking to tinker a little bit after losing in the playoffs. Maybe, you want Julius Randle?
I would take him. Okay. Like, if everybody's saying, "Goo, you take anybody," no.
Would you want Rudy Gobert?
You know what? I wouldn't mind Gobert.
Is there anybody you don't want?
Give me a little while. Oh, man.
Let's go to Tim in North Carolina.
Timmy.
Hey, Tim. How you doing, buddy?
Is there anybody you don't want?
Happy belated birthday to you, Goo.
Right on.
Hey, Steiny, you taking for granted how many people agree with you. I really think you are. It's a lot of people that agree with you. There is no quick fix, Steiny. That's not a quick fix that guarantees this team a top 8 spot. It just doesn't exist. Like, we keep talking about Moody as though, half a season. Guys, we got to hope that Moody's career is not over. Moody, that was not an ACL. That was not an Achilles. We got to hope his career is not in danger. And Jimmy, things like Steiny just said, who knows if he even comes back?
Yeah.
The guy just got off the call talking about Porzingis and Steph. We don't know if Porzingis can give you 15 or 20 games. I don't even know what is he talking about. Like, the landscape is telling you what this team needs to do. Look at the league. Like, guys, we talking about top 10 last year, and we can guarantee that Utah is going to be in front of them next year. Like, I don't even know what we're talking about. What we need to understand is I think Steph, I think Dre, the whispers, I think even why Kerr came back, I think they came back because they want a do-over. They want to transition this thing to the next generation and make up for what they didn't want to do with the Wiseman and Kuminga. They didn't want any parts of integrating them. And I think they know in their hearts they are kind of the reason why we going through this, and there is no young people here to kind of be a part of a transition. I think they want a do-over, and they are willing. Listen to what Steph is talking about. Listen to what he's talking about. Stop talking about championship. I think he wants a part of ushering this thing to the next generation and being a part of that. I think we're trying to make them do something that they've already acknowledged is not doable or feasible. They want to. I think Kerr is coming back to show, you know what? I can integrate a young draft pick and some young people into this thing. Part of the destruction of Steph Curry's knee is the realization of not ever adjusting a system that wasn't so reliant on him. So I think Kerr wants to show he can go another way with this. So, guys, I think we're looking at it all wrong. I think they understand that they got to do things differently. And I think they don't want all in for Steph anymore because Steph knows he can't guarantee you 60 to 65 games. So I think they are looking at it that way, and they don't necessarily want to say it, but they are saying it. Just listen.
Yeah.
So, all right, folks, I just wanted to
Take it easy, T.
Steiny, it's a lot of people that believe you, man, and I go with this with you because if you know basketball, you understand it ain't a quick fix out there. Big twos and big threes don't exist anymore. You need a squad, man. Look at OKC. Yeah. Look at San Antonio. Look at these guys. They got entire 9-10 deep. And, guys, that ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere. So big twos, big threes, 40-plus years old, guys, those don't exist anymore. It's over. The game has evolved past that.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate the call.
Sounds like he agrees with you.
Well, I actually do think, the one thing he said was very interesting about how and we talked about it at the time, that there always seemed to be a little bit of a disconnect between the veteran champions, whether it was Iguodala, Durant, Curry, Draymond, Clay, Looney. Looney not so much, but there always seemed to be a disconnect between those guys and the youngsters. Yeah. And maybe now Curry and Draymond are more open to letting other players emerge. And it's not like letting players emerge. Players couldn't emerge with the way it used to be. And maybe now they're more able to emerge because Steph won't be playing as much and Draymond won't be playing as much.
Guy Santos.
And this is the time when you can try to acquire young players that may end up playing for you and then getting better over time.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Guy Santos in regard to just taking it. Obviously, he didn't want it that way, but taking advantage of a situation where Steph was out, Jimmy went out, and unfortunately, Post wasn't part of that. Or a lot of other players. Will Richard kind of went the other way after starting off strong, but, I mean, it was an opportunity city for young guys to make their impact when they thought maybe going into the season I wasn't going to have the opportunity, and I just, again, Exhibit A, Guy Santos, but you wish you had some other names on that list.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. I kind of want to test out Tim's theory because I'm not sure
what the big
I necessarily believe it. No, he says there are a lot of people that agree with me, but it doesn't sound like they do.
Yeah. I don't, but I hear you.
And, when people talk about the Warriors, you just complain about them. You don't have a suggestion. You don't know what you. You've been
saying suggestions all week.
And I would, what I would do, again, if I were the Golden State Warriors, is I would use the 11th pick, come hell or high water. Come hell or high water. That's my number one asset right now. You can make a case that the number 11 player right now who doesn't even have a name or has a face might be the biggest asset on the Golden State Warriors right now. Nevertheless, I still want to use it. They can make some moves to get the non-taxpayer $15 million to work off of.
Right.
And there are players available who could be rotation guys. So that's two new guys on the team next year. I'd like to try to move into the late first round, but I don't know how realistic that is. All right, I know we're going down the road without Butler for some of the season next year and Moody for a chunk of the season next year.
Man.
So, we do the best we can next year. If there's a move to be made that doesn't jeopardize the future, I would make it. And then at the end of next year, I think we're going to be sitting with a lottery pick again.
That's the part that
I think we're going to be, and I think we're going to be, and we're going to have cap space. So I look at it as the end of next year. You could have 5 or 6 new players on the team, and you can, and it's reworked. And
coming off the second year in a row consecutively that you didn't make the playoffs because you think next year, me thinking they can make it. And to Smoothie's point, we don't know all the moves, and we don't, like you said, we don't know the draft pick. But right now, with a gun to your head, you think saying the Golden State Warriors are thinking they're going to be a top 8 is kind of just wishful thinking. That's how bad you think the seas are for the Warriors ahead going into next season without moves that they might or might not make.
I just look at it realistically and know that you're going to be without Jimmy Butler for at least half the season, and he's your second best player. And this is where if you want to tell me that with Jimmy Butler, like you want to tell me like Raymond Ritter and Bob Fitzgerald, if you want to tell me that hey, when Butler and Steph play together, they had the 5th best record in the league, then I'll meet you halfway there. Well, then how do you expect to make the playoffs next year when Butler's going to miss over half of it? Like, I'll give it to you. He's hugely important, and with Jimmy Butler, they're a 5 seed. But you're not going to have Jimmy Butler for half the year.
What if we have a new person, an unnamed person that could carry that load, a seasoned veteran, if they pull that off and choose to go that route, to hold it down till he gets back, if he gets back?
Okay. I don't know who that player is. And all I'm saying is, like, I would not acquire, how about this?
Yeah.
I would not acquire LeBron James if it cost me the 11th pick in the draft.
Well, and you've never, well, no, I told you I would. Wow. I kind of get that. I'm not mad at that. What I want to know is, I'll never be privy to it, is with Steph Curry's new normal, is he okay? Because we're taking calls. I'm hearing you talk. I'm reading all the articles. Is Steph Curry just okay with, just whatever you guys decide to do, I'm okay? Or in my mind, is he behind closed doors seething at an opportunity to get back to the playoffs, get that knee healthy, and by Malcolm X, any means necessary, get some OG help to give them him and the team the best shot to make the playoffs? And I'm a romantic. I'm hoping that's the case, but the more I'm just listening to people call and just give their thoughts, I'm wondering, is because he was hurt, to Tim's point in Raleigh, is he okay with, hey, whatever you guys do, I'm here, man?
Let me ask you a question.
Oh, man.
Like, how much, and I'll ask this question heading into the break, but if there is something to this new normal for Steph, and it includes fewer games,
and
like how much juice?
That's what I mean. There should be less. Stoney, I could say there should be no juice. Steph shouldn't even be thirsty. If he knows that that's a reality, then all bets are off. And I'm saying, let's go full blown with what you're talking about.
Yeah,
because he's our only commodity at this point, in 11th pick. But if that's a reality and Tim's right and there's something there, then how could he even try to use that juice or press that button knowing I can't even carry my load?
Yeah, I mean, if Steph's new normal
that scares the crap
50,
out of me.
Like if I told Warrior fans, and of course this, hey, Steph's new normal is 55 games a year. Are you still doing everything and anything for Steph?
Well, if you're telling me it's 55, I'd have to go to the lab, but it's 55 games, Steiny, and he's ready to go playing, hopefully playoffs, then I'm like 55 to new 65, I'd take it.
Okay. So in other words, if Steph can only give you 55 games, you still should.
We're in an era of load management, man, to where 60 is suffice, even if you're a young buck. You know what I mean?
Well, what was the Warriors' record when Steph doesn't play? Because and one of the reasons...
That version of them last year.
Well, how are they going to get deeper if Butler's on the team for 50 and Steph's on the team for 60 next year and Draymond's on for 20, whatever he is? Like, that's the problem. You can only, your stars have to play if you don't have depth. Otherwise, you lose. All right. That segment, ladies and gentlemen, was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock right off 280 in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
This Memorial Day, New Vodka invites you to please drink financially responsibly. Yes, financially responsibly. There are a lot of vodkas out there for you to choose for your Memorial Day, but New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's a 92 rated award-winning vodka that's made in America, gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. New Vodka has a smooth, clean flavor at a price that won't break your bank. So make the smart choice. Show up at the party with a bottle of New Vodka and show everyone that you don't follow the trends, you set them. Cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com NueVodka.com to find out more. That's NueVodka.com.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Paul.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go.
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
San Francisco weather, partly cloudy today, high of 62.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Steiny's got the most juice in the Warriors organization.
Oh, you betcha, baby.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Cheer me up, man.
Okay, I will.
I don't even know what to say.
I will cheer you up. Well, I'll try to.
Well, it's not Warrior related. It's just I woke up on the wrong side for me.
You didn't have a career. Let me ask you guys this, Evan included.
Ev.
As it relates to Steph Curry, and what does Steph want? And Steph, and does he want this? Does he want that? And if you do this, what about Steph? And if you do that, what about Steph?
Yeah.
And all right, what if I told you, it's not a lot of information, but what if I told you I'm sitting with Bob Myers last Saturday? Go ahead, give me the drop. Give me a waterfall. Give me a waterfall.
I love it. My man's. Yeah.
And I say to him, I'm like, what's Steph thinking? What's Steph thinking about all this? You know what he said? Steph's fine.
No,
I said, what do you mean? He's like, Steph's good.
That just hit
good.
me, man.
Steph's good.
So
Steph's
he ain't
fine.
throwing papers and like I said, he's got other fish, Steph, to fry, and that's that knee. So maybe that does alleviate some stress on the organization because Steph knows, not he got over Steiny, but I wasn't at my best last year, and that cost us. What if, that's his new battle. Why are you smiling?
I guess because I didn't ask a question.
You said you were going to ask us something.
Okay, so my question is...
You dropped the waterfall on us and then just didn't even ask the question.
My question is if you heard from Steph, hey, Steph, what do you think? I'm fine. I'm good. Does that impact your strategy moving forward?
yeah.
Steph, I'm like,
No
guys,
doubt.
I get where we're at. Like,
Come on.
I'm good. Just
hell yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm serious. Like, hell yeah. Meaning if we don't go get one of the OGs.
In other words, Steph's more realistic than 90% of the fan base.
I mean, to be honest, it shouldn't really change your strategy because Steph's a player.
He's just a player.
Hey, Evan.
According to Joe Laker.
I'm not putting you on the spot. A lot of people, the dynamic of this show think when you don't agree with me, it breaks my heart if you agree with Steiny, and it doesn't. Please. But if I were to ask you right now, you had to make a bet, and Tim and Raleigh's still ringing in my mind, his call, because we don't know what they're going to look like, who they're going to draft. But if you had to just, your gut feeling right now, do the Warriors make the playoffs next year, or do they not, with everything you know right now?
I would, if I had to place a bet, it would probably be no, because I'm not really sure how they're going to upgrade their team drastically enough to, like, if you told me that Jimmy Butler and Moses Moody were both healthy, then I'd give them a good shot to make the playoffs.
But they're Evan, they're not.
They're not. and there's no guarantee that they'll be as good as they were before they got hurt. So I think the goal in this offseason's got to be to get younger, and then maybe you hope that those guys can come in and you can find some magic. But expecting the playoffs next year, you're just going to end up feeling like you do about the Giants right now.
And so I need some meds.
Not yet. I mean, let's see how the offseason plays out.
But
let's
now,
give
I
them a
need
chance.
because I'm still dealing
I'm a
with
smoothie there. I mean, we don't know what they're going to do. Who knows?
Yeah. It's day 35 of the Warriors not in the playoffs.
What's that?
Day 35.
Which year?
Are you marking your calendar every time?
No, it started. Somebody hit me up on Twitter saying, "Goo, what day is it? With the Warriors not in the playoffs? It's day 35." Kevin Durant.
It's funny. I remember reading a couple weeks ago a story from John Hollinger, works for The Athletic, used to work for the Atlanta Hawks, and he opened the story by absolutely, positively ripping Memphis, ripping the Wizards.
Well, that's easy.
And ripping the Utah Jazz. The first 3 paragraphs, and then paragraph 4, he goes, "But I would have done the same thing." And let me tell you something. This is Kirk Lacob on tanking.
Okay.
And hey, it's a noble idea, but I don't think it's very smart.
We also don't believe in the T word in any world. I know sometimes that can be a good strategy. We just fundamentally, that's a bad thing to bring into the world. Trying to lose is a bad thing, and it's really hard to dig yourself out of that. But the other thing is, you kind of got to swim upstream sometimes. If everybody's trying to do the same thing, it gets really hard to do that thing. Everyone's trying to do the same play style. You're not going to win playing that play style. Everyone has the same strategy to acquire players. You're competing against all of them. So sometimes you gotta look at it and say, what's my best path forward? What gives me the best chance?
Okay, so
I agree with that. I like that.
Well, yeah, that's trying to lose is a bad thing. I'm not saying nobody
or mimic somebody's style.
No,
that's what's wrong with the league now.
No, but you can tank just by being bad.
Right. Hello, and you don't even know you're tanking. The Giants.
Right.
Yeah.
So the Warriors probably aren't going to be a playoff team next year. So they're not going to have to tank to be in the lottery. They could actually be in the lottery and try to develop Kareem Lopez or Brandon Pajemski.
But what does that mean for guys named Draymond and
He's
Steph?
fine. They're fine.
All right.
They're fine.
That part, man. I'm being honest and selfish, but I hope they're not fine.
Would it be crazy to say to Steph even something like this? Dude, we have to change our direction here.
Yeah.
And there's no chance we're winning a title in the next 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
So you have two choices. We can move you anywhere you want, or you got to be good with us straying.
And that goes to your Myers fine. Not saying he knew that, but when I hear you say Steph's fine, I'm starting to think, okay, wow.
Let's go to Moose. Moose is in San Jose.
Moose.
Hey, Moose, how you doing?
I'm doing well, fellas. Hey, I've been listening to this, and I got to be honest, man. These Warrior fans, I hearing some of these calls, I feel like it's less coming out of the studio today, but hearing some of these Warrior fans, it's like we're drug addicts. We're so hopped up on we've been to the finals 5 times. Every year has to be a year that we have a shot at winning a championship. This stuff just doesn't happen. We hit lightning in a bottle with the assembly of team that we had. And it's funny because I'm typically I'm more of the optimist, and I feel like I'm becoming a pessimist when I hear some of this stuff. There is no quick fix. There is no player out there that they can put on this team. Yeah, you would go and assemble every top 15, 4 top 15 players, but financially, obviously that doesn't work. This team has to have the rebuild. Now, the flip side of it is, and I'm on the side of, look, I don't necessarily want to see the rebuild because I'm okay with it's all for Steph. Why? Because he's given us the 4 titles and he's put in all his effort and all stuff. But I'm understanding of the fact that it's going to be a mid-team, or mid to low-level team. I just want to watch my Steph Curry. I want to see Draymond Green do their thing. I'm okay with it. And I'm okay with what it's going to end up looking like just because I want to see them do their thing. But the right thing to do, if you're looking at it from a longevity and a team perspective, is rip the damn Band-Aid off. You got to trade assets. You got to bring in low-level guys and actually eat it for 2 or 3 years potentially to be able to come back and be a perennial finals team. I mean, even Moose, that is just ridiculous. You're not going to be a team.
Hey, Moose, real quick, when you say,
Rip the Band-Aid.
Is ripping the Band-Aid Steph Curry or not, though? That's the bottom line.
That was my thought.
Well, you mentioned this yesterday, and you said it again today. It's the idea of, look, Steph, we love you. We want you to stay here because you're going to fill up every seat. But we understand that you still maybe want to compete for championships. Do you want to get flipped to a team that could potentially compete, or are you okay riding this out with us where we're not going to be that great of a team, and we do need to, we need to look at essentially being a bad team for 2 to 3 years so that we could that we can lay the foundation to be a good team again in the future, because it just doesn't turn around. Like, it's not like football where you can get a good player in the NFL and all of us, you go from a 6-win team to all of a sudden a 10-win team. It's not like that in basketball. It just doesn't work that way. And as Warrior fans, I think we're just in denial. I mean, many people are just in total denial.
I am.
Crazy to hear.
Yeah.
Thanks, Moose. Appreciate the call.
So what did you say, Stoney? I was having a problem picking them up.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Was the Band-Aid Steph? When he said you got to be realistic and just rip the Band-Aid off? Because he was saying go
to Steph and say, look, you see it.
No, well, how can you?
How do you want to do this? Are you okay with us trying to get better over the next 2 years
with your knee issue,
or do you want to go somewhere and try to win a title? Like, the only answer Steph Curry can't give is, I want a contract extension, and then I want you to cater to me for the next 2 years, which he won't do.
No doubt.
But he also can't say, I'm going to sign here for, a couple more years, and you better do something to get us back to championship level. Like, why would he do that? I mean, he knows magic doesn't just happen out of thin air.
Yeah.
I mean, the more I think about it, the more I think, look, Steph, it's really simple, I think. If Steph, what's more important to Steph? To be a Golden State Warrior for his entire career, or to try to salvage the last 2 years of his career with another team? Because it's looking like he can't do both.
I'm going to go with the first, to be with the Warriors, one jersey.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to Demetrius is in Oakland. What's up, Demetrius? How you doing?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
All right. I'm agreeing with the last caller. Take the Band-Aid off, rip it to the studs. To prioritize a pick and getting them on the floor, getting them developed, and maybe talking to Steph Curry and just saying, hey, if you're giving us, this amount of games, long.
Yeah, Demetrius, we're losing you a little bit.
But it seemed like he was accepting the start over, huh? The do-over, the rebuild.
You know what would stink? And this is, I didn't even think about this, but Slater brought it up. What if the Warriors are the worst team in the league next year, but that's when they change the lottery rules?
Well, now that would be buzzing.
Okay, well then.
Now that would be on brand for what it feels like right now. Don't even think now you got
the flip side is they could finish 11 and get the number one pick.
But they won't be the worst.
Nah, not in the overall league. They might be in the West.
I don't know, real quick, I don't know an apology, but remember how we got news that Stotts and Stackhouse were leaving, and, some people were wondering if they were pushed out, but they were rumored to be looking for other head coaching opportunities. It looks like, again, I said this to you on Monday, Portland, Stotts is in the mix for Portland's head coaching job, and so is Van Gundy, Jeff, and Stackhouse is in the mix for the Bulls job. So maybe it was really acrimony, and they were just they got action.
Yeah, and that, and probably their voices weren't heard. I'm sure.
You ever been anywhere and your voice has not been heard?
10-2.
That might be an 8.
All right. Okay, I'm being serious here.
All right.
I was listening to this the other day. Anthony Slater with the
Anthony V. Slater
with the, it's like, he's right. Slater's right, and I'm right.
Go ahead.
You look at this as a 1-year fix.
you're hurt.
You should be depressed. But here's the bottom line.
They're not in as dire of future situation as it may seem for two reasons. Number one, like they're not tied to any crazy money long term. And number two, even if they are going to have this middle ground where they're like an okay team over the next few years, the lottery rules are changing. And if you are the Chicago Bulls of the next couple of years and you're the 10th worst team, you're in that play-in bracket, like you basically have the same odds that teams below you and above you have. I mean, they're flattening everything out. Now you need to get lucky in the lottery, but there's not necessarily as much appeal to just completely bottom out. So if they have their picks, which they do, and they are not tied to a ton of long-term money and they're an appealing destination long-term, like I don't think they're in horrible situation. It's just you do look upwards in the conference and go, man, climbing to a title seems very unrealistic right now.
But how do you become appealing? I would ask Slates. If you know what I mean? And Steiny, I got to be.
Well, I thought this was the preeminent franchise in the NBA.
The city. Hey,
I'm being serious.
No, I'm being serious. Is it done deal that the NBA's changing the lottery the way it goes, or is that just being discussed? Because I would hope, now that's another nightmare I need to think about and give me more gray, is could you imagine if something just bad happened with the Warriors next year and then they restructured the whole lottery system and they were the first one to kind of, oh, man. If
they might be the first one to get the break, too. Who knows? You know, I mean, Warriors could go 41-41 next year, miss the playoffs, and get the number one pick in the draft.
Well, all right.
Does that sound better?
Yeah, then I'm in.
You know, the part about appealing destination, I've always been fascinated. I've always been fascinated with that. I don't think it is to the extent that people think it is, but I could end up being wrong there.
Just because you talking about the Bay or the team?
I'm just talking about both of them. I'm talking about if Steph Curry's not here. And they have, you know, if Steph Curry's not here and it's 3 years from now, how big of a free agent destination are the Warriors? I don't think they're much of a free agent destination. That's just me. I don't think they're any more of a free agent destination. Yeah, they're more of a free agent destination than probably 10 teams in the league, but I don't think they're, like, why would they be a great free agent destination?
Well, you got a effing great owner. Okay. And they created the second apron, I believe, the Joe Lacob rule because of him. You know he spins. Steiny, I know you moved here from Reading, PA. I love the Bay. It's one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I mean that. Shout out Alcatraz. And I do wonder if it would be enticing and attractive to some players to know that they're coming where Steph was so successful, as opposed to looking like, oh my God, I can't live out there. Because it got funky. It looks like it's getting funky at the end of Steph. So, you know, that would be a badge of honor to kind of bring the Warriors back to prominence after Steph, per se.
Yeah, I think a lot of players would shy away from it.
Man, I wish we could know.
Well, I think you will find out. I think there's going to be certain players that don't want any part of it, and maybe some players don't mind it. But like I said,
I'm not being for real. Why is the Lakers different?
Because they've done it for decades and decades and decades, and it's been their MO. They've gone from Jerry West to Kareem to Magic to Worthy to LeBron Kobe. To Doncic to Kobe to Shaq.
I got you.
They have a track record because they're the Lakers and they're in L.A., and the Warriors are not the Lakers.
Wow, man.
I don't think they're the Lakers. They could become the Lakers in 20 years, but they're going to have to sign a monster free agent in the wake of Steph leaving. And
just a must.
I don't like the other thing is,
or get him like you got Steph, draft him.
But that's what they're going to have to do, I think. But if you're a free agent, to me, and you're saying, do I want to go to the Warriors? I think you're saying, man, I got to follow in Steph Curry's footsteps and try to rebuild this thing. But if you're going to the Lakers, in a way, you're saying, well, I'm just the latest superstar to go to the Lakers in free agency to try to win. Like, I think there's less pressure going to the Lakers right now if you were a free agent than if you were coming to the Warriors in Steph Curry's, kind of going away days.
You know what? That is so interesting, but another bad analogy on a Payday Friday by your boy. But let's just say before you got started in the business, Radnich was leaving. He was retiring like he did, the great Gary Radnich. And you couldn't wait and you were trying to get your show. You wasn't opposed against it. I mean, that wouldn't stop your decision at all that you were coming behind a great. You're going to come in and just be you, right? And hope you're successful like you've been.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the analogy works, but, you know, I
wouldn't you be so happy that you're getting the opportunity to, you know, that the team came and tried to sign you and made you a part of the organization as opposed to the ghost of Gary?
Well, I mean, I look at a team like UCLA after John Wooden left. You don't want to follow the legend. You just don't. Damn. You don't. And this is where, you know, your greatest strength is your greatest weakness. Steph Curry's the greatest face of a franchise we've ever seen, pretty much. Yeah. He's absolutely unbelievable. He brought 4 titles here. He never got in trouble. He's a great spokesman. Fact. He's just the best. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to follow that. Like I said, I pity the guy. I pity the next great or really good player that comes in here after Steph. Seriously, what's he going to do? What can he do?
Man, that's phenomenal. I'll say this to that though, and I got to do it. Just imagine had it organically worked out the way. Let's just say Wiseman was going to be Shaq or Kevin Garnett. It would have naturally happened like that, and we would love Wiseman right now as Curry's time is winding down. You know what I mean? It was almost like Wiseman didn't even have to go over that bridge because they drafted him while Steph was still at his superpowers, at his height.
Right, but there was no Kevin Garnett in the draft. He wasn't available.
I was just saying, had Wiseman had that impact of Durant, and it would be his turn now.
But
and he was on his way to a Hall of Fame career, that would be the way to do it naturally. Where we're all identifying Steph's getting older, and we got our number 2 pick in the draft. Right. It all organically, naturally happened. Oh my gosh, and maybe even Wiseman doesn't even feel that pressure because he's on his way. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Wiseman being Garnett to have a Hall of Fame career.
But you're also using one of the 20 greatest players of all time in Kevin Garnett. Like, here's where I'll even give you, okay, they could have taken Halliburton. You know, they'd be in a better spot, but they wouldn't be title contenders. Like, I don't assume, like, we knew Wemby was going to be great. Yeah. We didn't know anything about Wiseman. The Warriors had the 2nd pick in a draft that wasn't the greatest draft. And they blew it. They absolutely blew it. But again, like, and this is the difference, between a Wemby and a Garnett and a LaMelo Ball. Yeah. Like, the Warriors would be in better shape right now with LaMelo Ball, but it wouldn't be like having Wemby or Kevin Garnett.
No. Right.
And so, like, if there's not a Kevin Garnett in a draft, then I never hold it against the Warriors for not being able to find a Kevin Garnett when there wasn't a Kevin Garnett available in the particular draft.
I brought up Garnett. My point was a face of a franchise. And Wiseman could have been that had he had the goods.
Yeah.
And it would be his time coming up here,
Right, but, like, there's he didn't,
like Kawhi did it in San Antonio. The OG's fake, he did it with them. He was young.
Right.
Then it was him.
Right, and he's a superstar.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to be realistic and say, okay, the number 2 pick, it's not going to be Garnett, but it also shouldn't have been a guy who's not in the league right now. He's not even in the league right now.
That's crazy.
Think about that for a minute.
I have. Wow.
Not even in the league.
Well, he rapping.
All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. After an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, or trusting the process can cost you thousands of dollars. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This isn't just a claim, it's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back. Bay Area.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief, now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
Why should you pick up a bottle of new vodka for this Memorial Day weekend? Simple. It's an incredible vodka. New vodka is 7 times distilled for a smooth, clean flavor that has won awards, but more importantly, is enjoyed every day by those who love great vodka. New vodka is made in America, is gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. What's better is that even though new vodka is 7 times distilled, it's not 7 times the price. So at a time where everything costs more, new vodka continues to be a great value. Grab a bottle of new vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Daryl Guru the Johnson.
You don't talk about a guy's chicken or his mental.
Yay!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, don't forget, lock in today at 4:30 as the Golden State Valkyries head to Indiana to take on Caitlin Clark and the Fever. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app and search Valkyries to listen to today's game and every game of the 2026 season. Valkyries 3-1 to start the year, beat the Liberty, and now they go to Indianapolis to play the Indiana Fever.
Yeah, they put it on New York, Stoney. And I'll say this, we had the great Veronica Burton. We played the rejoin where she said you listen to Stani and Guru, but she's one of my favorites. But Stani, they got action, man. If it's not Gabby Williams, Thornton, like they got players, man.
Well, this is the first time you've said a team has action that I actually agree with you in the last several months.
Oh, holla. It's Tip.
So you have to go. You got to get out there.
Yeah. At some point, I'll get out there. I'll eventually get sick of watching lousy teams, so I'll eventually get out there.
Well, you got two. Where are you watching tonight?
Whose? What game?
I'm going to let you guess.
Valkyries?
No. Well, they're playing tonight, too. But Game 3, OKC San Antonio. Dylan Harper, game time decision. Hammy.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if I watch it. It's not appointment TV for me.
Giant Sox.
Maybe. And it's a Friday night of a long weekend. So this is one of those days, Goo, that if you've been in the radio business for a while, you realize that unless you're working tomorrow morning, what happens tonight will not be talked about on the radio on Tuesday. So don't try to lock me into doing something that I don't want to do.
But if I made pizzas for a living, I'm watching just like I'm watching with my job. That's the difference. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, yeah.
Good for you.
All his life. It's sad, but
good for you.
It's sad, but it works for me, Stotty.
Oh, holla.
Dude, that is tight. Oh, holla.
You know, I don't know that the Warriors are a free agent destination. Antonio in Oakland, though, has an opinion on it. Hey, Antonio, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Yeah, man, I think the Warriors are going to be a free agent destination. I mean, because they're going to – I mean, how about if a player looks at it like, oh, man, that's a winning culture. They care about winning. So their owner will spend this and this and that. And I don't think they're going to be like, oh, yeah, man, Steph Curry was there. I don't want to go.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
So he's not like Jordan?
It's like a 6'3". No, yeah, it's kind of like a Jordan in a way, but it'll be like, I mean, if it's like a 6'3" player who plays exactly like Steph, then yeah, probably. But if it's like a two guard that's 6'7", athletic, has a whole different game, then nah. Power forward who can, big point forward who can maybe, great mid range, great post up, great defender, nah. But that's it, man. These players ain't tripping off that, not at all whatsoever, man. It's like, of course, someone's like going after Jordan or Kobe, but these are pros, man. Like, they're trying to go to the best winning situation at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And that's why they always team up with each other and all that. So I'm just saying, how about if the Warriors get like a great player this draft and then next draft, and then we have a, big cap space, and they might say, oh, man, they got two great young players right there. I want to go join them. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Thanks, Antonio. Love you, buddy.
We are a class organization.
Do they have a winning culture?
Oh, hell yeah.
They've missed the playoffs 2 out of the last 3 years.
What about four titles?
They haven't been
what about the
better
4
than
than
a 5 seed, but one time in the last 7 years.
What about those 4 titles, player?
Those are ancient history.
That's not 2022.
And that's the problem.
It's not, he stopped. You know
they're
what I'm
such
saying.
a great organization that free agents want to come to that the last 3 guys they've reached out to told them to pound sand. Durant, LeBron,
See, that's why I
and
get
Paul
mad.
George.
That's why I get
all 3 of them told the Warriors to pound sand.
Paul George did us a favor, even though I love you, PG.
Yeah, you know what? They all might have done you a favor, but that speaks for itself.
But I know you're having fun. But
no, I'm not having fun.
No, but the Warriors are a class organization times 8 since Lacob's taken over. You got to give me that.
Sure, I'll give you that. But what I'm saying is, no, I'm not convinced the Warriors will be a free agent destination after Steph Curry leaves. I'm not convinced they will absolutely
I hate thinking about it because he'll be gone. But, man, Stoney, I mean, to Antonio's point, guys, need jobs. But, obviously we don't want the Warriors to be a perennial player in the lottery. But if it were an Eli Manning type of thing, which we haven't seen in the NBA, don't draft me. That's not happening. But as far as a free agent, I guess I'm just different. I wonder if the fact that Steph played here, it would be a badge of honor to come try to resurrect or come add, or try to get the team back.
I mean, look, I'm not saying they're not going to be able to get any free agents. Somebody will take their money. I mean, even the bad Warriors back in the day had guys take their money. That's not going to be the issue. But I'm talking about a big boy.
Who's the best free agent they've gotten in the Lacob era? If we just kept it 100 right now, and I know it's going to be, he's not the big, but best free agent the Warriors got under Lacob. Now, I know they were.
Iguodala. Was he a free agent or a trade?
It was Durant.
I think that might have.
That was a trade, I thought.
Sign and trade, maybe.
Iguodala was a trade. Durant signed it as a free agent.
Like the Warriors were able to sign free agents before Steph.
Yeah, right. 4th of July.
Who?
KD?
Warriors were able to sign free agents before Steph. They signed Danny Fortson. They signed Mark Price. They signed Derek Fisher. And
he left us. He played us.
Yeah. And but no,
yeah, Durant's it. I got you. Thanks, Evan.
Yeah, all bets are off after Steph leaves, as far as I'm concerned. We'll see. They're going to be an entirely new franchise. I don't know if they'll have a winning culture.
But you will be loved if that player has dreams of having the impact, not playing like Steph, or the success that you would be just like Steph is right now, just a god.
Yeah, if you're Steph, which there are no Stephs.
No, but if you bring titles and you're the best version of yourself, the job doesn't require be Steph, but if the team wins and they win a couple chips, the Bay will love you.
Well, let's look at a couple stars.
Use a Ponte line. You'll eat for free.
Yeah, if you win a title. But, John Morant comes here to follow Steph. You think it's going to be good for him?
Man, I got excited.
I hate to say it, but, I guarantee you if the Warriors had Anthony Edwards after Steph Curry and the Warriors had 3 years, okay, Steph's gone.
All right.
The Warriors acquire Anthony Edwards, and they have 3 years where they go to the Western Conference Finals, and then lose in the second round.
Yeah,
they'll get crucified.
Yeah, I got you.
Right. So why would a guy like that want to come here? I think they're going to have to find the right free agent.
The bar is high as all outdoors.
Corey Maggette. Great call.
That was
925.
He'd get you to the line.
And they will be able to get guys like that after Steph.
Yeah.
The question is, can they get, would Luka Doncic ever come here? No.
Well, Dallas draft, but
I'm just saying, if he's a free agent.
Because of the Steph component.
Yeah. Luka Doncic has no rings in his career. He's going to sign with the Warriors in 3 years? I don't see that.
Well, we're having fantasy basketball right now, but with a guy who played at Berkeley, Jaylen Brown, if you think he was shy away from coming here because of Steph? You got to think like it. You got to have the confidence of a gangster, to where you look at that as a badge of honor as opposed to what if it doesn't work?
Right. And I think finding a player like that is going to be very, very difficult. Finding somebody that looks at the Golden State Warriors organization after Steph leaves,
right,
and they're not in a great place, I think there's a lot of NBA players that'll say, don't really want a part of that. I mean, like, if you, let's say hypothetically, I don't know about you, but I think if I were an NBA player and all things were equal, 4 years from now, two teams have max money, Atlanta and the Warriors. They're the same. I think most players would go to Atlanta. Because if you go to Atlanta, you have an opportunity to win a title there for the first time in a franchise's history. And that's a lot less pressure than Steph won 4 or 5 years ago. But again, I think there might be some players that relish it, but you got to find the right ones. Austin's in San Jose.
Our man.
What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. No, see, Guru, Steiny doesn't go to Valkyries game because he's not special. They don't recognize the celebrity when he walks in the building. The Warriors do, so that's why Steiny's a little slow in going to Valhalla, I think. But,
Look at Austin.
They haven't figured out who he is. But there's a couple layers to this, guys. I like Tim. Tim Kohl, that's my guy, by the way.
Yeah, Tim in North Carolina.
Tim comes in and nails it. I think what he said was really important, Guru, as far as it's not a one-player league anymore, man, in terms of I'm going to get this one guy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put it with this other guy. We're going to do it. That's move. That's not the way the thing is working. Even with OKC, you guys keep talking about OKC as an ensemble. It's not about just one guy.
Right.
The Warriors weren't just about one guy. We keep acting like now you come to a point, Steiny, where we keep talking about Steph. And we love Steph, but they didn't win all those titles just because of Steph. I mean,
right.
And so then we get to the point of you saying and sort of driving home the point, Steiny, about no one's going to want to come here. I totally disagree with that. The reason why they won't come here is not really because of Steph, because if anything, Steph has made the Warriors the kind of organization that is welcoming. A lot of these organizations you go to, we've heard the stories about how the other stars act, and Steph is a guy that totally doesn't act that way. So Steph has built a culture that's really welcome. I think the issue for the Warriors is the front office, is the coaching staff aligned with players today. I think I would put it more that way in terms of have they created an environment where a new star can transition into the role that Steph was in, and not to say he doesn't need to be Steph. They need to build around a guy that can win. And the other thing, Stanley, are we just talking about entertainment or are we talking about sports? Steph was the rare combination of both entertainment and sports. And that is the thing that's most difficult to achieve, is a guy that can both entertain and play at that level. That's probably going to be the bigger challenge than playing the basketball. I think the basketball is going to be easier than the entertainment part of it, if that makes sense.
And Austin Kerr's only got 2 more years, too. You got to remember that. So he'll probably be gone when they go search for that new.
Well, so but they could have transitioned. I think Steiny goes back to where they didn't do a good job of making that transition. That's what I would say. I think they could have already had a 1A player to Steph, and people have to imagine a team today where Steph isn't the number one. I think that's where the fans here, we're kind of caught in a world where we got to think, we get up every year and say, oh, Steph's got to be number one. We got to build around Steph. No, it needs to be a guy that can play in the same aura as Steph. And let that guy become the one as Steph becomes the 1A. That's the miss, guys, in my opinion.
And we've missed a few times, Austin. Great call. We talked about that yesterday. And that's why I can't let go of the past, because had they hit, it would be so organic and it would be perfect timing now. And we said this yesterday, at least I did, and you heard me. It's unfair. The burden is on Steph right now from this organization at this age to carry this load. Do you disagree with that? No, like, man, it's just, man. Now his body's breaking down, and it's like, I got a piano on my damn back.
Yeah, I hate when we go, well, they missed out on Garnett, and they missed out on Donovan Mitchell, and they didn't. They didn't.
No, just identifying, getting a bang for your buck at 2 and what was it, 7 with our guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, but again, like, I feel like now every time people say they missed, 3 times, or they're paying for these misses, then I ask, well, so why do you think it's a 1-year fix if they made 2 or 3 years worth of mistakes, including trading Jordan Poole for nothing, including,
Well, we're watching our guy age now. That's like he was able to kind of keep that on. And there you go. What were you about to say?
I was about to say, yes, 3 years ago, I was thinking 3 years ahead. It's now 3 years ahead. I'm still thinking 3 years down the line. Yeah. Nobody else is.
Yeah, no,
so if you don't want to think 3 years down the line,
I got it, man.
Then let's go after next year. But here's the other part that I think I agree with Austin.
No, he had some good stuff.
You ain't going to be a free agent destination after Steph unless you hit on the 11th pick. Right. You hit on the guy next year. Nobody's going to want to come here if you the only way a big boy is going to want to come here is if in 3 years they're like, damn, Kareem Lopez is really good. And that, and they've got this guy and that guy. But if the cupboard's bare, nobody's going to come here. Yeah. So what I'm guaranteeing you, I'll guarantee you right now, the cupboard's going to be bare if you go down a certain road about only this year and next. Then I think the cupboard's guaranteed to be bare. So I would like to start to get some young players in here so that in 3 or 4 years, if we have an opportunity to get a free agent, we're not a lousy team. We've got some young pieces that a guy might want to play with.
That's a great point. And Stoney, don't let me get out of here because, we've said it ad nauseum, at least I have, on just how phenomenal Draymond Green is, not just on TNT, but just breaking down the game. And I know he gets on my nerves at times when he does some stuff, but I got to give him credit on his on him being a scientist in regard to this craft we call basketball. And, I'm a James Harden fan. I've been mad at him. I know he's getting older. But before we get out of here, Stoney, we got to play the sound of Draymond talking or defending what a lot of people were having fun at the expense of Harden in game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals of how New York was picking on Harden. And Draymond's take on it was Oppenheimer-like. Like, it was just like, whoa, I didn't think of that. And it just shows you why this dude, with his short stature and always, feeling like Joe Frazier, why he's so good at playing defense, Donnie. It was great.
Because you got...
My bad.
Because you got guys in there that don't really want that challenge. They don't want to fight through the screen and say, this is my matchup, I want to stop this guy. Guys who, man, I'm a defender, I want to defend, and you switch every fucking time it's an opportunity to. I don't understand it. Guys simply don't know how to win, don't want to do what it takes. Ain't James Harden job to guard Jalen Brunson. It's not what he's paid to do. Right. Some of those other guys who's just switching off, it is your fucking job. Who he wasn't going to do that to was Steph Curry, though. Because we weren't going to allow it. We weren't going to just switch and watch Steph just ISO with James Harden. Why would you do that? Makes no sense. If I'm not guarding that guy, I'm doing something on the backside to tell a guy, yo, go here, do this, go that. We're not about to sit here and watch him ISO Steph Curry. Tell Steph all the time, bro, just don't give up a straight line drive. I'll be there. Because I don't want you fighting with that dude. Not because you can't. Because why do I want you doing that? Makes no sense for you to do that. I don't want you sitting here trying to guard James Harden for 12 dribbles. That. Don't give up a straight line drive. We there to help. You can make the next rotation. Not just about to sit there and watch them line up one of your best offensive players. So I was baffled by this. I'm still baffled by it every night when I watch these guys accept switches and not really want to guard the guy.
Is that it? Or the more expletives?
I don't know. I want to hear what your thoughts. I could run through that wall that sits behind you, man. Like, wow, Dre. Wow, just don't. I got your back so much, Stoney. Just don't give up a straight line drive. I got you. And he called, and I was like, that was awful, but wow, just hearing him put that spin on that is why he is the defender he is. I thought that was amazing. Thank you, Dre.
I don't know why they're covering it like they're covering it.
The Cavs?
Yeah. I'm in the minority here. Harden's not. I actually think Harden. He's not a great defender on the perimeter. I actually think he's actually a better defender when he's matched up with a low post guy.
And some guys have been giving him credit for moving his feet, but that right there needed to be said. But man, Stoney, you wouldn't do that to our guy. I thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, I would.
Kenny Atkinson, what do you think of that? You coach Draymond.
I would put Harden on a bigger player and try to invite them to take advantage of him closer to the basket rather than on the perimeter, because I have seen him defend bigger guys, and he's pretty good at it because he's got a great base, but he's not a great perimeter defender. Evan, you see the chat? I think we should do something there. You want to read that super chat? I can do it.
Yeah. This is from Taylor E. Silva, donating $9.99 to say, our son is currently having a growth in his neck removed. My husband pacing nonstop since 6 a.m. All of a sudden, it's 10 a.m. He stopped with his earbuds on, and he said, Steiny and Goo are on. You two bring peace.
Man,
that's nice.
I mean, wow. Thoughts and prayers to your family.
Thank you from the Silva family.
Thank you, Silvas.
Man, Steiny,
Appreciate it.
No, wow, man.
Hang in there, young one.
No doubt about it.
You'll get through it.
Wow.
You'll get through it.
Yeah.
Wow. Appreciate it.
No, that's, wow.
Appreciate it. Wow. That's really nice.
No doubt. That was, wow. So I didn't put too much on that, though, huh? Like, I just thought that was fascinating for Draymond to say, that's on the other dudes, too.
Yeah, of course it is. It's no, but, he's not going to be able to use that kind of language on TNT.
Well, I thought, what if he used it in a huddle? That's what I was thinking. Like, man, that'll man, they'll listen to that.
Play one more piece of sound from Kirk Lacob, and then we'll take a little break. But this is if he and his dad thought that re-signing Kerr was like an inflection point in the organization.
It was pretty simple. It was Steve Kerr, who we felt so lucky that he chose to come be the coach here 12 years ago. It was talking about him maybe not being here anymore. Yeah, that's a huge inflection point. That's bigger than a lot of other decisions that have had to be made. Joe and Steve go back a long time too. They met, it was in July of 2001 is when they first met. So yeah, it's a big deal when somebody who you care about a lot, who's done amazing work, is considering stepping away. Yeah, it's a massive, massive inflection point for an organization. And Steve sets so much of our culture. I mean, Steph, at the end of the day is our best player. He sets the culture, but like Steve sets a huge part of culture too. And so if he wasn't going to be here, that would have changed a lot of how we do things by necessity.
All right.
I hear you. I got you.
Doesn't really do much for me.
I hear you, but
telling the truth.
He was just telling his truth.
Yeah. Sounds like let's bring him back. How come? Well, a lot else really going on.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind. You didn't ask, but all three, and I'm including Dre, and we'll find out when that extension is announced for Draymond. But Stoney, there is no doubt in my mind. I don't know how this movie's ending. And when I say this movie's ending, what do I speak of? What I'm speaking about is Dre, Steph, and Steve Kerr, big players in this dynasty, will all retire, if not the same year, Stoney, together, but they're going out together, man. And I know Clay, unfortunately, didn't make it. Who knows what can happen there to bring him back, but the bottom line is he left. But, man, these three will be they're lifers, and they're going to go out together, man.
Yeah.
Unless they played super hardball and said Dre.
And the reality of the situation is, what I'm gathering from a lot of Warrior fans is it's more important that the three of them go out together than the caretaking of the entire team over the next 2 years. And I agree, it's a tough choice, but there's got to be some kind of middle ground.
But the fact that you know it's tough doesn't mean you're heartless.
No.
Because you understand it. If they do go that route.
Yeah, but, I also am smart enough to know if and when they go that route, and then if and when it fails, people are going to say, why did we go down this route? I know that's going to happen.
A little like Buster Posey. Yeah, Monday morning quarterback.
It always happens. Now, all of a sudden, we can't understand why Buster Posey would hire a manager with no experience to manage a veteran team, and now it's like the number one theme of what's he thinking. So, yeah, you can go down that road, and the question that Joe Lacob and Kerr and Dunleavy have to ask is it really the best thing for our organization? And if they decide yes, I think we'll have 2 more years of this. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
At Ashby Lumber in Berkeley and Concord, you'll find Fiberon composite decking, made to capture the look of real wood without the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, just durable, low-maintenance performance. Discover Fiberon's Concordia line, including the Aster collection, with rich, multi-tonal colors and long-lasting protection, backed by a limited lifetime performance warranty and a 50-year stain and fade warranty. Get expert guidance for your next project at Ashby Lumber. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord today. Fiberon, built for life outdoors.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money.
Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
I'm losing it.
There's a lack of grit. Don't mess around with games.
It was horrible.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Let me ask you a question, Goo. When the 49ers don't make the playoffs, what team in the Bay Area will come to the realization the quickest that they've got to change direction?
Well, man, I like that.
I'm kind of kidding.
No, well, to be honest, it's the Giants. It's the Giants. And I do wonder if this thing is so stanky or continues to be stinky, could Vitello be one and done? And the only reason I bring that up is I'm rooting for the dude like he's family. I like him, Stoney, and I've been rooting for him. But if this is a mistake and the powers to be know it's a mistake that can't get fixed just because the fit's not there, then Buster Posey owes it to Giant fans and himself if he's serious about righting his wrongs by recognizing that and saying, you know what, I messed up and we're going to have a new skipper. Now, that could totally not be on the board, and I get it, but if Buster's – I'm just going off of that. If you heard that interview, Buster, yesterday, he was very testy and he was – you know, people were asking him about the closer situation, and he was bringing up Edwin Diaz, but it wasn't the Buster Posey that played catcher for the Giants. I just thought – and obviously it's a different guy, right? But just like Vitello's inexperienced at his job, you know, on the professional level, so is Buster. And I'm just curious to see, is he going to be a gangster to where, hey, guys, I got it wrong. We're going to get a new manager, or I want to save face, and the manager's not the problem, it's the players. But I can't wait to see how he maneuvers this, and also how Buster maneuvers adding or selling. And if you sell, you tear it all the way down. So, again, Better Baseball can stave off that conversation, but I'm curious to see what Buster Posey does from here on out.
Let me throw you a list of kind of mainstays, guys who have been around for a little while on each of the teams. And you tell me.
I got my pen.
You tell me which guy will be here the least amount of time. Steph, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, Adames Chapman, Devers, Webb, Ray, Vitello, Posey, Shanahan, Lynch, McCaffrey, Kittle, Juszczyk, Mike Evans, Trent Williams for the Niners. In other words, Like, what team is, like, I would consider, obviously, it's kind of a dumb question, but obviously if the 49ers were to move on from Shanahan, it would be a big change.
Yeah.
Obviously, Vitello and Posey, and, if the Warriors were to move on from Curry, it'd be huge. Even if the Giants were to move off from, Devers or Adamas, it'd be huge.
Yeah.
So, like, what team's going to make a move like that first?
That is fascinating. It's not the Niners, so I'm taking everybody that you mentioned.
Like, for the sake of argument, let's say the Niners go 7-10, and they have some injuries.
I still think your boy is on the high, and he's earned it.
Who, Shanny?
Yeah, Kyle.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if the 49ers don't have a great year, I'm talking, we can get, like, if you think Shanahan and Lynch aren't going anywhere, you're probably right.
Even with a 7-10, after what you did last year with losing everything, to me, if you were even thinking that, I feel like they bought themselves some time just with last year's, what I deem a successful season.
Yeah, okay, so take Kerr and Dunleavy off. Dunleavy just got take the coaches and the GMs off. What's the next bigger name player in the Bay who won't be here like sooner than anybody else?
I would say Draymond Green.
Really?
Yeah. I'm like, and again, I got to be better at my job. I try every day, because the other day Shasky thought I was, defending Dre Stain, and I was like, nah, Joe, but that's me talking to the mic so I can control it. Shout out Janet Jackson. My thing is, I expect the Warriors, because they love their own and the guys from this dynasty so much, that will benefit Draymond, even if they thought they remotely wanted to remove him from basketball reasons. The love of what they've built will win out, and that will help Draymond. Curry doesn't need that. But if you're asking me this question, which would shock and rock the Richter scale, it would be Draymond Green. I don't think anybody's attached to Adamas. Anybody's attached to Devers. And I still think you can kind of lightweight. We see it in baseball, worst to first. Not rebuild, but a soft reset around those guys. So I still think those dudes are further along than where Draymond Green is at in regard to what you're bringing to the table. And that's why my answer, if I'm understanding this question correctly, would be Draymond Green.
Yeah, I didn't phrase it well. I didn't phrase it well. I kind of meant, like, I think the first guy to go is going to be Chapman. Like, I think Matt Chapman might not make it past the trade deadline.
Now, I do have to say this. It's your question. Isn't that like the sun's yellow?
Well, my point is
because we could see that coming a mile away, kind of.
Oh, really? Well, no. I mean, we're talking
I think
about
where he's at and his mannerism.
If they trade Matt Chapman, that means they're pivoting.
To me, no. Well, you could slap Casey Schmidt at third base.
Well, I get it, but if they trade Matt Chapman, Buster Posey's at least acknowledging he messed up.
Right.
So, like, that's what I'm asking. Like, I think Chapman's kind of a big boy. Like, I think he's going to be the first guy that won't be around.
So we're talking about it. I got his rep in his contract, but as far as, I'm looking at it, what he's doing now, and he's a nothing burger now. And that constitutes that the Giants want to send a message, not just to
if the Giants trade Chapman, they're sending a message. You don't think?
Now, I hope you're not saying that message is a white flag.
I don't know, but this isn't working, and we're going in a different direction.
I was taking it as you were saying, they've given up on trying to resurrect this season.
Well, they may have done that too, but whether they have or not, like if they move Chapman, then they're
Buster
sending a message.
I messed. Yeah, we gotta fix this, and I think you got to fix in house with Casey Schmidt.
Let's go to Jay in San Jose. Hey Jay, how you doing?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Tiny and Guru on a Friday. So I got two things I want to address. The second thing I want to address is going to be the Draymond take on James Harden. But the first thing is the free agent coming to the Bay Area. You guys, like, y'all got to politic a little bit better. Like, if I was listening to y'all and I was a player, I'd be getting nervous. Like, come on, this is the game. Like, y'all got to, like politicians, you know what I'm saying? We know what the bad is. The bad is Steph his legacy is going to be there. That's never going to go away.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we got to lean into something else. So something else would be what that last caller said, the coaching. I think that would probably be the biggest piece because styles and systems is what can make or break a player's career. So with Steve Kerr and his revolving door of assistants, that's probably the biggest thing. If I was a player, I wouldn't want to play with Steve Kerr in his system. Now, you look at his assistant coaches, I can't believe the 2 assistant coaches that's leaving this year. You look at the past assistant coaching when Mike Brown, when he left to go to SAC, he took Barbosa, like people, if you really think about it, assistant coaches don't really want to rock with Steve. Luke never came back. Like really look at the good quality assistant coaches because it's your assistant coaches that makes your locker room. So with that being said, I think let's lean into more about the coaching so we can get Steve up out of here, guys. Like Steph, his legacy ain't going nowhere. So let's get up off that, all right? This is the game. We got to politic a little bit, Guru. Come on, man.
I need to know what I'm politicking for. So it sounds like you were not in favor of Steve Kerr coming back, but he's coming back for 2 more years. Okay. And so who am I politicking to? A possible free agent, or that's what I'm asking you?
Yes. And I'm saying even though he signed his 2-year contract, we can still put the pressure on him enough to say at some point where he say, you know what, because life gives you opportunities to go out into the sunset, but then when we play around with life and we go back to the well one time too many, like I think Steve just did, it always end up bad. So we don't know how it's going to end up bad for Steve, but the politicking got to be on the side of coaching style and coaches is what going to bring a free agent back to the Bay Area. But let me transition to the Draymond Green. Now, I get you, Guru. I know he Oppenheimer type, but the problem with Draymond is when people as great as him get to talking, what he realizes everybody is not as great as him. So everybody can't perform like him. It's almost like Michael Jordan was so great, but he wouldn't have been a great coach. You know what I'm saying? He was barely a great owner. So I say that to say, if you look at the defense Harden played on, he played good defense. His hand was there. But Brunson is a cooker. He's a bucket, bro. He's a complete bucket. No one's stopping Brunson when he wants to. Now, the problem was the coach didn't call a timeout. You call a timeout, and you go back to what his habits is. Like Caitlin Clark, she always like to go to the left and pull up for her 3. What do Brunson like to do?
Yeah.
So then soon you want to lead him to that side of the floor where he's uncomfortable and then send a trap and make him pressure. When guys like to cook, they keep their head down and they remembering they muscle memory when they was cooking one-on-one. So they're not thinking assist in those moments. So what you do is you bring the pressure on him to make a pass. He's already short, so you bring a double team and make him pass on the double team, and now we got action. So I put that more on the coaching staff, not knowing the scouting report of he almost like Luka. When Luka get the cooking,
I got you.
You can send a double to him. Right, you see what I'm saying? So that's what I got.
He could have easily threw in the coaches on that too. Yeah, he could have really threw the coaches in on that one too. Thanks for the call.
Okay, what were you saying earlier about some Hall of Fame thing you wanted to talk about?
Oh, yeah, because we were talking last week, you, Spadoni, Shesky, and I, just the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and they had another induction, and Brandon Crawford and some other greats of the Bay Area went in, and it got me to thinking, and Evan and I were on the vine just, because it's been such a doom and gloom here with, our shows, but we're talking to real because we don't run from it. I was like, let's have some fun or jazz it up, and it just got me to reflecting on, your days here at 95.7 The Game, guys and gals that you worked with and built relationships and maybe still have, some that are still working here, some not. Same thing for me. I got to thinking just of people, good people, Steiny, who would be in your 95.7 The Game Hall of Fame as just co-workers, people that put a smile on your face when you came to work. And I got a list of mine, four guys and gals. And I thought to myself, Evan, you think this might play? He was like, yeah, I get a kick out of that. Like, everything don't got to be doom and gloom, but I'm looking at your face now. We might be hard-pressed to find one, but I got 4. So I didn't know inductees into the Guru Co-worker Hall of Fame at 95.7 The Game since 2012. I spent about 30 minutes racking my brain thinking about it.
So, like, if I want to put, let's just say hypothetically, I have a guy in mind.
Okay.
But nobody knows who he is.
But you he can come up and get his award.
Might not be great radio, though.
No, you got to tell us why the people. I want the people to feel like they know him after you tell them why they got the Steiny, the Sports Hall of Fame Co-worker Award from you. Like if you were describing Evan to the people that didn't know him.
Doesn't sound like there's anybody on it, honestly.
Oh,
well,
man,
I mistook the question.
It's just a big old brick.
No, you're wrong, Evan. I have 4 names here, but they're kind of like...
I just want to run over there and look at them.
But they're guys that I would, they're like my radio Hall of Fame guys, not necessarily great teammate guys.
But
I can do a great teammate one.
Yeah, that's what I kind of did, the teammate. But now you got me thinking, who would I put if it were the talent part of it? That's how you went off of, huh?
Yeah.
Now I want to hear that too, Evan, because I can have that.
Well, I'll go to 4. Let me, well, I would say my radio Hall of Fame in the Bay Area would be Gary Radnich.
Okay, well, I'm doing my...
Ralph Barbieri, Tom Tolbert, and I would pander. Here and say Dan Dibley.
Dude, that's dope. Would you? So what were your?
Well, I do like Dibley.
Give me your 4 again.
It would come down to Dibley or Tony Bruno, but I thought Dibley was much funnier than Tony Bruno. So Gary Radnich, Ralph Barbieri, Tom Tolbert, and I'm putting Dibley on there. That's
pretty
Hall of Fame. 30,
talent-wise.
Yeah.
You want to hear mine?
Sure.
All right. You ready, Evan?
Hey, real quick.
Okay, gotcha.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studio. The only reason Willard's not in is because he hasn't been in the Bay the whole time.
Right.
He would be on there. We all know that.
All right, you ready for mine?
Yeah.
Pete Franklin, I got to pay homage. He gave me my name.
Sure.
Yeah. Invited me to his last show in the station. So Pete Franklin, what do you think you are? Some type of guru? Steiny, I was a delivery dude, a courier. You didn't ask my whole life, but this dude changed mine, man. I just listened to him talk, disagreeing and wanting to just not get a job, just call and share my opinion. So I'm going there. Pete Franklin, Gary Radnich. All right. So that's number 2. Greg Papa, number 3, Steiny. I called him, listened to him all the time. So, thoughts and prayers to him. And I just thought he was awesome on the microphone. I can remember his time slot and everything. And then I want you to think of my number 4. You ready? I don't think you're going to guess it. You too, Evan.
Well, it should be Barbieri.
I loved Ralph.
Apparently not
And
enough.
I love Tolbert.
Okay.
But I'm going to go with a guy, I consider him a friend.
Let me guess, Rod Brooks.
Why would you say Rod? You tried to go race right there.
Yeah, you said you're friends with him. I know you and Rod know each other.
And I'm going Damon Bruce. Those are my 4. Papa, Radnich, Pete Franklin, Damon Bruce.
I don't have Papa on mine because I think him more of a play-by-play guy.
But I like you doing the talent part of it. Yeah. We should have put this on social. I'm sure we'd have got a bunch of other people. Now, as far as the teammate award, what do you got for me over there? You're uncomfortable.
I might need to break. I might need to think about.
All right.
Evan, do you have a Sports Radio Hall of Fame?
Well, since we're breaking the rules of the question, I am going to go with play-by-play guys.
Okay. Did I do that too, E?
No, Steiny did it, so I'm just taking it an extra step. I'm going to go with Bill King.
Wow. Holy Toledo.
Lon Simmons.
The Steve Young run against the Vikings.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the best way to memorize.
Steiny looking like
to memorialize
he might
him.
Something.
Monty Moore.
Wow.
One of the first voices. Also was back in Kansas City, but of course with the Oakland Athletics. And John Miller.
Damn.
But why did you,
He went broadcasters. That was his column then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, play-by-play because you had said it, yeah.
Well,
That's
they
how you
are
looked
radio
at Papa.
guys.
I know, but the reason I didn't put Greg Papa on my radio guys was because I have him on my announcer guys.
And that's what I think prompted him to do what he just did.
So you don't want to do it just radio guys? Or They all
like
are
sports
play-by-play guys.
Your dudes, or did
Like
you?
I didn't grow up with all the guys that you did.
Okay.
Or that you would have
So
in
you
your
think
group.
you're better than everybody who just like has a radio show?
I want to hear your tree, though.
The reality is when we came up with this question, it was who you've worked with, of which you've worked with none of the guys you named. So the fact is you took the question, spun it, and I just simply did the same thing.
I love him. I love both.
I've worked with Tibbs.
Oh, that's pretty good.
But you mentioned the pandering part.
I mean,
Evan, I want to hear
I
your
was
guys,
going to go
though.
with Devone, Risotto, Steiny, and Guru, but I guess we just weren't going to go down that road.
Oh, no, I like that, man. That's awesome.
Like there needs, you know who needs to be on this list somewhere is Drew Remenda.
Dude, what a name. You went
Surprised
back.
neither of you guys had Ratto.
Brian?
Nope.
See, I would have had Ratto as a columnist.
He's pretty good on the radio.
No
man.
doubt. He's great. That's my guy. That's our guy.
So you took Damon Bruce over Ratto.
No, I had Ratto.
Yes, you did. No, you did. That's
if Ray
fine.
listening, no, man. Dude. No, Steiny, I did what you did. I had Ray in another column. But Evan, back to you. I would like to hear, because you're a younger demographic, and I hate it, a younger demographic. Like, who are your radio or pod guys? Like, a Cowherd's your dude or nah? Like, who would your Mount Rushmore be?
No, I mean, I grew up listening more to national shows. Like the Le Batard show is probably my favorite show. I grew up really liking Bomani Jones when he was on the radio. There was actually a show where they paired these three now pretty prominent ESPN personalities that I love. They had a Sunday morning show on ESPN radio, and it was Clinton Yates, Dominic Foxworth, and Mina Kimes all together. They had like an hour radio show, and I thought they were great. And fourth, I mean, like there are the big guys, the Cowherds, the Romes, but they never really did it for me.
I'm not mad.
Okay, I'll save it for after, but I have my list of the 4 greatest teammates I've had. How about that? Like co-workers / teammates.
There we go, man.
I have come up with my list of the 4 greatest teammates / co-workers. I'll unveil that on the other side. Right. Let's go to Theo in the East Bay. I can tell what this is headed toward for the last segment. So let's get Theo in and out. Hey, Theo, how you doing?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Hey, Steiny, man. You're in there already for me, man.
Wow. Theo. Whoa. Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, Goo.
Yeah, I didn't make it. It's okay. You gave it to Steiny. It's all love.
Put him in another 15 more years. You'll be in there.
I'm 56.
Yeah. Just wanted to say, man, for Steve Kerr, man, I don't know what that other caller was talking about, how the assistants don't come back. Man, assistants never come back. But for him, he signed a 2-year deal, and I think he did that because he got a plan. All right, and we already know Steph and Draymond, they're part of that plan. And excuse me. And whether fans like it or not, I think Pods is going to be a part of the plan too. And Moses and Guy. So let's just wait and see what happens. This free agency and this draft pick is going to be huge for us. And yeah, we'll see where we go. And also, real quick, my 2 daughters and my wife, so not today, but on Monday, are going to be performing pregame at your Golden State Valkyries game.
Wow.
So if you guys ain't got no plans on Monday, go to the game, show up early. Their dance group, Tuaori, their Tahitian dance group, they'll be performing there.
Oh, I can't wait. Wow.
Congrats, buddy.
Yeah, no doubt. Call in Tuesday. Tell us how they done, man. Brag. We want you to brag. All right.
Thanks, Theo. Appreciate the call. By the way, you can lock in today at 4:30. Golden State Valkyries are headed to Indiana to take on Caitlin Clark and the Fever. If you want to listen to the game, all you got to do is download the Odyssey app and search Valkyries, and you can listen to today's game and every game of the 2026 season. Valkyries now 3-1 after making the playoffs in their inaugural season, and Now they're going up against Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I can't wait. I expect them to beat this. Something's going on. People are mad that the Fever are disguising or not disclosing what's ailing the great Caitlin Clark, Stoney. Something's up, man. But you are right. I think it was 30 points and 10 assists that she had the most in W, something like that. But real quick to Theo, how'd that make you feel, man? You were on his list. You were on his list.
Oh, that was a nice gesture by Theo.
Yeah. No, but you earned it to him. Yeah. I didn't see that coming.
Me neither. We got to get risotto. Like, we could also go like TV anchors. Top four.
Dude, we can't get down. Stop.
Careful.
We'll start putting a list together on the other side.
Careful. Dude, I'm telling you, man. Like, we've had
Mount Anchormore. You got to put Dennis Richmond.
Oh.
Absolutely. I would put Elaine Corral on that list.
Man, Abanez.
Yeah.
For me.
Maybe Castaneda.
Oh, man. Heavyweights.
Maybe go a little old school with a Somerville.
Yeah.
Who knows?
What do you know about Wendy Takuda?
She's dynamite. She's good at her job, too.
The old KPIX back in the day, he might not even been born.
I'll tell you, let's not forget Diane Sawyer.
Yeah, look at
Yeah. All right. Hey, as you know, we're live on YouTube. Always pretty much. Every time we're on the air, you can catch us on YouTube. And let's see. All you got to do is search 95.7 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding our community. We're growing the game, if you will, for our super fans. You want to become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos? We can do that. Private AMAs with our hosts and insiders and exclusive content from the biggest events. You're in. What else do you get? You get live, instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. All you have to do is go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become one of the latest members of the Game Pass Pro.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger, truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the newly opened Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
This summer, let your kids explore, learn, and grow at the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, including overnight camp options in the Santa Cruz Mountain Redwoods. From sports, arts, and outdoor fun to new friendships, every day is an adventure. Spots are filling fast. Visit ymcasf.org/camp and sign up today. The month of May is AAPI Heritage Month. That's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. If you're wondering how you can participate in the festivities, visit apasf.org for access to San Francisco's AAPI Heritage Month celebration guide. There are over 100 cultural events, including art exhibits, movies, book talks, music, comedy shows, and more. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Check out the celebration guide at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
I love rice. I live with rice.
We need Thundercats.
Oh, Diggy Zua.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This is crazy. One more segment.
We'll be fine.
Yeah. One more segment.
Nothing easy. That wasn't a cheer for glee. One more. It was like one more segment.
Well, we got to get through it.
Get through what? This is what we do.
Yeah, it gets old.
Well, we're both
Doesn't
old.
this job get old to you every
Obviously
once in a
not
while?
a good day.
Seriously, doesn't it get old for you every once in a while? Like a day like today?
Who you been talking to?
I'm
why
asking
would you use today?
Okay, this is
go ahead.
The difference between you and I boils down to one word: honesty.
Hey,
yeah, the job gets old every once in a while for me. Does it get old for you?
No.
That's.
But what part gets old?
You.
I am 56. Hey, I got a bone to pick with you before we get to this list.
The length of the shows.
I don't want to change your
Willard
mood.
keeping middle 215.
Well,
what's bugging you should be easy today.
If there
Talking about teams that stink, but people think they're actually
Evan,
good.
I got to do it this time.
It's old.
You do understand the crossover was designed to go to 227.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, Steiny. 227. If somebody looked at it like I look at my job, you would be here until 220. But we get why you leave, and I'll leave with you.
Listen, at some point, that afternoon show's got to take the training wheels off. Bottom line.
My man.
I'll tell you what.
You are the best.
You think Curry's going to play hardball in this last contract?
You are something. You made Theo's list too, but I don't want to change your mood. I don't think this will. But Evan, I didn't tell you this. Bob called me on my birthday. I'm driving home, and he obviously couldn't get to us during the show. And he said, "Yeah, Steiny, we had a great time." And he goes, "Yeah, Goo, I asked Steiny how you doing. How's Goo doing?" So I'm driving passing Berkeley in traffic. I'm like, my two guys. And I guess whatever you told them, you started with it. Like, Goose all over the place. I'm like, damn, Steiny, you didn't have to, sack the union, but just everything. I'm like, you could have made it a little, you could have told him a little, made it a little, presented
He said,
it better.
"How's Goo doing?" I'm like, Goo, he's always got a lot going on.
Evan
right,
is
Evan?
all over the place.
Your life is a movie.
Would you agree that Guru,
what's going on
his
here?
normal state, he's got a lot going on? Would you agree with that, Evan?
What does the Evan help me? Maybe you need a pop to tell me.
I'm talking about driving to SAC, driving to the U. He got this, he got that, he got the other thing.
What
He's
did
got a
Posey
lot.
say the other day? He said, it's day to day.
Guru gets pulled in a lot of directions. How about that?
No, you're right. You're right. All right, this is the list, though, Stoddy. People want to know.
What is? Oh.
Don't do that.
Your top 4 co-workers that you've worked with since your inception here at 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I can't go back to the Reading Times newspaper?
You can. You are special.
All right. Best guy I ever worked with, his previous life, was nobody's heard of him. He was an editor for the Reading Times.
I want to hear his name.
Mark Lukens. Great guy.
Why?
I just really liked him. Really smart, supportive, great editor.
You stay in contact?
No.
Okay.
Marcus Thompson II.
Wow.
Yeah. I was kind of a mentor to Marcus. Go
I'm
do
shocked.
This. Go like that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Marcus Thompson. I overlapped with him at the Contra Costa Times for a couple years.
Wow.
Jesus.
Took him under my wing a little bit. And
did you know he was going to be what he was? Like, is accomplished?
Yeah, he took over my job covering the Warriors.
Wow, Stoney.
Yeah, I was covering the Golden State Warriors for the Contra Costa Times. And I forget what my last year exactly was, but going into the my penultimate season, I was like, I got to get out of here. It was like Steve Kerr. And they convinced me to come back for 1 year, and I did it without any motivation, just like Kerr's going to end up doing. No, but I told Marcus, I was like, hey, dude, I think I'm done soon, so sit tight if you want the Warriors job.
Come on, man.
And I stayed 1 more year, and then I left. That's why do you think I've been telling Evan to sit tight?
Wow. So he was, but you saw something in him to take him under your wing.
Yeah, he was great. Marcus is a
man.
best.
He's awesome. I didn't know that about you.
Yeah, and then I am very happy to usher in a guy like Marcus Thompson and then see him build a career that puts mine to shame. Good for Marcus. I root for guys like Marcus.
But why do you have to look at it like that? What do you mean shame? You made your...
Marcus is an author. He's written books.
You can be one too.
No.
You just choose not to do it.
Yeah, just like the Warriors and the Giants choose to go down the same rabbit hole.
But you couldn't have used both those teams 10, 12, and 14.
I would say, when I was 38.
Wow.
This one's an easy one.
All right.
Bob Fitzgerald.
Wow, man.
Bob Fitzgerald, when I worked at NBC Sports Bay Area, was, oh, God, he was a saint. And then, here
we go. These are 3.
This isn't even, I hate to say it, and maybe you'll be, there's only one great teammate here. Joe Hawks. Joe Hawks
If he hears this,
is the best teammate in the building, and it's not even close. And so there you go.
I love it. Wow.
Joe Hawks
got the.
Oh.
You didn't hear that, did you?
No, but I just seeing something on the text line. It says, Steiny, if you still need a place to stay for Bottle Rock, I got you covered. I live in St. Helena.
Look at you.
Well, now I don't have the car. I didn't bring the car in
Where
today.
is it?
I decided not to go
Well,
up
it's
there.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
I'm not going up. If I don't go up today, I ain't going up.
You can take Amtrak.
No, you can't.
I haven't.
Somewhere nearby and then Uber. Just saying, if you really wanted to go, you could get there.
Wait a minute. What's the closest train station to Napa?
I would say Pittsburgh or if Pittsburgh has to stop on the way to Sac. Pittsburgh or, what's the other? Sassoon. Get right there. But the Uber probably be $200, but
yeah,
you got it.
All right,
I'm going to go on my list. So nobody currently now except one guy, because I didn't want to have to deal with people being mad they were left off the list, because you know how that happens.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the first one, I'm just letting it all out. The guy called me on my birthday, and we haven't worked together for a while. There's not anybody in this world, Sonny included, Evan, that could make this dude have a bad day. And we created a bond that we'll have throughout our life. And I got the second invite to his wedding, not the first. I had to make the cut. But John J. Curley is one of the greatest teammates I've ever had. And he's just, forget the team, he's just a great guy. He dealt with your stuff. He used to be our producer, help us out. And now he's a friend. But man, if the world were full of John J. Curleys, we wouldn't be at war. We would just hello. The jails would
He's been in more fights than us in the last 10 years.
Which Curly?
Oh my gosh, y'all are great. But anyway, John J. Curley. Second, it can't be none of these new guys. You know him. We created a bond, man, and he's a friend for life. But my first partner in radio, Zacharias, Donnie. So we came in 2012. I got him as my partner, and we had some great times doing Saturday, Sunday, the nights, and it grew. And to watch him do his thing. So Zachariah, number 2. And then the only guy that made the list currently, his name out of Antioch, Donnie, is Cameron Glenn Williams. And we refer to him as Cam. And there's just something about Cam that's infectious. He doesn't even know I'm looking at him. And he's just always the same, no matter what's going on.
That sounds exciting.
It's not about exciting, Stoney. It's about being consistent. And if you had some of these traits, ain't no telling what heights we could climb. Yeah. But Cam Glenn Williams, Evan, he don't even know he made the list. He's consistent at being a good guy. And that's why he was my number 3. And I lied. Number 4, there is another guy here. And I think he's sitting next to Evan. But it's Mark Grandy.
Well, he's not sitting next to Evan.
Yeah. But
Risotto is, and he's pissed.
It's 5%. Listen. And it's Pasta. Pasta's my number 4 because we vibe, we bond, and he's always consistent. So Steven Risotto, you fill out the 4, man. That was fun.
Well, I won't tell Randy.
For us. Probably not for the listeners.
No, who knew your Marcus Thompson story?
Well, yeah, but nobody knows who Joe Hawks is.
But it's our show, so it's not about appeasing the listeners.
Okay.
Well, they do now. Now, seriously, Stein, where are you watching the game tonight? Games. Giants, Sox, Valkyries, Fever, and, of course, Spurs, Thunder. Like, you haven't even given your thoughts on the series.
What series?
Thunder Spurs is 1-1. Guys are falling young guys are dropping like flies.
Yeah, give it to me. Yeah. Dylan Harper gets hurt. Jalen Williams gets hurt. Aaron Fox gets hurt. But no, you want to wheel out Steph, Draymond, and LeBron next year. That's what I think.
My point is everybody gets hurt.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just if you got bad luck or not.
Okay. Yeah. It's just bad luck.
You still think Mike Brown can't
Mike
coach?
Brown
Stoney's 2 wins away from the finals.
Yeah, you want to talk about the worst coaching matchup in conference finals history.
We had Atkinson on the show. He said his wife loved us.
We've had a lot of guys on the show who aren't great at their jobs. We got 2 guys hosting.
Well,
who might not be great.
Yeah. Dude, that's wrong. Stoney, Brown got Coach of the Year in sack, and we know that thing's dysfunctional.
And,
he got ran.
Elliot Ramos is an all-star. You see what I'm saying?
Wow. So you don't give him any credit for this Nick job. The Tibbs obviously couldn't get him over. He got him almost to the. Well, he got him right there before the finals, but
are they in the? Did they make the finals yet?
They're 2 away, man. But dude, give the brother some love. It looked like he was about to get fired. That's why I'm judging Mike Brown. He got it right. Brother figured it out. Now Atkinson.
Yeah.
I think what Draymond said was a shot at him.
Yeah, whatever Draymond says is.
Yeah, I thought you'd be more fired up about that. I like that. What's new?
Yeah, I do agree with the caller. Like, Draymond's a great defensive player, so he's going to be way more harsh on guys who aren't playing great defense. One of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond.
But he's not a great offensive player. That's why I think he could coach. He still could have and the ability to communicate with offensive guys because he's played with Steph. It's not, I'm not good at that. I don't know about it, That energy was great, I thought.
Yeah, just terrific. Absolutely terrific. We got 10 minutes left. Who are you betting on this weekend?
Well, it starts tonight.
I have 48 bets going.
The Vows. I liked him against the Fever, Stoney.
Yeah.
You just know what you're going to get with that.
What's it? Give me one of Caitlin Clark's teammates. Not Boston.
No, how are you going to, that's my girl. How are you going to say that and not Boston?
Because you don't get her. Name me another Fever player.
I did it. Check. Exercise completed. That is great.
You like the way they match up, though, with the Valkyries?
No, Fever, I'm telling you.
Oh, you don't like the way the Fever match up with the Valkyries?
Yeah.
I got you.
And last time we saw Caton play in Ball Holla, it went all bad. But, I'm just telling you, Stoney, I got the pass, but Monique Billings, you're going to have to watch out for her. She's a teammate of our girl. The Fever got a squad, Stoney.
What's their record?
I think they were 3-1 going into the game. They're now 3-2.
Yeah. Evan, is that right?
What's the other girl I like on the Fever? Keisha
She's
Allen?
Probably a woman, by the way.
Oh, dude.
Just FYI.
You could have pulled me to the side on that one, but you're right.
I'm not going to lie. You like a lot of players, so I'm not sure which one we're really taking a look at right now.
Well, he was trying to quiz me on my Fever, Caitlin Clark teammate knowledge, and I couldn't use my girl who I love, Aaliyah Boston.
Oh, yeah.
So then I hit him with Maisha Hines-Allen, and and then he said, what's their record? He's just trying to find a mess up on Algoo. Floors are mopped.
I do like the Thunder to beat the Spurs.
I do too.
Actually, I'm starting to lean Spurs.
Evan, get your uncle. Oh, man. You were so you don't write this either. It ain't Cowherd. It's not scripted. But it's just easy to be a jerk, man. It just comes natural to you.
Clock's really not moving right now.
Man.
If you stare at it, it's not going to go any faster.
You're right.
Well, how you look at the other series?
Who is it?
Knicks Cavs. Knicks Cavs. You give the Cavs a chance? Or are they just lucky to be here? Or happy? Donovan Mitchell. I just root for guys that get doubted. Him and Harden.
You mean you root for the guys that you doubt?
No, I've never doubted Harden, but offensively he is, and I know he's older.
You put him 6 feet under 3 weeks ago.
I did. No, I was just calling. That was my way of calling him out. But it is what it is. I don't think the series is over, but they lose Sunday or tomorrow. Obviously, it is.
Cavs did lose the first 2 games of the Pistons.
Yeah, they did. They did.
There are reports that Detroit might have, and I like this name, guys, Kyrie Irving to go with Cade. Now, you should be ashamed. I'm being real.
Let me guess, then they're going after Butler. What are you doing, Goo?
What's wrong with Kyrie?
When's he played? Is he even in the league anymore?
He's not 80 years old. Like,
when did he play last? When? Who is Kyrie Irving anymore? I don't even know. Like, who is he?
Oh, he's a guy that if he put on a Piston jersey, that team is already better. A bucket getter, a guy that can run it with the best of them. And Cade would just have a load off of his hands. But you're just going to he'll forever be in the hospital to you, huh? Older player gets hurt, forever in the hospital. They're not handicapped, Steiny.
Was Kyrie Irving's injury the same as Jimmy Butler's?
I believe so.
Oh, but Butler's going to come back after 40 games? Like, Kyrie missed the whole year, right?
Yeah, but I don't think there was any incentive to bring him back.
It was a wink.
Exactly.
I'm with that. It was a wink.
There's not going to be any incentive to bring Butler back.
There may not be.
We're trying to make the playoffs.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'm ready to make the call right now.
Yeah, because Kyrie and Cade,
I'm in. Not what you think.
All right, go ahead.
What's the Giants' record right now?
20-30.
Yeah, keep that in mind when the Warriors hit the 50-game mark next year.
Oh, look at you.
I think they'll be 20-30 next year at the 50-game mark. Not barring something, in the offseason.
Do you know
changes.
what you're saying to Steph and what you think about his impact at this age on this team if they get health on their side? You're saying Steph 50 through 50, you're going to be 20-30.
Yeah, that's why I said through 50, because they won't have Butler or Moody.
Well, I'll take that one.
Really?
Yep. Okay. Steiny, stop.
What are the Warriors going to do next year when nobody tanks?
That's hey, allegedly.
I'm going to do the Bay Area a favor, probably.
Retire?
Yeah. Trust me. I'll tell you what, I'll do the Bay Area a favor. When the Warriors are 29-53 next year, I ain't going to be here. I'll be Magic Johnson.
Man, that better not happen. Give me Draymond one more time, Stoney.
I'll give you Mark Spears. You want Mark Spears?
That's our guy.
Okay.
I wanted Draymond, but that's our guy.
You want Mark Spears on big game hunting?
Yeah.
Dumbest phrase I've heard in the last... We got to lose that. Seriously, right? We got to lose that.
What?
Big game hunting.
I'm a deer hunter. I love it.
Yeah.
Remember, the season's long, too, right? So maybe the thing to do is kind of wait to the trade deadline. See how Jimmy looks. See how Draymond looks, assuming Draymond stays, and maybe probably Moody's back by then. And if the team healthy looks intriguing, as it did healthy last season, then you still have the trade deadline to try to, do something interesting. And I think a lot of times we get so caught up in free agency, and we got to have somebody in before camp. Not that he's playing amazingly well right now, but the Cavs made a move at the trade deadline. It was quite stunning to get James Harden, and they're in the conference finals. We've seen teams do stuff at the trade deadline to improve their team, and maybe that's the mentality the Warriors should have, is let's just slow walk, get this good draft pick, kind of see where we are before the trade deadline, and if things are more positive than expected, and there certainly is potential for it to be positive once guys get healthy, maybe they figure out a way to add somebody at that time.
I didn't hear big game hunting.
No, because you said they're not.
Oh,
come on, dude. I like everything Mark said, except he said two words that everybody's going to hate. Slow walk. You don't have the stomach for a slow walk. You don't have a stomach for a stroll.
Well, what's this day 35 and no playoffs? I got the stomach for, dude, this can't happen again.
Yeah, no, it can't.
No, it better
and because
not.
You say that, it probably won't, huh?
No, seriously, man. I'm watching all Warrior playoff games.
What?
Yeah. The closeout game, Game 7, 2016 Thunder Warriors.
That's what loser fans do.
Hey,
no. I know what it's like. I go back and watch Larry Bird highlights. It means I have nothing. I have nothing. Steiny, what are you doing? Just watching Larry Bird from 1982. Boy, you are a loser. Yes, you're right. I am. I'm watching the Warriors playoff games from 4 years ago.
I'm watching Prime Clay. It just puts me in the mood, man.
Prime Clay. Go get him.
Kerr in suits. I'm going to be quiet. We got what's bugging you. You don't got, well, you always have something.
I actually don't. What's Bugging Me is going to be doing the What's Bugging Me segment. Tell Billy at Atco I want to slide out of this one today.
I'll text him.
I mean, it's not like I'm getting anything from it.
See, and that's your problem.
Actually, that's not true. That's not true. Billy bought me a hat. Billy bought me a hat at Stone Tree. Thanks, Billy! Let me know if you want to go in a different direction from goo.
And he means that.
Come to think of it, why am I doing the Atco read for What's Bugging You when it's Goo's account?
You're the one.
Yeah, sneaking that, actually.
Well, I carry the show.
You're driving a car. You're coming up on a place you don't know. You just give the wheel to the guy in the passenger seat.
It doesn't work that way, baby.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
See, I love when you just share your real inner thoughts. Man, that'd be a segment. That'd be a show. This guy's over there.
Let's get nuts. Yeah, let's go get LeBron James. All right, hold on. Oh, we got a 15 seconds. All right, that segment was brought to you by the San Mateo County Fair.
It's time for the San Mateo County Fair. Powered by tradition, inspired by innovation, blue ribbon moments, fun, and and where experiences bloom everywhere you go. San Mateo County Fair.
Hey, there are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. It's not a coincidence, it's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law first. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision that you don't want to make. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly, you know this, has voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been injured or you've lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrants must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
This Memorial Day, make your home the one neighbors notice. At Lowe's, when you have a budget, we have extra big deals. For a very limited time, get 50% off all Holland pavers to reinvent your outdoor space. Plus, keep it fresh around the house with your choice of a select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower kit for just $169. This Memorial Day, our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/25. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
People will never remember this.
Don't talk about that.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Crossover time on a Friday. It's sponsored by Atco Pest Control, which means the What's Bugging You segment is coming up in 10 minutes.
Yep.
Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. How
What's
you doing?
going on, fellas?
Yo.
It's a payday Friday for those of us who didn't get paid yesterday.
Yeah. You guys know what happens on payday Friday.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm going to use one of my first Kenny Atkinsons.
What?
It's called an unused timeout. You just opened up a can of something, and next to you is a can of something else, so I want to make sure we know what you're opening up.
Well, okay.
What am I in for today?
What I just opened up.
Donnie got mad. It's not even on my list.
What I just opened up was a strawberry sparkling water.
Okay.
Yeah. But these good boy, I'm gonna hold this. These good boy vodka, whatever you want to call them.
Good boy.
Mixers. It's Friday. Those are for later.
Okay.
Those are for later.
Like,
I'm not gonna do that now. For
later,
you guys.
in the 5 o'clock hour.
You guys. Yeah.
Yeah, in the 5 o'clock hour when you get silly.
Well,
wait,
we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Sure.
It's not bad.
I'm on fire on Guru's Lock of the Day, 6 to 7.
Okay.
Yeah, Willard.
You got a cold over there?
What was your lock last night? Last one I saw, you were telling everybody that Hartenstein was going to get 18 rebounds, and he got one.
I lost. I'm a winner of 6 to 7.
It's the only one that I saw.
Willard, that's so funny.
I'm like, oh my God. Not watching
I'm
this
not as
video
hot as
anymore.
you, but I'll give you my lock tonight.
Okay.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander over 7.5 falls.
That is bad watching basketball, man.
Yeah,
and he knows what he's doing.
Did you see the Habistro piece?
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's playing off of a video that somebody sent out and said, Shai falls every time.
Yeah.
And I actually looked at all 24 of his shot attempts in game 2, and he only fell on 8 of the 24.
Wow.
And then Haberstroh went out and did a whole playoff look, a deep dive on 5 different players and how often they fall
Who were the
on
others?
shot attempts.
Well,
Luka.
It started with him charting SGA.
Okay, but hello.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the playoffs so far, in this series so far, has fallen down on 27.6% of his shots.
Michael Douglas.
That's shameful.
Okay.
Right.
But then what Dibbs is talking about is somebody went, well, what about other people?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so then he did a random sampling of other players to match up whether they also fall as much as Shai.
Brunson, Harden, Donovan Mitchell.
Steph?
No, he's not in the playoffs. And
I wish.
Victor Wembanyama, I think, was the fifth one.
Well, he's got baby Colt legs, so that's why
You'll give it to him.
Yeah,
but I believe he's only fallen on one shot attempt in the playoffs.
It ain't on purpose.
Right.
So what did you find? What did Tom find?
He found that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander falls at a rate that's almost double of those other players.
Wow.
And so, Steiny, I came up with something on Twitter. I know you're not on there, and neither Goo nor Willard really care about my Twitter feed, which is fine because I don't tweet.
I follow you.
What the NBA needs to do is come up with a flagrant flop point system. Flagrant flop.
No, I like this. Listen to what he said.
So you don't do it in real time, you do it after the game. And you saw last night Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson got a little nudgy nudge, as my 3-year-old daughter would say, and he flew back like he was in the middle of an absolute hurricane. And if you look at it, he got the call. That's a flop. You get a point. And much like the flagrant fouls, you get to 16, you get suspended. So we look at all these games and we pick through with a fine-tooth comb. When you look at a game and you see a blatant flop, you get a point. Flagrant flop.
I don't hate it. I
appreciate that.
I will say this, and I know this is not what you guys are talking about, but sometimes a guy who is on the floor a lot, it has to do with strength. The scrawniest guys tend to go on the floor more than the stronger guys.
I mean,
but I know this is not what you were talking about.
Yeah, like that.
SGA is finessing it.
I've told Dibs this story a number of times. This is how long this has actually been on, I think, a downward spiral. Because, man, how many years ago was it that I was working with Michael Thompson now? I'm trying to think.
7?
Oh, more.
Yeah,
more.
Well, you've been up. You've been up here
I've been
since.
here for 7.
Well, speaking of which,
So then probably 8. Yeah.
No, but
or
I
9.
didn't come straight from that. Is my point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's been over a decade ago, and Michael and I did a show together every day. And one time he came in all pissed off about it. It was probably starting with LeBron, and he's like, do you have any idea? Because he's a 6'9", 6'10" human being. He goes, you know what it, and they're strong. Because you know what it takes to knock me over? Do you understand how difficult it is for another human being to knock me all the way down off my feet onto the ground? These are humongous tree trunk human beings. And they're on the floor constantly. And he goes, this is ridiculous. Like, LeBron James should not fall. Almost ever. I get that there's a balance thing,
Well, we know what he's doing.
If you're going, of course we do, but it's getting worse.
Oh yeah, SGA is just.
It's getting worse.
Man.
Well, it's more than just SGA.
You get less coordinated the older you get.
No, he's doing it to the extreme.
Right. Of course you do.
Like, you just lose your balance
He's
more.
the best
and
player
stuff
doing
like
He's
that.
what, 28?
Yeah, maybe the point
he's the
system
best player
should
doing
change
it, though.
once you pass 35. Kind of be half a point.
SGA, it's okay. You can miss a shot. Just fall. It's like, and then when he gets the call, and I love Harden, and maybe this is what people thought prime Harden, he was doing it, and I guess I just turned a blind eye to it because I thought I just loved his game. So maybe it's payback for that. But we were talking last night on the Vine this week of our shows. There's just been so much doom and gloom, Steiny and I with the teams or whatnot, not on purpose. Then Evan was like, let's come up with something fun. So anyway, Brandon Crawford last week got inducted to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So I go, Steiny, give me your 4 guys that you've worked with since you've been here at the station that have been just great Hall of Fame co-workers. And he gave me his 4, and I wrote mine. Can I share them?
Please.
John J. Curley. Okay, gotcha.
My man.
Cameron Glenn Williams.
Okay.
Just always in a good mood.
Yep. That's true. I've tried to get him to frown. It's been almost 3 years running.
Not easy.
I can't do it.
My first partner, Zachariah, here at the station. Okay. And then this one, I put Mark Grandy, but then he wasn't back there, so I scratched it and it was Pasta, because Pasta was back there.
That's a quick rise.
Those are my
Pasta.
Yeah.
All right.
But you got to hear ask your partner his. That's where the story lies.
No, I came up with 4 like radio Hall of Famers from the Bay.
On the air.
Yeah, so I have Radnich, Barbieri, Tolbert, and I said I got a pander with number 4. It's Dibs.
Look at you.
Made
it was between him and Tony Bruno, but Dibs was funnier than Tony Bruno.
I appreciate that. And
Willard did not qualify because he has not been in the market long enough.
You didn't hear that.
Otherwise, he would have been in there for sure.
Yeah.
Willard's too fresh.
You don't need to be scared of me anymore, Steiny. We know each other too well. It's okay.
Dibs, you made it, though.
I take no offense. That's a hell of a list to be on.
It's a great list. And,
You know what I mean?
right now they have the Bay Area Hall of Fame, Radio Hall of Fame voting going on. And a couple of our own are up, including Aaron Axelson, longtime Bay Area guy. I think Chewy is up as well. He's nominated in a category. And Greg Papa is nominated in the sports category. So you can go to Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame and just Google that and find out how you can vote for some of our own.
And they have their own ceremony when that does happen.
They do, yeah, out there in Alameda. It's kind of a big thing, yeah.
Marcy Weiser hosted last year.
She hosted the thing. Okay.
She did. I'm trying to think who got in. Big Rick Stewart?
Rick Stewart,
Live 105 was the Heritage Station of the Year.
Yeah.
Look at Dibs.
You're right.
I just, I only keep tabs because every year the nominations come out and I think, is it? No, it's not. I mean, no. No. I have a 3-year-old, though, so I think I might be able to outlast it.
But you're still in the game.
Right. Seriously. Yeah. Not a 3-year-old. But, yeah.
Definitely.
Seriously.
Best teammate you ever worked with? If I just narrowed it down to yours and Willard's one guy.
Best radio teammate?
You want me to go to the bathroom so you can answer this?
I mean,
it's hard when the person's in the room.
That's
hard, man.
Right.
I'm sure I'm not the answer is what I mean, but you got to stare me in the eye and say that.
What's funny is I've worked with all 3 of you,
I know.
And none of the 3 of you make the Rushmore, let alone you're the guy. And it's funny you say this because yesterday in the hall, I was telling Nahigian about my Mount Rushmore of hosts I hate.
Oh.
And
did I make that? You want me to go to the bathroom again?
I'll just say this.
Mount Abyssmore.
None of the 3 of you made that one either.
Good. So, there we go. In the middle. Let's go.
Yeah, and Steiny, you would know probably 3 of the hosts that made that list. And
I know one. How do you make it, though, Dibs?
Sure.
How do you make it?
Yeah.
You work with a guy for 7 weeks and it's pure misery.
Wow.
You work with a guy for going on 3+ years and it's a lot of ball domination and a lot of dirty looks.
I know who that one is.
You work with you work with another guy and he's remote and you can't do anything right. Even though you're, bouncing around the room on the up and coming, and
you're great, man.
I mean, he's rest in peace. You won't even. Nobody knows that one. And I'm trying to remember.
You're special, man.
Yeah, there's another
Number
guy.
3 doesn't have to do with Gary Woodland, does it?
No, that would be number 2.
That's number 2.
Yeah. Number 3 was when I was working.
He was right.
I was working for a classic rock station back in 02 or 03, and. Yeah, we were doing mornings, and he was doing it from Thousand Oaks, and then it was not that pleasant. And number 4 was a guy who just filled in here and there, and it was not fun. But anyway, didn't mean to ruin the bit.
Willard, real quick, yours. Would it be Michael Thompson?
Wait, this is the good or the bad?
The good.
Oh, man. I don't want to have a bad answer.
They're not listening.
Well, I don't care if they're listening or not. No, I do not care about offending anybody at all. My point is that I would need to think about that.
So you've been blessed.
Well, for sure, but part of it is sort of quirky, as Dibs knows, because of like doing the weekend thing at Fox.
That counts,
I've
though.
worked with 1,000 people. It changes every 6 months over there. Joy Taylor.
Yeah.
TJ Hushmanzada. Rob Parker. Chris Broussard. Ryan Field. Rob Ryan.
So they're all in your phone wheel.
Cedric Sabalos. we could.
Not saying.
Oh, yes.
Blake Havasu?
Dude, I could sit here for an hour and spit partners from Fox alone.
Yeah.
So
you got
Michael is a gem.
So he's as good as he sounds.
Yeah. What a great guy.
I forgot to mention my co-host from my 3-day run at the Beast 960.
I think it was 980, but whatever.
Whatever, it was 9-something. So I was between jobs. I'd been fired, and my agent's like, I got a job. I got a spot for you. 3 days on a station called the Beast 980.
Got a gig.
Flies me to L.A. I'm staying near the airport with Marcus Johnson and Jeannie Zelasco.
The Milwaukee Buck, my Marcus. Marcus Johnson.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so, day one, it's like they're trying to feel me out. And it's clear that Jeannie's like, what are we doing here with a third guy? And Marcus is like, hey, we're vibing. By the end of day 2, I got him doing voices, stories, impersonations.
Let's go.
By day 3, the looks from Jeannie Zelasco, you want to talk about visual daggers. Woo!
Just jealousy, huh?
I mean, you know how a 3-man show, like our 3-man show we did remote, it was, at times it was magic, but at times it's like, you know what? I was the third wheel.
Bros
it's Steiny and Goo. Bros Before Phones was one of my all-time contributions.
3 is tough.
3 remote is tough, especially when these two had been doing it.
You know, the first thing I said, I can share this now. I said that, y'all were doing everything that you were doing. What I can't even remember. Right, there's Damon, there's Ray, there's you guys, there's Bonte, there's Joe, there's a lot of
look at you.
Right, there's Kate, and we knew what we were working on. Let's put it that way.
Yep.
And I sat down with Matt and I go, we got to stop with the 3. Like and it was more like if I were you, the 3. It's too many. I don't know how the hell listeners sink their teeth into who's talking. People get left out. People this, that, it's just, I'm like, I don't think it should be 3.
Yep.
And now we got no 3.
Bros Before Phones is one of my all-time contributions.
Thanks a lot, Mark.
You're welcome. Sorry for everybody who got shift. Sorry for everybody who got fired.
Oh, you guys are doing 10 to 12?
That was my favorite.
Well, Bonte and I, BS&G was 12 to 3 when we had Bonte.
Yeah, and then when he got hired, I think
we were 9 to noon.
And you guys were noon to 3.
Yeah.
And You're welcome. You're on the golf course an hour earlier.
Look at it.
You're welcome.
All right, we got to go. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Mosquito populations increase rapidly as temperatures rise. Atco Pest Control reduces mosquito activity around your property. Visit atcopest.com and mention you heard about Atco on What's Bugging You, and you get 10% off mosquito services this month. All right.
No,
I'll go first.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Like it's really
You're always the anchor.
You're the best closer.
All right, fine. We'll be like the Giants, just closer by committee.
Listen, I love threads. I used to have style, but I really, truly, in my age of 56 years old, I've seen a lot. And I come from an era when I would know what teams were playing before I would turn on the television, Willard, Dibbs, and Steiny. I would know what uniform the Celtics were in. If they were at home, they were going to be in those white uniforms with the green lettering. What transpired in New York last night is a travesty. The Celtics lost games 7 to Philly at home in their green uniforms. Should have never had them on. The Knicks last night in that beautiful floor, the Mecca, Madison Square Garden, come out in some, on a regular day, nice black uniforms, but they should have had their white uniforms on. And to the people like myself that care about the game, and I would love to see the sales. Are they really working? Are people buying those black jerseys? But just to sit there, I couldn't stop thinking about why are the Knicks not in the Willis Reed whites? The Bernard, why? And I don't like it, and it just continues to get worse with the Warriors at home and the road unis. You don't even know anymore. It bugs me, and I'm tired of it.
You're not alone. I mean, I that stuff never really gets to me, but I also, sometimes the Warriors are flirting with people not knowing what their colors are. Like, we might need new signage.
Flirty.
Yeah.
We need new signage here at 95.7 The Game.
Iced tea.
When's the last time they wore a blue jersey? Anywhere. We got brown.
Yeah.
We got black.
Well, look at the TV right now. You've got Houston at Chicago. It's blue versus orange. Whatever happened to the home team wears white?
Yeah.
It was a much simpler time.
Well, that's what's bugging me.
I'll go next. And you guys are all parents, so maybe you could help me with this. And each kid is different. But I was not late to work, but I had to come in a little bit late yesterday. Got called by the school right as I was about to leave. Little guy got hit in the back of the head, and the school nurses were worried about him, and we had to put him in the blue tent and do the whole protocol thing and call the doc and walk through all the things. And it was real. He got hit in the head, he got a bump in the back of the head, and I don't want to make light of that.
With what?
He got with a ball. Like they were playing. And he got whacked. He wasn't looking. It knocked him all the way off his feet like he was Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. I wasn't
with actual contact.
With actual contact. Yeah. So, and this goes for even just flu-like or cold symptoms. How do you know when they're really, really down versus they just want to be home from school? We all tried to pull that on our parents, didn't we?
Yeah, I used to use cornflakes as throw up, but go ahead.
I think I'd like to hear that story. Yeah. You used to use cornflakes?
Soggy cornflakes in there, be like, and it would work. Yeah.
And you would what? You'd throw them in the toilet?
Yeah.
You without me is like cornflakes without the milk.
Yeah, no, right, listen. But anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, like I'm on the phone with the doctor yesterday at noon, and it's almost like, okay, here's all the things you got to watch for. And she's like, I'll call you in an hour and a half. And I feel like a terrible parent because I'm like, Doc, I got to go to work. But his older brother's here. I didn't leave him alone.
Okay.
But they're like, oh. And it's like, oh, you're not even going to stay with your kid. And I'm like, because I know he's fine. I know that he's fine, but we got to go through this whole, right? And then you get home after the long day at work, and they're just looking at you, smiling. I'm like, is everything okay? They're like, yeah, it's completely normal. I'm like, I know.
But you had a little guilt, Will.
Of course I did. I thought about it.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit of guilt, and you know your kid better than they know your kid, but at the same time, when you get that call about head trauma or whatever, you do have to respond. What's bugging me is also about my kid, and it's more about not what's bugging me, but who's bugging me, because this person, he's been laying in the weeds. So I go to school today for one of the final days at my daughter's school, and I'm walking out, and I hear somebody from behind me go, "Hey, I can't wait to find out what's bugging you." What? He goes, "It's Friday. What's bugging you?" And I turn around, and Henry from El Sobrante is right behind me. And I go, "What?" And he's like, "I love you, love the show, this and that." Thank you, Henry, so much. So we start talking, and 5 minutes in, 10 minutes in, I finally go, "Hey, Henry, how long have you known that your first grader and my 3-year-old go to the same school?" He's like, "I think I figured it out back in November." I said, "November?" I said, "You've been laying in the weeds?" He's like, "Yeah, I didn't want to say anything." And I'm like, "Well, today you said something. So what was wrong with November?" So Henry in El Sobrante, P1, loves you guys, loves the morning. Fellow grandpa daddy, by the way.
Oh.
He's your age with a 3-week-old. Wow. So, hey, you know what, Henry? I told you this was coming.
God.
Science is amazing.
I told you in the morning.
Man,
science. Apparently his wife is significantly younger, even younger than you.
Yeah, hey,
dude,
there's a difference between Guru's age, your age, and my age.
Correct.
You had one late. You're telling me this guy's going to be close to a decade later to start?
And there's 2, because there's a first grader also.
And there's one above that. So
wow.
Whatever. I have I'm the anomaly 25, 23, and 3.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's his are 7, 3, and 3 weeks.
Guru loves it. That's an extension of the way you play basketball. You just don't want to acknowledge your age.
Yeah. Anyway, Henry and El Sobrante, you're what's bugging me, even though you're not. And I told him this. I'm like, you're going to get a shout out, but it's going to be you who's bugging me. He's like, I'll be listening.
I got to give him credit for not coming to you sooner. He held on to that.
No, I mean, he actually, honestly, you're that age with 3 kids, you're probably not out there with a cardboard sign.
He's young, though. He's staying young.
Yeah.
Does he work? Or, you know what?
If he didn't get too deep into it, but he did tell me that his wife was, quote, significantly younger. And I said,
it's an intangible.
I said, that's a boosh. Right there. That's a boosh.
Ask him next week what's bugging him.
I won't see him again because he's been laying in the weeds for months.
You can find him.
Henry. Anyway, thanks for listening. Wish you were in the demo.
What's bugging me is, and I can't explain this, Dibs. I don't know what happened. I thought I had discovered something that was just going to be phenomenal, but what's bugging me is Breaking Bad.
No.
I've lost it. I've lost complete interest.
Wow. Where are you?
Like season 5.
No, but what's happening?
I'm not even really sure. It started to trend downward when they did a whole episode in the lab.
With the
and
fly.
It was about a fly.
Yeah, that's the most criticized episode.
Now we're about 2 or 3 after that, and it's just, Walter is so reprehensible.
I ain't even going to watch it now.
I'm just, we turned it on last night. When it came on, I was like, I don't even want to watch it. I don't know. It's just jumped the shark for me about season 5.
Okay, I get that, but if there was ever in the history of episodic television a write-it out show, this is it.
Well, it ain't Steph Curry. That I could get behind.
No, but the way that ends is not the way that this ends. This ends, if the Steph Curry era ended in 2022, that's the way Breaking Bad ends. So, what episode in season 5 are you?
Well,
is Gus
Pinkman's got it. He's not happy.
How is Gus Fring?
He's not happy.
What's Gus Fring doing?
He wasn't at Los Pollos the last time Walter checked to try to find him.
Okay.
So I didn't see him in the last episode or 2, I don't think.
Right. Then you're still in season 4.
Late.
Correct.
Yeah.
Season 5. Again, I'm not trying to tell you what to watch or how to do it.
Save it. I
no. I'm only trying to save it because this show, it's a culmination sensation.
All right.
Season 5. And if you are a fan of Rotten Tomatoes or those other rating services, season 5 episode, I guess it's the second. Oh, it might be season 6 even. It's considered the best episode in the history of episodic television.
Pinkman's driving somewhere with the dude who looks like Walter White, kind of. The
Mike
old
Ehrmantraut.
sage. Yeah.
Yes, Mike Ehrmantraut. Season 5, episode 14 is the best episode in the history of TV. So
all right.
If you want to give up now, then,
I must say, though, it sounds like you aren't just saying you're crazy.
I'm saying you're crazy.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You're a quitter, and your response will be quitting gets a bad name. And, yeah, I mean, if you want to give up now, then you have absolutely pissed away almost 4 full seasons of watching because season 5 is unbelievable.
All right. That's a lot to think about over a long weekend, but I'm going to try to do it. You guys have a great show and
great holiday too, guys.
Keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Cheers.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Happy Friday. You have me on a side project now that I did not mean to be on today. But I'm going to work on this during commercial breaks and see if I can come up with it at the end of the show.
You can work on it while I talk, but you'll only be able to do that 7 seconds.
Not enough time. Not enough time at all.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
What's the side project?
I'm trying to write down every co-host I've had in my career.
Oh, this is so fun. This is really fun. No, it counts.
Does that count?
I think so.
Oh, God.
I did 3 days with Marcus Johnson and Jeannie Zelasco.
I know you did.
As a tryout on the Beast 980.
Yeah.
And I only count it because I had never done anything like that before. I'd been fired by a station. I'm trying to remember which one. It was 95.7 The Game.
Oh, right.
I was unemployed for 51 weeks. During that time, I was on Wheel of Fortune, and I did a 3-day tryout in L.A. on the Beast 980, Rest in Beast 980. and it was Jeannie and Marcus. So I count that just because I'd never done anything like that. You fly to a city and you do a 3-day tryout. And I mean, I love the PD and he loved me. And, 4 months later, the station was shuttered and that was that.
That was that.
So it counts.
That was that Owen guy, right?
No, this was
Owen
post
Murphy.
Owen. Yes.
Owen Murphy. Let's not. No one knows what we're talking about. Anyway.
Owen Murphy was one of the interim PDs before Jason Barrett took over here.
Yes, no, that I know. Interesting guy.
Not a fan. He's not a fan of the Dibber.
Oh, I know a lot of people not a fan of him. So
the feeling was mutual.
Anyway, that's not the fun side project that I want to bring to this discussion. I got a different fun side project that I want to bring to this discussion. And Justice De Los Santos of the Merc, who covers the Giants, is going to join us in an hour. So we've got that. It's Friday, so we're doing higher or lower. Big opportunity for your boy because it's a couple of guys pretty low on the all-time wins list.
Yep, the leaderboard
that I'm going against. So that's exciting. But other than that, a little bit of a grab bag Friday. The Giants are back home. We know all the conversations that have been going on with the Warriors. I think that Mark Spears' appearance with us yesterday does bring up an interesting topic about the idea of what kind of a free agent destination the Warriors are. We'll continue that. You are welcome to weigh in, especially on what I'm about to introduce, 888-957-9570. All right, I jotted this down. These are the 5 teams I selected. I know there are more. We could do earthquakes, and some of you are Athletics fans and Raiders fans and everything, but the 5 that I chose are the Giants, the Warriors, the 49ers, the Valkyries, and the Sharks. Okay?
Go Sharks.
Go Sharks. Go Valks in 2 hours.
I actually never did a show with Ralph Barbieri.
Neither did I.
Yeah.
Okay. So good to know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come up with this list.
I'm gonna do my own too.
Really, really, really
just
long.
To pay off
it's like Wright Thompson long.
Sure. To pay off the crossover, the answer is Gary Radnich for me. And you are on the Rushmore. I just couldn't say it in front of those two.
I know.
You're probably in the whatever Thomas Jefferson spot. Whoever got the 4-hole.
What is the Thomas Jefferson spot?
It's the 4th because it goes
from left
Washington,
to right?
Washington, Lincoln, Reagan. No, you know that Reagan wanted to add a 5th.
So does someone else.
When I be all for it would be tremendous.
Who is
Maybe
the
it's
4th?
Jefferson Lincoln. Yeah, thank you.
Go
They
ahead,
do it
Evan.
chronologically.
You can crack the mic. What's going on?
So actually, one of the reasons why Lincoln is the 4th on Mount Rushmore is because he was supposed to be on the left of Washington. They blew his face off with a stick of dynamite on accident.
Right in the
That's why
face.
if you look at the wall, it's very flat.
On accident?
And so they decided to put him on the right side.
How do you blow someone's face up with dynamite on accident?
Well, back in the 1930s and whenever they made it, there's only one way to actually do this.
Wasn't with dynamite.
No, you're right. Yeah. I mean,
You're right.
too soon. I'm sorry. I stepped on the truth, Evan. And thank you.
So wait, who is it? What's the order?
Washington, Jefferson, Roosevelt.
Roosevelt. Huh. Yeah. Okay.
Teddy or Franklin Delano?
Oh, Theodore.
I mean, honestly, FDR was... he got...
Yeah, the 4th spot
he was pushing for 4.
Is debatable. It's debatable.
Well,
but anyway, these are the 5 teams that I came up with. And what I wanted to do, a little bit of an exercise that is aimed at finding out how optimistic or pessimistic is each fan base feeling in this moment, and how patient are they? So I'm going to act like Vegas. I'm going to be like the Bay Area John Avello with DraftKings. And I'm going to set some odds. And what I did was I set over-under markers on the calendar for when the next championship will be for each franchise.
Wow, okay.
Okay? So the month that you hear me say is it's the month after a particular season will end, right? Because football ends in February, basketball ends in June, you get the idea. So the month after a particular season so that it sort of acts like a half in an over-under number. So I set some over-unders. I'm interested to know if you would take the over or the under on any of these. And then, y'all can kind of weigh in, and I would love to find out how everybody's feeling. And what is your reasonable expectation or hope, if you'd rather use that word, as to when this can get awesome again for whichever team we're talking about? Which team you want to do first?
Let's go with the Giants first.
All right, the San Francisco Giants. I have set their over-under on their next championship. Pasta's here. You should weigh in on this. And you can agree or disagree on the marking of the over-under even if you want. But I have set the over-under on the next Giants championship at November 2032.
Wow. It's funny because as you lay it out, I put a date in my mind.
Okay, what was it?
It was November of 2031.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, it's a great line.
We're not in crazy space then.
Based on their history, which was, it was like 5 decades or so until they got one. Yeah. I'm going to have to take the over.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess in a way, the safe thing to do is to take the over in any of these because it's a championship. It's very hard to get.
Baseball is super fluky, and
totally.
Rafi already has one, and you can, Rafi Devers will be only 44 that year, so I mean, he'll still be under contract.
Right. So the concept, obviously, it's not just willy-nilly throwing numbers out. It's based on, okay, where is the organization right now? And then where are other organizations around them? You know what I mean? The Dodgers right now, the Padres, these are problems. The Giants are not very good in this moment. They're 20-30, but you're looking at financial situations. You're looking at what they believe or we believe is down on the farm. That has to come to pass. Take Bryce Eldridge, for example. When would you think that Bryce Eldridge could be, if it goes well, a middle-of-the-order standard for the Giants? What year would that be? He's 21 right now.
That would be 2027.
2027. Okay, that's aggressive. That's if it goes really, really well. That's next year.
That is next year.
22 years old.
But if you look around baseball this year, you've got a lot of guys younger than him. Not a lot, but there are a few guys younger than him who are already trending in that direction.
It can happen, and I would expect by next year it could be trending in that direction. But I thought more along the lines of, when he's batting fourth and hitting 40 bombs a year, that's probably more like when he's 24, not when he's 22.
Right, so 2 years.
So, okay, so you factor that in. They've got those international kids that are really young. There's 4 of them. I'm going to take a chance that, let's say, 2 of them kind of play out. So you let them get to the bigs. That's a 3 to 5 year project, et cetera, et cetera. Then you've got to build up around it. Be good, Shohei Ohtani has to retire or whatever, so there's guesswork in it, but that was the thought process, and I came up with November 2032. So that would be allowing this season and then 6 more to go by before you sort of set the marker on the next time there's a parade.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on so many factors that we don't possibly know. But the one thing that makes me want to think about the over is ownership and what they have so far indicated that they're about. And they're less about a win now, Joe Lacob, I'm going to meet you in the tunnel if we lose because I'm that mad mentality, as opposed to shiny building over here. Look at this, know. And, I kind of took my cue from you on that. So I'm going to take the over on the Giants.
Okay, you're going to take the over. You want to do one more?
Let's do one more. These are great.
What do you want to do next? Again, we got Giants, Niners, Warriors, Valkyries, and Sharks.
Let's do the Warriors because this, I think, is going to be the most debatable, controversial one.
Okay, so get a number in your head.
Well, just lay it out like you always do. Okay, start the layout. And, okay.
Steph Curry's going to play, let's say, 3 more seasons, but that's into his 40s. We understand where the Warriors are at. Whoever that dude is that leads you to an NBA championship is not on the team right now. We don't even know who he is. You have to factor in the other things that in this moment you see, Victor Wembanyama, etc. And then the process of the finances opening up and then trusting the Warriors to do good things, but also knowing that a group of NBA players needs to kind of gel and be together for a little while. And so the over-under for the Golden State Warriors for their next championship. If your name's Joe Lacob, close your ears.
Oh, boy.
July 2034.
Wow. Oh, my God. I wrote down July 2038.
Oh.
So I'm going over.
Take me over.
Well, the pattern is fading dynasty, not my words. You can blame Steve Kerr here for 2 more years. So the dynasty fades, which means July of 2029, it's over. It's usually a 6-year gap before you're decent again. And I'm going to give you 3 more years till you can ramp it up. July 2038.
Okay.
My friends.
Okay. I got July 2034. So you're... So 888-957-9570. You can pick any team you want and let us know when you think it's reasonable for them to win their next title. Okay? And we'll keep doing this. I got Valks, I got Sharks, I got Niners. We got discussions to have. Justice De Los Santos in 45 minutes. You know that we're on YouTube all day long. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game. You'll find us. We have expanded our community to Game Pass Pro members. Those are people who now have early access to new videos, exclusive insider content from here at 95.7 The Game. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game. Sign up now and become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. Happy Friday, everybody. It's Willard and Dibs.
Game day traffic brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're headed to the Giants game this evening, northbound 101, a very slow ride, bumper to bumper from 280. Northbound 280, not as bad, and no delays on the upper deck of the Bay Bridge.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. You know what? Summer is basically here, and if you're still trying to figure out that weight loss thing on your own, you're doing it wrong. The do-it-yourself thing only gets you so far. I want to tell you about Jumpstart MD, and I want to tell you about my visit today to Jumpstart MD, and I'll be honest, some of the numbers they gave me, a little bit alarming, a little bit inflated, like your boy. And so it's time to get serious. And I'm glad I chose Jumpstart MD because they're local and they've been helping people around the Bay Area for many years. And they want to work with you to build a personalized plan. And they did that for me today. And if you want to get on board with a GLP-1 medication, and I'm going to do that, they have some of the most affordable rates that you can find. Summer's coming. Don't wait to worry about it in June. Get started now. Call 855-JUMPSTART. That's 855-JUMPSTART. Or go to jumpstartmd.com today. I saw some fellow gentlemen in there today who are already getting to work on their plan. They're excited. I'm excited. I want you to start your weight loss journey as well. Give them a call, 855-JUMPSTART. That's 855-JUMPSTART, or go to jumpstartmd.com today.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town?
At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
This Memorial Day, New Vodka invites you to please drink financially responsibly. Yes, financially responsibly. There are a lot of vodkas out there for you to choose for your Memorial Day, but New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's a 92 rated award-winning vodka that's made in America, gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. New Vodka has a smooth, clean flavor at a price that won't break your bank. So make the smart choice. Show up at the party with a bottle of New Vodka and show everyone that you don't follow the trends, you set them. Cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper and his coloring book 10-year anniversary tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on September 22nd. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So you're taking the over on both of those?
I am, yeah.
Giants and Warriors, those of you just joining us, I've set over-unders on the calendar for the next time. The Niners, Giants, Warriors, Valkyries will be the first time. Sharks, first time. When they will win a championship next. Over-unders. If I were Vegas, where I would set them. The Warriors, July 2034, and the Giants, November 2032. Those are the over-unders I'm setting right now. And I know that this is, I mean, it can feel a little sobering. Then again, if you do take a deep breath and realize, you know, there's a lot of cities who deal with this constantly, and 40 years go by, and 50 years go by, and generations go by, and they don't get one. And again, you and I are at a generation where we've literally watched 3 of these teams already have dynasties in our lifetimes, which is, so it's like, I don't know. Sometimes I think that that's sort of why I view sports the way I do. And I know people get mad at me for it because sometimes I'm just a little bit too, like,
Pollyannish,
happy and calm about all of it.
Right.
Maybe that's why. I don't know. My sports itches have been scratched. It doesn't mean I don't want him to happen again.
Exactly.
But, like, you know.
And it doesn't mean it won't itch again because the Giants, it's starting to become a little bit of a mosquito bite. And you kind of want to scratch that thing because it's now been, this year will be 12 years since they got one. And they've won, 0 series since 2014? Or they won 1 series? No, they won a wild card game.
A wild card game.
In 16.
But no series. No series.
I like your Giants line just because baseball can be so fickle, and the Giants could get, Logan can still be Logan, and you could get, Roop can be solid. You can add a couple of pitchers and find a closer, and your veteran hitters can be veteran hitters, and you can catch lightning in a bottle, and you can do that thing. The Warrior one is the one to me, and that's why I put 2038, and I'm looking at the Spurs, and if you want to say the end of their dynasty was 2017 because they win the finals in 14. They go playoffs, Western semis, Western finals, lose to the Warriors. And if you want to mark that as the end, because that was Kawhi's last year, basically, then they went playoffs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, nothing. And then now this year.
Yep.
So they went 8 years of it's over. So if you want to think about the Warriors, even if you go back to, 2022, you win the title. And I think a fairer way to do it would be to go back to 2025, where that's really when the dynasty ended. Jimmy played. You were good. Steph got hurt. You might have made it to the conference finals, but you didn't. So if you want to say it ended in 2025 and you want to go 8 years from there, that's 2033.
Yep.
And that would be, if things go right, you'll be where the Spurs are now.
Things have to go perfect. Yeah. And so that's why I said it at 2034. By the way, quick aside on that.
Yep.
This is piece number 4,332 of the Wright Thompson article.
Right.
We haven't talked about it yet, but this is something that a lot of our listeners have said through the years, and it's brought about discussion. And I want to bring to light that in that article, it did say that Steve Kerr is among those who believe that the Warriors win the series against Minnesota if Steph Curry doesn't get hurt.
Right.
He said that, which I found interesting because it's not just blind belief. Like, I'm the coach of the team, of course, but like he analytically, you're up 1-0. He believes, and 1-0 on the road. He believes they win that series if Steph Curry doesn't get hurt.
It's very possible.
Sure.
I thought, and you and I have had this discussion, this debate, and going into the series, I thought that Minnesota would win in 6, and then whatever, the predictions no longer matter when that happens. But I still think it would have been tough to win that series, and then you go up against OKC last year, which was, maybe as good as OKC this year, maybe a little bit not as good, but I don't think that you beat the Thunder last year.
Probably not.
Doesn't matter.
You would have been an underdog.
Absolutely.
A big one.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember back when the Spurs faced the Warriors that year in 2017. I do think that it was pretty even. San Antonio went 61-21 that year, and Kawhi gets hurt in game 1, much like Steph got hurt in game 1, and the rest is history.
Yep. Let's go to Jeff in San Jose. We'll do all the teams. Jeff, hey, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, first-time caller. Love you guys.
Thanks, man.
I normally call in on Steiny and Guru, but I listen to you guys. I work in an office. I listen to you guys all day. That's pretty much what takes up my afternoons, getting through work. So, I was calling, though, about the Oakland A's, or Sacramento A's, I guess now.
Yeah, or Las Vegas.
I grew up in Oakland, so I'm Warriors, Raiders, A's fan, and I think what they're doing now is kind of what the Giants, and I don't hate the Giants, by the way, but
that's nice of you.
If you look at the A's, like we're first in the division. If you look at like the trades we made, moving Matt Olson, Chapman, all those guys, we got Langoliers. Volte looks really good, and I think that's kind of what we need to do in San Francisco too, right? Like I think it's time for a little bit of a rebuild. But if you look at I think the NBA, Spurs, Thunder. Sometimes when you get to the end of a dynasty or end of an era, you got to trade away some of your pieces and start building. And the A's, we always have sucked. So for a long time, my whole life, we've never won a championship in my lifetime. But I like what I'm seeing there now, and I think that's kind of a model that everyone's doing, right?
Well, and, Jeff, I guess my question would be what's your faith with? Sure, the A's, they've got some nice young players. They often do. What's your faith level when this does become something that has a little bit more of, kind of a stamp on the landscape of baseball, and these players are achieving things, and then they're ready to get paid. What's your faith that the A's will then sit in that bucket for 4 or 5 years and try to win a ring?
Yeah, I tell people we've been the farm system for Major League Baseball, right? The Oakland A's. That's what we do. We draft good people or we find good people. I think our ownership sucks ass, right? So it's like, I think going to Vegas and they're going to spend some money. I think we're going to keep some of these guys. We already paid Severino. We paid Soderstrom. We paid even Lawrence Butler, right? Like, we're paying people now. And I think that I think the Oakland A's franchise is going to be a lot better moving. I hate that because I want them here. But at the same time, I think that's the direction we went. We kind of went a full sale on everybody, and then we brought in some good pieces. And I don't know. I'm pretty hopeful. But for the Giants, I don't know. I just don't know if Buster's the guy, to be honest with you. I know there's been a lot of talk about things, but a lot of the moves that have been made just haven't been great. They really haven't. And I want the Giants to be good because for me now, I go to Giants games because I don't have a team here anymore. And I love baseball. Baseball is like my favorite sport. But, and I love going to Giants games, but I think there's been a lot of misses on some of those things. And I don't know. I don't know. I think I look at the Devers trade too, and I think there was a reason Boston got rid of him, right?
There's no doubt.
I don't know what it is.
There's no doubt. Jeff, thanks so much. Here's the weird thing about what Boston did, and I've seen some of the baseball analysts say this. I don't know if this makes the Giants feel any better, but understand that if anyone comes away with massive amounts of egg on face for the Devers trade, it's the Red Sox. Not because they gave up Devers, because they gave up the 2 guys that they got for Devers, who both now look really, really good.
Right.
None of them are on the Red Sox.
Well, all 3 of the guys, because they also got Jordan Hicks, and I don't believe he's still a Red Sox.
No, and he's done. Right,
but you got 4 players.
Right.
You got a baby who I guess maybe he's in Pawtucket by now. Who knows?
Where he's at. But
the 2 real pieces, you got rid of both of them.
Harrison might make the All-Star team for the Brewers this year.
Right.
No joke.
And Tibbs will be in the futures game.
Tibbs looks awesome, still AAA, but absolutely tearing it up. So the Red Sox get egg number 1 on the trade because they got nothing out of it. But that doesn't mean that the Giants won't end up with egg on their face as well. As far as his quote, the A's are paying people now. It'll be interesting. Yes, they're starting to break off a little bit here or there. If you do the total payroll tracker. I know there's the active payroll and then the total payroll. Total payroll to me is the one that really tells the biggest story. The A's are not last, but they are 26th out of 30, and they are still below $100 million in terms of their total payroll.
And we went through this yesterday or the day before, and the amount of guys that they have who are arbitration or pre-arb, which means you're a year away, or pre-arb 3, you're 3 years away. The real proof will be in the pudding when these guys who are good come due. And then what do you do, A's? Because now you're going to be either in Vegas or close to Vegas, and now you should be acting like a team that actually cares. And so the A's are in a constant pattern of not only rebuild, but reload and retool. And whenever you get a guy who gets to be really, really good, Giambi or, the rest of them, it's oh, you can't stay. We can't pay you that. And so the Giants aren't that. The Giants are paying, and now you're just hoping the guys you're paying can be good and good enough, long enough to where these youngsters, and we've talked about the farm more and more, where beyond Bryce Eldridge, you've got some guys in a year, 2, 3, 4, 5. And by the way, you'll still have Devers and Adames unless you trade him in 5 years.
The perfect baseball team is if the Giants and A's would have sex and have a baby.
Whoa!
No, seriously. What's wrong? That's not a bad word.
It's a little bit Giants and A's,
Yeah, they need to have a baby.
They're not kissing cousins. It's more like Hatfields and McCoy.
Whatever. They need to have a baby. They don't even, you know what I mean? They don't
it's more
live together.
Romeo and Juliet.
Okay.
Which, how did that end? Spoiler alert.
Now, so I know you're talking, the history of it suggests that they don't want to go on a date with each other. That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is that the A's, historically and currently, have been really good at identifying young talent, at developing young talent, and then they're really bad at keeping it. The Giants, on the other hand, have shown the activity, both historically and with Buster Posey, to be aggressive on the market, to be willing to pay out contracts, but their big problem is the draft and the development and the farm system. I know that they are currently optimistic about what Buster has done over the last year and a half on the farm, but I also know the Giants fan base is going to look at that with a side eye and be like, I'll believe that when I see it, and I think that that's completely fair.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can turn that around. But if you took the A's draft and development and what the Giants are willing to do with the big league club and the financial power that they have, then you'd have a great baseball team.
Yeah, you would. I mean, that's ultimately the sign of a great team. NBA or MLB, even in the NFL. Like you think about the 49ers right now, if you want to look at the players who are 26 or younger, you've got probably 3 or 4 really bright spots. You look at, Pearsall and Upton Stout and your guy Brock Purdy, and you could look at other players who are young and look to be future really good players. And then do you have any guys who are over 30 who are really good? Well, you got George, and you've got, Trent Williams, and you got Fred Warner, and, Nick Bosa's kind of in between. But the ultimate balance of a roster is a good group of vets, a good group of mid-prime, as we call them, and then another good group of guys who are on the come.
So again, I give the Giants over-under November 2032. I give the Warriors over-under July 2034. This is a Vegas setting, although we made it, my Vegas setting of where I would set the odds for the next championship. You want to do another team?
Let's do it. This is great.
What do you want next?
Let's go with the Valkyries.
Okay.
The Golden State Valkyries. Valhalla.
So
thank you.
The WNBA season ends in October. So
I got the under, Mark. I'm sorry.
We're currently in year 2 for the Valks. They're 3-1. They play again here shortly. I have set the Golden State Valkyries over-under at November 2028.
Woo! Aggressive.
So,
or as Teddy KGB would say, aggressive.
So we have one season already under the
belt.
You've got 3 more seasons, 3 more full seasons before you arrive at that over-under. Remember, highest valued franchise,
sure,
going to be a massive player on the free agent market, and they have come out of the gate and shown the coaching staff, the ownership, all of it, have shown the ability to play defense and win right away. So, made the playoffs as rookies.
Yep.
And off to a 3-1 start this year. Over under November 2028. For the Valves.
That's a tough line, and the obvious play is the over, but it's just ringing in my head what Joe Lacob has said internally, externally, eternally, which is,
say it,
y'all got 5 years.
5 years.
And
this
one
would be
down,
4.
That would be 26, 27. That would be within the 5-year window.
That's 4 full seasons.
Feet held, fire. I'm going to go under. I'm going Valks under. And honestly, I was thinking about 2029 because I was thinking about the 5 years. And I was thinking to myself, like, if he does 2029, that's an easy under. But they have a good team. Yep. And if you want to talk about attractive brands, like the WNBA, all teams are not treated equally.
No.
And this is already a gold star, blue ribbon. We're going to treat you the right way. Franchise, amazing building, best fan base in the W. I'm going under, Mark.
And
holla.
Thank you.
I say this.
And Natalie Nakase is a great coach.
She's a great coach.
Yep.
And I think she's got a good staff underneath her as well.
And I love the way they handle the draft, too. You laughing undermines my my calories, my empty calories comment.
I know that you're not being serious.
I was exhausted when I said that.
It's a good one.
Thank you.
I do think that 97% of our audience didn't get the joke, but
doesn't matter. It's a Friday.
It's a very good joke.
Thank you. It's just a joke, Joe.
Here's what I would say about the Valkyries. They also have a job opening, and I say this with all due respect to the ladies who are playing for this team right now because they have held up their end of the bargain and then some. They play great defense. They play hard. I think that they have been great representatives of the brand and the team and the community and all of that. But when we talk about professional sports and being a great free agent destination, there's no question that in the WNBA, this is probably already on a very short list of being that. And there's a job opening, and that is for superstar player in the WNBA. I know there aren't that many names that are household names in the NBA, so maybe that has a little bit of a different meaning for some. But among the top players in the league, like the Valks have done what they've done with a very team-oriented concept. They feel very much like the Detroit Pistons who beat the Lakers back in 04-05.
Good call.
Right, when it was like
Tayshaun Prince.
Right, and Rip Hamilton and Ben Wallace and Chauncey Billups, and they had a bunch of good players, but they had no superstar. So it doesn't mean you can't win the whole thing, but they've also got that job opening. And I believe someone's going to fill. But someone's going to want to take that job.
At ZipRecruiter, try it free. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like
you're starting your Friday a little early. But
sorry about
anyway,
that.
No, it's okay.
Like I get you going and you get me going.
Yeah, but remember, you get me going and then I'm gone.
It's over.
I'm
That's
like
right.
a Dwayne Kuiper visiting home run.
It's going to be a lot of risotto imitating Dave Fleming is what we're going to have for the back half of the show. But I do think that you're in the right space. This year, their over-under for wins is right about 500. I think they'll surpass it. They'll make the playoffs. And like we say in the NBA, you need to make it, take a step, take 2 steps, and then maybe you get it done. And so if you make it and take another step, which would be win a series, and you're already a gold standard franchise and free agency is going to come around again, I do like their chances to continue making that progress and getting it done. I took the under mark.
You took the under.
Yeah.
You took the over on the other two, right? The Warriors at 2034, you took the over, and we did the Giants, right?
Right.
I got the Giants going. So I said 2032, and you took the over.
Yes.
Okay.
And the Valks were
2028, November 2028.
And if you want to do like next team to win a title in the Bay Area, the Valks are right near the top of that. And I think we did this before.
We did. Yeah. I think that's a conversation most likely right now between the Valks and the Niners. I think.
Do you want to do the Niners now or you want to hold it?
It's up to you.
Let's do the Niners. Yeah.
Okay. San Francisco 49ers. Obviously, every season ends in February. Therefore, we will pick a March date. The over-under for the San Francisco 49ers next championship and parade has been set at March 2030.
Ooh.
March 2030. So this season that's upcoming actually finishes, of course, in 2027. So we're basically talking about whether or not you think the 49ers will win in the next 4 seasons. Next 4 seasons.
Yeah.
Over or under?
I'm going to go under. Okay. I'm going under on the Niners because you've got you have your quarterback and you've got a coach who everybody says is amazing.
It's the best coach.
And I shared the Warren Sharp stuff from earlier where he outlined everything that went wrong last year and they went 12-5 and he ended it with Kyle Shanahan is amazing. And I do think that you have a young defense and you've got a young core of players that hopefully they hit on and you can have them grow. And honestly, if Shanahan doesn't win one or get close by that date, you're going to be looking at a complete regime change in the next 4 years.
Maybe. That's an interesting one. I still think that the 49ers as a franchise, they probably see this differently than the fan base.
Right.
Like if the 49ers went to the next 4 NFC title games and lost them all, the fan base would just be like, I can't stand this anymore. And I think that the 49er ownership would be like,
extension.
We're awesome. We're right there. We're right there. If you're making the Final Four every year or every other year, I just don't think ownership looks at it that way where they're like, I want to make a decision about who our coach is based on the last game and just that game.
Agreed. Yeah.
I don't know if they look at it that way.
They don't. And if you continue to have the success that Kyle's had, which is you've gotten close 4 times, you've been to the final game twice. If that happens, twice in the next 4 years, then yeah, he stays. But if you make one playoff in the next 4 years and you lose that playoff game, well, then we're looking at a different story.
Justice De Los Santos, who covers the Giants for the Merc, is coming on in 20 minutes. We haven't done the Sharks yet, and there's more of a discussion, I think, to have with all of these. So we'll continue that. 888-957-957 is the number. The Valkyries are taking on the Fever in Indiana at 4:30. You can listen to the game on the free Odyssey app. Kevin Dana on the call. Download the free Odyssey app today. Listen to the Valks all season long. Caitlin Clark and the Valks tonight. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. Also, it's Willard for Habas. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards and asked, do you smile or not? And then it got real. Omar Habas says, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Memorial Day sale is on now. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 full years free financing, plus we pay your sales tax. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the newly opened match play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
It's the Hello Summer Sale at Target. Now through Monday, say hello to 30% off select shorts and sandals, women's dresses and skirts too. Say hello to 30% off select threshold bedding and bath. Oh, and hello 20% off sunscreen. Spray, stick, lotion, or mist. It keeps the sun fun. The Hello Summer Sale ends Monday, and it's only at Target, where getting summer ready is just one quick stop away. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Dillard and Wibbs on 95.7 The Game.
415, strong over 2030 on the Niners.
Okay. Yep.
Captain Meltdown. We'll never win a championship.
I guess. I mean, Captain Meltdown, if you think about, like, the sports where you can be, I guess, better than decent. You can be good, not elite, and win. Like the NBA, you can't just be good and not elite and win usually, because there's one elite team. This year there's two, and they're facing each other tonight in game 3. And I believe that one of them is going to win it. Baseball, you can be good, but not elite and win it. And I think the Giants, all 3 times they won it, were good.
Yep.
They weren't the best team, but they were in October.
Yeah, exactly.
And in football, it's a little bit like that, where, you know, the 49ers, they had home field advantage with Raheem Mostert at running back. And, you know, they were able to run that table. What was it, Jimmy G and Raheem Mostert?
Yep. And Mostert went for 1,011 yards in the NFC title game alone.
I was there.
You know what I mean?
That thing was hilarious.
Oh, my God.
I was screaming from the 12th row, hey, they're going to run it. Nobody listens to me.
No, they knew.
Right.
They knew, and nothing they could do about it. So it's funny how we look at head coaches, because I would argue that America's watching the Thunder and Spurs right now, and 95% of the audience couldn't even name either of the coaches.
Right.
So
Billy Donovan and Greg Popovich.
Exactly.
Might have that wrong, but
possibly.
Yeah.
It's possible that neither of them are a coach in the NBA right now.
That's right.
Actually.
Possibly.
But I'm not skirting responsibility for head coaches. I think head coaches matter. It's varying degrees in different sports and at different times. But, you know, as he puts it, Captain Meltdown will never win a championship as a head coach. I've been steadfast maintaining this for years. All right. What if we lean into that for a second? What is the characteristic of Kyle Shanahan where so many people think he's a really good head coach? They win a lot of games. His players seem to respond to him, but he'll never win the last game. Like, do a lot of you actually think there's a characteristic there that he has that works until February, and then it doesn't work anymore?
Right.
Really, really good. September, October, November, December. Really, like, excessively good in January. But then in February, he's a boob.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just asking the question, do you really believe that he has some characteristic that makes whatever it is that he does successfully not work in the last game?
Maybe it's the length of the halftime in the Super Bowl because he gets in his own head. He overthinks things and stuff, and he double thinks it, and you come out and, man, I had too much time to think about my game plan.
Maybe.
And I'm being obviously way sarcastic, but think about Andy Reid and how he couldn't win the big one. Oh. He went to Philly, and his best player played on a broken leg, and you lost that game, and they had so many chances. And you know what, Andy? You've got to go. Here's Patrick Mahomes. How's that going to work for you? Pow, pow, pow. Seriously. So did Andy Reid suddenly become somebody who could navigate February?
And actually, I should rephrase it. It's not even that Kyle Shanahan can't succeed in February. He just can't succeed in the fourth quarter. He had the lead after 3 quarters both times.
He was up 28-3 in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm. Not a head coach, but...
And by the way, for those of you who want to use that, as the offensive coordinator, when they got the ball back, it was 28-9. So if you want to defame him for blowing a 28-3 lead, which he didn't, he was a coordinator. When he got to coordinate again, it was 28-9.
Do you know how many things have to happen consecutively to overcome a 28-3 deficit in a football game, no matter who's playing? To blame all of those things on a human is objectively ridiculous.
Well, he fumbled. I don't know. That was Matt Ryan.
Right.
Sorry about that.
And Julian Edelman caught that ball in that weird way because of...
Kyle was in coverage.
Yeah.
Kyle was playing too soft.
I just went I wonder, the people who, if you use that, and you can because that's the story right now, but I wonder if that's the actual belief, or is it just a fun thing that you say? Kyle will never win the big one because he's a boob and he doesn't know overtime rules. Or do you think there is a characteristic that only shows up at the end? I ask that genuinely.
Right. I don't know what characteristic that would be. And, you could look at a marathoner who is really good at 25 miles, but just can't close it out. And you could think, okay, maybe they're just not totally fit to go 26.2. And it's so rare that somebody is that successful and then they get to the end and it's like, oh, I can't do it any further. I got locked up.
Yeah. I also, I'll never win this battle, but we all get to believe what we believe. Kyrie Irving thinks the earth is flat. You'll never convince me that Kyle Shanahan did not know the overtime rules. Someone just texted that in. I know Kyle Juszczyk said out loud that he sounded confused, but I go to bed at night with Kyle made a decision that didn't work, but based on what was going on defensively at that time, I think that that's who he wanted on the bench resting in that moment.
Right.
And he has spoken on that. You're allowed to call him a liar if you want, but I think it's kind of crazy to think that that a head coach in the NFL is that maniacal. These people don't go home during the season, and he did not know the overtime rules. I think it's kind of a crazy thought.
It is crazy.
But anyway, I know most people believe it.
Well, there's life injected in it when I think it's Travis Kelce or it might have been Mahomes, and they start screaming, they want the ball. They want the ball. And so that made it, made it look the worse. On-field audio made it even worse because, they wanted the ball. But if you want to go back to that game and look at it, the defense was gassed. And should you have put your gas defense out there, that way you would have the last say on offense? Maybe you could argue that, but he saw it a different way.
Conventional wisdom doesn't always win out. I wonder if Ketel Marte was walking to the plate the other day going, they want the lefty. They want the lefty.
Right.
They're like, who knows? I don't know. Conventional wisdom. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Justice de Los Santos in 5 minutes. You want to do the last one?
Let's do the Sharks.
The Sharks. The San Jose Sharks. And again, if you're just joining us, I put together, I try to put my Vegas cap on, and what I view as a fair over-under for when these 5 teams, Niners, Giants, Warriors, Valkyries, and Sharks, when these 5 teams will or won't win a championship next, the over-under. And yes, you probably would be a smart bettor if you parlayed the over for all 5. because this is really hard. And our minds work in, well, it's sort of like this is how long it should take before the coach should be on the hot seat if it doesn't work. Well, I mean, how long, when Steve Young won the Super Bowl, from then until Steph Curry arrives and wins a ring, what's that gap? And actually, I guess it would have been the Giants next in 2010.
Right.
So those, 16 years?
So Curry gets drafted in 2009, and 2010, pow. And then
the Giants win.
12, it's pow.
Right.
14, kaboom.
Mm-hmm.
And then 15, the Warriors. And then 17, the Warriors. 18, the Warriors.
But what was the gap between Steve Young and Buster Posey? Those 15, 16 years?
That's about right.
So there's a big gap in there. And if I said to everybody right now in 2026, the next Bay Area championship will be in 2041, people are going to lose their mind.
Well, if it's 15 years, it'd be from 2022, right?
Well, I guess. Sure. I was talking
even
about
2037,
yes.
like if that's the gap, and we're already, 4 years into it.
Doesn't sound too fun.
Well, I mean, honestly, it doesn't sound that far away, though, either.
No, you can look at it that way.
Depending on how you want to look at it from, like, market to market. And if you go to the aforementioned Chicago, the Bears, the shuffling crew was 85. The last Jordan Bulls was 98.
Cubs have won.
Yeah. And
Cubs won.
I think the Blackhawks got one or two in there as well. But, it's been... They don't have as many as we do in that time.
Sharks are a very good team. They've got unbelievable young talent, but they didn't even make the playoffs in the NHL where 16 teams go. However, obviously, and they got another great pick this year. The over-under for the San Jose Sharks is July 2030.
Wow.
I know. It's optimistic.
Yeah.
But they've got the people already.
They do.
You would think. They just need to grow and gel. I think they've got the people.
Yeah.
No?
They have the start of the people. They've got the makings of the people.
They've got the most important person.
They do. You still have a goalie and you have a defense that needs a lot of help.
Of course.
But right now you've got 3 or 4 really bright, young teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
And so you want to talk about 2030, that's 4 years from now. Macklin Celebrini will be 23, 24. Misa the same. I put it actually at 2033. I thought that was a better because in hockey,
have to re-sign Macklin a couple times here.
Oh, and they will.
Yeah,
and the rest of them. But to me, it seems like in hockey, you can be young and phenomenal, but the grown men are the ones who hoist the cup.
You're not wrong.
So I'm going to go with the over on 2030.
Okay.
I like your optimism when it comes to the Sharks, and I love what they're doing. And the way they're
4 more seasons after this one.
And I got 3 more after that.
Okay.
I got Macklin as a guy in his mid-prime, as a 27-year-old who actually can shave.
With a beard, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Valkyries and Fever in Indiana at 4:30. You can listen to the game on the free Odyssey app with Kevin Dana on the call. Download the free Odyssey app today. Listen to the Valkyries all season long. Justice De Los Santos, our new friend with the Merc, who is covering the Giants, and just wrote an unbelievable story about Ron Washington, but the kind of feature you love to read, because he wasn't just talking to Ron. He went and did one of Ron's infield workouts and then wrote about it. We'll talk to Justice about that next on Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Giants at Oracle tonight. You're cruising through the toll plaza, but the Bay Bridge is solid after the Island Tunnel to the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 is packed in from 280, and northbound 280 gets heavy from Mariposa to the ballpark.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. NBA playoffs, as you know, are here. Got a big Game 3 tonight. Wemby and the Flopper. Underdog is the best place to get in on this action. You can make picks and win money right now here in California. So it's very easy to play on Underdog. You download the app. You go in there and pick whether your favorite players are going higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, blocks. Unfortunately, you can't do falling down. That would be too easy. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, I have been focused on Wemby. Little bit low on his point total last time out. This is their home game in Game 3. Let's go higher on Wemby's points tonight. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard. You'll score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. The promo code is my last name, Willard. Got to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you are concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Why should you pick up a bottle of new vodka for this Memorial Day weekend? Simple. It's an incredible vodka. New vodka is 7 times distilled for a smooth, clean flavor that has won awards, but more importantly, is enjoyed every day by those who love great vodka. New vodka is made in America, is gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. What's better is that even though new vodka is 7 times distilled, it's not 7 times the price. So at a time where everything costs more, new vodka continues to be a great value. Grab a bottle of new vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Hey, I'm Pick. And I'm Paul. My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Ballard, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrance must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
This Memorial Day, grab summer and savings by the wheel at Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Lakeside, Mountainside, or Oceanside, Toyota's got the perfect deal on the perfect pickup for California. Get Memorial Day savings with low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the rugged 2026 Tacoma SR5, or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful 2026 Tundra. Hurry to Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offers exclude Tundra TRD Pro N6126.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
Oh!
On 95.7 The Game.
Okay. I don't know. What we're about to do is talk to someone. This would be the Steve Kerr equivalent if Wright Thompson actually got a uniform and was coached by Steve Kerr.
Well,
and played basketball and then wrote about it.
Wow.
That's what Justice De Los Santos did with Ron Washington.
I can't wait to hear about it.
He went and did the infield drills, said they're hard. They're like trades for
Drills
the Warriors. Yeah. Ron Washington hits the ball hard.
Man.
And then he wrote about it, which is a fun thing to do so that you don't have to think about all the losing.
Right. As opposed to, why isn't Bryce playing? Let's talk about my ability to pick the ball at short.
Right. Or what is Bryce doing? Since he's not playing, he's taken one-hoppers from Ron Washington. Out to the River Islands guest line with the Merc, covering the Giants so well. Justice De Los Santos joins us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Justice, thanks, man. What was that experience like?
Oh my! It was so much fun. It took me about 5 days for my legs to recover. I couldn't touch my toes for a minute. I could barely walk. But Wash put me through the ringer, and it's he's transformed so many defenders, and I'm not winning any Gold Gloves anytime soon. But I felt like from the time that session ended, or started rather, to it ended, I felt like I'd made strides. So I think if you throw me out there for 9 innings, I'd hold my own.
What's your baseball background? Is this like, what hand do I put the glove on, or do you have enough experience to where you could kind of hold your own out there?
I mean, I was playing baseball like as soon as I could walk. Like I remember my mom put me in a league like a couple cities over because they weren't taking 4-year-olds like in my hometown. I did like the travel ball thing. I played in high school, so I played about 10 years total. So it wasn't like all the movements I was making, I was used to. Like it was a familiar. It was like a language you haven't spoken in a while. You got to brush up on it. And that's why Wash was correcting me a lot, but. A lot of what I was doing, it was stuff I've been doing for pretty much my whole life.
So, Justice, run what you experienced through the Bryce Eldridge conversation, or even the Casey Schmidt conversation. What did you see there, and then what do you see those guys doing, and how's it going?
I mean, Casey Schmidt, he's definitely in a different, I don't want to say phase of his career. That's a little much, but it's definitely a little bit different now because he's going to be playing a little more left field. We don't have the lineup for today yet, but we saw him, get his feet wet in left field, kind of starting in sack, and this might be something that kind of unlocks Eldridge being able to get into the lineup. I would assume if we see Schmidt in left field, then that opens up the opportunity for Eldridge to be, DH, and maybe this is an arrangement that they roll with a little more frequently going forward. It would make a lot of sense. You might be sacrificing a little bit of outfield defense because. I'm not expecting Casey Schmidt to be a Gold Glover necessarily, but I do think he can hold his own. But, it's the fact he's only played about like 10 or so professional innings out there. But, I do think that if Schmidt is able to hold his own and he's able to continue providing the offense that he does, I think that opens up a little more runway for Bryce, which, has been a topic of discussion over the course of the last 2 weeks.
You think? I mean, obviously you listen to Willard and Dibs 2 to 6. We've done a segment or two on that very thing. Yeah, those good old clips. Self-aggregating is what we do here on 95.7 The Game. Buster wants pitching and defense, yet you don't really have much of a bullpen as far as like roles, and the defense hasn't been great. Do you think this team is still trying to find its identity that way?
It felt like they found it a little bit in the month of April, but it's kind of taken a step back in the month of May. And, one of the biggest things going into this season was the fact that, the Giants just didn't invest a ton into their bullpen specifically, and even their starting rotation as well by signing Adrian Hauser and Tyler Mahle, a pair of guys that weren't kind of on the high end of the market. And you're kind of seeing the ripple effects of that decision now. Again, the bullpen did have a really good month of May, but Ryan Walker got optioned. You don't have a really defined closer as of right now. There are a lot of guys in that bullpen that have great stuff, but it's not just about stuff. We all know this when it comes to closers, you got to have some dog in you. And I think Tony Vitello is still trying to figure out who kind of has that dog in him as far as who's going to take over that ninth inning role. I will say the defense has, been a little better than even I personally expected. Now, a lot of that has to do with the strides that Luis Arias has taken this year. I know that Matt Chapman, the errors have kind of piled up for him, but if you watch him every day, some of those errors are just balls that other guys just don't even get to, point blank, period. So the defense has held up well. And again, with Schmidt going out to potentially left field a little more, I think that even with the lack of experience, just the way that he was able to take on first base last year, the way he's able to play all four infield positions, I do think that he can be a competent defender in left field. But, on the pitching side, it's a little shaky right now. And, tonight's a big start for Trevor McDonald. And if he goes out there and shoves, and with Logan Webb making his rehab start in Sacramento tonight, there might be some interesting decisions on the pitching front.
We want to get into that for sure. Justice De Los Santos covering the Giants with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. But before we leave the whole Bryce Eldridge thing, I want to see if I can ask this question in a little bit of a different way. Because it's not just what we see in the lineup, the position. I'm also very, very confused by the way the Giants are handling this. They seem kind of annoyed that everybody is mad about it. They're doing it in a way that has never been done in baseball before. And as you point out, Justice, even when the lineup puzzle sort of fixed itself, they seem hesitant to lean into that. Can you shed any light on why the Giants are handling it the way they are?
Well, the question of why, that's kind of the $1 million question right now, because it is very atypical. And I had an opportunity to talk to Buster a couple of days ago in Arizona. I wrote about his comments regarding how the team has handled Bryce Eldridge. And it's especially, intriguing because Posey himself was a rookie at some point. He knows the importance of getting everyday reps, especially when you're still trying to learn the league. And it's been very odd because, the day after he hit his first career homer, he's not starting the next day. He had 2 hits against the Diamondbacks on Monday, didn't start on Tuesday. And I don't know what the exact number is right now, but I want to say he started in 9 of the 16 games since he was called up. So he definitely has not been an everyday starter. So it's been very odd, and it's also just been very intriguing to see, every time I look on Twitter, Bob Nightingale was talking about it, Tom Verducci is talking about it. So it's kind of left the bubble here in the Bay Area, and when something of this magnitude kind of leaves the bubble, it's this is something that it's not just us talking about, it's national folks talking about. And I talked with Nightingale a lot about it when we were in Phoenix. So it's very atypical. I do think that, it's not a perfect roster. He doesn't have any positional versatility aside from first base and DH. But this is a guy whose development you cannot afford to mess up. And, it's really early on. That's not to say that, they can't find an everyday spot for him going forward. But, I don't want to say they're playing around with it, but, it's not an ideal set of circumstances for a 21-year-old rookie who's trying to find his way in the major leagues.
Justice, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, though, are they not as high on him as we think they should be, or that we think they are?
I think they're still very high on him. I think in all the things they've said publicly about him, they have been very high on him. I remember going back to the winter meeting, Buster said something akin to, this is a guy that can be an impact bat in our lineup for the next 10 to 15 years, which again kind of makes the way that they've handled it all the more intriguing. I think regardless of whether it's at the major leagues or even the minor leagues, Bryce needs to play every day. I think that's just kind of point blank period, the fact of the matter. And you might have to move some pieces around. You might need Casey Schmidt to play a little more left field. You might need to bench Matt Chapman a couple of days to get Schmidt at third base and open up that spot. Regardless of how it might look, and even if it's in Sacramento, Bryce Eldridge needs to play every day. And kind of having this quasi, to borrow basketball terms, as you mentioned, Kerr, it's almost like this really weird quasi six-man role where he's not quite an everyday player, but he's not quite a bench player. So regardless of where it is, regardless of where on I-80 this guy's playing, he needs to play every day.
He does need to play every day, and eventually, if he can play as well as we all think and they think as a top prospect, What's the long-term future with Rafi Devers kind of base blocking him at first?
I think that there is a future where the two of them can kind of coexist. Now, Rafi does like playing first base, but there is an 8-year age difference between Eldridge and Devers. And, once that, as you get older, as you get later into that contract, as Devers starts getting into his early 30s and mid-30s, there can kind of be a natural progression there as far as Rafi kind of settling in more into the DH spot. I'm sure he would understand that, especially if Bryce is competent defensively. I think that would be the best arrangement with what they have going forward, regardless of a potential position change, but I don't think it's happening anytime soon. So it's definitely not a perfect marriage. And again, it's a very weird, it's oddly constructed roster at this point as far as getting Bryce into the lineup on a day-to-day basis. But I think we saw it on the Wednesday game because Bryce Eldridge had I think it was 113.4 mile an hour double. That was the hardest hit ball by a Giant. And then Rafi Devers, like an inning later, I think it clocked in at like 112.8, which was the third hardest hit ball by a Giant. So in this game, you're seeing the power potential of these two when they're in the starting lineup together. But as I mentioned, there hasn't been as many opportunities for them to both be in the starting lineup as you might like.
All right, Justice, let's get to that starting pitching situation that you mentioned. Trevor McDonald, he's done his part. What happens? And whether it's even about tonight or not, what happens next if he keeps pitching well?
I think if he keeps pitching well, the Giants are going to have to face a very interesting decision because Tyler Mahle, as we're speaking right now, he has a 6.10 ERA. That's not just the highest in the National League among qualified starters. That's the highest in the majors among any qualified starters. And they're not necessarily beholden to him either. He's on a 1-year deal. It's not like the Adrian Hauser deal where it's a multi-year deal. It would be, if they did want to go that direction of moving off of it entirely, it wouldn't be all that difficult. They wanted to move him to the bullpen. I'm sure that it would be a difficult conversation, especially given Mahle's track record. We have seen how good he can be when he is healthy, but as of right now, unless there's something that we just don't know about, he's healthy and he's just not performing. And that's just kind of been an odd thing with Mahle because that's kind of been a knock on him. It's like when healthy, and he's healthy right now, it just hasn't been performing. So I think if McDonald has another great start tonight, I think I personally wouldn't be shocked if when Logan Webb comes off the IL, McDonald is in this rotation and Mahle is not, regardless of whether that's a move, regardless of whether that's the bullpen. I wouldn't be shocked if that's the move that the Giants decide to make, especially considering where they are at in the standings.
You mentioned the bullpen, and it seems so unsettled, but from your eyes, who should be the closer right now for the Giants?
I don't know. That's kind of a cop-out answer. It's a little bit of a cop-out answer, but I mentioned a lot of these guys have really good. If you dive into the metrics, a lot of these guys have really good stuff. Caleb Killian has really good stuff. Eric Miller has really good stuff. Keaton Wynn has really good stuff. But as much as Giants fans by the end of it may have grown a little distasteful of Camilo Duvall, the one thing you couldn't say about him was that he didn't have that ninth inning mentality. And again, when it comes to that ninth inning role, it's a different beast in the 6th, 7th, or the 8th. There has to be a certain mentality when it comes to finishing out a game. And I think we saw that with Miller a little early on, especially after he closed out that series in Cincinnati, got all fired up and started a little kerfuffle there at the end. But, my cop-out answer right now is I think that Tony is still trying and feeling it out. I wouldn't be surprised if Miller starts to get more of those opportunities. I wouldn't be surprised if Killian starts to keep getting those opportunities as well.
Justice, how's Tony holding up?
I think he's holding up as well as you possibly could, which is it's not ideal set of circumstances. It's interesting. I thought about this earlier today. He's lost 30 games already, and that's already 3 more than the most he ever lost in a single season at Tennessee. It's a lot more losing that he's having to endure at this level, and he knew this coming in, but it's one thing to know what's going to happen coming in. It's another thing to have to actually experience this. And, when it comes to this 20 and 30 start, I don't want to say Vitello is, entirely blameless in it, but, there have been some moments where he's kind of had, I don't know, it's a little extreme to call them rookie mistakes, but, that's kind of what they've been. But I think he's handling it as well as you can. I think, after the game on Tuesday, he definitely, wasn't the happiest of moves. He put it on his shoulders as far as the decision to have Matt Gage pitch to Ketel Marte. But this is just kind of going to have to be his reality, regardless of whether or not the Giants are able to climb out of this hole or not. Like, this is life in the majors. These are the swings that you're going to have to navigate. And for him to be a successful major league manager, he's going to have to know what he needs to do from an emotional perspective on a day-to-day basis. And I'm not saying he's an emotional guy, but I'm saying, it's a lot of losing. There's also a lot of winning that comes in the majors, just comparatively speaking. But he's going to have to figure out what he needs to do in order to get through a full 162, and he's kind of going through it right now.
Do you think they've put him in a tough spot with the roster crunch and with the way that everything has kind of been constructed? Is it too tough for a rookie manager, a guy who's never been in the bigs, to try to navigate this?
I think it's been a little difficult for a rookie to manager to kind of handle this because, your leaders on this team are guys like Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, and those aren't easy conversations for a veteran manager to have as far as saying, you're not going to be starting tonight because we got to have the rookie prospect come up. And maybe especially gets difficult when it's a rookie manager. And especially when it comes to this roster crunch. I think if, say, for example, let's just say like Rafael Devers wasn't on this team and you could just insert Bryce Eldridge into the first base line. Like, that's an easy conversation to have. But because of the way that the roster is currently shaping, he's trying to fit all these puzzle pieces in. And, I'm pretty sure there's conversations with him in the front office as well about getting guys a certain amount of reps. So it's definitely not the easiest as far as trying to manage, a top prospect on one end, but you've got all these veterans on the other end. So definitely not the easiest hand that he's been dealt here.
Hey, Justice, we're seeing that working out in left field alongside Casey Schmidt right now at the ballpark is also Victor Barricotto, who was kind of a training camp darling for the Giants this year. Does that make any sense to you, him being called up today?
I'm kind of curious what the corresponding move is because unless we haven't gotten it yet.
Right.
It could be Jung-Hoo on an IL stint. It could be Will Brennan being optioned. If it's the latter, that wouldn't shock me. I think Will Brennan was like 1 for 19 in the brief time that he's been in the majors this year. Obviously, would be concerning if Jung-Hoo actually has to end up going on the IL. And again, we don't have a lineup yet. We don't have a roster move yet. But I think the Giants front office has been trying to punch any number of buttons to see if anything can stick. And Barricotto had a hell of a spring. He wasn't really on a ton of people's radars coming into the spring and just hit his way onto a lot of radars. And it's amidst a lot of, after getting swept 10 games under 500, it is good to have it, an injection of young blood on the roster.
Justice, great stuff, man. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one. I'll see if my legs still hold up after 2 weeks removed from this workout.
Good luck, man. Good luck. I mean, a new workout. We'll have everybody read the article. That was really well done.
Yes, sir.
All right, there he is. Justice De Los Santos in the Merc covering the Giants. Victor Barricotto may be up or maybe just here.
Well, you've got to be up if you're here, right?
They had Christian Koss in Arizona, but he was down, but he was there as a precaution in case Jung-Hoo Lee was going to be put on the IL, but then he wasn't. Maybe now he is.
And then Christian Koss was then down, and off you go to wherever Sacramento was playing?
Right. And he hit an Oppo Taco right when he got there.
Okay. I mean, probably fresh off the bus, and there you have it. So interesting. And I would imagine that it would be Will Brennan. I can't perceive them doing anything else. I mean, Will Brennan has been kind of a disaster.
Again, in a small sample like that, I'm not going to call a guy a disaster. But if you do send him down, this is the kind of stuff that I think frustrates people. 3 days ago, you put him in the lineup instead of Casey Schmidt in left field and Bryce Eldridge DHing.
And then he let off the next day.
Correct. But you put him in the lineup at a time where people then asked, why is Bryce not in the lineup? And Tony Vitello said, I know there's a right-hander pitching, but he has reverse splits. He's really tough on left-handers. So that's why they're sitting Bryce Eldridge. Will Brennan is a left-hander.
I get it.
All right, let's just say this.
It's just confusing to people.
It's very confusing.
I do feel like a fight is getting picked between the Giants and the world right now, and the Giants are getting upset about it. You kind of hear it this week. Buster Posey has done some media availability. It's a little testy.
Prickly.
Right? this is just my sense. I feel it. And I get it. You're losing, so there's anxiety. You know what I mean? Dave Fleming comes on our show, says everyone needs to chill out. Not our show, our station, I should say. Comes on with the Morning Roast, says everyone needs to chill out. And then kind of goes into the, hey, whatever you're feeling, the Giants are feeling it times 2. I just think there's a lot of anxiety there. But the Giants need to understand, at least from my standpoint, this isn't really about anger anymore. It's confusion. There's different emotions.
Yeah.
And this is just confusing. You're doing something that, quite frankly, has never been done this way before ever. Nobody does this. And so that's why, as Justice pointed out, it's not just the local media. The national writers are all writing articles about the way the Giants are handling Bryce Eldridge. It's just confusing.
Right.
You don't do it that way.
Well,
you know what I mean?
And the thing about it is the guy who's in charge, Buster Posey, was handled the way it's always handled, which is September, have a cup of espresso, and then next year you're going to start in AAA and we'll see how you do.
Yeah.
They called him up and he never sat again until the COVID year. And then he came back and had a career year, and he might be going to Cooperstown. And yet now he's the guy in control of the prospect who is as big a prospect as he was, and it's being handled differently.
And that, by the way, that doesn't make all of us right. I just think people would love to understand the thought process, and that's why when I press Justice on the why, he goes, that's the $1 million question.
Right.
Everybody's after that answer, and they haven't really given it yet. And that's okay. You can keep your cards close to the vest if you want. You know, the Warriors will tell you that they want Kristaps Porzingis and Al Horford, and they want people who can play every day. So, like, you're contradicting yourself.
Totally.
Maybe you're just not telling us the answer, but I don't think you can get mad at everybody for really wanting that answer, because to not have that answer is super confusing.
Especially when it's something that is usually not done. This is completely against convention. And I wonder if Bryce Eldridge is even there tonight. He might be the guy sent out. And I'll tell you why I think so.
Ooh.
Tonight in Sacramento, Sugarland's in town, and it's Bryce Eldridge Bobble Card Giveaway, presented by Toyota. Logan Webb on the bump.
Bro.
Rehab start.
Bro.
Maybe Bryce is already on a bus getting his bobble card on. Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't put that into the world.
I just did.
Your higher lower game going to get canceled if that breaking news flops in about an hour.
Evan Giddings gonna make his debut.
If Bryce Eldridge is still on the team.
There's no way that's happening, but I just was looking, where's Sacramento? If Barracoto's here, who might be there? Bryce Eldridge, I don't even know what a bobble card is. Can a card bobble? It's a bobble card. First 2,500, get yourself a bobble card. Bobble card.
Hang on a second.
I mean,
a Google bobble card.
Yeah, I mean, already, was it this week or last week we learned what frog gigging is?
Popular sports collectible that merges a traditional solid back trading card with a 3D bobblehead.
This is stupid.
Yeah.
So what?
Features a flat player photo or card on the backdrop with specific action elements like an arm or a head that bobble.
Gotcha. It's a bobble card.
Bobble card.
Yeah. I mean, and if it's a Will Brennan bobble card, that thing's going to swing and miss back there.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
That's not a sellout. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Yeah, higher or lower is in about 30 or 40 minutes. 888-957-9570. We're setting over-unders with regard to the next championship for each of these teams. And oh, by the way, NBA free agency. Are the Warriors always going to be a destination? I think that we need to further that conversation next on Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger, truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
In the market for a new mattress but but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now through Monday, all brands are on sale with up to 60% off. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
All right, first bite of the ranch snack wrap. Oh, wow, that's really good. Juicy chicken, crisp lettuce, shredded cheese, Kohl ranch, all wrapped up in a soft tortilla. Yeah, next time I'm definitely trying the spicy one. McDonald's snack wrap, ranch or spicy. Order ahead in the app, $2.99 each. Looks like I've got plans for tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
What if everything you learned in history class was only half the story? I'm Dr. Hrini Bhatt, host of Hidden History. Every Monday, I go where history gets mysterious. Vanished civilizations, doomsday prophecies, paranormal phenomena, and events that science still can't fully explain. On Hidden History, I treat these moments like open case files. Not myths, not superstition, just incomplete explanations waiting for a closer look. Listen to and follow Hidden History, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Do you want me to do that later? I feel like I'm putting in the work. Like we should.
It might be fun.
This came up earlier today, and I'm totally aware that, like, some of these names you won't know. Most of them you will. A lot of you won't care, but maybe it'll be funny. Happy Friday. I'm writing down during commercial breaks everyone I've ever hosted a show with. Everyone I've ever partnered with.
And you've been doing this for 24,
51. Damn near 30.
Yeah.
Damn near 30 years.
And I guess I'm counting your years after the Boise Hawks, when you left Boise and you got whatever radio job and you kind of started from there.
Yeah, that's where Southern California happened, and San Diego and Lee Hacksaw Hamilton and all of it, right? And then up to L.A.
Are the phones not working in Chula Vista?
The crazy thing is, and I know I'm doing the stuff on Fox again, but since coming home, I've been here for 7 years. You're the only one that has been a full-time partner.
You hear that, Ephraim?
You're the only,
Yeah.
The other place was Solo Bolo.
Right.
We did our little crossover dealio, and I did shows with all them dudes, but not every day.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Just you.
Just me, kid.
Just you, dude. You're very special. You're probably, gosh, I would have to do the math if you're coming up on being the one I've done the most shows with. You're probably already there.
I love it. And in California, it's community property. So if you do decide to break up with me, I get half.
October, 5 years.
It's going to be 5?
5 years in October.
Man. And I do think that this will be my longest. At the other station, I did a morning show for about 5 years, damn near 5. And Gary Radnich in the midday for about the same. Rise Guys, we, got chopped down a little early there. That thing was 2.5 years. Jolo and Dibs went about 3.5. Steiny Guru and Dibs, 51 weeks.
Hey.
50 remote, 1 week in person. And then you ostensibly saved my career.
You're welcome.
That show was ending. And I was the Hindenburg. They were going to survive. If you want to do like midday Survivor, those two were going to make it. Turns out they're doing awesome. And your boy was going to be out there in stripes blowing the whistle.
I've got over 2 pages of names.
This is crazy. We can do it at 5:40. I'd like to hear some of these names.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Hang on. I'm literally going through my phone. You ever just scroll through your contacts?
Oh, yeah.
All of them? You ever scroll through your contacts and how many names come up and you're like, I got no idea who that is.
No idea.
That means you got a few rings on your trunk. If you got names in there and you're like, I don't know who that is. I have no clue who that is.
I got this phone number in the year 2000. So it hasn't always transferred the contacts, but that's 26 years of one number. And so, yeah, there's some names in there where it's like, oh my God, I haven't thought of that person in, I don't know, forever.
You did shows. Did you ever do a show with Brandon Tierney?
Hey, yo.
I played golf with Brandon Tierney. I don't know if I ever did a show.
I don't think I ever did a show, but he is one of the OG 95.7 The Game hosts.
I do. He's really good friends with John Bloom.
30-second story on Brandon Tierney.
Go for it. Give me a chance to jot more names
He
down.
gets hired, and this is about a week before we're going to launch the station, August 1st of 2011. And we're in the conference room, and Jason Barrett, the great PD, he's going around the room like, hey, introduce yourselves. Hey, yo, I'm Brandon Tierney from New York. I think I want to get a cannon and fire it across the street at those mother jumpers. I was like, whoa, dude, welcome to town. But he came in hot, and he left lukewarm. Brandon Tierney.
That's
great guy, though.
That sounds like BT.
Yep.
That sounds like BT.
It was Tierney and Davis, Eric Davis.
Davis.
That was a Dibley, find. I brought him in.
Yeah.
Papa and Lund in the midday, and the Rise guys in the mornings.
They're both on my list. I'm getting here. I'm almost at the W's. Anyway, we could do that rest of it. I think I need one more commercial break.
You're doing great.
For a full list. Anyway, there was also this on my mind. So Mark Spears yesterday, right here on our show, made a comment that I think led to a lot of other discussion, both yesterday and today. And there is an anxiety, right, for Warrior fans, this idea of what kind of a destination are we after Steph leaves? And I think some people reject what Mark Spears says. But listen to this conversation with regard to the Warriors as a brand and a destination.
Well, I don't know about that. There's only so many teams that are like flagship teams. The Lakers are such a flagship team that there's different eras. There was, the Wilt and Jerry West and Baylor era and Goodrich, and then it was Magic and Kareem, and then it was, then they were bad for a minute. And why did Shaq want to go there? It's L.A. It's the brand. Why did LeBron want to wear a Lakers uniform when they weren't any good post Kobe? It's the brand. Why does Luka want to stay there? It's the brand. It's L.A. The Warriors have that, and I really feel like post Steph, it's kind of like New York, kind of like Lakers, right? Even though Chicago's bad, it's still a brand. There's a brand there that when you put that jersey on, it's going to accentuate your career. It's going to make you be on TV. It's going to give you deals. It's going to bring a spotlight that you'd never see in Milwaukee. So I think any free agent or potential star that could go somewhere, like there's certain teams that are always on the table. There's only a handful of them. I don't know if Chicago's quite on that list right now, but to me, Golden State has that brand now.
Okay, let's start here. Do you buy that or not?
It's to be determined, and I don't think that they're at that level, that Golden State has that now. I think the Lakers always had that because they always had that. And you go back to Jerry West when they made the finals every year. You were able to draft Magic, and you got Kareem, and you were that. And then the bridge from there to when you got, what would be next, I guess, Shaq and Kobe?
Kobe, sure.
They always were good. And at the time, you remember this, Mark, the NBA was about really two teams for a long time, maybe three. Occasionally a fourth would pop up. But now the NBA is much more of a meritocracy where you can get good with one or two players, and more teams now have a chance to be good.
I think your answer to be determined is fair, but I do want to access what you actually think. Do you buy it or not?
I don't buy it.
You don't buy it.
At that level.
So
and here's my thing.
Yep.
I don't think that idea of the brand exists for really any team outside of L.A., and maybe that's the end of the list.
But can I ask what is it if you buy that L.A. and the Lakers are that destination, and no Laker fan would even blink because, my gosh, of all fan bases, you want to talk about the most arrogant one. It's that I've experienced. It's that fan base. And I love you. I have so many friends and family members that are a part of it, but I swear to you, you want to talk about people that wake up and think breakfast should be served with a top over the plate on a daily basis just because of existence. It is that fan base. But why? Are you telling me that the next big free agent in the NBA thinks Lakers because of history? What?
No.
So what is it?
Opportunity, for one, like off-court opportunity.
Okay.
I think in Los Angeles is greater than here. If you want to come here, your opportunity is much more nuanced of, hey, you're already pretty rich, and we may not win, but we're a top-flight organization, and you can invest in Silicon Valley.
Okay, but I don't think Mark Spears, maybe it'll help people if I say, Mark's not saying they're the Laker brand. I know that the team is worth more than the Lakers. Some of that is because they own their own arena. But, forget the Lakers. Who's next? And are the Warriors a competitor for who's next?
I think that the brand now is who is ready to win. I think that's the brand.
It's a fair point.
So if you are, and we did this yesterday, I ran down 5 or 6 free agents in 3 years, some of the biggest names in the sport Guys who already at that point will have made 200, 250 million, and they're going to get max deals if they stay healthy and are still good. And at that point, if you're Halliburton or Ant or whoever else, what do you really want? Money's not the thing. I mean, it's always the thing.
But you can get the money anywhere.
Right. You probably want to go somewhere where you can win. You want one of those chips.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but then there's another side to it, which is you don't want to go somewhere just because, like, for example, if I'm a good NBA player and I've kind of reached the end of my rope with my current team, am I just going to look at the landscape and go, well, who's up and coming? I don't think it's that simple because, for example, the opposite just happened in Sacramento 2 years ago. They were up and coming. They got a 3 seed. They had what everybody looked at and went, ooh, this is a good young roster. And De'Aaron Fox went, get me the hell out of here. But to your point, he did not say L.A., New York, Miami, San Francisco. He said, send me to San Antonio, Texas. To a degree. I know that he wasn't totally driving the bus.
Right.
But there was a whole idea about where are you willing to go? Where are you willing to re-sign? Who's willing to take on your contract? So to me, it's a combination maybe of 3 things. The 4th thing is the easy one, which is just where do you live?
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
you're in a coastal city that has big money. I think we qualify for that. Is it LA, New York? Fine, whatever. It's top
Miami, it's whatever.
Top 5 or 6.
Yep.
So check there. Number 2. Are you a classy organization? Do you have the reputation of treating your people really well?
And also being a team that is in the hunt to win because you have good management, good ownership, good coaching.
Financial flexibility. Right. Are you ready to take on the contract? And are you ready to surround this really good player with what that player needs to win? I think those are the big 4 markers. And you're right, that will rotate around the map to a degree, but there are certain teams that I think are more prepared for it because, A, they've already got the geography and the classy, rich organization thing taken care of. So other than that, it's just a matter of cycling through to whenever you are financially flexible, which you're watching the Warriors really do a year from now, tremendously financially flexible. And then the second part of that is, do you have good young players? And the Warriors right now don't. But I have no doubt that they will. Number of years from now.
I have doubt that they will.
Okay. I mean, like.
They should right now, but they blew a pick, and then they didn't develop a guy.
But that was all under the umbrella of championship time. That's different.
That's different. And it's not. Like Jordan Poole got punched and Draymond didn't get punished and then he left. And Wiseman was a blown pick and he's gone. And Kuminga wasn't developed because of the championship and he's gone. And Moses Moody, I think, is a nice piece at 14 and he's still here.
No doubt. But I think that usually the acquiring of the young players that build up together does not happen when the great current player is still on the roster. Take a look at the Spurs. They didn't really start to grab this group of young players until Kawhi was gone and Tony Parker was gone and Manu Ginobili was gone. And then they went through 6 years of suck.
Yep.
And then they win the lottery with Victor and then they nail the draft about 3-4 years in a row. You augment with De'Aaron Fox. Okay, let's roll. And now they'll go on their run. And whatever happens, happens. We'll see. Is it 1 title? Is it 2? Is it none? Is it 4? I don't know. But they're in their moment. I just think this is the way I look at it. All teams have the opportunity for their moment, but those brands, Lakers, Knicks, Bulls, Warriors, Heat, you're kind of starting on second base. You're starting on second base. The Thunder and the Spurs, and even more so, the Kings, the Pacers, the Bucks, you're starting at home plate.
See, I think it's different now.
It's harder.
It's different than it used to be because of a couple things. One, I do think that players are more interested in championship chasing. It's not as much of a black mark on your resume as it even was in the Kevin Durant era because he did it and it worked. And the other piece is these guys are all making so much money now that you can just go to a place that's maybe not as desirable and have a chance to win and still get massive money.
I don't disagree with you. I just think that, again, you can win the race from home plate, but I do think that the coastal cities, the major markets, they like the ones who have historical brands, the classy organizations are going to treat their people well. You have a head start. You have a head start. And I think that's what Mark Spears is saying. He's not saying it's a 2-foot putt. You still have to do a good job. You still have to draft. You still have to build the whole thing. Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The other piece of this that I'd love to enter into the conversation,
sure.
I start thinking about the whole NBA free agent. Oh, you got to be who the big guy wants to come to. How often does that even happen? We were sitting there before the show talking out how many top 30 NBA players currently in this league have ever left anyone to go somewhere else and sign a free agent deal. Especially with bird rights and max contracts and all of these things, you're almost automatically giving up money if you go anywhere as a free agent. It's almost like free agency has changed now. It's more like I demand to go there, like Anthony Davis did with the Lakers. Send me to the Lakers. But look around the league, and you'll find a few. I'm not saying you won't find any, but when people are tweeting me about Jokic's free agency. Yeah, honestly, is Jokic gonna go somewhere else?
I'll get to that in a second.
Maybe, but it doesn't happen very often.
Let me just take you back to last free agency. So 2025 free agents, and Kyrie Irving signed a 3-year deal for $118 million. That was the top number. And he got hurt and whatever, but Miles Turner, average annual of $27 million, Giddey, $25 million. Then you go down to Nickeil Alexander-Walker, the fourth richest deal, $15 million a year. To your point about, and maybe that was a little bit of an anomaly, that class, but a lot of these big boys, they go ahead and stay. You can get more money by staying.
And some of the people you just mentioned simply, they did do a free agent deal, but with the team they were already with.
Right. Well, Giddey was off to Chicago. I think he got traded, and then he did a deal there.
Right.
And was Kyrie already a Mavericks when he did that deal?
I think when he signed the next one, yes. I think he was. I can't even remember. And I know some of them, are actual trades, but they're also kind of, like Klay Thompson to Dallas. Was that a trade? I mean, I look at that as free agency.
Yeah.
Sometimes the free agent sort of works with the team and they make it a sign and trade kind of a thing. But go around the league. You know what I mean? People are going to sit here and talk about Jokic and Anthony Edwards and Embiid and Maxey. Jalen Brunson is probably the biggest star right now who just flat left a team and went to another team, but he was not that guy when he did that. He was a good player. Nobody looked at him as a 1 or a 25-point per game kind of a guy.
Interesting the names you just mentioned, because I was looking at the 2028 free agency class, and that's where, 2026 is now, and then Steph one more year, and then Steph probably one more year after that. But that year, you're going to have Embiid at 34, Anthony Davis at 35, Giannis, assuming that he plays out this deal, which he won't. Jokic at 33 will be a free agent. Kitty Cat, Luka, Bam, Donovan Mitchell. You got some big names, assuming that they all reach free agency, which they all won't.
Most of them won't. They won't get there.
I bet you some of them do, especially those guys who are on teams that, if the Lakers don't, continue to load up, does Luka want to stay?
I'm just, the reason I mentioned those names, I'm literally looking at a board of all the NBA logos, and I was just going down the left side. You know what I mean? Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They've never gone anywhere. Donovan Mitchell, that was a trade. Cade Cunningham, never gone anywhere. Giannis, never gone anywhere. Steph Curry, never gone anywhere. Kawhi, he did a free agent deal, second half of career. LeBron, last quarter of career, that was a free agency deal.
Kevin Durant, constantly on the move.
Yeah, but very rarely is it free agency. It used to be in his prime, Warriors and Nets, but after that, it's all trades. De'Aaron Fox, trade. The Pelicans always are rumored to be trading their guys, never do. Houston Rockets, same thing. Acquire Kevin. via trade. Mavericks, they send out Luka, get Anthony Davis, send him out again. The Orlando Magic acquire Desmond Bane, trade. Go through all of this stuff. I think my larger point is I don't think you need to worry about this. It's not really usually the way it works. What the Warriors need to do, their job is simply to remain. I think they are right now, but after Steph, their job is to remain attractive. You don't need to worry about geography. You don't need to worry about your building or how you treat people or your reputation across the league. But what you do need to worry about is staying attractive. And that's kind of where this whole thing comes in about keeping your picks and making smart moves starting right now with young players. Somebody simply needs to think, I can be treated well and I can win there. I think that's what they need to think. And other than that, you don't need to worry about branding and all of that stuff.
I think that the gap between the halves, as you laid them out, you're on second base and the other teams are at home plate, I think the gap has really shortened based on what you can do in Oklahoma City and San Antonio, because those teams can draft well, have a star, and create some room and bring in a free agent. And I do also think that free agency is going to become much more of a viable way for these players. And that list I ran down of guys, some of them are going to be free agents next year if they so desire, with player options. I do think that the player empowerment era in terms of free agency, it's going to be here next year.
I agree with your premise, but my point is that cycles. So in other words, what do you have more confidence in this moment? Let's go 4 years from now. Steph Curry's probably gone. Are the Warriors an attractive destination, or are the Thunder an attractive destination? Now, you'll look at this in this moment, and you're right. The Thunder are having their moment. They've done a great job. They still somehow, through all of this, they still have picks. They got 2 of the top 17 picks this year. But you still got to go nail those, and they're not going to have the stars that they currently have.
Right.
Because they're all going to make too much money. They're going to have a financial reckoning. A year or two after that, the Spurs will go through the same thing. My point is them rebooting what they have now is a larger job than it is for the Knicks, the Lakers, the Warriors, the Heat, etc. It doesn't mean that those teams will do it well. They can screw it up. Look at the Bulls.
Right.
They can screw it up.
And the Thunder and the Spurs have done it very well.
They have done it, but to do it again is still a larger job because you're still middle America. You're still not that you're not starting at second base with that we're a destination and we have kind of, we've got that vibe
it depends on what you want in a destination. If you want to go to a place that is run really smartly and they win, that's Oklahoma City right now, and it might be San Antonio as well.
Right now.
And Detroit is on the trajectory to where they might be that team as well. And Cleveland, not a great destination, but they're a team that is good, and they've got a young star, and they'll continue to be good. So I just wonder about what players really want, because if you go to OKC, you're not there for 365 days. You're there for 41 home games. You live there during the season, and then you're off to, not Cincinnati, but wherever the heck you want to go.
Right. By the way, if you're a big-time dude, you want to go somewhere where you can be a big-time dude. Job's taken there. Kevin Durant, that's what he didn't like about here.
Depends on your countenance. Yeah. If you're a big-time dude and you want to go win, and OKC's in a spot next year where maybe they have some room, 2 years from now and 3 years from now, that's when you're going to have some big free agents.
Exactly, and they're not going to have the room. The Valkyries are taking on the Fever in Indiana shortly, about 15 minutes from now. And you can listen to the game on the free Odyssey app with Kevin Dana on the call. He's fantastic if you've never heard him. Download the free Odyssey app today and listen to the Valkyries all season long. A thing or two to say, actually, about Caitlin Clark as the Valks get ready to play her, and also higher or lower is within the next 15 minutes, which is always a ton of fun. 888-957-9570, the number, Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Giants at Oracle tonight. Give yourself some time. Bay Bridge solid from the Island Tunnel all the way to the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 is packed in from 280, and northbound 280 gets heavy from Cesar Chavez to Oracle.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey everybody, it is Dan Dibley here. Summer is basically here, and if you still think that you're going to figure out this weight loss program on your own, well, you're not. The do-it-yourself thing only gets you so far. That's why I want to tell you about Jumpstart MD. They are local, and in fact, I was in there today, and they've been helping people around the Bay for many, many years. You work with real clinicians. I worked with mine today, and she built me a personalized plan that I can't wait to watch work. And if you're interested in GLP-1 medications, they have some of the most affordable rates that you can find. If you've been waiting to get serious about summer and losing weight, don't wait until June. Get started now. Call 855-JUMPSTART. That's 855-JUMPSTART, or go to jumpstartmd.com today. You go in there, you get weighed, they check out your body mass, and it might be a little bit alarming, but when you get the plan, the diet plan, and all the rest of it, you're going to feel good knowing that it's going to work. Get in and get started. Call 855-JUMPSTART. That's 855-JUMPSTART, or go to jumpstartmd.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And we are here to... Not again. That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
San Francisco will be overcast and breezy tonight with a low of 50.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper and his Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour at the Masonic in San Francisco on September 22nd. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I've just been sent a video.
A video?
Yes.
From?
Well, it doesn't matter who it's from.
About?
It does matter who's in the video. One of the highest paid athletes in the Bay.
Brock Purdy.
Getting it in.
The chef.
Why would you say that?
The chef is one of the highest paid athletes.
Yes, but does he get it in?
Like, he's putting in work. Is he in the lab? This is the Vegas setup ever.
No. He's
Vegas.
He's singing.
Oh.
One of the highest paid athletes in the Bay, and he's singing. And I think the artist is Natasha Bedingfield, I think. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure it's her song, but I think it is.
Yes. Brock Purdy.
No, it's not Brock Purdy.
And it's not the chef. Jimmy Butler? Jimmy Buckets.
Jimmy
Butler.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the Buckets is at Bottle Rock.
Okay.
And he got a microphone.
Yeah. Is he on stage?
It's side stage, but yes.
My name's Butler. And he's out there just belting it out, huh? Okay.
If I could just see you. You know that song? Is that Natasha Bedingfield or someone? One of them girls. Anyway, Jimmy Butler, Bottle Rock, video courtesy, voice of the Suns, John Bloom.
Okay.
In town.
John Bloom.
Brought his daughter to Bottle Rock.
Are you going up there to Bottle Rock?
There will be Willards. There will be Willards.
But not you.
I got a lot of Oracle Park coming up this weekend. So the Willards are...
That's Vanessa Carlton.
There you go. Vanessa Carlton?
Making her way downtown.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. I love that song.
You do not love that song. You do not sound like you love that song.
Now I wonder. I actually do it. I can't sing it, but...
Oh, I hate it.
If I could fall...
Just so you know, he can't either.
Right.
But anyway, the Buckets is having fun and not limping at Bottle Rock.
Well, good. I mean, go ahead and stay off that thing now.
No. He's standing.
Yeah.
He's not doing one of them like bar stool acoustic sets. You know, they're off on that side stage where they do stuff like Kittle and Curry did it last year. People look like they're cooking. There's food, kitchen utensils, and live mics. I don't know what's happening. I can't really tell. But Buckets is singing.
Good.
Yeah. So he's in a good mood.
That's great. And I think he had the ACL repair in early February, so he's almost 4 months clear. And that thing right now is that's in and out. Like, you get that thing done, and you're not back playing high-level sports, but you can do things pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can walk around on a stage and sing music. Yep. Yeah. So Jimmy's at Bottle Rock.
Good job, Jimmy.
Everybody go say hi.
Living his best life.
Yeah. It's too bad although the weather up there looks fantastic. Cooled off a little bit for Bottle Rock this weekend.
Which is great because the last couple of days it's been like low 90s out of my house.
No, we don't want people fainting and stuff like that.
Hydrate, my friends.
Thank you very much.
Always.
Higher or lower coming up in just a few. Can I ask a quick question before? I don't know. Has the Valks tip off here in about 10 minutes or so?
Yep, roughly.
What happened to the whole Caitlin Clark thing?
I don't know what you mean.
It just, nobody's screaming about it anymore. It just died.
Like the phenomenon?
No. Remember last year, everybody was furious with each other, and there was a whole, there was a whole thing. You know what I mean? She's getting special treatment. And then, no, it's actually the other way around. The other WNBA players are all beating her up. And there was a race element to this and all of that. And then she got hurt. She didn't play a lot toward the end of last year. And now we're back. And the WNBA's got a new deal. And she is, I'm not going to call her the reason, but she is one of the top 10 reasons that the W and the players had the leverage that they had to get this new CBA, which is awesome. They're now actually getting paid, some nice chicken for being one of the top players out there in the league. And I don't know. The buzz is just kind of died. It just felt like it fell off a cliff.
You just answered your own question with all 7 reasons where, she was a phenom last year and they were hunting for a deal. She was getting special treatment and she also was getting cuffed around. And there was resentment because who is this brand newbie coming up here pretending like, she's the reason, she's the sauce.
Right.
They got a nice CBA. And also she's kind of, found her way in the league. And also the league has had to come to the begrudging realization that she's really good. This is not a Jeremy Lin sanity flash in the pan. She's a phenomenal player, and the fact that she's so popular has helped fill arenas and helped fill their coffers. So how do you stay mad at that?
4th in the league in scoring, 1st in assists. Caitlin Clark. Are you saying then that the rest of the players all just went, okay, never mind, stand down. She's awesome, we love her. I don't know if that resentment goes away that quick. You know who she reminds me of, and we did this a lot back at the time, but the comp was made a lot about Tiger Woods. There was a lot of resentment when Tiger came on the scene. And then maybe you're right. Maybe it felt quick to me, but what changed with Tiger, I think, people started to accept him because they went, oh, wait, I can get a 5-bedroom house?
So the Greater Greensboro Open is now
finishing 6th.
Right. I now get $700,000 to win the Greater Greensboro Open.
Maybe we should leave the kid alone.
I think that is part of it.
And so, but that feels like a very quick, because a lot of the WNBA players, that's what they were fighting against. That's what Angel Reese was fighting against. Just like, it's not just Caitlin. It's me too.
And it's not just Caitlin now.
It's not, but she was the face of the Rise at the time of the Rise. The Rise?
Yes.
She was. She was the face of the Rise when it started.
Well, if the Rise is over and they have risen, shout out Easter. What? It's not blasphemy. I shouted it out, okay?
Didn't say it was
And it's
blasphemy.
the ultimate comeback. I mean, he was down more than 30 at the half, but...
Not talking about this.
I
Shout out Easter.
digest. The Rise is over. They're here, and they can still rise further up, but...
Yeah, it's not over.
No, but
it's
they
not
got a
like they're all
CBA.
okay, yeah, but...
They've expanded. They got a CBA. They make more money. And it doesn't mean that if she's coming down the lane, you're not going to try to hard foul her.
They're still trying to scratch and claw their way to the top, though. You know what I mean?
Right, but you're not... I guess there's not the same level of resentment because she came in with all this hype and she backed it up.
Or do we just... Is the attention span over?
I don't think it's over, but I mean, we're 5 games in. And I don't think that the W does itself any favors by giving a team 8 days off when their season starts, which is what the Valks had.
That was odd.
So when we get into the dog days of summer, when the NBA season's over, the NBA draft has happened, and it's June 28th, and we have, a month until football camps, and we've got nothing but baseball, the W gets more of a spotlight.
Spencer in Oakland wants to say something about this real quick, and then let's do higher or lower, okay? Hi, Spencer. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
Well, thank you for taking my call. I think there's 3 factors here when it comes to Caitlin Clark. I think the money is the number one factor. They have the new CBA like you were discussing. Everybody's getting paid more. They have expansion teams, and they're talking about more. So I think that is absolutely like A1, the number one reason. And then, yes, there was a racial factor to it. I think Angel Reese getting traded and not really, being in the news as much played a big factor. And, it seemed like the whole beating her up thing that was going on, every time that happened, everybody wanted to jump in and make it about race. But I think there was also a cultural aspect to it, being a Midwest girl and with the politics, the way it is right now in the United States, kind of more of a wholesome brand, typical, American girl versus this whole, a very politically active league. Not to say I know her politics, because I don't, but I think people kind of read into that she was kind of a different cut than a lot of the rest of the league that might be really politically active on certain issues like gay rights and Black Lives Matter and everything else that happened. It just kind of all tied together. I really don't like that people put all that on her and Angel Reese. I personally like them both. Yep. I think they're both good for the game, whether you like their teams or them as people. That's kind of undeniable. But, yeah, that's kind of what I think it all is. But money's number one for sure.
Well, always is. Spencer, thanks. Appreciate it. I mean, that's yet another Tiger Woods comp. I can remember when they were doing all of the what was that guy's name?
Fuzzy Zeller.
No, Hootie, the Masters guy, the Augusta.
Oh, Hootie Johnson.
Hootie Johnson. When the whole, there was Augusta, and are they allowing women and everything, and everyone wanted Tiger to take up the fight. And Tiger's like, I'm good.
Right.
Kind of did the Michael Jordan thing. Republicans buy sneakers too.
Basically.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think that it's mostly money, and it was just a little bit of the resentment of the hype because, a lot of these WNBA players have been grinding 2 seasons. You play here, you play in Europe, and you fight to keep this thing alive, and here comes Caitlin on her, high horse, even though she didn't put herself on that. We all did.
Speaking of hype, it's Friday. 420 has passed. Let's do higher or lower.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
And here we have it. It is higher or lower. I'm going to give you an item, and our contestants will have 10 guesses to guess the next 10 items to say if it's higher or lower than this. Today's theme is 142, which is the number of years since the pitcher, Hugh One-Arm Daly, struck out 13 batters on this date in a Major League game. It was 142 years ago today. Hugh Daly, a man who had just one arm, he came out and struck out 13 batters.
Any relation to Dan?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Dan Daly, friend of the program.
Sorry.
142 years ago today, so every item will be higher or lower than 142.
142.
Let's meet our contestants. 9-time champion, my partner, not the defending champion, but it's Mark Willard. Hey, Mark.
Hey, I'm here. I'm playing today for Bryce Eldridge. We want a free Bryce Eldridge. That's what I'm playing for today, Dan.
Well, if you're playing for Bryce, you're going to have to sit on the side because we may not let you play.
All right, I'll sit over here and do it from here.
That's perfect. Up next, a man who's won one time. He's back looking for number two. It is a guy we call Pasta, Steven Risotto.
Thanks for having me, Dibs. Good to be here. Good to be back, and I'm looking to grow my total number of wins here.
I love it. Our next contestant could match you. He's making his debut.
Ooh, this is exciting.
You know him from 10 to 2. He's brilliant. He's precocious. It's Evan Giddings.
What's going on, guys? Very big fan of this segment, so happy to actually be participating in person.
It's a participation sensation. Yeah,
that's a buck. So we will start higher or lower. And again, the number is 142. We start with Mark Willard. Mark, total number of games started as a pitcher by the aforementioned Hugh Daly in the pros.
Oh, gosh. We'll go lower. No idea, but lower.
Risotto?
I'm going to go with lower. I don't think that's sustainable.
Evan Giddings?
I'm still new to this game, and so I'm just going to follow along. Let's go lower.
Yeah, you should be your own man, Evan. It is higher. From 1882 to 1887, he started 163 games. No blood.
That does not. I mean, they had to be able to find somebody better. He had one arm.
Correct.
How do you feel his position?
He didn't start pitching until he was 34.
I think he stinks.
It was 1882. He might have been the only human being around.
Did they know how to bunt?
Apparently
Just
not.
bunt. He can't get the ball.
He was tough on righties.
One arm, 4 fingers, and 2 legs.
Anyway,
That's exactly right. Second item, no blood on the opener. Higher or lower than 142, Mark Willard. Total regular season touchdowns scored by Christian, Ed, and Luke McCaffrey combined. Christian, Ed, and Luke. Total number of TDs scored in the regular season.
Christian, Ed, and Luke.
Yes.
Sorry, my son was texting me asking for money. So I was unable to hear the beginning of the question. Total regular season touchdowns, Christian, Ed, Luke. Lower.
Risotto?
I'll go with higher.
Evan Giddings.
I feel pretty confident it's lower, Dibs.
It is higher, 156. Christian's got 98. Ed's got 55. And I think Luke has 2 or 3. Either way, it is higher. Risotto in the lead, 1-0.
I love pasta.
We start with you, Pasta.
I had pasta for dinner.
Higher or lower than 142? That's the number of years since one-arm Daly struck out 13 in an MLB game. Pasta. Number of unique combinations when you roll 4 6-sided dice. Number of unique combinations. So you roll 4 dice.
4.
It could be 1, 1, 1, 1. It could be 1, 1, 1, 2. It could be 1, 1, 1, 3.
Oh, boy.
Unique combinations.
Good luck, buddy.
With 4 dice.
It's terrible.
Would love to see the process and how you come up with these. I'll go lower.
I'll share that later. Mark Willard.
Let's go. I don't want to think. Higher.
Evan Giddings.
I'm on a roll here, so we'll just go low.
It is, in fact, low.
Oh.
The unique combinations, 126.
Okay.
There's math involved. I'll spare you the math. And you don't want to know how I go through my process, Stephen. It's very convoluted. Risotto 2, Giddings 1, Mark Willard yet to get on the board.
That's right.
Item number 4, it's higher or lower. Risotto, higher or lower than 142. Total career regular season wins for Madison Bumgarner.
I'll go higher.
I'd like you to do it as Fleming. It's a Giants one.
Higher.
Thank you. Evan Giddings.
Well, I was going to switch up after getting one, but I've been feeling so good about these lower numbers. I think it's lower.
Thank you, Cam. That was a Cam answer. Mark Willard.
Let's go lower.
Willard's on the board. It is lower. 134 wins for Mad Bum. Risotto 2. Giddings 2.
Anyway, go ahead.
Willard 1. We start with you, Evan, because it's a tie and you got the last one correct. It's higher or lower than 142. This is item number 5. Evan. Career playoff losses coached by Greg Popovich, the all-time leader.
Oh, boy. Let's go higher for the first time today, Dibs.
Risotto?
Lower!
And Mark Willard.
Playoff lower.
It is well lower.
Yeah.
114 losses for Pop. It's the most in playoff history. Risotto 3, Willard 2, Giddings 2. We are at the halfway point. We start with Steven Risotto. Higher or lower than 142? Steven, total number of months George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush were president of the United States combined.
Oh, I can't do math.
Total number of what?
Months.
I'll go higher. Higher.
Willard? Willard?
Hey, relax.
Might have been a strike shortened season. Willard.
Higher.
Evan Giddings.
Higher. That was my risotto.
It's pretty good. You guys all got it right.
Yeah.
12 times 12 is 144.
Yep.
And they all were inaugurated and bounced at the same time. 2 terms, 1 term. You all got it right. I'm going to earmark that as a bad item.
No, smart players.
Risotto 4, Willard 3, Giddings 3. That will be the order here as we continue with higher or lower. Today's theme, 142. Hugh One-Arm Daly struck out 13 142 years ago today. Love this theme. Man. I might be alone. Risotto in the lead. Total number of regular season and playoff games played by Damian Lillard as a Bucks.
I'm going to go lower.
Willard?
Yeah, lower.
Evan Giddings?
I gotta mix it up. Let's go higher, Dibs.
You didn't have to mix it up, but you did. It is lower. 138 total games, regular season and playoff.
Wow.
We've got 3 to go. It's Risotto 5, Willard 4, Giddings 3. That will be the order for number 8. Risotto. Number of years since Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. Higher or lower than 142?
Oh, my.
I'm going to go higher.
Willard?
Sure. Higher.
Evan Giddings?
Higher.
Go ahead and earmark that one as a bad one. It is higher. No blood again.
How come when we're good, that means it's bad?
Because I need to be tougher than that. You got to go out there and be tough.
Good is good.
Risotto 6, Willard 5, Giddings 4. We have 2 to go. We start with Risotto. Higher or lower than 142? Total rushing yards for Lorenzo Neal in his 2-game rookie season in New Orleans.
Oh, God.
Higher.
Willard?
Lower.
Evan Giddings?
I feel like I got to get this one right.
Yeah.
Higher.
I think I messed up.
You did.
Yeah.
The answer is higher.
You wouldn't have asked it if the answer was lower.
Well,
I should have known that.
He led the league after 2 weeks, and he broke his ankle in week 2 and missed the rest of the season and became a fullback. Risotto 7, Willard 5, Giddings 5. It is over.
Yeah, it's over.
But we will play out the string because I love this. Risotto, we'll start with you.
Way to go, Steve.
Higher or lower than 142, Steven? Total number of Billboard Top 100 songs on which Little Baby has appeared.
Little Baby has appeared.
Little Baby.
Where?
Yeah,
He's Little Baby.
There's no T. Little Baby.
Well, I could rest my starters because I've already clinched, so I'll go lower.
Willard?
Lower.
Evan?
Higher.
Evan Giddings gets the silver medal.
Okay.
It is higher.
Wow.
Congratulations, Steven Risotto, with his second win. And higher or lower?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Always good to play this. And I'm at a loss of words, as you can see right now. This is wow.
Normally you thank the Academy, maybe you thank your agent and the rest of it.
And Dibs.
The tiebreaker was Drake has the most charted songs of all time. How many does he have? The answer is 362 for Drizzy Drake.
So there you have it, which is also higher.
Which is why it's a tiebreaker. I'd like to apologize to the listeners for a soft edition of higher or lower. I need to come harder.
Oh, you did great. You're talking about somebody who only had one arm. I mean, you know what I mean? You got to go easy on that.
Yeah, Hugh Daly.
While we're talking about great performances like the one that Pasta just had, it is time to toast the sparkling performance of the week presented by Jay Vineyards and the Valkyries. And I feel like this is being undersold a little bit. Not only did they dominate last night, they did it against a really good team, the New York Liberty. 87-70, the final last night, and the Valks, of course, playing again right now in Indiana. You can go to the Odyssey app, to the Valkyries channel, and listen right now. Liberty, one of the best teams in the WNBA, so this is a big deal for the Valks, what they did last night, and off to a 3-1 start on the season, and they were led by the all-around play of the great Veronica Burton. She did it all, 13 points, 4 boards, 7 assists. Last year, she was most improved player in the entire WNBA. This year, she is off to a start that looks like she might be taking it to the next level. So, ladies and gentlemen, we raise a toast to Veronica Burton and the Valks. Jay Vineyards is the proud sponsor and proud to be the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. So, Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at our winery in Healdsburg for an exceptional wine tasting experience. Jay Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a lot of these this year. A lot of excellence going on with the Golden State Valkyries.
Remember that over-under only needed to be 23?
Yep.
23 and 21? It's a lock.
Kukush.
Lock.
3-1. They're trending in the right direction.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We try something fun, a little bit of a variation of What the Friday. I don't care what your take is. What is the take that you want to get off your chest? It could be about anything. Anything. It could be about Giants, Niners, Warriors, or wine. Whatever. 888-957-9570. Let's take some calls. It's your last take of the week. And then whoever gets the take that we like the best, we'll re-rack that thing at the end of the show. So if you want to call in, do it now. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs. Also, it's Willard. You all know I'm a big golfer, and that's why I stay at Silverado Resort. When golfing in Napa, you can choose from 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the newly opened Match Play Kitchen and Bar. With newly renovated rooms, it is the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
This Memorial Day, New Vodka invites you to please drink financially responsibly. Yes, financially responsibly. There are a lot of vodkas out there for you to choose for your Memorial Day, but New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's a 92-rated award-winning vodka that's made in America, gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. New Vodka has a smooth, clean flavor at a price that won't break your bank. So make the smart choice. Show up at the party with a bottle of New Vodka and show everyone that you don't follow the trends, you set them. Cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy or rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way. Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm sure I missed some people, but my list is done.
It's done.
It's done.
All the people you've worked with.
You want to just, here, look at this.
Oh, you wrote it on paper?
Yeah.
That is roughly, that's about 100 people. Damn near 100.
Yeah. It's
incredible.
Yeah.
When you've done a lot of national shows where it's, a different guy here, a different guy there, but of all the run you've had, we get to 5 years. Is that the longest run with a partner you've had?
I'd have to go back and look at how long Michael Thompson and I did it.
Yep.
Is 5 years the longest I've run with a partner? It's either you or Michael Thompson or Tony Bruno.
Right.
Bruno and I might have been more than 5 years. It might have been.
Were you before Siciliano or after?
After.
After Andrew,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He had left Fox. We were with Sporting News Radio.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sporting News Radio, who loosely, because it was national and there were a few people doing it, but basically the boss and I think that, I don't even remember if his title technically was program director when I was working with Tony Bruno. Do you know who it was?
I have a guess.
Go ahead.
Look.
Yep.
Your current boss.
Yep.
Matt Nahigian.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. I might still owe him money.
For
possible.
What?
No, I think I paid him back.
I'm going to throat punch Mahigian.
Didn't know we had that.
We went to the Super Bowl one year. We were covering the Super Bowl. I want to say Seahawks Steelers, Detroit.
Sounds familiar.
Okay. And my hotel room essentially got broken into in one way or another. I don't know if the door didn't close all the way. I don't know if housekeeping was involved in this, but we stayed in a hotel and my stuff got taken. And all of a sudden I checked my banking app one time and a bunch of charges. I was just sitting in the hotel room and people are getting gas and whoop, stuff's coming in. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Anyway, yeah, quick story or a long story short, you call and handle all of that. But now I'm on the road for a week and I don't have a wallet. I have no wallet. So I have no way to function. I don't have a company card. The wallet was gone. I don't even have a card. I had no way to do it. So look, I can loan you some money. So yeah, Matt Nahigian floated me the cash to get through the entire week.
Wow. In
Dearborn, Michigan, getting ready for Ben Roethlisberger against the Hawks. And I'm pretty sure I paid him back.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago, though.
He's a generous guy. He might have just,
he's like that one.
Chalked that one up.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Yeah, he really was. So anyway, yeah, It's Friday. It's about to be 5 o'clock. So, whatever. I'll read the list later just to give the effect, but we could do that way later. The Valkyries are underway. If you want to go check that out on the Odyssey app, the Valkyries channel, you can do that. For some reason, the Giants have not sent their lineup out yet.
Still?
No lineup. We do have a press release, though.
Okay.
Elliot Ramos had a PRP injection on Tuesday, and he will not participate in any baseball activity for the next week. So he is on the shelf. And then AAA Sacramento has an interesting starting pitcher tonight. You know him. You love him. Logan Webb. It is expected to be a one-start rehab stint, and it is tonight. So you can go ahead and pencil Logan Webb in for a start in the Arizona series, which is coming up next. Or actually, let's see, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, probably Wednesday's game against Arizona, I would think, is when they're going to sort of pencil in Logan Webb to pitch for the Giants and then figure out the whole Tyler Malley, Trevor McDonald, Adrian Hauser love triangle.
Right. So the Giants play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Webb would be the thought.
I mean, if he goes on the normal 4 days rest.
Right. And then they're off Thursday. So you've got McDonald tonight. And then.
Yeah, you could also wait for the roadie and give him extra rest. You could. You could do that.
Or you could. I mean, is there a way you could skip Malley between now and then? Because you've got.
You can do whatever the hell you
McDonald,
want.
Ray, Roop. And then you could go, I guess, Hauser.
Yeah. So right now it's McDonald, Hauser, Ray this weekend, Roop, Malley, and then
the Webb spot.
Reboot, and right now McDonald is the one who's scheduled to go against Arizona in the day game on Wednesday, and then they head for Coors Field. If I'm Logan Webb, I say give me the Wednesday at Oracle Park. I don't need to come back at Coors Field. But we'll see. We'll see what they do with it. Maybe you just push McDonald to the Rocky series and then figure it out. Give him 2 more starts to show what he's really, really super duper made of. And then, I don't know, but we're 50 games in, and I know Giants fans are not in the mood for, well, let's see how it works out. It's like, dude, you got to go win baseball games right the freak now.
Right. Starting tonight. And it's interesting because, you talk about Webb, and if you're Logan, you'd much rather squeeze into that Wednesday at home as opposed to, welcome back. I know your knee's probably not 100%, but getting closer. Go pitch in Colorado. That'll be fun.
We don't have a lineup yet, but courtesy of Pasta, courtesy of Alex Pavlovich, Casey Schmidt will start in left tonight.
Okay.
Which would suggest to me that Bryce Eldridge will be DHing.
Right, you would figure.
Yeah.
I just went to MILB.com to see if they had a lineup yet as Logan Webb takes on the Space Cowboys.
Is Bryce Eldridge in it?
Was just checking. It is Bryce Eldridge bobble card night.
I think we would have heard if Bryce had not shown up at Oracle Park yet tonight.
You saying it's easy to spot him in the clubhouse?
A little bit.
6'7"?
I feel like Sloss or Pavs might have been on it. Justice De Los Santos might have sent out the bat signal. Bryce is not here today. But anyway, Victor Barracoto is getting called up. The thought is that either Jung-Hoo Lee is going to go on the injured list or Will Brennan is going to get sent down. That's the insider trading.
You'd figure. Yeah, and hopefully it is, Will Brennan because he's been on the struggle bus, so to speak, but I don't know what they're ultimately going to do, and that's what I would do, certainly.
Yeah. So 888-957-9570. We're going to have some fun with all of this, whether it is all of the things we've been talking about today. We started off the show with a little bit of a over-under for these 5 teams, Niners, Giants, Warriors, Sharks, Valkyries, with regard to the over-under on when their next championship will be, into the whole Warriors free agency destination situation as well. And we're waiting for a lineup, and the Valkyries are underway. But also throwing it out to you, what's your take of the week? Like, we can go anywhere now. It's Friday at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun.
Let me throw one out just to kind of prime the pump.
Yeah,
and it's not so much a take as it is a television recommendation. And I'm looking right at you and other people who aren't necessarily soccer people.
You want me to watch TV?
Well,
you don't know me very well.
There's a channel that you may or may not have. It's called Vice, and they're doing a documentary, and they put out an episode every Tuesday, and it's called Soccer's American Dream, and it kind of gives you the history of soccer in this country, starting with the old outdoor league, and Pelé comes, and the thing explodes, and then Pelé gets old, and the league folds, and indoor soccer takes over, and then the men's national team's a laughing stock, and then they somehow win the berth to host, and they do pretty well, and then episode 3 is about the women's national team, and that's why I shared with the thread. I'm like, we got to get Brandy Chastain on ahead of the World Cup because she was a big part of, the women's team and how they went from a bunch of young ladies and they all of a sudden became the juggernaut. So if you're not that into soccer, or you are, Soccer's American Dream. It's really, really well done. It's on Vice. You may not get it, but you can find it.
How many episodes?
I'm 3 in.
What's the undertaking?
Well, each one is an hour with commercials. So if you record it, you can have skip-ems, as my son Keon used to call it. When you record something, you're able to skip through.
Yeah, you can do a skip-em.
Dad, do we have skip-ems? Yeah, we got skip-ems. But they're about 40 minutes in content, and I don't know how many total episodes there are, but I'm through 3, and it's great.
Okay, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. My big thing that I want to get off my chest is this, and this alone. You need to play Bryce Eldridge. Every freaking day. He has to play, and I would like a special shout out. And it is actually a shout at. I have a special shout
It's
at.
a shout at.
It's not a shout out. It's a shout at. Stop box score diving. I don't want to hear from any more of you about how Bryce Eldridge is hitting under 200. You're telling on yourselves that you haven't watched Giants baseball if you're watching Bryce Eldridge play and saying, hey, he's hitting the $150. What are we so excited about?
That's a stat.
Watch the games. He is hitting seeds all over the yard in both of his starts against Arizona. 3 of his 4 at-bats were north of 100 miles an hour, and the one that wasn't was 90. And all he got out of it was a 1 for 4. But watch the games. Bryce is hitting the ball harder than anybody on the whole roster. Bryce plays. When you get a pen and a lineup card, Bryce is in it. When Elliott comes back, we talk. Until then, Bryce in, other people out. That's all.
Bryce in, other people out.
Yeah,
okay.
Bryce in lineup.
You think he's in tonight?
You get 9 names. Bryce is one of them. I don't care where. I don't care how. But Bryce in. Other people out.
Who you lead off tonight, assuming that it's not Will Brennan, and you're assuming that Bryce is in. Casey Schmidt will hit third. Arise will be in the lineup. Jung-Hoo Lee likely not. Who you leading off against the right-handed Martin with a 1.61 ERA?
Bryce.
Who you batting second?
Whoever.
It was a setup for you to say Bryce again.
Yeah, well, I know. Yeah, no, he's already.
Yeah, that'd be illegal.
Yeah, that's totally against the rules. No, it's probably whoever's out in center field. I don't know, Bader or something. Whatever.
Gilby?
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, who cares?
One of those guys who's hitting a $160.
Get a helmet that fits.
If you're hitting under 200, you get to lead off.
Like, what? Just honestly, just get a helmet that fits. Shasky's been way ahead of the curve on this about Jung-Hoo Lee. And it didn't bother me that much because it's like one guy, and now it's 2 guys. This is the whole outfield can't keep the helmet on their head. Just get a helmet that fits.
Why does that bother you so much?
It doesn't bother me, but it didn't bother me, and now it does because it's 2 people. I don't know why. I got triggered when it was more than one person because it's just like, do we have a Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction? Are we not? Are the right sizes not available? Like what's happening here? Why? And has anybody asked either of these guys that yet? Jung-Hoo Lee, obviously, Language Berry doesn't do a lot of interviews. Drew has not done a lot of interviews. Last year, everybody wanted interviews with Drew. He didn't want to do them because he's like, I don't want to tell you why I'm eating Matt Chapman's sleeve or whatever. I don't know what is going, but now he hasn't talked a lot. And I would love to ask one of those guys, Because doesn't that feel uncomfortable? I would hate being out there and have my helmet flopping around like I'm out. It's not your bobblehead night. Get a helmet on that'll stay on. That would really. So I guess that's why it bothers me, because I feel like it would bother me if I were them. And I want to know why it doesn't bother them.
Yeah. I mean, eventually that thing's coming off, so I guess it's not really a factor. We do have the NBA all-defensive teams have been announced.
Oh, is Draymond on it?
What do you think?
No.
He's not.
Yeah.
Your first team is Victor Wembanyama, Chet Holmgren, Asar Thompson, Rudy Gobert, and Derek White.
Okay.
Second team, Bam Adebayo, Scotty Barnes, Cason Wallace, Dyson Daniels, and AJ Anunoby.
Okay.
I just want to go home. Interesting that only one Thompson made it. I thought Amen would make it as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a problem out there, but he's a little bit more offensively minded than his brother.
Draymond was making a bid for his 10th All-NBA defensive selection. And there have only been, I think, 4 or 5 All-NBA selections who have more than 10 or more.
Okay.
Including your all-time leader, as you well know, Tim Duncan.
Oh, I would not have gotten
We
that
forget
right.
about how good he was on defense.
I probably would have guessed Rodman. Okay, let's take some calls. Let's go to Quinn in Oakland. Hi, Quinn. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
We got you.
All right. Hey, I want to ask you, can I give like a few statements and ask a few questions all in one motion? But I wanted to ask you this, and I want to tell the station that y'all are good for this. That I wasn't aware of this, that since the Giants moved west, they've only had like 3 times when they had like back-to-back winning seasons. I know in 02, 03, that's when I was here, and then I think maybe like in 62 or 60, Willie McCovey and Willie Mays and stuff. And I forget the other one. I know it wasn't after they won the World Series, but then that was one statement I was saying. But then I was about to say, when you were talking about who's gonna win, I know y'all are like a city station and stuff, but like, and I know Oakland, we done lost all our dang teams and everything, you know. So I would probably put the Raiders up there, you know, maybe winning before the Niners. And there's one more thing I was about to say, that I love y'all show. It's definitely great. But I was gonna ask you one more thing, that about why is it that that I don't know, as far as with the Warriors, I was talking about with the Warriors. I don't know, I don't think that like LeBron would be a good fit with maybe on an Olympic team. You know what I mean? Because even Steph was like, "No, I'm cool." Like what I'm dealing with right now, you know. But I think we should pick that dude from Michigan, Lindenborg.
Yeah,
I think that's my guy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Quinn,
Thank you, Quinn. Quinn, thank you for the
Yaxel
Lundenborg. He's big, he's old, he's physical. He can play the 3.
Big and he's old. Yeah, let's get him.
Relative to the rest of the young pups in the draft.
Yeah.
We do have some developments from the Giants.
I bet we do.
Jung-Hoo Lee, he will land on the IL.
Okay.
That's from Susan Slusser.
So there's the
And
move.
your third base coach tonight, we'll have a new one. Got a freshie over at third.
Really?
He's fresh. You know him and you love him. Hector Borg has returned to the Dominican after the death of his grandmother, who was a major figure in his life. Ron Wotus.
This is a fill-in, not a replacement.
Ron Wotus will be coaching third. Yeah, so
let's see if we can get Woe on next week.
Prayers to the Borg family as he goes back to the Dominican to mourn his grandmother.
Yes.
But you're going to have Ron Wotus out there.
Okay.
Although he was normally at first, right? And Flan was at third, or?
Woe has done a lot of different things with the org. I don't know that he's ever been the third base coach.
He was the bench coach for the championship years, and then he was third base coach the last part of Bochy and the beginning of Kapler.
There you go.
Like, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he'll be out there. If there's a bad decision made now.
Send him, Ron.
That's right.
Send him. We don't score very many runs.
So that was from Susan Slusser via Twitter.
And still, no lineup.
I just hit the old refresh on MLB.com, and nothing really percolated.
I'm looking right at the Giants.
Bring it on, man.
Yeah, I'm looking at their media feed. Refresh. So fresh.
Yep.
It's so fresh.
And so clean.
Yeah, but...
Well, it's clean because there's nobody on there.
There's nobody on the lineup, yeah.
So we'll get there.
Okay, so Jung-Hoo Lee, injured list. That's why Barracoto is up. So Will Brennan stays. Good Lord, what is the outfield roster in this moment for the San Francisco Giants? Game show music. No, I'm kidding. Can you name, if we consider Casey Schmidt for the moment an outfielder?
Fine.
You've also got, and again, nobody on the injured list. Ramos an injured list and Jung-Hoo Lee injured list. So who else?
Drew Gilbert. Will Brennan. Harrison Bader. Victor Barracoto.
And I guess
Jesus Rodriguez. Score it.
And Bryce Aldridge.
I guess if you're desperate.
Used to play outfield.
Have any of the other guys ever played outfield? Your Arises, your Chapmans, your Deverses, your Adamises?
Probably not.
Arises has played left field.
He has?
He has in the past. Not recently, though.
All right. If we want to play what outfielders are on the roster?
I love the Giants this year. They're we finally, for the first time since Bonds, they got the same starting left fielder on opening day, Elliot Ramos. And since then, this season has turned into a game of how many different people can we put in left field in one season? Anyway.
And I wasn't sure if Quinn, the caller, said that only 3 times they've won, had winning records. I'm just looking at it here.
I'm looking at it.
I'm seeing 1961 through 1971. They had a winning record every year.
I think he meant back-to-back postseason appearances, which there is kind of not a precedent set. I think 2003 and 2 were the last.
There's a bunch of periods where they go 4, 5, 6 years in a row with winning records, and each year is considered back-to-back years. So, yes, it's happened more than 3 times.
But to Risotto's point, deciphering the call from Quinn, only one time have they made the postseason in back-to-back years.
02, 03?
Yeah, that seems like an impossibility, but I'm looking at it here.
It's crazy.
Even the World Series, it's like, parade, you're out. Parade, you're out. Parade, you're out. We lose the NLDS. No. We lose the NLDS. No.
Yeah.
It's been some slim pickings there.
1, 2,
not the musician.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They've only made the playoffs 13 times.
Ever?
Since moving here.
Man.
In 1960. No.
58. First year.
1958. 13 times.
If I think about my childhood, I'm not that surprised because we went to a ton of games. And then when I was in high school, that was kind of our thing. We were a little bit more on the nerdy side. So my buddies and I, Steve Rabb, Rick Barsotti, Tom Avakumovitz, it's like, let's go to the Giants game.
Yep.
And you'd get a Gordo's burrito on Irving on the way. You could bring food in, and you did. And you bought the cheapest ticket you get from some guy in the parking lot.
Yep.
And then you moved down, and they would lose. And the high water mark was, I think, 86 when Mike Krukow had that 20-game winning season. That was the year, our senior year, that was the year. And
they went
checks notes.
They went 83 and 79.
And didn't make the playoffs.
Yep.
Everybody's terrible.
But he was awesome.
But they did the next year.
Right.
Will Clark.
That's right, Will the Thrill.
Yeah. Next year they won 90 games and lost in the National League Championship Series to
the Cubs? No.
Cardinals. Candy Maldonado.
Will Clark fought like 4 guys that year.
Yeah. Candy Maldonado lost the liner and the lights. Jonathan in Castro Valley. Hi, Jonathan. What's up?
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
We got you.
I just wanted to say a big shout out to you two and the radio station. I got hooked up last week with some free tickets to the Giants game tomorrow.
Let's go.
So shout out to you guys. Yes, I appreciate you. Let's go. It ended up finding some extra tickets in the same section for my daughters to end up going with us. So it worked out, man. So I can't tell you guys thank you enough even though the Giants are going through what they're going through, I'm still a huge fan, and I appreciate free things, especially when they're great, like Giants tickets in club level, mind you. So thank you for that one. We'll be popping our collar and eating our baked potatoes in club level. Thank you to Mr. Willard and Dibs. So thank you, guys.
Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah, look for me and wave if you see me. I'll be out there all weekend. I'm taking the whole Cal Poly class out there tomorrow.
Nice.
We're gonna. Boy, Tony Vitello's not gonna know what hit him. Showing up with like a party of 17 tomorrow in the dugout before.
Oh, you'll bring them all in the dugout.
Oh, hell yeah.
And just grill them.
I mean, been coaching them all week. This is what you asked that guy.
Excuse me, Tony, Blake, I'm a junior.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
Who's your closer? Mr. Valeto? Vitel? Dick Vitale?
Mm-hmm.
Who's your closer? You'll be all right.
I know we're going to be all right.
There'll be brighter days ahead.
Obviously not a good day.
We got to fix this, man. We got to fix this.
Can we fix it?
No, it's not our job. They got to fix this. You know, here's something I heard Buster say this week, and it gets said in a bunch of different ways. I've probably even said it. You know what I mean? It's like, I think that Willie Adames this year has bothered people because he's out there, as you like to call it, towel snapping with people out there on the base paths. And I'm like, nobody likes the happy guy when everybody's mad. And Willie's the happy guy. So nobody wants you to show up happy when everybody's mad. Willie right now sometimes feels like a guy who shows up at a funeral and he's like, hey, what are we doing after? Like, it's just not appropriate feeling. But that's on us too, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I don't think Willie has to just mope around all day long because the Giants have more losses than wins. But here's something that people keep saying, which is, would you feel that way if we were 30-20 as opposed to 20-30? Would you say that if we were 30-20 instead of 20 or 30? And I keep thinking to myself, it's just not a fair question because you're not. You're not. I don't know how I would feel if you were 30-20, but yeah, of course we'd be happier if you were 30-20, but you're not.
Right.
You're 20-30. And so this is where I agree with your longstanding take about you are what your record says you are. And the Giants have absolutely earned their record this year. I'm not walking around here feeling like, I don't think anybody is. Nobody looks at the Giants baseball this year and goes, man, they got a snake bit. Like, feels like they should have a better record. It really doesn't. You've scored fewer runs than anyone. That's how you win. You score runs. You score fewer than anyone. Hell, maybe it's a miracle you've won 20 of the 50. So, I don't know, man. I think all of this stuff, and as I mentioned to Justice, I feel like the Giants are getting publicly frustrated with the questioning, with the narratives, with the tone. And I get it. I get that it's not fun. It's not fun to have it sound this way. But that's what you get when you're 20-30. And they know this. They know this. So I just feel like we're sort of we're not at the crossroads yet. It's still May, but boy, you probably got another 4 weeks to see if you can tell the fans a different story, and if not, then it's probably time to pivot your strategy.
You should. I mean, that's a fair way to put it. And I was just thinking about narratives right now, and if they're frustrated by the narratives, which are, what are you doing with Bryce? Your high-priced guys aren't contributing enough. What's up with your bullpen? Back into your rotation's not good enough. You hired a rookie manager, and he looks like a rookie manager. If those are narratives that are frustrating them, and I get that, they're 20-30, so they're well-earned. If we wanted to do a little bit of Captain Positive to the rescue, like, what are your positive narratives right now? You could say, man, Casey Schmidt, you drafted him, and he sure looks like a good pick, and he's developing into a great player, and he's on the short list to be your all-star. If you get one, he's on the short list. Turns out Luis Ariz can play defense, and he's hitting as advertised. Yeah, and beyond that, You're running out of narratives.
Yeah, I mean, Landon Roop and Trevor McDonald are young pitchers who are performing well. But yeah, you're right. There's just not a lot right now. Maybe the sack, Daniel Susac.
Yep.
You've made a move there. Patrick Bailey has turned now into a player and a first-round draft pick, and he seemed to be the target of a lot of anxiety for Giants fans, even though it was a really good defensive catcher. And I don't know if they've answered the question yet of, do you have a catcher now that can be good defensively? So, it's all one thing kind of leads to another. But I like what you're saying. Like, what are the things that you can point to right now and feel really good about? It's a short list.
Right. As far as like telling stories 50 games in.
Well, and even the Arise one. The Arise one feels like it's like, great story. Trade him.
Right.
I mean, that's what it feels like right now.
Kind of.
Because it's a one-year deal, and how's that going to help you? And the Giants do need to either figure out or answer for the fact that they're dying for young homegrown players, and when they get them, they block them. They're blocked.
Right.
Casey Schmidt's in left field, and Bryce Eldridge is like, hey, put me in. They're blocked. And who's next?
To be blocked.
Who's next?
Right. And
Trevor McDonald right now.
Blocked.
Might be getting blocked. I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of like my Twitter feed. A lot of blocks there on mine. But you look at the future, and you would imagine Arise isn't back next year, so Casey, you can go play second. Okay, that unblocks Bryce Eldridge to an extent. You've got a bunch of Carsons in Triple-A who I would expect can come up and be major league starters, but they're either not good enough or they're blocked or both. Robbie Ray probably gone next year or sooner, so there's another spot. But in the short term, if you are continuing on this trajectory, and I just was looking at MLB.com and the standings. In the standings, they also do expected win-loss record. The Giants' expected record right now is actually 19-31.
Exactly. That's
so
what I'm saying.
they've stolen one, Mark.
Yeah.
They're a game better than what the numbers would indicate.
Yeah, they're not. They've not been snake bit by any stretch. By the way, you keep bringing up Wisenhunt, and I hadn't checked on him much this year. He is throwing better down in the minors. He's not, as they would put it, forcing his way into the majors. I thought that, what we saw from him last year was a little deflating, to be honest with you, when he came up. But this year, he's got a career 4.07 ERA in the minors. But this year, he's 4-2 with a 3.35.
Okay.
49 strikeouts in 48 innings. So he's doing all right. But, he's not going to be the next to get called up. I mean, there would have to be more injuries. Adrian Hauser's on a 2-year deal. I hate to break it to everybody. Hauser's not going anywhere.
Right.
Mally's a different story. His ERA's over 6.
That's not great.
And Trevor McDonald is pitching well. I would argue this. I think we're kind of already there. If Trevor pitches well tonight and he's going against one of the worst teams in baseball on a cold night in one of the best pitchers' parks in the world, so this is set up for Trevor to really throw well tonight. And if he does, I don't know how you look everybody in the eye and not keep him in the rotation. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, although you look at your prospect that you brought up and you found a way to not have him be in the lineup, and I just was glancing at Rivercats starting pitching, and you mentioned Wisenhunt with a 3.35, Seymour 8 starts with a 4.62, John Michael Bertrand about 5 in his 7 starts, and so Spencer Bivens, ERA of almost 6 in his 4 starts. They've got nobody down there who is pressing the issue, and McDonald is the guy.
Yeah, they have McDonald.
Right, so if you send him down and you roll with Malley, and I think Hauser does continue to get chances, and he's been better. He's really rough early.
He's been much better. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, like right now, it is not. And I do think Blade Tidwell is probably the next guy actually that you would see come up along with Wisenhunt. The Giants' organizational philosophy is not a terrible one. with regard to if they want pitchers on the open market, they can always get them. You can always get pitchers to come to Oracle Park and come to the San Francisco Giants. You can't get hitters. If you go to the top prospect list for the San Francisco Giants right now, you got to get to number 10 before you get to a pitcher. The top 9 are all actually, I'm sorry. Jacob Bresnahan, who is in high A, is number 8. Blade Tidwell is number 10. Those are the only 2 pitchers in the top 10. The rest are position players, and I think that's smart. I think that's smart, the way to do it. But, yeah, to your point, is anybody knocking on the door? Not really. Not really. But McDonald, Wisenhunt, and Tidwell. That would be their answer.
Pretty much that's the list. And just glancing at the Richmond Flying Squirrels, and they've got nobody as a starter who is under 3.52 in an ERA. And, Cesar Perdomo and Tristan Vreeling, these are guys who are struggling at AA. So,
and that's a good pitchers league, by the way.
Right. And you talk about the system and the prospects, the numbers would kind of prove that out. And I think about the Farhan era where it was, all right, let's go ahead and bring in Gausman for a year and let's bring in Blake Snell. You go out there and have a short-term deal for a real live, legitimate arm. And that's a good way to augment what should be next year, Carson Seymour and Carson Wisenhunt, hopefully, along with McDonald and Webb and Roop, and you have a little bit more of a homegrown look in your rotation.
I know that the game is Friday night, right? So the game starts a little bit later. But Steven, are we arriving at the bazaar? It's 5:24. The hell?
I have no idea what's going on
tonight. What we done? I mean, I'm not actually mad. They're going to have a lineup, but what is it? Have we arrived at the bazaar, Steven?
I don't know what's going on. This is normally not how it works. Usually when Tony Vitello is sitting down doing his press conference, we know the lineup by then.
And Vitello sat down an hour ago.
He sat down an hour ago. I don't know what the holdup is. Are they going to play?
The Jung-Hoo Lee move has been retroactive to May 19th.
May 19th, yes.
So there's that. Yeah, that news is out.
Victor Bericotto. He's up.
Right.
He was a training camp darling. He's hitting the cover off the ball in Arizona.
And in Sacramento as well.
Yeah.
He's doing great. But, yeah, no lineup. And, Steven, you're there all the time and just feels like, I don't know, what could they possibly be doing? Are they huddling up and ruminating and debating and they're all locked up on the lineup?
Maybe it's going to rain.
I don't like our chances.
It ain't going to rain.
A little overcast.
It's going to rain?
No.
But,
you pretty much can guarantee who the 9 are who are going to start, you would figure.
I mean, are they having a big boardroom meeting to figure out how to keep Bryce out of the lineup tonight? Is that what it is?
Maybe. I mean, you're going to go with Chapman, Adames, Arise, and Devers. You're going to go with, whoever at catcher.
Schmidt.
One of the 3.
Yeah, the sack. And then Schmidt's in left.
And it's either Gilbert or Bader.
2 of these other people are out there.
So,
yeah.
I don't know.
And then who's the DH?
Bericotto. That's right.
It's going to be Eric Haas.
Yep.
Don't put it past him.
Day by day.
Do not. Day by day. Grr. Flem was on with the morning roast and was asked, what's his message to the Giants fans who are throwing their hands up and saying, well, this season's a wrap?
Every frustration the Giants fans are feeling is being felt ×2 inside the Giants franchise. The front office is furious with the way this is going. The new manager is furious with the way this is going. The players are really unhappy. And, I don't want to use the word embarrassed, but I think the players are embarrassed to a degree about the way that they're playing. The frustration is totally legitimate. This season, the Giants had real playoff aspirations and expectations. And on paper, I thought they were a playoff team, and it's going to be real hard for them to recover from this. But here's the other thing I would say. This year doesn't mean, well, pack it in. We're done. There's tons of things you can still accomplish this year. And if you get to a point where you're really, things really aren't working, it's still way too early to just pull the plug and say we're benching this guy but if you get to a point, then you can start to experiment a little more and you can use the season to figure out how do we fit these pieces together and try something new.
I have a feeling they might sweep the White Sox this weekend. It's just that, and I'm not saying that in a...
Cuckoosh, you lock that up?
It's not a rah-rah thing. It's just, this is Murphy's Law. It's the way this stuff works.
I've got a
piece
of, it's not breaking news or bad news. It's a foreboding reality as we await the lineup.
Oh, God.
Davis Martin on the bump, number 65 in your program, number 1 in your heart.
Oh, no.
With an ERA this year of 1.61. He has been absolutely filthy.
Yeah, I know that.
You want to know his splits? Slap it up, flip it, and reverse it. Nip. Thank you. Lefties.
Put the thing down, flip it, and
whatever.
reverse it.
Lefties are hitting $188 against the right-hand thrower. Righties are hitting $271.
So that's why they're
Adios, Bryce Eldridge.
So that's why they're putting Will Brennan in right field tonight?
The lineup's out?
No.
No, that's why Benicoto will be your designated hitter. And Bryce sits.
Now Baricoto's going to be iced.
Yeah,
but he is a righty.
Baricoto.
He's a righty against a righty, and righties do well against Davis Martin or Martin. Anyway, reverse splits.
Okay.
Maybe that's why they're all like grinding this lineup.
Maybe Devers is going to sit.
Maybe they put out a lineup with him sitting, and he lost his Schmidt. No! I don't know. Just looking at the splits.
No, it's just
that.
Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law. They're going to, this is, you know what I mean? This is the way stuff works. They're going to go on a little bit of a run at some point. Yeah. A little bit of a run.
Right. I understand that, but it doesn't mean that you... Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, you're not just going to automatically sweep a White Sox team that is quietly a lot better than last year. Not only better, but they're a lot better. But, sure.
Not a good baseball team.
Last year they were terrible. Last year they were almost historically bad.
Yeah. No, they have a winning record.
What's that like? You know?
Tell you in 3 weeks.
Not with this team.
When we win the bet.
So the bet, Steven, is will the Giants ever, for just a minute, get back to 500 this year? And so it was me against Willard, and then other people got added to the bet, and they promptly went out and beat the Dodgers for a second straight time. And I thought, we might be in trouble. And then they lost a couple, and then they won 2 of 3 in Sacramento, and then they got swept in Arizona. So Mark is hoping against hope that they actually can crawl back to 500.
I'm not hoping against hope because of the bet. I'm a Giants fan.
I get that.
You're rooting for them to win all the games. That's what you do.
Of course.
You root for them to win the game. That doesn't stop just because they're struggling.
Right.
Yeah.
Dinner at stake.
Where's Steiny on this bet?
He's on
Where do you think?
He's on the anti with the dibber.
Where do you think?
As is Grandy and Guru, who...
Where do you think Guru is?
I got the Giants going. Yeah. He had the Giants winning 90, so...
I got the Giants going 82 and 75.
Yep. All right. Where's the lineup?
Right. I keep refreshing.
I know. It's not out yet. See, this is kind of what I'm getting at. And this is where this is not even a thing. Like, I don't care. I don't think any Giants fan cares what time the lineup comes out. I just put this as, if you want, this is Exhibit P. It's not Exhibit A. But this Giants team they just do weird stuff. They do. They kind of do weird stuff. And I think that's why people are pointing so much to the inexperience. And I get that. It's not an unfair point, but I don't think Buster Posey is just out there being like, so I've never done this job and I'm doing it all by myself. Like, don't anybody tell me nothing. That can't be what's happening. This is the Giants. Zach Manassian knows what he's doing. Bochy and Dusty Baker are right there. Hell, I know that the relationship isn't in the greatest spot, but if Posey wanted to go knock off a phone call to the guy who called him up once upon a time, Brian Sabian would take that call. And they could talk this whole thing out about how to be a GM and how to make moves and do all of these things. But conventional wisdom has just been left out in McCovey Cove. And so you're calling up your top prospect and you don't play him. and you're hiring a manager who's never managed, and you hire a new coaching staff who's wildly inexperienced, and you've got a third base coach who keeps kind of making the wrong decision over there, and you know who your top prospects are that are coming up, and you make acquisitions to block them. It's just head-scratching.
It's mind-boggling.
It's just head-scratching. I know that the Giants, we know these dudes to a man, and in some cases to a woman, like on this entire staff. Like, these are not, they're not stupid. I promise you. They're not. They're not just out here swashbuckling through all of this stuff. I know they've got their reasons, but they don't tell anybody what those reasons are. They are not evident. They're just not. I'm not going to argue whether they're stupid or not because I agree with you. I'm just really struck in this moment by what has been going on through 50 games, which is the lineup's been out 3 hours before the game, sometimes even more. Yep. And here we sit an hour and now 42 minutes before first pitch, and it's not out. I mean, I wonder internally if they have it, and he's just holding it close to the vest. They're waiting for 6 o'clock, so all the shows go off the air. I guess Friday news dump sort of thing, but they've never actually, kind of done it this way under the Vitello era. So I'm wondering why. And the other piece is, will he be asked about it? Like, is that something that you would ask? Like, hey, Tony, lineup came out kind of late. Were you guys in there, debating or voting on it? When the lineup hits the media feeds is not a Tony Vitello or a Buster Posey thing. Unless, you know what I mean? But how does the lineup get out other than earlier when it's in the dugout and here's my lineup? There's clearly a slowdown in the process, but I have no idea where in that process the slowdown happened. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is the communications department, the manager department, the analytics department, the computers are down. Somebody forgot. I have no idea what the hell's going on. But this late in the pregame, I would imagine the clubhouse is media free, right, Steven? So even if it was posted on the wall, you couldn't see it as a media member. No,
media free once batting practice starts, and batting practice probably is either over or close to over.
Hours ago for the home team. So, I don't know. So I'm not going to get hot and bothered about it. I know that our listeners are not worried that the Giants are the game's going to start and they're going to be like, oh, crap. We don't even know who's playing.
I'm so upset.
It's fine, but it's just odd. There's just
curious.
There's a lot that's odd with the Giants this year so far.
Right. And, you got them sweeping Chicago here. So
well, no, I was kind of doing that tongue in cheek. It feels like something that would happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Coming out of the weekend, the Giants had gone 4-3 against the Dodgers and the A's. And for the most part, even though they tucked a 3-game losing streak into a 4-3 week, for the most part, Giants fans come out of that weekend and you're feeling pretty good. And you go to Arizona, which is a place where I think traditionally they play pretty well. It's good hitter's park. And it's just okay, I think they're about to make their move. And then, quite frankly, that was the most frustrating series of the year by far, with not just getting swept, but the way Game 2 went down. And so now you arrive back home and everybody is in bleep it mode. That's what it feels like to me. Fan base is in bleep it mode.
I think the series at Philly was probably more frustrating just because, you got walked off twice in the same day.
Same day.
You had the rain. You got blanked, bang, boom, 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 boom. You got blanked and then rained out and then walked off and swept by a team that had been on the ropes before they fired their manager. So either way, you don't want to reflect too much on worst series of the year and have, multiple candidates like you do.
Yeah, no, you don't. But that's all I meant by that. It just feels like something that would happen because it's kind of the life of being a sports fan.
Yeah.
Whenever you're all ticked off, they kind of give you something that gives you a little hope, and then they take it back away, and it goes back and forth. It's like the week of the play-in games for the Warriors. Everybody's sitting there watching that game, and they're thinking, man, the 10 seed, and then you're getting outplayed the whole game. You're down by about 10 points, and it's just whatever. Let's do the offseason. Then Al Horford hits 4 threes.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, people are writing feature articles and re-signing contracts, and we're champions again. And then 48 hours later, you're like, this sucks. And Draymond's getting thrown out of games again. And it's the yin and the yang.
Right.
So it just feels to me like something that would happen.
Well, and baseball is all about that, right? And you've got 9 more games in May. You've got 6 at home, White Sox in Arizona. Then you go to Colorado, which Colorado is a team that is very gettable and very vulnerable. So you could go through the rest of May. You could go on a little heater and go 6-3 or even 7-2. And by the time we get to June 1st on that Monday, we could all be singing a little bit of a different tune. And if they're 27-32, if they find a way to win 7 of the next 9, which is not out of the question, that would require a sweep in one of the 3. But all of a sudden, we'd be thinking a lot differently about this team.
Real quick update about the basketball game. Both De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper available for the Spurs tonight. So they are technically at full strength. Game 3 energy is always a thing, I feel like, when a series on the early end switches buildings. We'll see if OKC can sort of deal with that energy, and but wanted to pass that along.
Yes, and 90 seconds in, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is yet to fall down. So there's that.
Has he had the ball yet?
No. And we do have a lineup, by the way.
Oh.
The Giants Yeah, I like it. Baby breaker. Who do you think's leading off, Mark? Are you looking at it?
No, because my internet just froze.
Who do you think is leading off?
Who's leading off tonight? Harrison Bader.
Harrison Bader's batting 9th.
Okay.
It's Willie Adames.
Oh, yeah, no.
Who's hitting 2nd?
I'm sorry, I just looked at it.
Of course you did.
My internet unfroze. It just unfroze in front of me.
Adames, Arise, Schmidt, Devers, Chapman, Eldridge, the DH.
Thank you.
Rodriguez will catch. And then Gilbert and Bader batting 8th and 9th.
You said Rodriguez will catch?
Rodriguez is going to wear the equipment.
I hope that the White Sox brought their running shoes. Oof. Okay.
Yep, there's your lineup.
Eldridge is in. Let's go.
Batting 6th. So there you have it.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. The thing that nobody's been waiting for, but you're going to get anyway. I'll read them. I'm going to go through all the co-hosts through all the years. And then we'll do a 3-day weekend. Does that sound all right?
Sounds great.
Okay. All right, everybody. It's Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're heading to see the Giants at Oracle tonight, give yourself some time. Bay Bridge is solid from the toll plaza to the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 is going to be slowing from about 3rd Street, and northbound 280 will be heavy from Cesar Chavez to Oracle.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to tell you about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank. With the family-owned feel, they are deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering their community. They've been doing it since 1964. They started with 1 branch down in Fremont, and they have, pun intended, branched out to 21 of them, 20 in the Bay Area, 1 in Carmel by the Sea. And each branch that I've been to has one great thing in common, and that's customer service. It is second to none. They go the extra mile to make sure you as the customer is well informed and taken care of. And they're always responsive if I have questions or needs. They take the time to evaluate what I need. They don't just check boxes, but they take care of people. They see you not as an account number, but as a person. I've been with them for more than 5 years, and I will never leave Fremont Bank. The big box bank has nothing on Fremont Bank, a institution that supports local communities through reinvestment, philanthropy, charity, and more. See for yourself. Go into a branch, and you'll make the switch. It's Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years. Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
No matter where you're headed this Memorial Day, know that every road starts with Cellathon. Going on now at your California Ford dealers. It's your chance to get great deals on select Ford vehicles like the F-150 truck, Bronco Sport SUV, Explorer, or Mustang Mach-E. Experience confidence and capability at your home, on the next road, and on every rough trail. There's no better time to say yes and save. With iconic Ford trucks and reliable SUVs, this is where Memorial Day starts. You don't want to miss this. Hurry in because Cellathon absolutely ends May 26th. Cellathon, going on now. Go to your California Ford dealers.
Now through May 24th at Big O Tires, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Book your appointment online today. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Why should you pick up a bottle of new vodka for this Memorial Day weekend? Simple. It's an incredible vodka. New vodka is 7 times distilled for a smooth, clean flavor that has won awards, but more importantly, is enjoyed every day by those who love great vodka. New vodka is made in America, is gluten-free, and has 0 carbs. What's better is that even though new vodka is 7 times distilled, it's not 7 times the price. So at a time where everything costs more, new vodka continues to be a great value. Grab a bottle of new vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's nuevodka.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the 2 boys, the 2 great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
I know you're a rule book guy.
I love the rule book.
Yeah, I didn't know if you knew the rule in the NBA about whether or not there was a mercy rule.
Oh, mercy, mercy me.
Mercy rule?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. Suns Little League team got mercied last week.
Oh, no.
In one of their games. But no mercy rule?
No.
Spurs went up 15-0 to start that game.
Well, I mean, it's early in an NBA game.
Yeah, it's early, yes.
I think if in the NBA you're up 40 in the fourth quarter, let's just go home.
That's when you go over to the opponent's bench and start shaking their hands.
That's right.
That's when you dap them up.
They were only down 28, but I get that.
Yeah.
When I played Little League, there was no mercy rule, and also the All-Stars were one and done. So you made the All-Star team, and you played in the tournament, and we played Novato National, and my guy Mike Deasterville gets the start at home, Central Ball Field in Fairfax. He gives up a 6-piece. I come up in the bottom half of the first, bases loaded, 2 out, pop out, get pulled. We lose 21-2. And you had to sit there and you had to take that.
Eat it.
You had to take it.
Yeah.
There's no like, hey, it's 13-0 in the fourth. No, it was swing and a drive.
Oh.
Sorry, Mike. Deasterville got lit up. He's the best we had. Novato. Town of 60,000 people.
Against?
Fairfax had 7,000. Tell me how that's fair.
Oh, God, don't start that.
Wasn't fair. Novato.
You want me to give this a whirl? Let me give this a whirl.
What are you doing?
I was going to read the names of every co-host I've ever had.
Every co-host?
I'm doing my best. I'm sure that I'm missing some people. But this is anybody I've ever done a show or even a portion of a show with in my career. And if it makes you feel good, I'll start with you.
Okay.
All right? Let me give this a whirl here. Okay. Dan Dibley, Matt Steinmetz, Guru.
Hey.
John Dickinson, Kevin Franzen, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen, Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy, Doug Gottlieb, Nick Hardwick, Drew Halfer, Ryan Hollins, Chris McGee, FP Santangelo, Sean Salisbury, Kyle Rudolph, Fred Rogan, Kerry Rhodes, Kurt Rambis, Brady Papinga, Bill Plashke, Andrew Siciliano, CJ Nitkowski, Bob Golick, Jim Jackson, Daniel Jeremiah, Bucky Brooks, Keyshawn Johnson, Jalen Rose, Dante Jones, Andy and Brian Kamenetsky, Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Bill Engvall, Ryan Leaf, John Lund, Arash Markazi, Kenyon Martin, Chris Myers, TJ Hushmanzada, Rob Ryan, Ryan Field, Ephraim Salam, Joy Taylor, Chris Broussard, Rob Parker, Brian No, Cedric Sabalos, Karan Butler, John Middlecoff, Jeannie Buss.
Wow.
Jay Moore, now married to each other. Not when I worked with them.
That's incredible.
Roger Lodge, Marcus Thompson, Tony Bruno, Petros Papadakis, which would be my answer for the least enjoyable one.
Strong.
Bill Ryder, Carissa Thompson, Kirk Morrison, Yogi Roth, Olden Polynice, Rob Simpson, Curtis Conway, John Jackson, Tom Tolbert, Rod Books, Greg Papa, Larry Kruger, Paulie Mack, Brian Murphy, Michael Thompson, John Ireland, Steve Mason, Max Kellerman, Marcellus Wiley, Ramona Shelburne, Ben Lyons, Steve Hartman, Rich Ornberger.
There he is.
Aaron Torres, Danny Woodhead.
John Sally.
Oh, my God. I mean, yes, give that man a round of applause.
That's my list.
That's incredible.
And so many apologies to those of you who I know I've left off.
Perhaps. No Guy Haberman in there? You got Middlecoff, but no Haberman.
Not in his show. Like, Guy and I work together at the Pac-12 network. There's a few, like, if we wanted to, I mean.
No. It's just radio shows.
Like TV stuff, whatever. We could, now there's a whole nother list.
It's a great list, and I
guess crossovers, I should mention Joe Shasky, Bonte Hill, if crossovers count.
I guess. I mean, more like regular shows, and you've never done one with Evan per se.
See, like I put him on the list. I feel like.
And how about Dan Devone? You haven't done a Dan Devone in there?
Dan Devone and I did some stuff. Like, we've had coffee. We've done some stuff
that doesn't count.
We've had, like, some Zoom stuff together, but no, I don't think we did a show.
And you named basically every alum from the station I used to work at.
Sure.
Because you were there. And
oh, God. Did I not? I didn't say. Gary Radnich. I can't believe I didn't. Gary Radnich.
Gary Radnich's on the list.
I meant for that to be the last name, so I just left it to the end.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
no, I did do. You want to know? It's one of my favorite segments I ever did over there. I got Farhan and Parag Marathe to do an hour show with me, and I called it Not Just Numbers. And the idea was to get those two guys together and help people understand what they do, humanize it a little bit, have people stop talking about them as computer nerds and things like that. I did it one time for a full hour at the old place, and it was one of the more fascinating. If that counts as a show, then you could put I mean, they were guests.
Yeah.
But they did a whole hour with me.
Doesn't count.
No, but they were, I thought it was absolutely fascinating. Both of them.
Yeah.
They're good dudes. I've told you that they're good dudes.
That's a phenomenal list, and don't throw it away.
I won't.
I would love to have a breakdown of.
Hang on, I gotta add Gary's name. I meant to just do that from memory.
And I would just be fascinated to get the breakdown of hoopers, baseball players, football players, media members, because your breakdown is pretty well balanced.
But it's all over the place. Like I did that it was just like as I thought of stuff.
Right. But you
have
a nice balance of probably a little bit more of the former football players I was hearing, and some non-athlete media members like myself and Middlecoff and Gary, Rod Brooks, and some others. But you got some hoopers in there. You got some C.J. Nitkowski. Baseball
Fox Sports
player,
Radio,
came out of nowhere.
He's a fun dude. Yeah.
Roger Lodge, you've told me stories about that.
I co-hosted his show for years.
Yeah.
Years.
And man, I just...
For a while, Mitchell Whitfield was on that show as well. I should mention him. Do you know who Mitchell Whitfield is?
Nope.
Okay.
Mitch Witt?
You ever see My Cousin Vinny?
Yeah.
Right? Ralph Macchio? The other kid.
Okay.
That's Mitch.
Wow.
Yeah. The two Utes.
Is he on the list?
He's the other Ute. I got to scribble him down right now. I had forgotten.
Yeah.
For a while, that was a 3-person show.
Man, and Mitchell to have the honor to do one with double P's, Petros Papadakis, that's...
He and I ended up having quite a bit of beef.
He's the GMO.
Yeah. Rob Parker's on there.
Rob Parker's definitely on there.
And Chris Broussard. And that's a great question. It's terrible.
Yeah.
You know who actually should count?
Who should count?
On your list?
Who?
The man who's on hold right now.
Oh, that's a good point.
We co-host with him each and every Friday about this time.
We're like 2 calls away from this actually counting as... He probably needs to put his time card in here at 95.7 The Game.
And I saw his actual name pop up before he answered it, so I've gone to the internet and got some background information on this man.
That's interesting.
I'll keep it to myself.
All right, let's go to Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, hello there. Hey. Well, it is the 2 best sports boys in town.
There he is.
Let's go, Kurt.
Add him to the list.
Let me tell you what's going on with the Giants. Let me tell you something, Tony. I hope you're listening. Hey, Tony, you know what you got over there? You got Bryce Ulrich. This boy should be playing every game. And let me tell you why he should be playing every game. He's young. You know what he did in the minors? He had a 1,216 plate at